Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 896 to Chapter 979. Ling Xiao looked at the 6 people on his side and said, "You 6 go in. If you don't have enough spirit stones, I'll pay for it. First, I'll lend you 3,000 low-grade spirit stones each. It's enough for you to cultivate for a month. Remember, you have to pay it back." "Definitely." Dai Yuling, Ling Hao, and the others excitedly took the spirit stones and entered the cultivation room. They were not pretentious at all. Low-grade spirit stones were nothing to them now. As long as they completed the tasks assigned by the academy, they could easily earn them back. It was just that they were pressed for time and didn't have time to spare. Since Ling Xiao had extra spirit stones, he could lend them to them. He didn't need to worry about them not being able to pay it back. "Let's go to the second floor." After watching Dai Yuling and the others enter the cultivation room, Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked to the second floor. Feng Yanran still hadn't recovered from the shock. Weren't the warriors of the Sky Dragon continent very poor? What's wrong with this Ling Xiao? How could he have so many spirit stones? 3,000 low-grade spirit stones for each person. 6 people would be 18,000 low-grade spirit stones for each person. "Miss Yanran, aren't you going?" Lan Yuer turned around and shouted, waking Feng Yanran from her shock. She hurriedly followed. The strongest guard on the second floor was a warrior at the peak of the one-line sky. Lan Yuer snatched a cultivation room and then entered it to cultivate. The single rooms on the second floor cost 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per day, and the large cultivation room also had to be charged, but the charge was relatively low, only 100 low-grade spirit stones per person per day. Lan Yuer was relatively rich, so she didn't lend it to Ling Xiao. Continue. Ling Xiao's ideal cultivation room should be on the 3rd floor. However, it wasn't easy to enter that place to cultivate. When the 3 of them arrived at the 3rd floor, they saw 3 people in the middle of the road, sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The cultivation of these 3 people had all reached the sky of yin and yang. The one in the middle, wearing a red robe, was at the late stage of yin and yang. The 2 on the side were at the early stage of yin and yang. These 3 people have reached such a level of cultivation. Are they really willing to be Divine Phoenix Academy's roadblock? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Their guards should be on a rotational basis. If cultivators with such cultivation were to stay outside all the time, they would be at a disadvantage. Feng Yanran explained. No wonder. Ling Xiao nodded and continued to walk forward. Stop. Can't you see that we're cultivating? Why aren't you scramming? The red-clothed man suddenly opened his mouth and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. His words were extremely impolite. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Of course I know you are cultivating. I just want to pass by." As he spoke, he continued to walk forward, completely ignoring the 3 men's murderous gazes. "Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? A mere heaven-vein martial artist wants to enter the 3rd level to cultivate? Why don't you take a piss and see if you're qualified?" The red-clothed man was furious. If a martial artist of the same cultivation didn't give him face, he could understand. However, Ling Xiao, a heaven-vein martial artist, dared to treat him like this, which made him very unhappy. "Senior brother, don't be angry. With the 3 of us here, how can a mere heaven-vein martial artist pass by? Unless he grows wings and flies over our heads." The Phoenix Academy martial artist next to him advised. "That's true." The red-cloaked cultivator sneered. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, I'll give you a chance. If you can get past the 3 of us, you can enter the great cultivation room to cultivate." "Idiot." Ling Xiao looked at the martial artist and read with disdain. If this person was a martial artist in the 3 talents heaven realm, he might be afraid. However, he did not care about a mere martial artist in the 2 elements heaven realm. With his soul power and mountain river martial soul, he could make this guy scram in an instant. "What are you?" Just as the red-clothed martial artist finished speaking, a light suddenly flashed over his head. Ling Xiao, who was standing in front of them, was now behind them. "What?" The red-cloaked martial artist's face was as gloomy as ash. He was a dignified heaven-vein martial artist at the late stage of the heaven vein of 2 elements guarding here. How could someone pass through? This was simply a disgrace. "Get rid of him." The red-clothed martial artist shouted to the person next to him. Yes, senior brother. The person next to him was at the early stage of the heaven vein of two elements. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Like a snake, he leaped behind Ling Xiao in an instant. Then, he pressed his palm against the back of Ling Xiao's heart. Hee, Xianxia College's disciple, you really don't know what's good for you. I'll teach you a lesson first. No one was allowed to kill near the Heaven Essence Pagoda. This rule was set by the royal family, so this person didn't dare to be ruthless. He just wanted to injure Ling Xiao. It was all thanks to this rule. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse in the next moment. Are you tickling me? A cold and disdainful voice rang out. The Phoenix Academy's heaven vein of two elements martial artist felt a terrible rebounding force coming from his palm. Then, his whole body flew out and fell heavily to the bottom of the pagoda. My hand. The martial artist who fell to the ground didn't die, but he found that his right hand had been burned black. Terrifying, this was not the first time that Feng Yanran had seen Ling Xiao fight. But every time, Ling Xiao's performance surprised her. That was a martial artist at the early stage of the heaven vein of two elements. Ling Xiao didn't even need to make a move. He used his defensive martial arts to send his opponent flying and even burned his opponent's hand. This guy is really strong. No wonder our vice dean personally brought him into the academy. Some Xianxia College students with heaven vein of two elements cultivation sat around the third floor of the Heaven Essence Pagoda. Although they weren't weak, they had only one a chance to practice in the pagoda's corridor. There were no empty cultivation rooms on the third floor. This was because when one's cultivation reached the heaven vein of two elements, they didn't lack spirit stones. They couldn't enter the big cultivation room, so they could only stay in the corridor and practice. The martial artist in red's pupils shrank suddenly as he stared at Ling Xiao's back. He was sure that it wasn't an illusion. This guy's back was actually glowing like the sun. He didn't even get close to it, but it made him feel fearful. Although this guy was a heaven vein martial artist, his strength wasn't as bad as his cultivation. How on earth did he practice? You were the one who shouted the loudest just now. Why are you mute now? Ling Xiao looked back at the martial artist in red and said coldly, if you don't have that kind of ability, don't try to act tough. You'll get yourself killed. He didn't intend to continue fighting. Cultivation was the key. There was a time display outside each cultivation room, which was similar to a sundial. He could see how long it would take for the people in the 10 cultivation rooms to come out. He found that 4 of the cultivation rooms could be vacated within an hour, and one of them only had a few minutes left. So he planned to wait. It was still too early for Ling Xiao to reach the 4th floor, so there was no need for him to do so. People had to be confident, but they also had to know their own limits. Only then could they live longer and cultivate better. Even though he didn't want to provoke others, there were always some reckless people who wanted to provoke him. The martial artist in red didn't want to be humiliated like this. It was fine that Ling Xiao had surpassed him, but someone had actually injured his fellow disciple in front of him. How could he tolerate this? Of course, the most important thing was that he was a disciple of Phoenix Academy, and the other party was a disciple of Xianxia College. They had always been competitors. They could even be enemies. Boom. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. A ball of crimson flame suddenly ignited behind the man in red. This was a martial artist from the Heavenly Dragon continent who had a fire-type martial soul. Moreover, this guy's martial soul wasn't ordinary fire, but a special kind of martial soul called lava fire. Although it couldn't compare to the 12 sacred flames, it was much stronger than ordinary fire. Coupled with his late-stage yin and yang cultivation, there was no problem for him to dominate the 3rd floor. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't want to act rashly if this martial artist in red had other martial souls. Because to deal with this person, even if he could win, he would have to expose many tricks. After all, his opponent's cultivation was really strong. His martial soul wasn't ordinary either. He wanted to let Haim Myung-keo deal with him. But now he planned to do it himself. Because his opponent actually had a fire-type martial soul. Although Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon fire was sealed, the heat from the inheritance of light was comparable to the sun's sacred fire, far stronger than the lava fire. If he couldn't deal with his opponent under the suppression of his martial soul, Ling Xiao felt that he wouldn't have the face to continue staying here. At that moment, his body was surrounded by a dazzling light. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and then spread in all directions. The originally narrow pagoda corridor's temperature also rose greatly. Many people were sweating profusely, and some even showed signs of dehydration. A mere lava fire martial soul is really nothing. Ling Xiao released an extremely high temperature as he slowly walked towards the red-clothed man. The scorching heat seemed to have materialized, causing the air to distort and distort. Streams of heat rushed towards the red-clothed man. And Ling Xiao's surroundings had become a world of high temperature, causing people to be unable to avoid it. Feng Yanran, who was standing not far away, was even more shocked. She felt like a moth flying into a flame. Her body had been burned by the flame and was constantly melting. An unprecedented sense of fear continued to rise. Hai Miankeo, do you know what martial soul this is? She felt her voice tremble. This isn't a martial spirit. Strictly speaking, this is just an ability of his martial spirit. You haven't fought with Ling Xiao before. If you have, you'll understand that this guy's strength is so strong that it's suffocating. This was not the first time Hai Miankeo had seen Ling Xiao deal with an enemy in such a manner. But every time, she felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. How could a martial artist release a scorching heat like the sun? How did he do it? The red-clothed martial artist felt the terrifying heat coming from Ling Xiao's body. His entire body was sweating profusely. That kind of high temperature caused the martial spirit behind him to tremble. It was trembling in fear. It was the fear of a weak person towards a strong person. The flame martial spirit's damage was nothing more than relying on high temperature. But at the same temperature, Ling Xiao's mountain river martial spirit's light profound was more powerful and of a higher level. This completely suppressed the temperature of the flame martial spirit. It was just like how the Lion King could make the weak Lion King tremble. Ling Xiao naturally understood his own Scarlet Sun power very well. It benefited from the light profound and the light and shadow profound. It was because he could suppress his opponent that he used it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. Light and shadow sword art, Scarlet Sun power. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand and he stabbed out with it. The terrifying sword chi contained the scorching Scarlet Sun power. Streaks of Scarlet Sun power were like vicious rays of Scarlet Sun power that could pierce through a human body in an instant. Lava Dragon Roar. The red-clothed martial artist panicked. The martial spirit behind him surged and turned into a divine dragon that pounced out and merged with his fists. Although this lava divine dragon was not very long, its terrifyingly high temperature was not inferior to the blazing lava at all. The lava divine dragon opened its huge mouth and swallowed the terrifying sword chi. You can't block it. Ling Xiao sneered. The sword chi, combined with the sword essence, was so sharp that it sent chills down one's spine. The Scarlet Sun, combined with the mountain river will, was so terrifying that it made one's reaction slow. The combination of the Scarlet Sun and the sword chi produced an even more powerful attack. At this moment, the red-clothed martial artist felt as if his body had been thrown directly into the scorching sun. It also felt as if there were tens of thousands of sharp steel needles piercing his body. His body was trembling and his soul was crying. He felt as if he had sunk into hell. No. Impossible. You're only a heaven pulse martial artist. How can you have such a terrifying combat strength? What kind of martial spirit is this? The red-clothed martial artist's mind was in a mess. Until now, he still did not know what his opponent's martial spirit was. He still did not know how his opponent could have such a terrifying combat strength even though he was only a heaven pulse martial artist. He felt that his body and soul could be directly burned and melted at any time. I'll spare your dog life. Don't ever let me see you again. Scram. A cold voice rang in the red-clothed martial artist's ears. Then, the red-clothed martial artist's body was blasted away. There was no blood. It was because that terrifying wound was actually completely charred, and it looked extremely horrifying. Cough cough. The red-clothed martial artist knelt on the ground with one knee. He stared at Ling Xiao in horror and anger. You dare to attack me? You dare to attack a disciple of the Phoenix Academy? Ling Xiao had heard such words too many times. he was tired of it. Scram! With a cold shout, Ling Xiao kicked him directly from the third floor to the bottom of the tower. I won't let you go. Hysterical screams came from the bottom of the tower. Ling Xiao just smiled disdainfully. The villains in the books he had read seemed to like this. However, those villains did not seem to have succeeded in their revenge. Instead, they became more and more miserable. Feng Yanran and the other disciples of the Qingshu College were stunned. This guy was too monstrous. Without showing his martial spirit, he could restrain his opponent's special martial spirit with martial arts alone. Moreover, he could release the sword essence that only a few people could comprehend. How did this guy cultivate? Hai Miankeo also shook her head and smiled bitterly. These people had not seen Ling Xiao's performance in the martial arts festival. Otherwise, they would be even more shocked. In front of this monstrous guy, the other so-called geniuses were not worth mentioning. What is your martial soul? Is it the mountain river martial soul? Hai Miankeo was shocked by her own thoughts. A big shock. For more than 100,000 years, only the human king had possessed the mountain river martial soul. After that, the mountain river martial soul had never appeared again. Ling Xiao had nothing to do with the human king. How could he have obtained such a powerful martial soul? That's not possible. Hai Miankeo shook her head and quickly dismissed her own thoughts. Perhaps this was a kind of self-deceiving thinking. After all, deep in her heart, she wanted to catch up with Ling Xiao as soon as possible. If Ling Xiao really did possess the mountain river martial soul, then she would have no chance at all. Now, at least there was still a glimmer of hope. How awe-inspiring. A mere student of Qingshu College dares to cause trouble on the third floor occupied by our Phoenix Academy. Just as everyone was in a state of shock, 4 single rooms were opened in succession, and 4 people walked out from them. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that 2 of them were Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue. He didn't recognize the other 2, but they were both at the peak of Yin Yang Heaven. Too much nonsense. Get out. This time, before Ling Xiao could say anything, Hai Miankeo rushed out. With just 2 moves, the 2 martial artists at the peak of Yin Yang Heaven were stabbed down from the pagoda. Hai Miankeo was already at the peak of Yin Yang Heaven. With the help of the Tianji martial soul and the Heavenly King scripture, she was still inferior to Ling Xiao, but among the geniuses, she was one of the best. Not to mention dealing with ordinary martial artists. You too, do you want me to ask you to get out? Hai Miankeo glared at Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue as she finished off the 2 martial artists at the peak of Yin Yang Heaven with 2 moves. If it weren't for the rules here, she would have killed them both with 1 move each. Go. Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue ended their cultivation because they ran out of spirit stones. They were planning to go out and get some more before coming back. However, they did not expect to meet Ling Xiao and Hai Miankeo. What made them even more speechless was that the 2 celestial Yin-Yang peak martial artists from the Phoenix Academy couldn't even withstand a single blow from Hai Miankeo. Since he was so useless, what was the point of being arrogant? Can't he just tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself? Both of them were smart people. They knew that they could not afford to offend Ling Xiao and Hai Miankeo, so they could only choose to escape in a hurry. Do you guys want to enter the cultivation room to cultivate? Since Ling Xiao had entered the Qingshu Academy, he owed the vice principal, Feng Qingyan, a favor. Therefore, he had always wanted to return it. Today was an opportunity. In any case, Phoenix Academy was a tyrannical school where the strong preyed on the weak. They did not give Qingshu College any chance at all. Then he would be even more domineering. Of course. The disciples of Qingshu College shouted one after another. Whoever wants to enter the cultivation room to cultivate, join us and chase all the disciples of Phoenix Academy out. Make them cultivate in this corridor or get lost as far as possible. Ling Xiao continued. Many people fell silent when they heard this. However, after a while, they seemed to recall the previous behavior of Ling Xiao and Hai Miankeo. They gritted their teeth and expressed their willingness. Very well. Let's clean up the cultivation room first. Follow me. Ling Xiao was not a greedy person. He had originally come to the Heaven Essence Pagoda purely to cultivate. However, the martial artists from the Phoenix Academy had completely occupied this floor and did not give any martial artists from Qingshu College a chance. They had even caused him to make a move. If he was not angry at this time, then he really deserved to be bullied. When Ling Xiao and Hai Miangko walked into the cultivation room, what greeted them were disdainful and angry gazes. How did this bastard get in? Doesn't he know that he will affect our cultivation? A heavenly pulse martial artist from Xianxia College? Does this idiot want to cultivate on the 3rd floor? Did those 3 guys go to eat? Why did they let him in? Although I don't know what's going on, this is Phoenix Academy's territory. All the trash from Xianxia College have to get lost. Did you hear that? We asked you to get lost, brat. One sentence after another, there was nothing bit about it at all. The martial artists from the Phoenix Academy relied on their superior numbers and strength to treat Ling Xiao and the others as trash that could be bullied. They did not even think that the 3 guards outside had been defeated. They thought that the 3 of them had sneaked away. Ling Xiao's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, before a cold and indifferent smile slid past the corners of his mouth. In that instant, a terrifying blazing aura spread throughout the entire great training room, before crazily pouncing towards every single Divine Phoenix Academy practitioner who was in the midst of training. Do it! Ling Xiao, who was releasing a terrifying aura, waved his hand lightly, and the disciples from Xianxia College rushed out while shouting. Originally, with their overall strength, it was impossible for them to defeat the disciples from Phoenix Academy in the cultivation room. After all, the other party had more people, and their overall strength was stronger. However, Ling Xiao used the mountain river will to completely suppress the disciples from Phoenix Academy in the cultivation room. This gave the disciples from Xianxia College a great opportunity. Hai Miangko and Feng Yanran also made a move. What followed were endless screams of agony. Of course, they did not kill anyone. They only injured all these people and threw them out. In any case, they did the same when the Phoenix Academy rushed to repair the cultivation room, so they did not feel guilty at all. In just a moment, only the disciples from Xianxia College were left in the cultivation room. Okay, you guys can cultivate here. I should also go cultivate. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to chase out the cultivators in the single rooms as well. However, each single room was protected by a powerful array, and Ling Xiao could not open it. Unless the other party used up all their spirit stones, there was no other way. Therefore, he, Hai Miangko, Feng Yanran, and Lan Yuer, who was called up, occupied the 4 single rooms on the 3rd floor and began to cultivate. As long as enough spirit stones were paid, the dragon-breaking stone in the cultivation room would open and release spirit chi for the martial artists inside to cultivate. The spirit chi here was really rich and mellow. It was much better than the cultivation environment in the Moonlight Pagoda that Ling Xiao used to cultivate. In that instant, he felt refreshed and extremely comfortable. Although martial artists could also produce internal energy, it was still too little. The human body was a precious treasure, but the spirit chi between heaven and earth was easier to absorb and transform. It was much easier than tapping the human body's potential. Above his head, the eye of the world opened, and the inscriptions in it kept flashing. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. He had only comprehended the first step of the light and shadow profound meaning, and he had the red sun feather coat and the shadow armor. However, from the second step onwards, light and darkness had to be cultivated separately. Although these 2 forces could rely on each other, their advantages were very contradictory. If they cultivated together, it would affect their progress. Although Ling Xiao wanted to improve his cultivation and cultivate the light and shadow profound meaning to the last step, he also understood the principle of more haste, less speed. Everything had to be done step by step. Of course, even if it was done step by step, with the special effect of the Mountain River Martial Soul, his cultivation speed was still much faster than others. The heaven and earth spirit chi in the training room continuously flowed into Ling Xiao's body, like water flowing into dry land. Ling Xiao did not reject any of them and accepted them completely. His 9 cauldrons' heavenly veins were tougher and bigger than any other martial artist's heavenly veins. It was like a bottomless pit that required more energy to upgrade. Although day and night still alternated in the Mountain River realm, the duration of the day had obviously become longer. This was because Ling Xiao had focused on comprehending the light ultimacy and had temporarily suppressed the shadow ultimacy. Activating the Mountain River martial spirit did not require any internal cultivation technique. The heaven and earth spirit chi in the surroundings flowed into the 9 cauldrons' heavenly veins and was continuously refined before being injected into the mountain river martial spirit. From the outside, Ling Xiao looked like a blazing red sun, illuminating the entire cultivation room with a crimson glow. It should be said that his physical fitness had reached a bottleneck and could not be improved any further, unless he broke through to the heaven realm. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not need to expend any heavenly origin energy on his body. Instead, he used it to break through his heavenly veins so that he could achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. What he did not know was that the people from the Phoenix Academy had come knocking on his door. The person leading the way was the martial artist in red from before. Emma Wushang and Qin Bishue were also in the group. However, they were not the main characters. The real main character was a martial artist at the peak of the 4 symbols celestial realm. His skin was a strange blood-red color. One look and one could tell that he was not human. Under the guidance of the red-robed martial artist, this group of people arrived at the 3rd floor. Senior brother, look. The disciples of the Phoenix Academy are all injured. They can only cultivate outside the corridor and can't enter. The martial artist in red pointed at the martial artists who were sitting cross-legged in the corridor. Previously, the martial artists here were all from the Xianxia College. Now, they were from the Phoenix Academy. Emma Wushang. Qin Bishue. It's time for the 2 of you to make a contribution. Chase away all the martial artists from the Xianxia College. This time, they are not allowed to stay in the corridor. The red-skinned young man said coldly. Understood. Emma Wushang and Qin Bishue seemed to be very obedient to this person. As soon as this person gave the order, they rushed into the cultivation room. After being transformed by the true demon's empire, the 2 of them were now at the late-stage Yin and Yang sky realm. They were much stronger than when they had been at the martial path sacrifice. As soon as they attacked, the Xianxia College martial artists in the large cultivation room were no match for them. Most of them were injured and thrown down the pagoda. There were also some people who went berserk because their cultivation was interrupted, and almost lost all their martial arts. But things weren't over yet. Staring at the single stone door where Ling Xiao, Hai Mian-ko, and Lan Yu'er were cultivating, the young man sneered and immediately took out 3 secret scrolls and pasted them on the door. He didn't want to offend Feng Yanran, and he couldn't afford to offend her. Then, he activated his heavenly origin energy and muttered something. After a while, the 3 secret scrolls emitted a strange blood-red light, and the 3 cultivation rooms shook violently. Not only that, but the spiritual chi in the cultivation rooms also became chaotic. In Ling Zhao's room, the spiritual chi was chaotic for only a moment before it was suppressed by the powerful mountain river martial spirit. Then, it returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. In Hai Mian-ko's room, although the spiritual chi was still chaotic, the Tianji martial spirit transformed into a strange pavilion and directly took Hai Mian-ko in. Then, the outside environment didn't affect Hai Mian-ko, who was cultivating. Only Lan Yu'er's situation was a bit troublesome. The entire cultivation room shook as if there was an earthquake. In addition, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was chaotic. She didn't notice and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was a big taboo to be disturbed during cultivation. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there would be someone guarding. However, this was the Heaven Essence Pagoda. According to the rules, no one was allowed to disturb the martial artists in the cultivation rooms. Moreover, ordinary means couldn't affect them. Unexpectedly, the red-skinned young man had a special secret scroll that could interfere with the situation in the cultivation rooms. This was why Lan Yu'er was injured. Lan Yu'er's face was a little pale. Fortunately, she was fine. She didn't dare to continue cultivating because the cultivation rooms kept shaking. It was impossible to cultivate even if she wanted to. People of Xianxia College, get out here. Outside the stone door, someone roared. Lan Yu'er recognized the voice as the Qin Bishue's. Although she was angry, she didn't act impulsively. During the martial arts festival, she wasn't a match for the Qin Bishue. Although she had a breakthrough in her cultivation, it was still not possible for her to be a match for the Qin Bishue. If she went out, it would be worse. Even if she couldn't cultivate, at least she wouldn't be injured if she stayed in the cultivation rooms. The Heaven Essence Pagoda clearly stated that first, no one was allowed to disturb the martial artists in the cultivation rooms. Second, no one was allowed to kill. However, the other party had broken the first rule, which meant that they didn't care about the rules at all. If she went out now, she might really be at a disadvantage. As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Moreover, she was just a weak woman. There was no need for her to show off. It's definitely not just the Qin Bishue outside. Lan Yuer took a healing pill and thought about it while treating her injuries. It must be the martial artists of Phoenix Academy who came to seek revenge. The relationship between the two academies isn't good. If I go out, I'm afraid my life will be in danger. Even if I don't die, I'm afraid I'll be used as a hostage to threaten Ling Xiao. That's not smart. In the mystic world, there was no such thing as reason. In the mystic world, the fist was everything. Strength was the reason, whoever was stronger would be right. No matter what they did, they would not be punished. Even the rules of the mystic world were set by the strong. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the same in any continent in the mystic world. Are the people of Qingshu College all cowards? Are they hiding their heads and not daring to come out? It's Emma Wu Shang. They really aren't the same person. Lan Yuer frowned. She endured the continuous rumbling sound and continued to treat her injuries. At most, she would cut off her hearing and stop cultivating. She would just treat it as if there was a dog barking outside. She didn't believe that those people would stay outside forever. Anyway, the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda was so strong that it couldn't be destroyed by such shaking. Otherwise, this cultivation room would have been destroyed many times. Blood Skull. You're shameless. At this time, Lan Yuer heard Feng Yanran's voice coming from outside. Hee, it's Miss Yanran. We didn't come to look for you. We came to look for that arrogant human. A cold voice sneered. No matter who you're looking for, you dare to violate the written rules of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. You really have guts. Feng Yanran said angrily. Feng Yanran said angrily, although the disciples of the two academies can fight here, they are not allowed to disturb the warriors who are cultivating in the single rooms. You really don't take the rules of the two academies seriously. Hee, as long as Ling Xiao comes out, we won't do anything. But does he dare? He's just a coward. What a joke. This sentence should have been said by the warrior in red. He continued, wasn't he very arrogant before? Why is he hiding in there and not daring to come out? The people outside the stone door saw that there was no movement inside and couldn't help but stare. Idiot. Feng Yanran said disdainfully, you are a warrior at the later stage of Yin and Yang Heaven. You can't even defeat a warrior of Tian Mai. You actually asked for help. Are you qualified to say that others are cowards? Then what are you? You're worse than a coward? In fact, the reason why Feng Yanran came out was that she was worried about Ling Xiao's impulsiveness. Although Ling Xiao was very powerful, his cultivation was not enough. It would be fine if he was only dealing with the warrior in red. The key was that there was more than one person here, especially the Blood Skull. He was a disciple of the elite class of the Phoenix Academy. He used to be in the top 10. Although his ranking had dropped because of the addition of some masters, he was still in the top 20. Ling Xiao was definitely not his opponent. At this moment, seeing that Ling Xiao did not move, although she did not know why this guy suddenly became quiet, Feng Yanran was really relieved. Of course, she didn't know that Ling Xiao was completely immersed in the universe built by the mountain and river martial spirit. He didn't know anything about the outside world. Feng Yanran, I didn't touch you because of the crown prince, Feng Yinshan. Don't be so shameless. The Blood Skull said coldly, if I want to deal with someone, he won't be able to escape. Emma Wusheng, Qin Bishue, and you trash, you three stay here. If there's any movement, inform me immediately. Hearing this, Emma Wusheng and the other two didn't look good. They were well aware of how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The only reason they dared to come here today was because of the Blood Skull's strength. If the Blood Skull left, they wouldn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao even if they had 10 times the courage. You're actually afraid of a Heaven Vein martial artist? The Blood Skull's face was extremely gloomy. Senior brother, that boy is a little strange. Although he is only a celestial pulse warrior, his strength is no less than that of a 3 talents heaven cultivation. What's more, he has a woman at the peak of yin and yang heaven cultivation beside him. The red-clothed martial artist gritted his teeth and decided to tell the truth. Trash. The blood skull didn't believe his words at all. What kind of person could defeat a warrior at the later stage of yin and yang heaven when he was only a warrior with the cultivation of Tianmai? Senior brother Shui, you are at the critical juncture of your breakthrough. You should go back and cultivate. Leave this to me. At this moment, one of the single rooms on the 3rd floor opened, and a man in white walked out. Duan Yun. That's me. The man in white cupped his hands and smiled. Good, good. I didn't expect you to break through to the middle stage of the 3 talents heaven cultivation realm. With you here, I'm relieved. The blood skull laughed. The 3 of you stay with Duan Yun. With him here, that boy won't be able to overturn the heavens. After saying this, the blood skull turned into a cloud of blood mist and went down the pagoda. Within the blood mist, one could faintly see a terrifying skull. When the blood skull left, he didn't take down the secret scroll that was stuck on the dragon-breaking stone. Feng Yanran tried to take it down, but she was stopped by Duan Yun. With Feng Yanran's strength, it was impossible for her to take down the secret scroll under Duan Yun's obstruction. Therefore, she could only helplessly watch the 3 cultivation rooms with the secret scroll constantly shaking. She could only pray that the 3 people inside would be fine. Lan Yuer, who was in the cultivation room, spent an entire month in torment. Although she wasn't injured, she was constantly harassed and couldn't do anything for a month. Even her pretty face had become pale and bloodless. It's been a month. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on much longer. Lan Yuer smiled bitterly. She had only brought a month's worth of food. After eating, she could only starve. If she had no other choice, she could only take the risk and try to rush out. Dying in battle was better than dying of hunger. In another cultivation room, Ling Xiao finally broke through the shackles and raised his cultivation to the middle stage of the one-line heaven cultivation realm. After advancing to the sky realm, the mountain river world didn't undergo any drastic changes this time. However, the spirit chi and the light and shadow mysteries contained within had obviously improved greatly. Not only that, but Ling Zhao's light mysteries had also reached the 2nd step. The 2nd step of the light mysteries was the condensation of the Scarlet Sun All. The 1st step was the Scarlet Sun Feather Coat, which was used for defense. The 2nd step was the Scarlet Sun All, which was used for attack. As for the shadow mysteries, he was still stuck at the 1st step, the shadow armor. He had yet to comprehend the 2nd step. The light and shadow mysteries were the essence that Ling Xiao had extracted from the light inheritance in the cauldron of light. He had to comprehend both the light and shadow mysteries simultaneously. Therefore, the next step was naturally to comprehend the 2nd step of the shadow mysteries. At this time, more than a month had passed. Ling Xiao felt that it was time to go out. According to his previous experience, after his cultivation had increased, he had to temper himself. He had to completely consolidate this stage before continuing to cultivate. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to display the strength of this cultivation, but his cultivation might also regress after being injured. Therefore, today, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the one-line heaven cultivation realm. This was a breakthrough of a super realm. He had to properly temper himself. At the same time, under the torture of hunger and harassment, Lan Yuer finally couldn't help but open the dragon-breaking stone. Outside the dragon-breaking stone, the red-robed martial artist's face revealed a sinister sneer. He knew that the one behind this door wasn't Ling Xiao, but a martial artist called Lan Yuer. This woman's strength was only in the one-line heaven cultivation realm. She wasn't as difficult to deal with as Ling Xiao. Therefore, even without Duan Yun's help, he could ruthlessly ravage this woman. He really wanted to see if Ling Xiao would go crazy from anger when he came out and saw his friend in such a pitiful state. Of course, if he were alone, he would probably be afraid of Ling Xiao's revenge. However, now that Duan Yun was here, and he had the support of the blood skull, even if Ling Xiao wanted to take revenge, he wasn't afraid. He had already become unscrupulous. The red-robed martial artist was even prepared to launch a sneak attack the moment the other party came out, seriously injuring her. As long as she was seriously injured, even if she was a lion, she would have to obediently be manipulated. Stop. The moment the red-robed martial artist attacked, Feng Yanran made her move. She hadn't returned to the cultivation room to cultivate because she was worried that Ling Xiao would be attacked. Now that she saw the red-robed martial artist attacking Lan Yuer, she naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Bang! After exchanging blows with Feng Yanran, the red-cloaked martial artist retreated a few steps. It was obvious that his strength was much weaker than Feng Yanran's. Lan Yuer finally walked out. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper. The situation wasn't good. Thank you, Miss Yanran. Lan Yuer naturally knew that Feng Yanran had blocked the attack for her. Otherwise, even if she wasn't seriously injured, she would have suffered a blow. You're welcome. However, things are a little troublesome now. I didn't expect the people of the Phoenix Academy to ignore the rules. Feng Yanran frowned and said. During this period of time, she had asked for help from the disciples of the Xianxia Academy. Of course, they were from the higher-level disciples. However, when they saw that she was fine, they all refused to help. The reason was that according to the rules, higher-level martial artists couldn't interfere with the fights of lower-level martial artists. The Blood Skull had broken the rules and would definitely be punished. However, they didn't want to. They didn't know Ling Xiao and the others. There was no need for them to break the rules and get themselves into trouble for Ling Xiao and the others. Unless Feng Yanran was attacked or injured. However, the disciples of the Phoenix Academy didn't dare to hurt Feng Yanran. Miss Yanran, I advise you not to interfere. Duan Yin said with a smile. If you interfere, I will attack. If you hurt this beautiful girl, don't blame me for being ruthless. Feng Yanran had no choice but to dodge. She knew how powerful Duan Yin was. If the red-cloaked martial artist attacked her, she still had a chance to escape. However, if Duan Yin attacked, she would have no chance. I didn't expect the people of the Phoenix Academy to be so shameless. If I had known, I would have attacked more ruthlessly. Another voice sounded. Hai Miankeo came out of the single room. After a month, her cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 3 talents heaven realm. Her aura had improved significantly and she had even comprehended sword intent. Although it was only the first level of sword intent, which was still far from Ling Zhao's, she was still much stronger than before she went into seclusion. There were 9 levels of sword intent at the entry level. Above the entry level was sword intent. Why aren't you affected? The red-cloaked martial artist was stunned. He had been expecting Hai Miankeo to be as weak as Lan Yuer, but the reality wasn't so. Not only was Hai Miankeo not weak at all, but her cultivation had also improved greatly. Her strength had also improved at an astonishing rate. Previously, Ling Xiao spared your life, but you didn't know how to be grateful. You even dared to do such a despicable thing. It seems like you've gone crazy from wanting to die. Hai Miankeo was very clear that Ling Xiao had been merciful before. If he had been a little more vicious, this red-cloaked martial artist would have been crippled. Furthermore, the other Phoenix Academy martial artists in the other single rooms could forget about cultivating in peace. When it came to practical secret technique scrolls and magic arrays, Ling Xiao was many times better than the Blood Skull. The only reason he hadn't done so was because he didn't want to break the rules of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Tower. However, from the looks of it now, these rules were only made for honest people. Truly evil people would not care about these things at all. What a joke. With me around, do you think you can kill him? Duan Yin looked at Hai Miankeo and laughed. You, on the other hand, look pretty good and have some strength. Why don't you follow me? I can introduce you to the Phoenix Academy. It's better than following behind a Heaven Pulse martial artist. You're not worthy. Hai Miankeo said indifferently. Compared to him, you're just a rat in a smelly ditch. You what? Duan Yan's originally calm face was now filled with anger. He had always prided himself on being handsome and confident. He could basically get any woman he wanted, especially female martial artists from the Heavenly Dragon continent. If their cultivation was lower than his, he only needed to give them a look, and they would throw themselves into his arms. However, this Hai Miankeo before him actually dared to not give him any face. I'm just a rat in a smelly ditch. Hai Myung-keo repeated without fear. Hee, this Duan likes hot wild horses like you. You're the type that makes conquering you even more enjoyable. Duan Yin suddenly revealed a lustful and evil smile. Although I don't know what kind of relationship you have with that Ling Xiao, I'm sure that after I'm done with you, that guy will definitely go crazy. Hee, just thinking about it makes me excited. Emma Wushang and Qin Bixue, who were standing to the side, shook their heads. The former Holy Sun, the high and mighty Holy Sun, was now being molested by such a lecher. It was truly too sad. The two of them had once had improper thoughts about the Holy Sun. However, in their hearts, they thought highly of the Holy Sun, Hai Myung-keo. Duan Yun, you're too disgusting. The Blood Skull is not a good person to associate with someone like you. Feng Yanran frowned and scolded. The love between a man and a woman is the way of nature. How is it disgusting? Duan Yun said disdainfully. Miss Yanran, compared to Hai Myung-keo, you're much less beautiful. Therefore, this Duan has no interest in you. Ha 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 ha. Although he didn't dare to hurt Feng Yanran, he still dared to insult her verbally. Hai Myung-keo coldly looked at Duan Yun. Her originally rosy and pretty face had turned ashen. You're dead today. She had always been overbearing and arrogant. Although she had lost to Ling Xiao and was saved by Ling Xiao, she had restrained herself a lot. However, when facing others, she wouldn't give them a good face. Senior brother Duan, I'll have to trouble you to deal with that woman. She's also quite beautiful. Ling Xiao really has good luck with women. I'll also have a taste. Duan Yan's words aroused the desire in the red-clothed cultivator's heart. Looking at Lan Yuer's haggard yet pitiful face, he couldn't help but lick his chapped lips. His eyes were filled with excitement. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Although Lan Yuer was very weak now, she still had the ability to commit suicide. In this world, chastity was more important than life for many women. Die? I'll definitely let you have it. It's definitely better than that guy's job. The red-clothed cultivator revealed a beastly expression and laughed. That guy wants to continue being a coward? Then let him hear your beautiful voice. However, his laughter came to an abrupt end at this moment. Because Ling Zhao's single room, the dragon snapping stone, had opened. The terrifying killing intent seemed to have turned into a substance as it spread out, firmly entangling the red-robed martial artist. This caused Duan Yan's expression to change. His hand was too slow, and Hai Myung-keo cut off one of his fingers. It was so painful that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. When the red-clothed cultivator saw this scene, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled. That bone-chilling killing intent seemed to grab hold of his soul. He didn't dare to act rashly. He ran behind Duan Yun, Emma Wushang, and Qin Bixue as if he was running for his life. However, that terrifying killing intent didn't lessen in the slightest. Ling Zhao's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate a person's body. It was like a sharp sword that pierced into the red-clothed cultivator's body. That gaze was like examining a dead person. After a while, Ling Xiao withdrew his murderous gaze. The martialist in red gasped for breath and realized that his clothes were completely soaked. Ling Xiao didn't look at him again. Instead, he walked over and handed Lan Yuer a pill. Senior sister, I'm sorry for being late. Duan Yin stood there, feeling as if he had been completely ignored. He had always been very confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested to the Blood Skull that he should stay here and guard Ling Xiao. The more confident and prideful a person was, the more they couldn't tolerate being ignored. Compared to the martialist in red, Duan Yin wanted to let Ling Xiao have a taste of his power. However, the waves of pain coming from his finger forced him to hurry up and treat his injury. It seemed like he had only lost a finger. However, Hai Myung-keo's sword intent was not to be underestimated. If he didn't expel it immediately, it would be very troublesome. Lan Yuer fell into Ling Zhao's arms and shook her head weakly. You're not late. Just in time. At this moment, she only felt warmth and sweetness. She was very lucky to have someone she could rely on. Ling Xiao gently tidied up Lan Yuer's messy hair. Then, he circulated his heavenly yuan energy to repair her dry meridians. Lan Yuer hadn't been able to absorb spirit energy from the outside world for the past month. Therefore, her meridians had withered and even shrunk a little. If it wasn't dealt with in time, it would affect her future cultivation. This happened because of me. Senior sister, you suffered because of me. I can only blame myself for being too merciful. Xiao regretted it very much. Back then, he had only injured the martialist in red and chased him away. He hadn't crippled his cultivation or killed him. He had thought that the martialist would at least restrain himself. However, he hadn't expected that the martialist would be so shameless that he wouldn't hesitate to break the rules of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda to take revenge on them. If it had been an honorable revenge, Duan Yun would have been able to accept it. However, he couldn't accept such a despicable act of interfering with someone else's cultivation. Moreover, the martialist had hurt the senior sister who had treated him the best. If he hadn't met Lan Yu'er when he was in Yuehua school, his future would have been even more difficult. Lan Yu'er's body was slightly trembling, but it wasn't because she was afraid. Instead, she was excited and touched. Ever since Xiao confirmed his relationship with the Moon Lady, she had automatically withdrawn from the relationship. She didn't want to become a despicable third party. However, although she had withdrawn, the feelings she had for Xiao had only been hidden. They had not disappeared. At this moment, feeling the other party's gentleness, she actually felt a little choked up. Miss Yanran, Ming Kong, please help me take care of senior sister Lan. I need to clean up the trash. Seeing Lan Yu'er's face gradually become rosy, Xiao slowly got up and turned to the other two girls. No problem. Feng Yanran hurriedly supported Lan Yu'er. However, Hai Miankeo frowned and said that Duan Yun is at the middle stage of 3 talents heaven. Not to mention, there are 3 other guys here who are at the late stage of yin yang heaven. Can you do it? How do you know if you don't try? Xiao's cultivation had just broken through, and his light profound had reached the 2nd step. Without trying, he didn't know how strong he was. You're crazy. Hai Miankeo looked at Xiao helplessly, then stood aside and said, leave Duan Yun's life to me. I want to kill him with my own hands. Duan Yun had humiliated her in every possible way. If Xiao hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have succeeded. For Hai Miankeo, who valued her chastity, such a person must die. Moreover, she wanted to kill him with her own hands. No problem. Xiao turned to look at Mo Wushang, Qin Bishue, the martial artist in red, and Duan Yun. He said indifferently, I haven't been in the Divine Phoenix continent for long. I didn't want to kill anyone, but you guys just had to provoke me. I'll give you one last chance. Destroy your own cultivation and get lost. Otherwise, the 4 of you will be the first people I kill after coming to the Divine Phoenix continent. No, you guys don't deserve to be called humans. This guy is not easy to deal with. Duan Yun finally knew that the martial artist in red wasn't bluffing. The human martial artist in front of him didn't seem to have a high cultivation, but he emitted an aura that made people fear him. His cultivation wasn't strong, but his overall strength was terrifying. Duan Yun took a deep breath and took out a weapon that he hadn't used before. A fan, an immortal artifact-level fan. Of course, he couldn't destroy his own cultivation. It was a long and arduous process to reach the middle stage of 3 talents heaven. If he destroyed his own cultivation, it would be difficult for him to catch up with his peers. Of course, he didn't want to die, so he had to take action. The 4 of us will work together and kill him. Duan Yun said coldly. Mo Wushang, Qin Bishue, you guys are afraid of him. However, if you dare to escape today, you won't be able to escape death when you return to the Phoenix Academy. You can choose whether you want to deal with this guy with me or choose to escape. Xiao touched his storage ring lightly, and the purple flash sword appeared in his hand. The purple light flickered, and it was quite dazzling. An immortal artifact could only be used by a Heaven Realm martial artist to display a stronger combat strength and effect. The current purple flash sword was much more terrifying than it had ever been before. Duan Yun really wanted to kill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have drawn his sword. Mo Wushang and Qin Bishue looked at each other and finally chose to stay. Just as Duan Yun said, if they dared to escape today, they would also die, and their deaths would be even more miserable. When the martial artist in red saw this, he was overjoyed. Xiao, I want to see if you die first, or if I die first. The man's arrogant appearance was really asking for a beating. He had been hiding behind Duan Yun, not daring to make a sound. Now that he saw the three of them working together, he immediately became arrogant. He probably thought that if the four of them worked together, killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy are all good-for-nothings who bully others with numbers. Feng Yanran said coldly. Although her words weren't pleasant to hear, they were also somewhat absolute. Duan Yun and the others couldn't refute her words. At this moment, any one of them would be in danger if they were to face Ling Xiao alone. Only when the four of them worked together would they have a chance of winning. TSK, 3 martial artists in the late stage of the Sky of 2 Elements and 1 martial artist in the middle stage of the 3 Talents realm are working together just to deal with a Heaven Pulse martial artist. You guys have really embarrassed the Phoenix Academy. Xianxia sneered. Don't care about them. Just kill that guy. Duan Yun didn't care about his reputation. He only knew that they were in a dangerous situation, and the four of them had to work together. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just slowly pointed the purple flash sword in his hand at the four of them and said, "Since you guys have given up on your last hope of survival, don't blame me. Stop bluffing. I admit that you are very strong. Even a mid-stage 3 talents martialist like me can feel the threat of death. However, you are courting death by fighting 4 of us alone." Duan Yin didn't want to lower the morale of his men, so he naturally had to do this. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and released his sword will. The terrifying sword intent was mixed with a bloody aura. In an instant, Duan Yin felt as if he was standing on a battlefield littered with corpses. What a guy. You actually have a complete sword intent. No wonder a mere Heaven Pulse martialist like you is so strong. Even I feel threatened by you. Duan Yin was experienced and knowledgeable, so he could see the seamless and terrifying sword intent around Ling Xiao's body. This sword intent made Ling Xiao seem as if he had turned into a sharp blade and stabbed at Duan Yin. Looks like the blood skull really has to look up to him. Duan Yin sighed. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him. However, he had taken the initiative to curry favor with the blood skull. He had thought that he would be able to deal with this easily. However, he hadn't expected that his opponent would be a swordsman who had grasped complete sword intent. Strictly speaking, a swordsman without complete sword intent wasn't worthy of being called a swordsman. They could only be considered a martialist who used the sword. The difference in attack power between the two was too great. The difference in sword technique attainment was also not small. Damn it. How can I not block a Heaven Pulse martialist? As Ling Xiao's sword drew closer and closer to him, the fear in Duan Yun's heart grew stronger. Something was wrong. Duan Yun suddenly sensed the sudden increase in Ling Xiao's aura. This wasn't a Heaven Pulse martialist. This was a Heaven Pulse martialist, who had grasped complete sword intent. Even if he was only a mid-stage 1-line sky martialist, his terrifying killing power was still not something an ordinary martialist could withstand. Die. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. At that moment, Duan Yun's heart turned completely cold. During a battle, the scariest thing was for an opponent to suddenly disappear. That sense of crisis was simply fatal. Shadow armor. Ling Xiao had never used this move ever since he comprehended the shadow armor. Today could be considered as a test. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from a mere 2 to 3 meters away. Even Duan Yun was only able to protect his vitals in time. In the next moment, a dazzling sword light appeared on his body. The blazing sword chi directly pierced through the immortal-grade treasure in his hand. This is impossible. Even if Duan Yun was beaten to death, he would not believe that the sword in his opponent's hand could easily pierce through his fan, even though they were both celestial-grade artifacts. In the end, weapons are just external objects. True power comes from one's own strength. Ling Xiao's cold voice resounded in Duan Yun's ears. The same immortal-grade artifacts would naturally have different effects in the hands of different people. Unfortunately, it was still too late for Duan Yun to understand this principle. The ice-cold blade contained blazing heat. He could feel that his heart was rapidly shrinking. I almost forgot that his life is yours. Ling Xiao kicked Duan Yun toward Xianxia while he was still breathing. Thanks. Hai Myung Ko's sword flew up and chopped off Duan Yun's head. Only then did the anger in her heart dissipate. Seeing this scene, the red-cloaked martial artist's face turned extremely ugly. He had thought that with Duan Yun around, his opponent would not be able to harm him. He had thought that he would be able to take his revenge today. He had thought that his opponent would not dare to kill a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. He had thought that many things would happen, but unfortunately, none of them had happened as he had expected. Are you in despair? You brought this upon yourself. If you had obediently chosen to leave, you would not have died. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with a sinister chill. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Zhao's sword had already reached the red-cloaked martial artist's throat. Drops of blood were even seeping out from the tip of the sword. As long as Ling Zhao wanted to, he could easily push the purple flash sword forward and kill the red-cloaked martial artist on the spot. Feeling the fear of death, the red-cloaked martial artist finally knelt on the ground. No, you can't kill me. You should know the rules here. Although disciples of the two academies can fight, they are not allowed to kill. Perhaps he didn't even know what he was saying because his voice had changed completely due to fear. You also know that the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda has rules? Ling Zhao's voice caused the red-cloaked martial artist to sink into despair. One of the rules here states that you cannot disturb a martial artist cultivating in a single room. But what did you do? No. It wasn't me. It was the blood skeleton. I didn't do anything. The red-cloaked martial artist began to shift the blame on the brink of death. Who called for the blood skeleton? Ling Zhao's voice became even colder. That's right, I called for them. But even if they disturbed your cultivation, aren't you still fine? Once you kill someone here, you'll be in big trouble. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to come here again. The red-cloaked martial artist swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fine? My senior sister has been harassed and tortured by you for more than a month. You're telling me that she's fine? Ling Zhao's sword had already pierced an inch into the red-cloaked martial artist's neck. Blood dripped from the red-cloaked martial artist's neck faster and faster. Killing you is just taking the life of a scum. That's the real deal. Ling Zhao took a deep breath and said slowly, a single strand of my senior sister's hair is worth more than 100 lives of scum like you. Ling Zhao, don't be rash. If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Why don't we reconcile? Killing him won't do you any good. Mo Wushang frowned and shouted. You'd better take care of yourself first. Do the two of you intend to cripple your own cultivation or die by my sword? Ling Zhao said coldly. This isn't the Heavenly Dragon Continent, nor is it the Sacred Dynasty. You dared to kill a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. This is a serious matter. When the time comes, it will be too late for regrets. Qin Bishue said. Is that so? Unfortunately, Ling Zhao, will never regret my actions, regardless of the outcome. Even if I die because of it, what's done is done. What's there to regret? Ling Zhao glanced at Qin Bishue indifferently. He used to be such a domineering and fierce swordsman, but now he was reduced to a dog of someone else. It really made one sigh with emotion. Are you really not afraid of the blood skull? Mo Wushang asked loudly. Blood skull? Ling Zhao had never heard of this person before. It seemed like the red-cloaked martial artist had mentioned this person before. He looked at Feng Yanran, hoping to get an answer. The Blood Skull is one of the top 20 martial artists in the elite class of the Phoenix Academy. He's really strong. Feng Yanran reminded. In fact, she didn't want Ling Zhao to provoke the Blood Skull. However, she understood Ling Zhao's temper. At this time, it was useless for anyone to persuade him. She could only objectively state the pros and cons and let Ling Zhao think about it himself. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? You can't afford to offend the Blood Skull. I'm not afraid to tell you that my sister is the Blood Skull's woman. If you kill me, they won't let you off. At that time, you'll be buried with me. The martial artist in red suddenly burst into laughter. Think carefully. Is it worth it to accompany a scum like me? Can he be stronger than Empyrean Demon Flame? Is he more powerful than the Lightning Devil King? It seems like you still don't understand the situation until you're deaf. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly and threw out the purple flash sword in his hand. The long sword pierced the martial artist in red's throat and returned to Ling Xiao's hand. He was the target of the flame deity and the lightning devil king. If he was afraid of a mere blood skull, then he wouldn't be Ling Xiao. Everyone's gaze froze when they saw this. It was as if time had stopped at that moment. Even Feng Yanran hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would actually dare to kill the martial artist in red. Especially after knowing the relationship between the martial artist in red and the blood skull, he still did it without any hesitation. Wasn't this guy too daring? As for the martial artist in red, the shocked expression on his face before his death fully reflected his feelings at that moment. He was extremely regretful. He regretted coming back to pick a fight. If he had left just like that, he would have only been slightly injured. With the strength of a Heaven of Two Forms cultivator, he could have easily recovered. However, it was precisely because he felt uncomfortable in his heart. Because of a small matter of face, he insisted on coming back to seek revenge. In the end, not only did he fail to regain his face, but he also caused the death of Duan Yun and himself. The word stupid couldn't even describe his actions. He's still so arrogant. He's still so domineering. Doesn't Ling Xiao know what fear is? Qin Bixue and Mo Wushang looked at Ling Xiao with trembling hands. They had thought of joining forces with Duan Yun to kill Ling Xiao. But looking at it now, how laughable was that? The two of them looked at each other and patted their chests. Their heavenly veins were completely devoid of life. Ling Xiao, we've already crippled our own cultivation. We just want to live in this world. Two young geniuses, heroes and heroines, now had to cripple their own martial arts. To them, this decision was very cruel. However, he was already lucky to be able to keep his life. Still not enough. Ling Xiao suddenly pointed two fingers in the air. You! How dare you destroy our heavenly veins? Crippling the heaven's veins meant that not only would he lose all of his martial arts, he would also be unable to cultivate in the future. He could only live as an ordinary person. What's wrong? Do you want to find trouble with me after cultivating again? I'm already being merciful by not killing you. That's because I've already killed 2 people today. I'm sick of it. Get lost. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't kill Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue wasn't because he was tired of them, but because they were still useful to him. In any case, they were already 2 ordinary people and could no longer pose any threat to him. There was no harm in leaving them alive. Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue were filled with grief and indignation, but it was pointless. They knew very well that their martial arts careers had been completely cut off. From now on, their names would no longer exist in the martial arts world. Wait. Before the 2 of them could walk down the 3rd step, they suddenly heard that urgent voice. What else do you want? Qin Bixue asked. Don't worry, I just want to ask you a question. Is it true that the secret scroll that Trash pasted on the dragon-snapping rock belongs to the blood skull? That's right. We don't have such a precious secret scroll. Mo Wushang nodded. He didn't quite understand why Ling Xiao was asking this. It seems that there's going to be another name on my death list. The blood skull? I'll turn him into a real blood skull. Ling Xiao wouldn't kill anyone for no reason, but he also wouldn't let go of an enemy who dared to kill him and his friends. Qin Bixue really wanted to prove that Ling Xiao wasn't a match for the blood skull. However, after opening his mouth, he suddenly closed it again. He had said this many times during the martial arts ceremony of the Sacred Dynasty. But every time, Ling Xiao would use his actions to ruthlessly slap him in the face. This made him very depressed. So today, he suddenly didn't dare to do it anymore. Because it seemed that nothing was impossible for Ling Xiao. As long as this person was alive, miracles would happen. Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue left. Ling Xiao also left with Lan Yuer, Haim Miankeo, and Feng Yanran. Dai Yuling and the others on the 1st floor had finished their cultivation a few days ago. They should be at Qingshu College now. The 2 corpses on the 3rd floor had already been collected. The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy were there, trembling with fear, waiting for the blood skull's arrival. This was because someone had already reported it. Bury the corpses and report to the higher-ups of the Phoenix Academy. The blood skull, who had just come out of seclusion, didn't appear in the Heaven Essence Pagoda. He just left a cold sentence. Then, he started to recite a person's name. Ling Xiao. The imperial city was always bustling with noise and excitement. This news spread throughout the city in an instant, as if it had grown wings. The news that spread the most fiercely today was, Ling Xiao of Xianxia College killed Duan Yin of the Phoenix Academy and the Blood Skull's brother-in-law in the Heaven Essence Pagoda. He also crippled Mo Wushang and Qin Bishua's Cultivation and the Heavenly Veins. This sentence was made into various versions of the story that circulated in the streets. It was even made into a joke by the storyteller. Do you still remember the young man who crippled Feng Mingbo in front of the Phoenix Academy? Of course I do. Wasn't he taken away by the Vice-Dean of Xianxia College? Yes, that's him. He caused another incident recently. He actually killed Duan Yin of the Phoenix Academy and the Blood Skull's brother-in-law. Oh, I heard about that too. He even crippled Mo Wushang and Qin Bishua's Cultivation, right? That's right. This guy is too domineering. The Phoenix Academy looked down on him, but he repeatedly embarrassed the Phoenix Academy. I admire him. What's there to admire? He's going to be unlucky soon. Unlucky? Think about it. Ling Xiao killed the Blood Skull's brother-in-law. How can the Blood Skull not take revenge? Moreover, that guy offended the Phoenix Academy so much. How can the Phoenix Academy let him off so easily? He might be cocky now, but he'll be finished soon. That's right. He won't be able to jump around for long. That's true. The Blood Skull is one of the top 20 disciples of the Phoenix Academy. Maybe the Phoenix Academy will take this opportunity to teach the Xianxia College a lesson. In the tavern. In the tea house. On the street. This matter was even being discussed in many people's homes. Ling Xiao and the Blood Skull had become the most famous people in the entire imperial city. At this moment, a group of people was rushing toward the entrance of the Xianxia College. The one in the lead had blood-red skin and a ferocious expression. Quick, report to the elite disciples. The Blood Skull is here. The disciple guarding the entrance recognized the Blood Skull and was extremely nervous. I'll memorize it in 1 second. I'll read it at any time. The group of people soon arrived outside Xianxia College. Bloody Skull took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, Ling Xiao, get out here. His voice was like a clap of thunder, spreading throughout Xianxia College. His voice was so loud. He came here in such a flashy way. It was almost impossible not to draw attention to himself. The first to arrive at the gate were the teachers of the college security office. They were in charge of Xianxia College's security. They were not responsible for teaching, but their combat missions were very difficult. Moreover, the teachers of the security office were very strong. The next to arrive was Ling Xiao's group. They were here to make trouble for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally would not be a coward. Moreover, Bloody Skull was someone he wanted to deal with. Hello, teacher. Ling Xiao came to the gate. He first saluted the teachers of the security office, then looked at Bloody Skull. I'm Ling Xiao. Are you Bloody Skull? Looking at Bloody Skull's blood-red skin, Ling Xiao thought it was more or less the same, but he still wanted to confirm. He would not let go of an enemy. He did not want to wrongly accuse an innocent person. Bloody Skull did not pay attention to Ling Xiao. Instead, he saluted the teachers of Xianxia College's security office and said, Teachers, don't worry. I came to Xianxia College today to kill Ling Xiao. I'm not here to make trouble. His words were firm and confident. It was as if Ling Xiao would be at his mercy if he stood in front of him. It was as if he wanted Ling Xiao dead. Ling Xiao had to die. No one could stop him. Ling Xiao was even more unable to refuse. It was as if he wanted to trample an ant to death. The ant's resistance could be completely ignored. The security teacher looked at Bloody Skull coldly and shook his head. That's impossible. He's a student of Xianxia College. You can't kill him just because you want to. Teachers, I have a personal grudge with him, and it has nothing to do with the academy. Therefore, I am here today as a representative of myself, not as a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. The Blood Skull could ignore Ling Xiao, but he could not ignore Xianxia College. He had to make things clear. He continued, I'm sure all of you have heard that he killed my good friend, Duan Yun, and my brother-in-law in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. If this matter implicates the conflict between the academies, it will definitely blow up. Of course we know about this. However, Duan Yun and your brother-in-law brought this upon themselves. Although we, the disciples of Xianxia College, don't like to bully others, we don't like to be bullied either. The teachers at the security office appeared to be very domineering. Of course, this was also based on their strength. If they weren't strong enough, they wouldn't be so unyielding today. In the mystic world, reasoning was useless. Strength was the key. Therefore, the Phoenix Academy doesn't intend to pursue this matter. The Blood Skull said indifferently. Then why are you here? I'm here to look for Ling Xiao, not for revenge. I'm here because he humiliated me in front of so many people and embarrassed me. The Blood Skull said calmly, perhaps he didn't have to die after killing those two pieces of trash. However, since he dared to humiliate me in front of so many people, he deserved to die. Many people couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. It was said that the stronger a cultivator was, the more domineering they were. Today, they saw that this was indeed the case. They had originally thought that the Blood Skull had come to look for trouble with Ling Xiao because he wanted to avenge Duan Yun and his brother-in-law. However, they now understood that it was only because Ling Xiao didn't give him any face and embarrassed him. When Ling Xiao heard the Blood Skull's name and heard Feng Yanran's introduction, he actually killed the Blood Skull's brother-in-law and even crippled Mo Wushang and Qin Bixue. This was the reason why the Blood Skull wanted to kill Ling Xiao. It seemed absurd, but it was also very reasonable. This was because for an expert with status and strength, face was more important than life. Perhaps in the Blood Skull's opinion, even if Ling Xiao had 10 lives, it couldn't compare to his face. Humph. In short, Ling Xiao is a member of Xianxia College. If you want to kill him, you'll have to go through us first. The Blood Skull was domineering, but the teachers of Xianxia College were even more domineering. If you want face, don't we want face too? If we let you kill Ling Xiao in front of all of us, where will we put our old faces? How many people will laugh at Xianxia College? You're right, teachers. But isn't it shameful that Xianxia College accepted such a coward as a disciple? The Blood Skull sneered, what's more, unless he hides in Xianxia College for the rest of his life, I can kill him at any time. You'll lose even more face, although this was unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. He could hide for a while, but he couldn't hide forever. If Ling Xiao continued to hide in Xianxia College, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in the Heaven Essence Pagoda. It would be very difficult for him to improve his cultivation. Under such circumstances, how could he surpass the Blood Skull? Seeing that the several teachers of the Xianxia Academy's security office were silent, Bloody Skull turned his head to look at Ling Xiao and said, you were so awe-inspiring when you were killing people, so insufferably arrogant. Why are you hiding in the academy like a coward now that things have come to a head? Are you still a man, or are you just a piece of trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong, or perhaps you've already regretted it? You didn't expect that your impulsiveness would lead to a fatal disaster for you? You talk a lot of nonsense. Ling Xiao picked his ears and laughed. Before you say that I bully the weak and fear the strong, you have to be clear about one thing. Shouldn't I, an intermediate one-line sky expert, kill an intermediate heaven of 3 talents expert and an advanced heaven of 2 elements expert? Those 2 dead pieces of trash were the ones who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Facing the Blood Skull, who had just broken through to the Avalon of 5 elements, Ling Xiao didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pressure. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of fear. His performance was so relaxed and at ease. It was as if the dignified Blood Skull, one of the top 20 disciples of Phoenix Academy and an advanced Avalon of 5 elements expert, was not worth mentioning in front of him. Even if you're right, so what? You're still a coward. The Blood Skull laughed contemptuously. Ling Xiao also smiled and said, speaking of this cowardly tortoise, I've heard some interesting news. You, the famous blood skeleton, were once chased by someone and hid in the Divine Phoenix Academy for a whole year, not daring to come out. Is there such a thing? That's because the opponent was too strong. Shut up, you coward. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Without waiting for the Blood Skull to finish speaking, Ling Xiao shouted, you're a dignified expert of the Avalon of 5 elements, while I'm only at one-line sky. You said that your opponent was strong. Are you saying that you're not strong in front of me? Damn, upon hearing this, the crowd secretly broke out in cold sweat for Ling Xiao. This fellow was too arrogant and arrogant. Not only did he want the Blood Skull to shut up, but he also called the Blood Skull a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He returned all the Blood Skull's words back to him. Many of the onlookers thought that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Did he think that he could be so unscrupulous just because he had Xianxia College's protection? Even the teachers from Xianxia College's security department did not understand. Now was the time to put out the fire. If Su Xiaoxiu apologized to the Blood Skull and put some pressure on him, he might give up on provoking them. After all, the Blood Skull only wanted a way out. Why did Su Xiaoxiu have to provoke him? However, after thinking about it carefully, Ling Xiao's words made sense. However, logic was useless. Logic did not work in this world. Strength was the key. Ling Xiao could not hear their thoughts, but he probably would not care even if he did. He continued to stare at the Blood Skull and said, I heard that you were the one who broke the rules of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda and pasted the secret technique scroll on the stone door of our cultivation room. You even threatened to kill us to vent your good-for-nothing brother-in-law's anger. You've already treated me like this, and you still want me to give you face, Mr. Blood Skull? May I ask, is your brain filled with tofu dregs or piss? I really feel sorry for the Phoenix Academy for being so stupid. Everyone nodded. Logically speaking, Su Xiaoxiu was right. They also thought that the Blood Skull's wishful thinking was too shameless and domineering. However, on the other hand, so what if Su Xiaoxiu was right? The Blood Skull sneered disdainfully and said, so what if you're right? So what if you're right? If you don't give me face, you have to die. Is that so? Ling Xiao shook his head gently and said, I've seen arrogant people before, but I didn't expect you to be better than them. Who gave you this arrogance? Do you really think you can defeat me? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. The Blood Skull said coldly. Ling Xiao sighed and said, you're really arrogant. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Even without Xianxia College's protection, it's impossible for you to kill me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Did you hear what he said? Blood Skull sneered as he looked at the teachers in the security office and the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show. Is Ling Xiao crazy? Without the protection of Xianxia College, what is he? That's right. Do you really think that you're invincible after killing Duanyun? I heard that he's the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Don't tell me he's confused by this false reputation and really thinks he's some big shot. Most of the onlookers did not believe Ling Xiao's words. They thought that Ling Xiao was so unscrupulous because he was under the protection of Xianxia College. However, Feng Yanran, Haim Miankeo, and the others had different thoughts. Ling Xiao's words really couldn't be judged with common sense. Otherwise, they would definitely be shocked. Ha 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 ha, boy, do you dare to step out of Xianxia College? The Blood Skull laughed heartily. Isn't it easy to step out of Xianxia College? But why should I listen to you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Haha, it seems that you're only good at talking. Unfortunately, talking is meaningless. The Blood Skull sneered. That's right. Step out if you have the guts. Yes, take 2 steps. Don't talk big, but in reality, you're just a coward. The cultivators from Phoenix Academy who came with the Blood Skull also shouted loudly. I've said that I can step out, but what if you can't kill me? I can't go out for nothing, right? Ling Xiao would not do anything that did not benefit him. You really think too highly of yourself. The Blood Skull sneered. I'm at the celestial realm of the Avalon of 5 elements. Killing you is easier than killing a chicken. If that's the case, what's wrong with giving me some benefits? Are you afraid that you can't kill me and will lose face and things? Ling Xiao questioned. Does this brat really have something to rely on? It doesn't look like he's bluffing. Does he really have a way to restrain the Blood Skull? Blood Skull, what's wrong with giving him some benefits? You can kill him with one move anyway. Won't the things be yours? Yeah, don't be so stingy. Among the crowd, there were many cultivators who just wanted to watch the show. They did not support the Blood Skull, nor did they care about Ling Xiao's life. They just wanted to watch the show. Fine. If you dare to come out and exchange 3 moves with me today, I'll give you the Heaven Spirit Pill. But this is a spiritual medicine that only celestial realm cultivators can use. It's at the middle yellow grade. Heaven Spirit Pill. Seeing the smooth and warm pill in the blood skull's hand, many people's eyes widened. This was a middle yellow grade pill, a top grade Heaven Spirit Pill. Even in the Imperial City, only a few cultivators were qualified to possess such a pill. In the 2 major academies, perhaps only the disciples of the elite classes could obtain it. It was only a possibility. In order to obtain this Heavenly Spirit Pill, the Blood Skull had painstakingly defeated many opponents in the Divine Phoenix Academy's ranking competition before finally obtaining it. It would be a waste for a one-line Sky Realm cultivator to use it. This kind of pill was only suitable for cultivators of the Avalon of 5 elements and above. Deal. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation and stepped out of the academy's gate. Once he stepped out, it meant that the teachers in the security office had no right to interfere. Once they interfered, it would become a fight between the teachers of the 2 major academies. That would involve too many people. Idiot. The teachers in the security office were hopping mad, but there was nothing they could do. Lunatic. The disciples of Qingshu College also shook their heads helplessly. Ha ha ha, if I knew that you would die by showing this pill, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort. Die. Seeing that Ling Xiao had really stepped out, the Blood Skull was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed maniacally. Following which, he threw a palm strike at Ling Xiao. Fatal Skeleton Palm. The palm strike seemed to have transformed into an evil skull, and the air was filled with the aura of death. Many cultivators even felt their souls trembling, as if they were about to be forcefully extracted from their bodies. That feeling was really unbearable. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, should have felt even more unbearable. However, under everyone's gazes, they discovered that Ling Xiao's face was still wearing that frivolous smile. He didn't feel any pressure at all? What was wrong with this guy? Boom, the Blood Skull's palm landed on the ground. The ground quickly corroded, and a scorched skull mark appeared. However, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. One move. Although no one could see him, Ling Xiao's voice could be heard from all directions. Bastard, what's the point of hiding? Come out and fight. The Blood Skull roared. You don't believe me when I say that you're an idiot? I'm not stupid. How can a one-line Sky Realm cultivator fight a Avalon of 5 elements cultivator? Do you think that I'm as stupid as you? At this stage, Ling Xiao was indeed not a match for the Blood Skull. Even if he used all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the Blood Skull. However, he had too many life-saving methods. The Shadow Armor was one of Ling Xiao's life-saving trump cards. The Blood Skull couldn't even find him. How could it attack him? Damn it. The Blood Skull seemed to have been enraged. Suddenly, an even more powerful blood aura was released from its body. Blood devils of all directions. As it released its heavenly yuan energy, countless skulls rushed out in all directions. In the next moment, Ling Xiao felt threatened. Although his shadow armor allowed him to conceal himself, AoE attacks could still hit him. However, the shadow armor wasn't his only trump card. Black and white wings. After removing the shadow armor, Ling Xiao suddenly soared into the sky. His speed was like a ray of light. As a result, the Blood Skull's attack missed once again. This is the second attack. You only have 3 attacks left. Think carefully about what you're going to do. Ling Xiao chuckled as he hovered in the air, looking down at the blood skeleton on the ground. I'm not as strong as you, but I can fly. What can you do? Damn it. Watch out for my death coil. The Blood Skull roared and punched out with both of its fists. A huge skull with a trail of terrifying green flames pounced on Ling Xiao. No matter where Ling Xiao flew, the skull followed. It was like a ghost that wouldn't leave. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how you're going to dodge. I don't believe that you won't run out of heavenly yuan energy. Red Sun all. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. A dazzling golden light shot out. Only those with sharp eyes would be able to see that it was an all-like object that directly broke through the death coil that had been used for half a day. The death coil was originally afraid of blazing heat and sunlight. Moreover, it had already consumed half a day's worth of heavenly yuan energy. With just one collision, it was burned to ashes. 3 attacks have passed. Mr. Confident Blood Skull, isn't it time for your high-grade heavenly spirit pill to be mine? Ling Xiao didn't land immediately. After all, the Blood Skull was too shameless. Who knew if it would suddenly launch a sneak attack? He had seen the Blood Skull's performance during the 3 exchanges, so he definitely wouldn't underestimate it. I'll give it to you if you come down. The Blood Skull trembled with rage. Today, he came to look for face, but he didn't expect to lose even more face in the end. Blood Skull, are you trying to go back on your word? If that's the case, I don't know if the Phoenix Academy will have the face to show off in front of Xianxia College. At this time, the teachers in the security office woke up from their shock. Ling Xiao's performance was far beyond their expectations. Although it seemed unlikely that he would be able to defeat the Blood Skull, the fact that he hadn't been killed by the Blood Skull within 3 moves was enough to make him famous. Therefore, they decided to further help Ling Xiao. Such a student must be well protected. Here. The Blood Skull's reputation was important, but he knew that the Phoenix Academy's reputation was even more important. If he made the Phoenix Academy lose face, then he could forget about staying in the Phoenix Academy in the future. Thanks a lot. Ling Xiao reached out and caught the heavenly spirit pill. However, he furrowed his brows. I didn't expect the people of the Phoenix Academy to be so insidious. Do you think that by injecting poison into the heavenly spirit pill, you can trick me? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, unfortunately, in my opinion, your tricks are no different from the pranks of a 3-year-old child. Hearing this, the onlookers frowned. The Blood Skull couldn't kill him, so he resorted to such a despicable method. The Blood Skull was too cheap. You're slandering me. The Blood Skull was so angry that his face turned green as he shouted. You don't dare to admit what you did? Fine, I'll slap your face again and show you what I've done. After saying this, Ling Xiao placed the heavenly spirit pill in the air. Then, he activated his heaven's origin energy and extracted the poison from the pill in front of everyone. This is shadowless poison. Someone exclaimed in surprise. That's right, it's the Phoenix Academy's shadowless poison. Once it comes into contact with the skin, even a celestial realm martial artist will die. This kind of poison is very rare. Even the Phoenix Academy only has a limited amount of it. They don't even know how to refine it. It was obvious that this person was an expert in poisons. It seems that Ling Xiao was right. Isn't the Blood Skull a little too shameless? They're not just shameless. They're a disgrace to the Phoenix Academy. I think the Phoenix Academy is behind this. Otherwise, how could the Blood Skull obtain such a poison? That's right. Now that you mention it, it does make some sense. The onlookers were discussing this matter. The Blood Skull's expression became more and more unsightly. Because everything had been predicted correctly. That poison was indeed given to him by the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy, Zun, who asked him to kill Ling Xiao. Originally, he didn't want to use this poison. He thought that it would be easy for him to kill Ling Xiao with his own strength. However, after 3 moves, he couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. Therefore, he decided to use such a powerful poison. However, he didn't expect that the poison that Zun had bragged about and that no one could detect and extract was actually extracted by Ling Xiao so easily. Not only did he embarrass himself, but he also brought shame to the Phoenix Academy. Ling Xiao, don't try to change the topic. I underestimated you because I didn't kill you today. Do you dare to fight me in the Imperial City's arena 1 month from now? Under such circumstances, the Blood Skull had nothing else to say. He could only forcefully change the topic and attract everyone's attention. A battle of life and death? Ling Xiao asked calmly. That's right, a battle of life and death. Do you dare? The Blood Skull asked. You won't use such despicable means to harm me, will you? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Don't worry. I'll fight you fair and square. Let's fight to the death. The Blood Skull replied. Ling Xiao was silent for a while. Then he nodded and said, Fine. Since you wanted to kill me with poison today, I'll kill you anyway. Since you've made this request, I'll agree to it. Let's fight to the death in the Imperial City's arena 1 month from now. 1 month was enough for him to raise his cultivation to Yin and Yang heaven. Of course, during this period, he had to refine more heavenly spirit pills. In the past, he didn't have the formula for the heavenly spirit pill. But now he had it. With the powerful analytical ability of his mountain river martial soul, he could figure out the formula for refining the heavenly spirit pill from the upper-class heavenly spirit pill in his hand and finally succeed. At that time, he could auction off some of the defective pills in exchange for more medicinal materials and use the good ones for himself. With the help of the heavenly spirit pill and the heaven essence pagoda, if he couldn't break through to Yin and Yang heaven in 1 month, he deserved to be killed by the blood skull. However, no one knew what he was thinking even though he said it out loud. Almost everyone present thought that he was crazy. The arena was different from this place. There was a space restriction. No matter how good one's body movement was, they couldn't fully perform within a certain range. Furthermore, if the blood skull was given a month, he would definitely be able to think of a way to deal with this technique. However, how much could Ling Zhao's cultivation improve in a month? At most, he would reach the advanced stage of one-line sky. Ordinary people would think so. They did not understand Ling Xiao, nor did they understand how terrifying Ling Zhao's alchemy skills were. Although he managed to escape from the blood skull today, it was only 3 moves. He couldn't see how terrifying the blood skull was. That's right. Ling Xiao is too arrogant. He doesn't know how powerful the blood skull is when he unleashes his full strength. The blood skull's character is not good, but his strength is definitely superior to Ling Zhao's. His cultivation has just broken through and is not stable enough, so his performance is not good. After a month, he will be able to fully utilize the Avalon of 5 elements cultivation. By then, Ling Xiao will really be dead. Only his courage is worthy of admiration for daring to accept the Blood Skull's deathmatch challenge. At first, the teachers in the security office thought that Ling Xiao had escaped death and were rejoicing. However, when they heard that Ling Xiao had actually accepted the deathmatch challenge, they almost jumped up and scolded him on the spot. Do you have any sense of propriety? How daring are you exactly? How dare you agree to such a thing? Fortunately, they were all teachers and managed to restrain themselves. The blood skull's originally ashen face was replaced by a cold smile. If Xianxia College pursued the matter today, he might be severely punished. Furthermore, he might not have the chance to find trouble with Ling Xiao in the future. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually accept his deathmatch challenge. During this period of time, Xianxia College would not be able to find trouble with him. As long as he killed Ling Xiao in a month, Phoenix Academy would still put him in an important position. Xianxia College would have no reason to find trouble with him. After all, Ling Xiao was already dead. Why not take action now? That was because he didn't have the confidence to kill Ling Xiao. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation was not strong, and his strength was not as strong as his movement technique was too strange. He had to use a month's time to cultivate a secret technique to counter Ling Zhao's movement technique. In addition, he also had to adapt to his current cultivation. Therefore, a month later would be the best time. Like the onlookers, he didn't think that Ling Xiao could improve his cultivation by much in a short month. Ling Xiao, 1 month from now, you'd better not choose to run away. Otherwise, your master and your institute will feel shame because of you. The blood skull said coldly. As long as you don't run. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Let's go. The blood skull knew that he couldn't outtalk Ling Xiao, so he decided not to waste his breath. He called out to his men, turned around, and left. No matter how embarrassing it was today. No matter how embarrassing it was today. He tolerated it. Everything he did was for the sake of humiliating Ling Xiao in a month's time. He wanted to turn Ling Zhao's cynical smile into a miserable dog's face. Only then would he be able to regain his face and establish his prestige once more. The onlookers also left, talking and laughing. 1 month later, there would be an even bigger show to watch. Ling Xiao had already given them too many surprises today. Since he was so confident, what kind of shocking strength would he show in a month's time? The blood skull had been humiliated today. 1 month later, what kind of terrifying method would he use to make Ling Xiao suffer a fate worse than death? They didn't support either side. They just thought it was fun. Ling Xiao, Do you know what you just did? After the onlookers left, the teachers in the security office looked at Ling Xiao with disappointment and asked, "You're courting death." "Teachers, don't worry. I won't embarrass the institute in a month's time." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "This child, the blood skull, is at the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. He has just broken through. 1 month later, he will definitely be able to adapt to his new level of cultivation. With his aptitude, even a practitioner at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements would find it difficult to defeat him. But what about you? You're only at the middle stage of One Line Sky now. How are you going to defeat him in a month's time?" Ling Zhao's expression suddenly became serious. He said seriously, "Although the wolves living in the Gobi Desert are thin and weak, they are very fierce. A wolf raised in captivity will eventually become a dog. I don't like a life that's too easy. Only in times of crisis can I explode with greater potential." All along, Ling Xiao had grown up under enormous pressure. He believed that these dangers and crises would give him the desire to urgently increase his strength. If there was no crisis, then he would create one. A life that was too easy would cause his sword to rust and make him forget about killing. Hearing this, the teachers in the security office were speechless. After a long while, they only threw out 2 words, lunatic. Feng Yanran finally understood why Ling Xiao was so strong. It wasn't just because of his talent or potential. It was also because of his terrifying wolf-like nature. He was fearless in the face of danger and even faced it head-on. Very few people could truly achieve this. Most people would gradually lose their sharp claws and fangs due to the ease of life and become an obedient dog. That would be the end of them. The incident in front of Xianxia College's gate quickly spread throughout the imperial city. Because of the blood skull's existence, this battle had attracted the attention of countless people. Many people began to investigate Ling Zhao's background, hoping to find out who the power behind Ling Xiao was. Otherwise, how could he have the guts to provoke the Phoenix Academy again and again? The results of the investigation greatly surprised them. Ling Zhao's rise was like a rapidly rising supernova. In just over a year, he had grown from a little beggar who was bullied by everyone to the Heavenly Dragon Continent's chosen one. After coming to the Divine Phoenix Continent, he was personally invited by Feng Qingyan to join Xianxia College. This information was easy to find out. However, information about Ling Zhao's true background and the power behind Ling Xiao seemed to not exist in this world. There was no clue at all. Did someone tamper with it, or was there no one behind Ling Xiao at all? In the end, this was still a mystery. Some people continued to investigate, while others just gave up. In any case, Ling Xiao was going to die at the hands of the blood skull in a month. What was the point of investigating a dead person's background? Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about these things. In such a short time, he had advanced to the middle stage of the One Line Sky realm mainly because of his previous accumulation. He had reached this stage before. Now, he was just recovering. However, it was not easy to advance from the middle stage of the One Line Sky realm. Not only did he need a good place like the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda, but he also needed a large number of spirit pills. The low-grade Heavenly Spirit Pill was the most useful to him at present. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to refine the low-grade Heavenly Spirit Pill himself. However, in order to refine pills, one would need medicinal ingredients. Large amounts of precious herbs were required. It was impossible to spend time collecting these herbs, so he could only buy them with spirit stones. When Ling Xiao left the Sky Dragon Continent, he left a large amount of spirit stones to Wu Xiang, Ling Luo, and the Moon Lady. Although he had a lot of spirit stones now, he was not rich compared to before. The herbs required to make the Heavenly Spirit Pill were extremely expensive. With the low-grade spirit stones he had, he estimated that he would only be able to make 100 low-grade Heavenly Spirit Pills. He was also reluctant to use middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Middle-grade spirit stones were most suitable for Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. High-grade spirit stones were even more precious, so it was definitely a good idea to keep them. Moreover, he had a way to get herbs and low-grade spirit stones. It was not like he was at the end of the road. If he refined 100 low-grade Heavenly Spirit Pills, he would auction them off. This way, he could earn 10 times the amount of low-grade spirit stones and refine 1,000 low-grade Heavenly Spirit Pills. with so many, it would be enough for him to reach the peak of heaven and earth. As long as he could reach the peak of heaven and earth in a month, he was absolutely confident that he could defeat the Blood Skull. Low-grade heavenly spirit pills could be refined by any yellow-grade alchemist. However, in the entire Divine Phoenix continent, there were only a dozen yellow-grade alchemists. The strongest was Sun Shang from the Phoenix Academy. What's more, refining the same medicinal pill, even if the formula was the same, there would be a huge difference in the things refined. Moreover, Ling Xiao used his Mountain River Martial Soul's ability to analyze and practice thousands of times to improve the heavenly spirit pill. He created an evolved version of the heavenly spirit pill. Although it was of the same grade as the low-grade heavenly spirit pill, its effect was twice as strong. What was even more amazing was that any celestial realm cultivator could use it. Unlike the low-grade heavenly spirit pill, which could only be used by one-line sky, heaven and earth realm cultivators, the range was too narrow. He was confident that no one could replicate the process and method of refining the heavenly spirit pill. Although his Hell Dragon fire was sealed, that was only because it could not be used to attack or cultivate. If it was used to refine pills, it could still be used. During the process of refining the pills, Ling Xiao used the Hell's Dragon fire, the dark flames of death, and the true Samadhi fire. Just this point alone was something that no one could imitate. Not to mention, if he added a little more or a little less of those materials, it would affect the success or failure of the pill refining. Even that wondrous hand Empyrean Sun Shang would probably have to spend a lifetime just to figure out this pill formula. As for creating a replica, that was out of the question. Therefore, Ling Xiao's heavenly spirit elixir, at least in the entire Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent, absolutely did not exist. If this kind of divine medicine were to be auctioned off, would he still have to worry about it? Of course not. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao went to a medicine shop in the Imperial City and spent all his low-grade spirit stones to buy a large number of medicinal herbs. This Imperial City was worthy of being called the Imperial City. The variety of medicinal herbs shocked Ling Xiao. As long as you had enough spirit stones, there was no need to worry about not being able to buy them. After getting the medicinal herbs, he did not return to Xianxia College. Instead, he found a hidden inn in the Imperial City and began to refine the low-grade heavenly spirit elixir. When refining pills, the Hellfire Furnace could naturally be used. The Human King's seal was very humane. It only limited Ling Xiao's use of these things in battle or cultivation. But if it was refining pills, refining formations, or refining tools, there were no restrictions. After refining the low-grade heavenly spirit elixir, there were a total of 100 pills. Ling Xiao examined them carefully. Although it was his first time refining, it was still perfect. The grade of this elixir should only be of the middle grade of the yellow grade. But martial artists of the heaven tier could use it. It was just that the higher the level, the worse the effect. But no matter what, it was effective. It was not like the low-grade heavenly spirit elixir, which had no effect above the cultivation of the 4 divisions. Putting all these perfect low-grade heavenly spirit elixir into a gourd, he then put the gourd into his storage ring. Walking out of the inn, he went straight to the Imperial City's largest auction house, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. Hearing this name, one knew that it had something to do with the Heavenly Dragon continent. Ling Xiao was somewhat puzzled. To be able to bring business to the Divine Phoenix continent, and to such a large scale, the owner of this auction house was quite capable. But the more capable one was, the better. In this way, the 100 low-grade heavenly spirit elixir in his hands could be auctioned off at a higher price. What he lacked now were spirit stones. As long as he had spirit stones, he could buy large amounts of medicinal herbs and refine large amounts of pills. He would not be any worse than the disciples of those noble families. Rumor had it that the Heavenly Dragon Auction House had supporters among the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial family, and there were even people who invested in it. So even though this auction house was lucrative and made many envious, there was basically no one who dared to make a move on this auction house. There was once an example, and that person was a famous bandit in the Divine Phoenix continent. However, on the second day, many people saw the bandit's corpse being hung above the city gate tower. That was a Grotto Heaven Realm bandit, and he died just like that. The things he stole were all recovered. From then on, no one dared to make a move on this auction house again. After leaving the inn, Ling Xiao turned into an alley. After confirming that no one was following him, he put on the ghost mask from before and changed his figure. With his current appearance, unless it was someone close to him, no one would be able to recognize who he was. After disguising himself, Ling Xiao walked towards the Heavenly Dragon auction house. He naturally had his reasons for being so careful. He was merely a 15-year-old youth. If news of him being able to refine heavenly spirit elixir were to spread, it would definitely attract the attention of various forces. Who knows, he might be caught and forced to do manual labor one day when he went out. After all, his current cultivation was still not enough, so being careful was always right. The ghost mask was a good cover for him. Even if others were to target him, he was not afraid. After all, he would not normally appear in this appearance. It's that person. Outside the auction house, several guards recognized Ling Xiao's ghost mask. Back then, the person who had identified Si Kongzun's true identity in front of the Phoenix Academy was the person wearing the ghost mask. It might not be him. This kind of ghost mask has been very popular on the market recently. Many people have collected it. Yes, although the emperor did not punish that member of the Si clan, that ghost-masked man has become a hero in the hearts of many warriors in the imperial city. He dared to expose the true identity of the Si clan in front of so many people and escaped unscathed in the end. Of course, he is a hero. The guards discussed as they watched Ling Xiao walk into the auction house. The auction house was open for business, so under normal circumstances, they would not stop strangers from entering, unless they were obviously looking for trouble. After entering the auction house, Ling Xiao could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Why do the furnishings here look so familiar? Could she be the owner of this auction house? It was not the first time Ling Xiao had auctioned something, but he had only been to one auction house, which was the royal auction house in the sacred city. The decoration style of this Tianlong auction house was exactly the same as that of the royal auction house. Even the employees inside were wearing the same clothes. He became more and more suspicious that the owner of this auction house was Princess Xianxia, who had a hot body and a seductive personality. If it's her, then it's good. If it's not, then it's okay. I'm just here to auction something. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked into the appraisal pavilion of the auction house. This was usually the place where people from outside came to send things to be auctioned. Ling Xiao naturally had to come in. In the attic, a few people were busy putting labels on the auction items. One of the people in charge saw Ling Xiao come in and couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he asked respectfully, "Are you here to appraise and send something to be auctioned?" "Yes." At this time, Ling Xiao's voice was thicker than usual. It sounded like a middle-aged man. After speaking, Ling Xiao didn't dawdle. He directly took out the gourd from the storage ring and poured out a low-grade heaven spirit magic pill. The person took the pill and sniffed it. He couldn't help but be surprised. This is a heaven spirit magic pill. No, it doesn't seem right. This smell, this quality, it should be better than the heaven spirit magic pill. But the specific quality can only be known after the appraisal by a professional. Ling Xiao smiled. The person in front of him was very good. At least his professionalism was first class. He could judge the quality of this thing just by smelling it and looking at it. Then let's appraise it. But be quick. I don't have much time. Ling Xiao said. Are you an intermediate yellow-grade alchemist? The person couldn't help but ask. Is this very important? Ling Xiao asked. Hee, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. I just don't know the name of this pill and what effect does it have? That person asked again. It's called the Heavenly Spirit Dan. It's a Dan between the middle and high yellow grade. It has the same effect as the Heavenly Spirit Dan, but its effect is 1 or 2 times better. This is a low-grade Heavenly Spirit Dan, but as long as it's a warrior of the Sky Realm, it can be used. Ling Xiao explained. As expected. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, that person could be considered to have confirmed his own judgment. He couldn't help but nod inwardly. It really was a good thing. It was actually a medicinal pill that was even better than the low-grade Heavenly Spirit pill. Moreover, it could be used by Heaven Realm experts. One had to know that even low-grade heavenly spirit pills were rare in the Imperial City. They were expensive, and even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy them. As far as he knew, as long as it was a heavenly spirit pill, no matter if it was low grade, middle grade, high grade, or top grade, as long as it appeared on the market, it would be swept clean. It would be impossible to buy it even if it was slightly late. Master Alchemist, please tell me, what are the side effects of this heavenly god's pill? The people at the auction house were quite attentive. Usually, they wouldn't pay much attention to this kind of problem. After all, they were selling it to others and not for their own use. Do you think a perfect level medicinal pill will have side effects? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Perfect level. Hearing this, the person's face changed. He carefully put the medicinal pill back into the gourd and then returned it to Ling Xiao. He said, Master Alchemist, please wait here for a moment. I will go and invite our boss. After speaking, the person also ordered his men to make tea for Ling Xiao before leaving. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. He sat on the seat and then carefully tasted the cup of tea. The mouth part of the ghost mask was not blocked, so there was no problem whether it was eating or drinking tea. A moment later, the shop assistant who had left returned. Behind her was a graceful beauty. Who else could it be but Princess Xianxia? I didn't expect the owner of the Heavenly Dragon auction house to be Princess Xianxia. After the disaster in the sacred city, you suddenly disappeared. Many people thought that you were killed. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said with a smile. Mr. Ghost Mask is indeed someone from the Heavenly Dragon continent. It is my honor to know me, Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, but I don't know who you are. Ling Xiao knew Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't know the Ghost Mask man, so it was inevitable that she was curious. I am just a wild crane. My name is not worth mentioning. Let's talk about business. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to expose his identity so quickly. The key was that he still couldn't trust Xianxia. This woman was more powerful than he had imagined. She could escape under such circumstances. If she didn't have some tricks, it was absolutely impossible. Sir, didn't you say that you don't trust Xianxia? It doesn't matter. Time will reveal a person's heart. Xianxia didn't continue to ask. Instead, she took the gourd from Ling Xiao's hand and poured out a pill into her hand. As she activated her heaven's origin energy, the pill actually started to spin in her hand. Huh? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He didn't expect Princess Xianxia's martial soul to be able to analyze the medicinal pill's data. As the medicinal pill kept spinning in her hand, different patterns appeared behind Xianxia. Those patterns were none other than the medicinal ingredients used in the medicinal pill. There were even some more detailed data. Of course, these data were not very comprehensive. It lacked the necessary refining process. After a while, Xianxia stopped the appraisal. She looked at Ling Xiao with great surprise and respect. Sir, are you Ling Xiao's master? The reason why she asked such a question was that Ling Xiao had taken out a perfect level medicinal pill when they were in the sacred city. You can't say that. I've just met him a few times, and I admire that kid. Ling Xiao said casually, Princess Xianxia, what's the result of your appraisal? The perfect level medicinal pill is between the middle of the yellow grade and the high grade. Its effect is twice as good as the low grade heavenly spirit pill. It is suitable for all warriors in the celestial realm. Xianxia said seriously, Senior is really amazing. Xianxia admires you. Let's cut the pleasantries. There are a total of 100 heavenly spirit pills here. I hope to auction all of them. I wonder if your highness can help? Ling Xiao asked. Just call me Xianxia. Now that the sacred dynasty is basically dead, there is no princess. We can't ask for these medicinal pills. Of course, we are willing to auction them. I believe that the reputation of the Heavenly Dragon auction house will be better than before. Xianxia said with a smile. That's good. When can we auction them? Ling Xiao asked. Now. We are in the middle of an auction and have reached the final stage. Your 100 heavenly spirit pills are definitely qualified to be the finale. Xianxia replied. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. Senior, you can wait in the VIP room. There are still a few things that haven't been auctioned yet. If you like, you can play with them. After Xianxia finished speaking, she winked at the person next to her. Lord Alchemist, please follow me. That person immediately led Xianxia to the VIP room in the auction hall. Sister, are you going to host the auction yourself? After Xianxia left, Xianxia also entered the dressing table to dress up. During this time, the maid who helped to pack up her clothes asked. Of course, that devil-masked man's origin is definitely not ordinary. To be able to refine such a perfect level medicinal pill, his alchemy level is probably even better than Sun Shang's. This kind of person naturally has to be fawned over. Xianxia said with a smile. You don't even know who he is. How can you fawn over him? The maid asked. It's fine if you don't know. Isn't he going to auction these medicinal pills? Isn't it fine as long as they are sold at a high price? The reason why Xianxia personally went was that she wanted to auction these 100 medicinal pills properly. She was really a little worried about other auctioneers. When Xianxia arrived at the auction room, the auction was still going on. However, when he sat down, the auction was suddenly interrupted. The original auctioneer withdrew from the auction, and the person who reappeared on the auction stage in the center was actually Princess Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia was dressed in a sexy manner. You could see everything that others should see. The places that you shouldn't see were always looming, and you couldn't see them even if you wanted to. Her voice was still so seductive and numbing, making men's bones go soft. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the saying that she was devastatingly beautiful was true. With this woman's beauty, she would probably charm countless men. No wonder the Heavenly Dragon auction house had just collapsed in the Holy City, but it actually rose again in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Even the royal family of the Divine Phoenix Empire couldn't resist the beauty of this Princess Xianxia. Moving his gaze away from Xianxia, Xianxia carefully observed the items that were currently being auctioned. He couldn't help but curl his lips and sigh in his heart. Sure enough, with a beautiful boss, the attractiveness of this auction house is not ordinary. Those that had already been auctioned, those that were in the hands of the guests, those that were being auctioned, and most of the things that had yet to be auctioned could only be described as trash. Even if those things were given to Xianxia for free, he wouldn't want them. However, those people treated them as treasures. First, it was because of the influence of the beautiful Xianxia, to make some men who thought with their lower bodies. Secondly, quite a few of them were alchemical pills. Although they were rotten, the Divine Phoenix continent lacked them. To the Heavenly Dragons, the Divine Phoenix SSR. Therefore, when Emir revered Heavenly Hand Sun Shang came here, he immediately became an esteemed guest of the Divine Phoenix Academy. Moreover, he was hailed as the top alchemist in the entire Divine Phoenix continent. He couldn't help but sigh. His gaze moved away from those trash and suddenly discovered that there were actually quite a few reputable people sitting in the auction hall's VIP rooms. Among them were the Phoenix Academy's vice principal, Feng Ming Wanchong, Sun Shang, the flame deity, Feng Mingyu, Feng Mingjuanzhong, and Feng Mingbo, as well as Feng Qingyan and Feng Yanran, who had helped Xianxia before. It was truly worthy of being the Imperial City's #1 auction house. These reputable people had actually all come. But looking at them, it seemed that they weren't bidding for anything. Could it be that there would be something good at the end of this auction? If that was the case, then there was a need to bid for it. Xianxia personally came to the auction hall to host the auction, which caused a burst of excitement in the auction hall. Many of them even began to howl like wild cats that had been startled. One had to admit that Xianxia's seductive voice, coupled with her choice of words, could always make the people below the stage go crazy. The prices of the items that were being auctioned after that had obviously risen. According to Xiao's estimation, the price of each item was estimated to be at least 50% higher than when the previous host hosted the auction. Sigh, I really have to admire her. Xiao secretly shook his head. He remembered that when he was in the Holy City, Xianxia had also auctioned off his elixir at a sky-high price. It seemed that there was absolutely no need to worry about spirit stones today. With Xianxia around, he could sit on the fishing platform and collect money steadily. After a few pieces of trash were auctioned off, there were only 2 items left that were covered by the red cloth on the exhibition table. Xiao knew that one of them was his inferior grade Heavenly Spirit elixir. The other item was unclear, but it was definitely something that both the Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College wanted to compete for. Everyone, these last two items are the finale items of this auction. Everyone, please look carefully. I believe that you will definitely be interested. Xianxia uncovered one of the red cloth. Under the red cloth was a red gourd. Needless to say, it was the inferior grade heavenly spirit elixir that Ling Xiao had given to Xianxia before. Xianxia poured out an elixir from the gourd, and then said in an extremely charming and enchanting voice, "This is a spiritual elixir that is between the intermediate and advanced yellow grade." Just hearing this sentence, the entire hall suddenly fell silent. Even those men who were originally staring at Xianxia's body also fixed their eyes on the spiritual elixir. A low-grade yellow-grade elixir was already considered a treasure in the Divine Phoenix continent, not to mention a mid-grade yellow-grade elixir. The elixir in Xianxia's hand was actually better than a mid-grade yellow-grade elixir. It was close to an advanced yellow-grade elixir. How could they not be tempted? Seeing these people's reactions, Xianxia was very satisfied. She said with a smile, "This is an inferior grade heavenly spirit elixir. Its effect is twice as good as the inferior grade heavenly spirit elixir. It can be used by celestial realm cultivators without any restrictions. The effect of the heavenly spirit elixir is to help celestial realm cultivators increase their cultivation speed and condense celestial realm essence energy faster. The effect of this elixir is even better." Her red lips parted slightly, and she continued in an extremely charming voice, "Celestial realm cultivators are the main body of cultivators in the Divine Phoenix continent. There are probably many people who want to break through the celestial realm and advance to the Grotto Heaven realm as soon as possible. I don't need to say more about the value of this elixir, right? The better the effect, the greater the side effects. Boss Xianxia, please explain how terrifying the side effects are." Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hand, Sun Shang, was indeed an expert. He quickly got to the point. Since Master Sun is an alchemist, then you must have heard of perfect grade elixirs, right?" Xianxia smiled enchantingly. What? Sun Shang had been studying alchemy all his life. But he had never completed a perfect grade elixir. He had once bought a few perfect grade elixirs at a high price in the Holy City in an attempt to study them. Unfortunately, a war broke out later, and those elixirs were also destroyed in the war. He didn't expect to meet it again today. "Can you let this old man take a look?" Sun Shang asked anxiously. Of course, Master Sun is the #1 alchemist in the Divine Phoenix continent. Xianxia naturally believes in your judgment. Xianxia smiled. This was a free advertisement opportunity. Sun Shang rushed forward and grabbed the pill. After carefully inspecting it for a moment, he nodded and said, "That's right, it's a perfect grade pill. Could it be that you met that mysterious alchemist again?" Xianxia nodded and said, "That alchemist is in the Imperial City, but it's not convenient for him to show his face." Understood. Sun Shang took a deep breath and returned to his seat. He was already prepared to bid for these pills at a high price. Of course, he could say that this wasn't a perfect grade pill, but if he did, he wouldn't be able to bid. Once he bid, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to tell that he was talking nonsense. Moreover, he was also worried that the mysterious alchemist would be watching. If the other party came out and slapped his face, he, who had just become the dean of the Divine Phoenix Medical College, would lose face. Everyone heard it, right? Revered deity Miracle Hand Sun Shang has already made a judgment on this pill. I have a total of 100 of these pills in my hands. Amen. It should be said that there are only 100 of them. If the auction is over, you won't have the chance to get them. Xianxia took the opportunity to say. No one doubted Sun Shang's words. Because everyone present knew how amazing revered deity Miracle Hand Sun Shang was in terms of alchemy. Since he said that the thing was real, then it couldn't be wrong. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. During the last auction, he had benefited from Sun Shang and used this guy once. He didn't expect that he would have to use Sun Shang again today. It made him not want to deal with this old guy. He was bored to death as he observed the expressions of the guests, waiting for them to bid. Suddenly, he found that Feng Yanran suddenly stood up and then anxiously said something to Feng Qingyan who was beside her. He didn't dare to release his soul force to eavesdrop, but he could guess the meaning by looking at her lips. After all, the Mountain River martial spirit's analytical ability was much stronger than before. Uncle Qingyan, I'm afraid that I don't have enough spirit stones. Later, you have to lend me some. I want to bid for all of these things. Feng Yanran said seriously. This low-grade heavenly spirit Dan is indeed a good thing. If you want to bid for it, I will fully support you. This will be very helpful to your cultivation. Feng Qingyan nodded and said. It's not for me, it's for Ling Xiao. Feng Yanran shook her head. For Ling Xiao? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with that kid? Feng Qingyan asked doubtfully. Don't talk nonsense, Uncle Qingyan. Ling Xiao is going to fight the Blood Skull in a month. Do you want to see him die? These low-grade heavenly spirit divine pills are too important to him. Feng Yanran said hurriedly. You still haven't answered my question. Feng Qingyan shook his head. Aya, I can't explain it to you clearly. You can directly ask my big brother Hidden Mountain about Ling Xiao. He knows better than me. Feng Yanran was anxious. At this moment, Yunya announced the start of the auction. These 100 low-grade heavenly spirit divine pills won't be auctioned separately. That would be too troublesome. The starting price for 100 pills is 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Now, please bid. Each bid must not be lower than 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. After Yunya finished speaking, she looked at the VIP seats. Feng Qingyan, Feng Mingwanchong, and the others sitting there were the real big customers. 1,100,000. As soon as Yunya finished speaking, someone shouted a bid. It could be seen that this low-grade heavenly spirit divine pill was really popular. Many people were willing to bid a high price for it. 1,200,000. 1,500,000. Perhaps it was too troublesome to add 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, so someone directly added 300,000. The bidding price in the hall continued to rise. In just a short time, the price had reached 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. Uncle Qingyan, have you thought it through? I only have 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. I can't take out more. I beg you, there are some things I can't say, but this Ling Xiao must be helped. Our Ice Phoenix clan owes him. Feng Yanran said anxiously. Okay, I'll help you get it. As for whether you want to give it to Ling Xiao, I'll have to ask the Ice Phoenix Crown Prince first. Feng Qingyan couldn't resist Feng Yanran's coaxing and pestering and finally decided to bid. However, he was not in a hurry to bid. If he wanted to bid, he had to do it directly. He didn't want to do things that were too troublesome. At this time, the people bidding were the small fries in the ordinary seats. They didn't pose a threat to him at all. What he had to be wary of was the price offered by the Phoenix Academy. That was the most important thing. The competition continued to ferment, and the voices gradually died down. When the price reached 5 million low-grade spirit stones, many people had already reached their limit. Not everyone was as rich as an alchemist. Most martial artists earned their spiritual stones through hard work after many missions. It was really rare to be able to save up 5 million. 6 million. Just when Feng Qingyan thought that the time had come, a voice rang out. He turned his head and saw that the person who shouted the price was Sun Shang. This shout made many people swallow back the price that was at the tip of their tongues. Because very few people dared to offend the Phoenix Academy. Moreover, this person was the dean of the Divine Phoenix Medical School. If they competed with this kind of person, not only would they not be able to win, they might even offend him. It was better to do him a favor. Sun Shang, you're the #1 alchemist in the Divine Phoenix continent. Why do you need to buy these low-grade spiritual pills? Feng Qingyan asked in confusion. He was really confused. After all, alchemy wasn't his forte. It's a perfect grade pill. It's necessary to bring it back for research. Sun Shang casually explained. I say, old Phoenix Qingyan, if you don't have the money, then stop being so long-winded. What does it have to do with you whether others buy it or not? Feng Mingwanchong didn't seem to have a good relationship with Feng Qingyan. As long as they met, they would fight. This time, he didn't let go of the chance to ridicule Feng Qingyan. Today, I want these high-grade spiritual pills. 7 million low-grade spiritual stones. Feng Qingyan also didn't want to raise the price so much at once. However, as the vice dean of Qingshu College, he definitely couldn't raise the price less than Sun Shang. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to showing weakness. This wasn't a personal gain or loss, but a fight for face between the colleges. 8 million. This time, the one who shouted the price wasn't Sun Shang, but Feng Ming Wanchong. This guy really grabbed the opportunity to fight. 9 million. In a short period of time, Feng Qingyan and Feng Ming Wanchong actually raised the price of this gourd of low-grade spiritual pills to the level of 13 million. It was like fighting spirit. It wasn't for the pills at all. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. The two of you. Better stop fighting. This thing belongs to me. This voice came from outside the door. It was an unfamiliar voice. The person who suddenly appeared at the auction was a stranger. No one had seen him before, but no matter if it was his cultivation or his aura, they were a little fearful. He suddenly raised the price from 13 million to 20 million. This time, Feng Qingyan and Feng Ming Wanchong hesitated. It wasn't that they didn't have more low-grade spirit stones, but it wasn't worth it to raise the price any further. Everything had its own value. If it exceeded this value, even if one obtained it, it would be useless. I give up. Feng Qingyan sighed and gave up first. Yanran, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if we continue to fight, I won't have enough money. He only had a total of 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Judging from the stranger's intentions, if they continued to fight, he would definitely raise the price. There was really no need for that. Feng Qingyan gave up, and Feng Ming Wanchong also lost interest in fighting. I give up too. As for Sun Shang, his eyes flashed with killing intent. After a long time, he shook his head gently and said, I give up too. He still had low-grade spirit stones, but he didn't want to spend them. As long as the stranger didn't leave the imperial city, he had a way to snatch the item from him. This gentleman has bid 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to continue? Yunya looked at the guests and asked with a smile. After a while, no one answered. Yunya felt that it was about time. According to her estimation, although these heavenly spirit divine pills were good, they were worth at most 10 million low-grade spirit stones. If someone bought them for 20 million, it would be a big profit. She believed that the devil-masked man would be very satisfied. Alright, since no one wants to continue to raise the price, these 100 heavenly spirit divine pills will belong to the distinguished guest. I'll have to trouble you to come to the VIP room to trade later. Yunya smiled. She had finalized the deal. No need. These are spirit stones. You can count them and give them to me. The man seemed to be in a hurry to leave and threw a storage ring to Yunya. Yunya checked the low-grade spirit stones in the storage ring and transferred them to her own storage ring. Then, she gave the gourd of pills to the man. The deal is done. Goodbye. The stranger turned and left without hesitation. Follow him. Don't alert him. Sun Shang muttered to the flame deity beside him. Understood. The flame deity turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The flame deity was going to kick an iron plate this time. That person's cultivation seemed to only be at the 7 stars heaven realm, but through the analysis of the mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao felt that it was fake. That person's actual cultivation was most likely at the grotto heaven realm, or perhaps even higher. If Sun Shang were to personally chase after them, then it would be fine. However, if he let the flame deity follow them, then he would just be looking for trouble. But who was this person? Why did it feel so familiar? Ling Xiao shook his head. In the end, he still couldn't guess who this person was. Everyone, please don't be in a hurry to leave. There is still something more outstanding than the heavenly god's elixir to be auctioned here. Those who didn't get anything good should pay attention. After Yunya completed Ling Xiao's auction, she was not in a hurry to leave. Anyway, there was only one last auction item left, and it was something she cared about very much. It was bound to be auctioned at a higher price. After speaking, she untied the last piece of red cloth. Underneath it was a treasured sword. On the treasured sword, the scabbard made of cold iron was still emitting traces of heat. This is a long sword at the celestial grade precious weapon level. It is about 1 meter long and has the yang attribute. It is very rare. The reason why the scabbard is made of cold iron is because it is too hot and the temperature can't be controlled. As long as it is placed on the table, it will completely burn through the table. As she spoke, Xianxia pulled the treasured sword out of the scabbard. At that moment, the auction hall, which was originally cool and breezy, seemed to be scorched by the sun. Many people were sweating profusely. Quickly close the sword. Boss Xianxia, I can't stand it. It's too hot. Yes, it's too hot. Xianxia smiled slightly and put the long sword back into the scabbard. She also couldn't stand holding this treasured sword for a long time. She felt as if the water in her body was being sucked out. It was really uncomfortable. This is definitely not a simple celestial grade precious weapon. Xiao had a feeling that this sword was more powerful than any of his celestial grade precious weapons. But strangely, it didn't give off the feeling of a divine grade precious weapon. What is this? Is it really an ordinary sword? No, even if I don't refine the heavenly god's elixir, I must get this thing. Xiao had always believed in his intuition. He thought that this sword could help him, so he would definitely try his best to get it. However, it wouldn't be easy to get this sword. There were so many people in the auction hall today, especially those from the Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College. He was afraid that they were here for this treasured sword. Its name is the Golden Crow Sword. The inscription carved on the sword hilt is similar to the Golden Crow, a divine bird from ancient times. Legend has it that the Golden Crow is a sunbird. It's very compatible with this sword. Xianxia continued to introduce, before the auction, I need to remind everyone that this sword will choose its owner. Ordinary people can't control it. She was actually using a very ordinary method to provoke people. However, the simpler the plan, the easier it was to succeed. Especially in a situation where so many people were present today, people who cared about their reputation would go all out for this Golden Crow sword. Oh, right, there's one more thing that I almost forgot. This Golden Crow sword has been appraised by a weapon master. It's a very rare weapon in the mystic world that can automatically evolve. Automatically evolve? Yes, but it's very difficult for this Golden Crow sword to evolve because it needs to devour the 12 sacred flames to evolve into the most complete Golden Crow divine sword. Of course, it can also evolve by devouring ordinary flames that aren't as good as the 12 sacred flames. However, if it can't evolve into the Golden Crow divine sword, the effect will naturally be worse. Xianxia smiled and said, I originally planned to keep this thing, but unfortunately, I don't have much confidence in collecting the 12 sacred flames. I can only take it out for auction. I wonder if anyone has the ability to do so. Boss Xianxia, there's no need to say more. What's the starting price? Below the stage, there were already people who were eager to give it a try. A treasured sword that could evolve meant that as long as they got it, they could always use it. They would really regret it if they missed out on such an item. As for whether they could get the 12 sacred flames, these people didn't even think about it. It was fine as long as special flames could help it evolve. Compared to the 12 sacred flames, there were a lot more special flames in the mystic world. Xianxia smiled and said, the starting price of the Golden Crow sword is also 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This starting price was the same as the previous heavenly spirit divine pill. However, the starting price was only the starting price. If one wanted to see the price of an item, they would have to see the final transaction price. Although it was meaningless to talk about the base price. However, 1 million low-grade spiritual stones was not a small number. There were not many people in the hall who were qualified to compete for it. 5 million. Feng Mingbo thought it was too troublesome, so he directly raised the price from 1 million to 5 million. This was a rich man. He did not care about money at all. Many people who were about to bid shut their mouths and cursed Feng Mingbo in their hearts. 6 million. Feng Qingyan said lightly. He had come to the auction house for the Golden Crow sword. After all, experts liked to solve difficult problems. The Golden Crow sword was only an immortal grade treasure, yet no one could use it. This was something that a yin-yang realm expert like him couldn't understand. It was precisely because of this that he specially came here. He planned to take it back and study it properly. Perhaps he would gain something from it. 7 million. It was still Feng Mingbo who bid. Feng Mingbo, are you a child? You want whatever I want? Feng Qingyan smiled and asked. I won't let you get what you want. What can you do to me? Then I don't want it. Feng Qingyan bought the golden crow sword just to study it. It did not have much practical value. He did not want to lose too much money because of Feng Mingbo. The two of them stopped bidding, and the scene suddenly became cold and cheerless. This was something that Xianxia had not expected. After all, if the golden crow sword could not be used, it was no different from a piece of trash to many people. Martial artists were not fools. It was already 7 million low-grade spiritual stones. Who would be willing to lose? 7,100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Just when Xianxia thought that the sword was going to be sold, a voice sounded. She turned her head and found that it was Feng Yanran. Girl, are you crazy? Didn't you only have 5 million low-grade spiritual stones? How did you have the money to bid for this? Feng Qingyan also looked at Feng Yanran with a puzzled expression and asked. It's not me. Feng Yanran shook her head. She did not know how to explain. She did not plan to bid for the sword just now. However, she heard Ling Zhao's secret sound transmission, asking her to bid for the sword. Since it wasn't her money, she naturally didn't care. Ling Zhao could not bid on his own. After all, he was now playing the role of Mr. Ghost Mask. If he were to bid for the sword, it would appear in front of everyone in the future. Even a fool would know that Grimace was related to Ling Zhao. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Xianxia looked around and felt a little helpless. No one was willing to continue to compete with Feng Yanran for this immortal-grade artifact. Only Heaven Realm martial artists were interested in immortal-grade artifacts. Once they reached the Grotto Heaven Realm, they would pursue divine-grade artifacts. Although it was true that the Golden Crow Sword could automatically evolve, who would have the time to search for the 12 sacred flames? Even if they had the time, they might not be able to find them. This thing only sounded like a beautiful scam. Alright, congratulations to Miss Feng Yanran for the Golden Crow Sword. Xianxia helplessly announced the result. Seeing this, Ling Zhao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The price of the Golden Crow Sword wasn't high, it could even be said to be too low. At least, that was the case for him. Because this sword wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. What Xianxia said wasn't comprehensive. Although Ling Zhao hadn't figured out the Golden Crow Sword yet, he would know after he got it and carefully studied it. Feng Yanran took the Golden Crow Sword and followed Feng Qingyan back to Qingshu College. Of course, the 1 million low-grade spirit stones needed to be paid for the Golden Crow Sword was recorded in the account. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to buy things on credit here, and Xianxia wouldn't either. From this, it could be seen that Yunya's relationship with the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan, was not ordinary. Ling Zhao walked out of the VIP room and went to the appraisal hall. He was going to collect his money and buy herbs to refine the Heaven Spirit Elixir before going back to cultivate in seclusion. He only waited for a moment in the appraisal hall before Yunya returned with a smile. Senior, here are 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Please keep them well. Yunya directly handed her storage ring to Ling Zhao. Your auction house is really generous. Don't you need to pay the commission? Ling Zhao asked curiously. This time, the commission will be waived. In addition, please keep this red jade waste token. Our Heavenly Dragon auction house not only has branches in the Divine Phoenix continent, but also in the 5 Immortal Island, White Tiger continent, and even other continents. It can be said that we have branches in the entire mystic world. As long as you have this red jade waste token, the commission for the items you auction in our Heavenly Dragon auction house can be reduced from 10% to 1%. In addition, if you want to bid for something, it will be calculated according to the price of a martial artist. Yunya said with a smile. Won't you be at a disadvantage like this? Although Ling Zhao was very happy, he also knew that this red jade waste token was not so easy to get. Senior, you don't have to be suspicious. The reason why I gave you this waste token is because I want you to take care of our business in the future. If you have any newly refined elixirs, you can bring them to our Heavenly Dragon auction house for auction. That's all. Yunya said with a smile. That's fine. Ling Xiao took the red jade waste token and put it in his storage ring. It would be a waste not to take such a benefit. Anyway, the other party's request was not high. If he wanted to make money in the future, he would probably have to auction elixirs. The cooperation with the Heavenly Dragon auction house could continue. Yunya, this woman, was more unfathomable than he had imagined. In the beginning, Ling Xiao thought that this woman was a very independent princess of the sacred dynasty. Later, when he met her here, he felt that this woman was a master of tricks. Just now, when he heard Yunya say that the Heavenly Dragon auction house had branches in the entire mystic world, he suddenly understood. This Yunya, he was afraid that she was not as simple as she looked. Was this woman's identity just a princess of the sacred dynasty? What kind of master was she? Thinking of this, he took a few more glances at Yunya, but the analytical ability of the mountain and river martial spirit could not see through this woman. Take these 1 million low-grade spirit stones. It's the money for the golden crow sword. Since he could not see through it, Ling Xiao was too lazy to guess. Anyway, he was now in a cooperative relationship with this woman, not an enemy. There was no need to make things so complicated. So that's how it is. Miss Feng Yanran is auctioning the golden crow sword for senior? Yunya suddenly realized. Wrong, that is a gift I gave to Ling Xiao. I also hope that you will not leak this matter, otherwise, our cooperation will be ruined. Ling Xiao said lightly. Senior, don't worry, I definitely won't. Yunya could feel that the ghoul-masked man trusted her more at this time. Otherwise, he would not tell her this matter. Therefore, she must repay this trust and naturally did not dare to violate the agreement. I'm done here. I'll take my leave now. Ling Xiao didn't want to stay here for too long. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if Yunya found out his true identity. I'll send you off. Yunya hurriedly followed him. She was now sure that this devil-masked man was a super alchemist. She didn't know how strong he was, but he was. Definitely much stronger than Sun Shang. Ling Xiao didn't stop her from following him. He didn't use his body technique until he reached the door and instantly disappeared in the alley. Boss, this person doesn't sound old. Judging from his physique, he doesn't look like an alchemist. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? The person who received Ling Xiao before walked out and asked doubtfully. Your eyesight is still too bad. If I'm not wrong, he should be disguised. He doesn't look like this. Yunya shook her head and said, judging whether a person is an alchemist or not is not based on appearance, but the strength of his soul power. This person is definitely stronger than Sun Shang. Boss, this heavenly spirit pill is a good thing. Haven't you thought of refining it yourself? With your ability, it shouldn't be difficult, right? The person said again. Hearing this, Yunya's face instantly became cold. Slap yourself. Slap. That person actually slapped himself in the face. Yunya then said, you have to understand that an alchemist can't be offended easily, not to mention an alchemist that we don't know the depth of. If we annoy him, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't forget that trash like Sun Shang can make an auction house that isn't inferior to ours completely disappear from the Tianlong continent, let alone that senior. I know I'm wrong. But what if that senior is willing to sell the prescription of the heavenly spirit pill? It's useless. I've already analyzed it carefully. Not only does this heavenly spirit pill add a special kind of medicinal ingredient, but it also uses a special flame to refine it. Yunya sighed and said, I might be able to add that medicinal ingredient, but I don't have the ability to have that special flame. What? Even your highness can't? No. Yunya shook her head and said, so now you understand why I tried so hard to please him, right? That kind of person definitely cannot be offended, and as long as we can become friends, our heavenly dragon auction house will be even stronger than it is now. This subordinate understands. After returning to Xianxia College, Ling Xiao went straight to his residence. This was a single room. In Xianxia College, everyone had their own residence, which was more conducive for martial artists to practice without affecting each other. After all, every martial artist had their own little secrets. If they all stayed together, it would be a very troublesome matter. Ling Xiao took out some of the herbs he had just bought from the storage ring. Just as he was about to refine a new heavenly god's pill, he suddenly noticed a figure flashing by outside the window. Who? Follow me, there's good news. Ling Xiao heard the voice clearly. It was the stranger he had met at the auction house. It was that person who spent 20 million low-grade spirit stones to buy the low-grade heavenly spirit divine pill that he refined. After hesitating for a moment, he put the herbs back into the storage ring, opened the door, and chased after the stranger. A person who could break into Xianxia College was definitely not a weakling. It would be dangerous if he chased after the stranger. However, Ling Xiao felt that the stranger had no ill intentions towards him, so he was willing to believe in his speculation. Ling Xiao chased after the stranger all the way, but he could only keep up with the stranger from afar with his movement technique. It was impossible for him to close the distance. Ling Xiao was very surprised. After comprehending the light profound meaning, he was so fast that even a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist might not be able to shake him off. However, the stranger could definitely do it. The only reason he did not shake him off was that the stranger had shown mercy. The stranger did not stop until they were outside of Xianxia College. He laughed and said, "Benefactor, your speed is really amazing." General. Ling Xiao was shocked when he took a closer look. The stranger was none other than Jining. Wasn't Jining in Northern Desert City? Why was he back in the Imperial City? This matter was actually not complicated at all. After learning about Ling Xiao's true identity from Hongqi, Jining could not stay put at all. He always felt that someone would harm Ling Xiao, so he disguised himself and came to the Imperial City to secretly protect Ling Xiao. When he passed by the Heavenly Dragon auction house, he heard that there were heavenly spirit elixirs being auctioned inside. He immediately went in and bought 100 heavenly spirit elixirs with his savings over the years. However, Ling Xiao did not know about this yet. If you don't mind, Benefactor, can we call each other by name? Jining said with a smile, Brother Ling Xiao. Big brother Jining. Ha ha ha, good, good. Jining suddenly laughed heartily. I'm here to give you something good. There's nothing else. As he spoke, he immediately took out the gourd that contained the heavenly spirit elixirs from his storage ring. Seeing this familiar gourd, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly in his heart at first. After all this trouble, he actually cheated Jining. However, he was a little touched. Jining actually spent so many low-grade spiritual stones to buy the heavenly spirit elixirs for him? Big brother, what's this? He asked curiously. Low-grade heavenly spirit elixirs. The effect is twice as good as the low-grade heavenly spirit elixirs. Jining said with a smile. No, this gift is too valuable. I don't dare to accept it without doing anything. Ling Xiao hurriedly shook his head. Yes, this thing is very expensive. I spent 20 million low-grade spiritual stones to buy it. If Brother Ling doesn't want it, I'll destroy it. Jining's expression was very serious. Big brother, what are you doing? Ling Xiao's heart was full of confusion. If it was to repay a debt of gratitude, then wasn't Jining's actions a bit too much? Brother Ling, there's no need for you to ask too much. When you're a little stronger, I'll tell you about your past. In short, for you, I, Jining, am willing to lay down my life and spill my blood, no matter what. Jining said very seriously. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't understand why Jining said this, but he accepted this kindness. At most, he would find a chance to repay him in the future. Alright, I'll accept this. But big brother, although you're disguised in the Imperial City and won't be discovered for now, once the Imperial family finds out, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Ling Xiao said sincerely, you'd better return to the Northern Desert City as soon as possible. I won't be in danger. You still say you won't be in danger? Are you sure you can defeat that blood skeleton in a month? Jining said anxiously, why are you so impulsive? What can you change in a month? At least delay it for more than a year. Haha, big brother, you don't have to worry. After a month, I will make those who look down on me shut their mouths. As for that blood skull, he will definitely die. This is the price he has to pay for trying to kill me and harm my friends. Ling Xiao chuckled. When he said these words, it was as if he was talking about something as ordinary as eating. There was not the slightest bit of nervousness or pressure. After staring at Ling Xiao for a while, Jining smiled bitterly and said, "Similar, too similar. This character is simply carved from the same mold." "Fine, since that is the case, I will listen to you and return to the northern desert city. I will wait for your good news." "Big brother, you are right to think so." Ling Xiao did not know who Jining was referring to and did not ask. If the other party wanted to say something, he would naturally say it. If the other party did not want to say it, it would be pointless to ask. "Okay, you go back and cultivate well. Big brother, I will leave first." Jining did not waste any more time. Since he had decided on something, he immediately went to do it. "By the way, the flame deity should be your enemy. He dared to follow me just now. I knocked him out. Do you want to kill him?" Just as he was about to leave, Jining suddenly turned his head and added, "His life is mine. I will take it myself." Ling Xiao smiled and said. From the heavenly dragon continent to the divine phoenix continent, Ling Xiao had not forgotten that the flame deity had repeatedly tried to take his life. He also did not forget that he had promised Grandmaster Baiyun that he would help him retrieve the wisdom bone. These things could only be done by him personally. There was no point in others helping him. "Okay, then big brother, I will leave first." Jining broke through the sky and left. Looking at his back, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Great General, although I don't know why you are treating me like this, I can feel your good intentions. Don't worry, in a month, I will make that blood skull pay the price. I want to live and find out about my origins." When he returned to his residence, Ling Xiao glanced in a certain direction and smiled. He didn't say anything and continued to speed up. "This kid's soul force is so sharp. You actually discovered me?" The one hiding in the dark was Feng Qingyan. He was the first to notice that someone had broken into Xianxia College, so he followed them all the way here. It was a pity that he couldn't see clearly who was meeting with Ling Xiao. The other party seemed to have used a special concealment technique to block out sound and images. The person who could use such a technique had to be at least in the Yin-Yang realm. Who could it be? Feng Qingyan rubbed his temples. After a long time, he smiled and muttered to himself, "Why do you have to be so thorough? It's definitely a blessing for Xianxia College that Ling Xiao joined Xianxia College. I'll just watch quietly." Shadow all. In the dense forest of Xianxia College, a loud shout rang out. However, the voice was there, but the person was nowhere to be seen. If there were outsiders present, they would probably think that they had seen a ghost. At a certain moment, a big tree that required 3 people to wrap their arms around was suddenly bombarded by something and a big hole appeared in it. There was still no one in sight, but the spiderweb-like cracks continued to spread on the tree. The circular hole in the center was actually covered with a layer of ice. Crack, after a while, the big tree could no longer support its huge body and finally fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust. Only then did a figure appear in the vicinity. He was dressed in black and had long hair. He still looked the same, but his body was taller and stronger. Seeing the effect of the shadow all, Ling Xiao's face showed an excited smile. It had only been 3 days since he came back from the auction house. He had used the heavenly spirit elixir to raise his cultivation to the late stage of one-line sky. This was nothing. More importantly, he had comprehended the second step of the shadow profound meaning and obtained the shadow all, a unique secret technique. The shadow all and the red sun all looked very similar. The power was a little weaker, but when it was released, it could be completely undetectable by the opponent. If Ling Xiao chose to be an assassin with the concealment effect of the shadow armor, many warriors in this world would be unlucky. Whether it was the red sun all or the shadow all, the terrifying power that erupted seemed to be more powerful than the attack of a warrior at the peak of 3 talents heaven. If Ling Xiao's cultivation was raised to the Yin-Yang heaven realm, what would the situation be like? He was really looking forward to it. When he returned to Xianxia College, Haim Miankeo and the others had already gone to the Heavenly Essence Pagoda to cultivate. Ling Xiao was also preparing to go to the Heavenly Essence Pagoda after a short rest. The reason why he came out this time was because he had comprehended the shadow all and wanted to test it out. If he was going to cultivate in seclusion, it would be a month later. However, when he was about to leave, Feng Yanran mysteriously found him. "Ling Xiao, there's something I don't know if I should tell you." She seemed to be a little hesitant. Perhaps this was not a good thing for Ling Xiao. Just say it. Ling Xiao smiled. Feng Yanran gritted her teeth and said, well, I'll tell you. In this imperial city, in addition to the Heavenly Dragon auction house that mainly sells elixirs and weapons, there is also a Divine Phoenix auction house that mainly sells slaves and rare birds and beasts. This auction house belongs to the Phoenix Academy. Well, continue. Ling Xiao knew that Feng Yanran was definitely not finished. I just received news that the True Devil Empire sent a group of slave warriors over. These people were all soldiers of the Sacred Dynasty. After the fall of the Sacred Dynasty, they insisted on fighting the True Devil Empire. However, in the end, they were outnumbered and captured. Feng Yanran continued, this group originally had more than 1,000 people, but hundreds of them died in the battle. Later, on the way here, many of them died of illness. Now, there are only about 100 people left. What do you think? I'm a human, and I'm also a member of the Sacred Dynasty. They're all loyal soldiers who protect their country, and they're willing to sacrifice themselves for the people. What do you think I'll do if I hear this? Ling Xiao asked. I knew you would definitely want to meddle in this matter, so I was hesitating whether to tell you or not. Let me remind you, that auction house belongs to the Phoenix Academy. You have already offended the people of the Phoenix Academy many times, so you have to be careful. Feng Yanran smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, although I'm just a martial artist, what I respect the most is these soldiers who shed their blood on the battlefield. They persevered in the battle when the Sacred Dynasty's royal family was basically destroyed, and they were unwilling to surrender. Just this backbone alone is worth saving. Of course, you can rest assured that I'm going to buy them with money, not rob them. Do you still have money? Feng Yanran asked. Yes, this was a problem. Ling Xiao had previously obtained 20 million low-grade spirit stones to buy the golden crow sword and medicinal herbs. Now, he was short of money again. Thinking of this, he looked at Feng Yanran and asked, when I was cultivating in the forest outside Xianxia College, an ignorant beast broke in and was captured by me. I originally planned to train it into a mount. Can I take it to the auction house? As he spoke, Ling Xiao touched the beast ring and released a strange beast that looked like ice crystals. This is a dark ice lion. And it's a dark ice lion at the pinnacle of the three talents realm. How did you catch it? Feng Yanran asked in surprise when she saw the obedient puppy-like beast squatting near Ling Xiao. You don't have to worry about that. Just tell me how much it can be sold for. Ling Xiao asked. I can't say for sure, but it's worth at least 10 million low-grade spirit stones. If you want to buy slaves, it should be more than enough. Feng Yanran thought for a while. Since that's the case, I'll go. It's better if you don't follow me. After all, you're from the Ice Phoenix clan. If we get too close, I'm afraid it'll be disadvantageous to the crown prince, Feng Yinshan. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he put the dark ice lion back into the beast ring and flew in the direction of the Divine Phoenix auction house. Feng Yanran wanted to chase after him, but she gave up in the end. Uncle Qingyan, can you secretly protect him for me? She looked back and saw Feng Qingyan walking out from the shadows. There's no need for that. This kid is stronger than you think. I already know about his identity. Since he's the son of our Ice Phoenix clan's benefactor, we should treat him better. But don't go overboard. Otherwise, spoiling him won't be able to nurture a talent. That's harming him. Feng Qingyan shook his head. Oh, I know. Feng Yanran looked in the direction Ling Xiao left and shook her head helplessly. She finally chose to give up on following him. You'd better hurry up and cultivate in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Otherwise, your cultivation will be surpassed by that kid. Feng Qingyan smiled and said, if you want to stay by his side, the difference in strength can't be too big. Otherwise, you'll only be a burden. I know. Feng Yanran naturally understood this, so she quickly set off for the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Even if she couldn't maintain the advantage in cultivation over Ling Xiao, the difference couldn't be too big. The Divine Phoenix auction house was a place filled with resentment and dark aura. Standing outside, you could even hear the screams of the creatures in the cages. It was a wail of grief, anger, and unwillingness. Some of the slaves here used to be generals who guarded a region, some were fearsome pirates, and some were famous talented martial artists. There were also terrifying prisoners who had been imprisoned. Of course, most of them were ordinary humans. Because humans had the highest intelligence among all the races, they could learn the most skills. She could cook, wash clothes, clean, and wait on people. Therefore, human slaves were also the most popular here, and the price was not too expensive. Ling Xiao was very unhappy about this. He was also a human, and seeing his own kind locked up in a cage and being pointed at by others made him feel terrible. However, he also knew that he could not be impulsive. There were many experts here, and they were basically all Heaven Realm martial artists. There were Sky of 2 Elements Realm, Sky of 3 Talents Realm, Sky of 5 Elements Realm, Sky of 6 Arts Realm, and Sky of 7 Stars Realm experts. These people had restrained their auras and looked no different from ordinary people. However, when they really unleashed their strength, it was truly terrifying. Although they would restrain themselves a little in the Imperial City and would not dare to kill wantonly, squashing a few ants to death would not be too much of a problem. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao walked into the legendary Divine Phoenix auction house. At the entrance, there were similarly guards standing there. Ling Xiao ignored them and walked straight in. Just as he entered, someone came forward to welcome him. "Esteemed guest, may I ask what service you require?" Her attitude was not bad, which left a good impression on Ling Xiao. "I want to auction this." Ling Xiao took out the dark ice lion from the beast ring and placed it in front of that woman. "It's actually the dark ice lion. Esteemed guest, please follow me." Clearly, this woman was only in charge of welcoming guests. The one who was truly in charge of appraising treasures and discussing transactions was not her. The woman led Ling Xiao to the appraisal hall. This place was somewhat similar to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's appraisal hall. It was just that inside were awesome slaves and beasts. It was completely different from the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's auction items. Quickly look, a dark ice lion at the pinnacle of the Tri-Talent Heaven Realm. Is this person going to auction it? If it's an auction, we have to make good use of the opportunity. Dark ice lions are rare in the first place, let alone a dark ice lion at the pinnacle of the Tri-Talent Heaven Realm. This is even more powerful than martial artists of the same realm. If we obtain it, not only will it be a good helper, it will also be a good mount. Go, go, go. Go to the auction hall and wait. There will definitely be an auction later. In the crowd, many people's eyes lit up when they saw the dark ice lion. To them, this dark ice lion could be considered a supreme treasure. Regardless of whether it was for their own use or as a gift, it was very good. "Esteemed guest, this is our appraisal hall. Please follow me in." That young woman led Ling Xiao into the appraisal hall. Inside was as he expected. It was really different from the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. He could even hear the sound of crying coming from inside. It turned out to be an 11 or 12-year-old human girl. She looked as cute as carved jade. Only the 2 lines of clear tears made people feel pity for her. Beast. Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly curse. Such a young child wanted to be sold. This kind of behavior really made people's hair stand on end. He finally realized how low the status of humans in the Divine Phoenix continent was. Unless you had strength, you were no different from animals. They could be bought and sold wantonly, and even slaughtered. No, I promised Feng Yanran that I wouldn't cause trouble. He took a deep breath and turned his head to look at the old man who was in charge of receiving him. "Esteemed guest, this is Old Bai. You can chat first, I'll take my leave." After the young woman sent Ling Xiao off, she turned and left. "You are Ling Xiao?" Old Bai looked at Ling Xiao with a smile and asked. "That's right." Ling Xiao wasn't wearing a mask at this time, so it was normal for others to recognize him. After all, many people knew that he had made a 1-month agreement with the Blood Skull. "I didn't expect you to have the time to stroll around the auction house. Aren't you afraid of dying at the hands of the Blood Skull in a month?" Old Bai's eyes were filled with mockery. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "This has nothing to do with you. Can my profound ice lion be auctioned here?" He didn't want to argue with this person. This auction house belonged to the Phoenix Academy. It was certain that the other party was on the Blood Skull's side. There was no point in arguing with him. Old Bai frowned slightly. He was obviously a little angry. However, business was business, so he didn't explode. He only asked indifferently, "Esteemed guest, do you have any special requirements for the auction? What are your rules?" Ling Xiao asked back. "The commission is 20%, and the auction price is spirit stones." Old Bai replied. "Isn't it 10%? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. "Hee, young man, this old man isn't targeting you. Our Divine Phoenix auction house has another rule, which is that if a human wants to auction something, the commission will be doubled. If a human wants to bid for something, the price will also be doubled." Old Bai said with a smile. Bastard, Ling Xiao was furious, but in the end, he still held it in. Who told the humans to destroy the sacred dynasty? Although the sacred dynasty was bad, when the sacred dynasty was strong, these foreign races didn't dare to treat humans like this. Now that the sacred dynasty was basically destroyed, humans became an inferior species in the Divine Phoenix continent. Unless you had enough strength, others wouldn't take you seriously. This was the reality. If you wanted to change, you had to become stronger, or you had to rebuild a powerful human empire and make these foreign races bow down to you. Becoming stronger might seem easier, but it could only change one person's fate. Building a powerful human empire was indeed difficult, but it could change the fate of the entire human race. Ling Xiao might not be so great, but he hoped that he could work hard in that direction. He didn't want to see his own race being treated as slaves and wantonly humiliated. Taking a deep breath, he nodded and said, "Okay, we'll do as you say. It's good that you agree. Come and sign the contract." Old Bai let Ling Xiao put his thumbprint on a contract that had been drafted long ago. "Okay, next you can go to the auction hall and wait. If you see something you like, you can bid for it. After the auction of the Profound Ice Lion ends, you can take the contract and come back to receive your spirit stones." Old Bai smiled as he put away the contract. The two most important rules in the contract were that the Divine Phoenix auction house would set the auction price, and after the auction ended, they would receive a commission of 20%. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that the other party would deliberately lower the price. After all, the higher the auction price, the more the Divine Phoenix auction house would earn. This auction house wouldn't be so stupid as to obstruct his path to wealth. After putting away the contract, Ling Xiao was led to the auction hall by a shop assistant. "Esteemed guest, our auction house recently received a batch of good goods. Among them are humans from the Heavenly Dragon continent. You should be interested." This shop assistant wasn't trying to provoke Ling Xiao on purpose. It was just that many of the humans living in the Divine Phoenix continent had long since become the lackeys of the various countries on the Divine Phoenix continent. They hated humans, and the degree to which they looked down on humans was even more excessive than the races on the Divine Phoenix continent. These people felt that the human blood flowing in their bodies was lowly and shameful. They wanted to humiliate humans to show that they were different from humans. The waiter probably thought that Ling Xiao was that kind of person. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He did want to buy humans, but his purpose was naturally different. If he wanted to establish a human empire, he couldn't lack helpers. Slaves were probably the most loyal helpers. "Esteemed guest, you can't go there." Ling Xiao was about to head to the VIP room on the second floor when he was stopped by the waiter. "Why can't I go?" Ling Xiao asked with a frown. "That's the VIP room. Humans are not allowed to enter, no matter who you are." The shop assistant shook his head. "What if I insist on going?" Ling Xiao's face revealed an ice-cold expression. Not only was the commission almost doubled, but he wasn't even allowed to enter the VIP area. This made him very unhappy. "If you insist on going, then you're just asking for trouble. The people sitting there are all nobles of the Divine Phoenix Empire. This little one doesn't dare to accompany you up." The shop assistant said truthfully. "Then you can wait here. I'll go up." Ling Xiao thought that he was just going to sit in the VIP area. As long as he didn't provoke others, there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, more importantly, the people in the VIP area could get a 50% discount when bidding. This way, he could save a lot of spirit stones. He was a very realistic person. The other party charged him double, and he only saved 50%. This wasn't too much, right? While thinking, Ling Xiao walked towards the VIP area. Just as he reached the exit of the stairs, he was stopped by two big guys. The shop assistant sneered, "You idiotic human, lowly human, you want to go to the VIP area? What if you disturb our esteemed guest?" When he was thinking about this, he actually didn't think that he was also a human, and a slave that was once sold here. This guy was human on the surface, but his heart was completely twisted. "This is not a place you should be, scram." One of the burly men reached out and pushed Ling Xiao. Others had already made a move. What should Ling Xiao do? Crack, ah. The strong man didn't push Ling Xiao, but his wrist was directly broken by Ling Xiao. "This is just a small punishment. If you dare to make a move again, I'll kill you." A terrifying killing intent rushed into the two strong men's bodies, causing them to tremble. After that, they actually obediently opened up a path, allowing Ling Xiao to enter. "Oh my god, what kind of person did I provoke?" The shop assistant's sneer instantly stiffened, and then he directly knelt on the ground. People like this were really pitiful and hateful people. They were clearly slaves and had a miserable life, but they wanted to add this kind of pain to others. Ling Xiao, who walked to the VIP area, found that all the eyes inside were looking at him. These people's eyes showed disgust, as if they had seen a person with the plague, and they were especially disgusted. Ling Xiao ignored them. Instead, he found an empty seat and sat down. He found that in fact, there were actually no humans in this VIP area. It was just that the humans here were very miserable. One of the human experts, whose cultivation was estimated to have reached the 9th firmament of the celestial realm, but his neck was tied with a rein, and he was being sat on like a mount. This person was tall, and there were array seals on his hands and forehead. Most of his cultivation should have been sealed, so there was no way to resist. His eyes were a bit cold, and he just glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently without saying anything. Judging from the armor he was wearing, this person should have been a general of the sacred dynasty. "What are you looking at, lowly and dirty human? Scram to the side. The one sitting on this human slave should be a noble descendant of the great rock clan." He looked at Ling Xiao with cold disgust and shouted sternly. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but did not say anything. He did not want to cause trouble, especially at the auction house. After all, his things were going to be auctioned, and he also wanted to buy those slaves from the Heavenly Dragon continent, so he did not want to make a big deal out of it. "Bastard, did you hear what I said? I told you to scram, don't sit next to me." The voice became louder, and the other party did not have the so-called gentlemanly demeanor of a noble at all. It was like a combination of a shrew and a thug on the street. Ling Xiao stood up, looked at the young man with a smile, and said, "Bastard, who are you talking about?" "Bastard, I'm talking about you." "Oh, it's the bastard talking about me. How strange, I've never seen someone who cheapens himself like this." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. "F***ck, you're cursing me in a roundabout way?" That young man finally came back to his senses. He suddenly jumped up and loudly cursed. "I'm not cursing you, you're the one who's insulting yourself. Didn't your mother teach you how to behave?" Ling Xiao was very disappointed. In the entire Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial city, there weren't many truly humble nobles he had met. Most of them were arrogant, conceited, and unbearably vulgar fellows. "Ha ha ha, Yan Peng, you brat, actually got played by a lowly human. If you don't do something, I'm afraid you'll become a laughingstock." How would he dare? That brat is very famous now. He dared to challenge Blood Skull, so Yan Peng must be scared. In the VIP area, someone deliberately instigated that noble young master. "Scared my ass." Yan Peng loudly cursed. Don't forget, a while ago, there was also a human practitioner who acted pretentiously and meddled in other people's business. In the end, this young master dug out his eyes, cut the tendons in his arms and legs, and turned him into a living human specimen. Now, it's still hanging in the auction house. That's right, then do you want to play the human specimen game again today? The crowd began to jeer. Yan Peng coldly looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, either you crawl under this young master's crotch on your knees today and then roll down the stairs, or you wait to be turned into a human specimen by this young master. Your human body, regardless of whether it's a man or a woman, is very fascinating." Ling Xiao originally didn't want to cause trouble. But now that things had gotten to this point, it was impossible for him to sit still even if he wanted to. Killing someone was just a matter of nodding his head to the ground. This bastard called Yan Peng not only treated humans like mounts and livestock, he was even hateful enough to turn them into human specimens. Moreover, he was proudly showing off, as if he had done something great, as if he didn't feel ashamed at all. If you want to turn me into a human specimen, you'll have to see if you have the life to do it. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Peng. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to cause trouble here, he would have kicked this disgusting fellow out long ago. Sitting with this kind of thing that was worse than a beast, he really felt uncomfortable all over. What did you say? Yan Peng's pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a ferocious look. He said coldly, "You'd better figure out what you're doing and who you're facing." Of course I know. Didn't you just say that I'm talking to a bastard? Ling Xiao nodded and said seriously. Ha ha ha, Yan Peng, did you see that? You're being mocked again. People are scolding you again and again. Are you really not going to do anything? Those who wanted to watch the show didn't mind that things were getting out of hand and continued to instigate. Good. Very good. This young master has already given you face, it's you who doesn't know what's good for you. Come on, dig out this brat's eyes, break the tendons in his arms and legs, destroy his heavenly veins, and turn him into a living specimen for everyone to see. Yan Peng almost roared out loud, his voice filled with anger and uncontrollable impulses. Understood. Following Yan Peng's order, a figure dashed out from the VIP area. This person's aura was very dangerous. He was like an assassin hidden in the dark and had been sitting there without moving. It was only when Yan Peng's voice sounded that he suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This was a person who had no presence at all. However, at the same time, he was an extremely dangerous person. Ling Xiao looked at this person indifferently and couldn't help but say, "You're also a human. Are you willing to be this bastard's lackey and kill your own kind?" "I only care about money." That person replied in a cold voice. "You might die because of money." Ling Xiao didn't like those from the Divine Phoenix clan who humiliated humans. He also hated those who were willing to be their lackeys. Wait. Just as Ling Xiao was about to make a move, Elder Bai appeared. He stopped the battle that was about to start and respectfully said to Yan Peng, "Young Master Yan Peng, this is the Divine Phoenix auction house after all. It's not good to make a move. If the Arch is angry, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences. I hope that young master can take back his order and understand this old man's difficulties. Of course, I will definitely make this human apologize to you and make him leave the VIP area. I will definitely not cause you any more trouble. Make him scram." Although Yan Peng was from the Great Rock clan and was also a noble, there was still a gap between the Great Rock clan and the Ice Phoenix clan. If he rashly made a move in this auction house, it would really be inappropriate. Thus, he took a deep breath and held it in. He waved his hand at his subordinate, indicating for him to leave. However, he should not have added another sentence, "Brat, consider yourself lucky today. This is the Divine Phoenix auction house. I will give face to the monarch and will not touch you, but once we leave this auction house, I will definitely turn you into a living specimen, otherwise, where will I put my face?" Hearing this, a murderous intent flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. No one would sit by and do nothing when a threat was threatened. Ling Xiao was the same. Furthermore, his martial arts path wasn't easy. He was very clear that he couldn't leave behind a disaster. Some threats had to be completely eliminated while they were still in the budding stage. Otherwise, there would be many troubles in the future. In the mystic world, there was no right or wrong. There was no reason to speak of. The so-called right or wrong, the so-called reason, were merely the helpless roars of people without strength. Everything depended on one's strength and influence. "Brat, this is the Divine Phoenix auction house. Our rules are that humans and beasts are absolutely not allowed to enter the VIP area. Come over here now and immediately kneel down and apologize to young Master Yan Peng. Perhaps you can save your life. Otherwise, this old man can't save you." Old Bai looked at Ling Xiao and sternly shouted. In front of Yan Peng, he was respectful as if he was a servant. However, in front of Ling Xiao, he was like a lord who flaunted his prowess. In addition to the factor of strength, it was probably because Ling Xiao lacked influence. Without the powerful sacred dynasty as his backing, Ling Xiao, as a human, really didn't have any status. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was expressionless. He had seen this kind of contempt and disdain many times and was used to it. He knew that it wasn't something that could be solved by roaring or reasoning. If he gave in today, it would become a stain on his life. What? Do you really want to die? Old Bai glared at Ling Xiao, as if he had long forgotten that Ling Xiao was a guest of the auction house. Brat, if you don't do as this old man says, don't even think about getting money for that thing of yours. A threat without any scruples. Previously, they had only deducted twice the commission. Now, they didn't even want to give him a single spirit stone. This was the ugly face of the Divine Phoenix auction house. Ling Zhao's expression became even colder. Old thing, you can try. I'll sit in the VIP area today. Let's see who can chase me away. Ling Zhao's cold voice came out of his mouth. Since others didn't give him face, he had to use his own ability to earn it back. A tree had its bark, while a person had his face. Some people could be shameless. Ling Xiao could not. In the VIP area, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Someone had not only offended Yan Peng, but also the Divine Phoenix auction house. This guy was too arrogant and did not know how to appreciate favors. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'm talking to you nicely now, and you'll walk out of this auction house later. Do you believe me? Elder Bai was extremely unhappy. He had stepped in because Ling Xiao was a student of Qingshu College and did not want Ling Xiao to be killed here. Otherwise, the auction house would be implicated. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to be so stubborn. He did not listen to a single word he said. Not only did he not want to apologize, but he also did not want to leave. Haha, I refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? When have you ever given me a toast? Don't forget, I'm also a guest of the auction house. According to the rules of the Divine Phoenix auction house, as long as an auction item is worth more than 10 million low-grade spirit stones, they are qualified to sit in the VIP area. Yet you want me to kneel and apologize to him, and you want me to get out? Is this what you call a toast? You don't give me any respect, but you want me to listen to your advice. How can there be such logic in this world? His dark ice lion was worth at least 10 million low-grade spirit stones, not to mention that he still had to bid for the slave later. Both added together, it was more than enough to sit in the VIP area. As for the rule that humans were not allowed to come up, it was simply added by someone. As soon as Ling Xiao entered the auction house, he had already memorized all the rules of the store. He did not want others to have something on him. Obviously, Elder Bai's attitude did not give him any respect. He even threatened him that he did not intend to give him the spirit stones for the auction items. The purpose of doing this was just to let the young man named Yan Peng vent his anger. Idiot, this is a toast for you. If you were forced to drink a forfeit, I would have killed you on the spot for injuring the people of the auction house just now. Elder Bai didn't think there was anything wrong with his attitude towards a human. After all, humans were nothing more than animals. He could do whatever he wanted and order them around. In his opinion, not only should Ling Xiao not blame him, but he should also weep and thank him for saving Ling Xiao's life. So this is your punishment. I understand now. The anger on Ling Xiao's face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Sure enough, reasoning was useless. In the end, it all depended on whose fist was bigger. Otherwise, everything would be nonsense. Bang, no one saw how Ling Xiao did it. The arrogant white-haired old man fell from the VIP area on the second floor to the auction area on the first floor in an instant. A huge explosion rang out, alarming many of the guests who were in the middle of bidding. It's Manager Bai from the auction house. Why was he beaten up? Who is so daring to actually cause trouble at the Divine Phoenix auction house? And it's in the VIP area. It should be some noble young master. Manager Bai has suffered a loss this time. Even the emperor wouldn't provoke those nobles. After all, the election is about to begin. The emperor intends to let the heir, Feng Mingqishan, succeed the throne. It doesn't seem to be a noble young master. It's not? Then who is it? As the dust settled, many people clearly saw the figure standing on the second floor. It was a young man with fluttering black hair. I recognize him. Isn't that Ling Xiao, who has a life and death agreement with the Blood Skull? It's really him. You dare to cause trouble at the Divine Phoenix auction house. Elder Bai, who had been sent flying downstairs, really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be so valiant that he even dared to hit him. He was obviously stronger than Ling Xiao, but he couldn't see how the other party had attacked. This kind of cowardly feeling was really too sullen. You're wrong. I don't want to cause trouble at the Divine Phoenix auction house. I just want to teach you a lesson, you blind trash. Ling Xiao raised his voice and said coldly, you think you can offend me without restraint just because you're the manager here? I hope you understand that I'm a disciple of Xianxia College. And a disciple of the elite class. Who do you think you are? What's more, I'm auctioning off a dark ice lion, which is worth more than 10 million low-grade spirit stones. If I take away this auction item now, can you make up for the loss of the Divine Phoenix auction house? It's really unfortunate for the Divine Phoenix auction house to have an idiot like you. Ha ha ha, well said. Brother Ling, don't blame him. It's really this old fellow who is blind and has made you angry. The VIP area is obviously for people like you to sit in. If anyone is dissatisfied, just let them come find me. A loud laugh sounded. The person who walked over was actually a young man who looked to be in his 20s. But from his tone, it seemed that his status was higher than that of Elder Bai. Young master. Elder Bai saw this person and hurriedly got up and respectfully called out. Trash, why aren't you apologizing to Brother Ling? That young man shouted coldly. There's no need to apologize. He won't be sincere anyway. Since young master has stepped forward, I, Ling Xiao, will give you face. I don't want to delay the auction. But I was insulted by some people in your auction house. You should at least give me an explanation, right? Ling Xiao had already made a move and vented his anger. There was no need to escalate the situation. But he still had to express his stance on the matter. Brother Ling, don't worry. We won't charge any commission for today's auction of the Dark Ice Lion. We'll give you a 50% discount for the items you want to buy. How about it? That young master said with a smile on his face. That's more like it. But young master, you still have to manage this VIP area well. Don't let some fellows who don't know how to talk shit sneak in. Ling Xiao took advantage of the situation today because he showed his strength and because he was a disciple of Xianxia College. In the Imperial City, the disciples of Xianxia College, especially the disciples of the elite class, had a very high status. In addition, this young master probably didn't want him to cause trouble in the auction house. Otherwise, if the auction house was destroyed, the loss would be even greater. Ling Xiao was satisfied, but Yan Peng's face was ashen. Young Master Yan, take it as giving me face today. Don't cause trouble in the auction house. Do you understand what I mean? The young master looked at Yan Peng and smiled. Humph, I'll give you face. Yan Peng snorted. In the end, he didn't dare to cause trouble here. He was a noble of the Divine Phoenix Empire. It was normal that he didn't dare to provoke the monarch. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. From the moment he saw that the monarch of the Divine Phoenix Empire was actually working with the True Devil Empire, Ling Xiao didn't treat this monarch as a friend. If he wasn't a friend, then he was an enemy. How could he give this enemy face? That dignified monarch couldn't possibly lower himself to personally kill a nobody like him, right? Moreover, even if that monarch really wanted to kill him, he had a way to escape. If worst came to worst, he would just leave the Divine Phoenix continent and go to the 5 Immortal Islands. The mystic world was so big, so how could there not be a place for Ling Xiao? Yan Peng glanced at Ling Xiao coldly. He definitely wanted Ling Xiao's life, but he wouldn't do it in the auction house for the time being. Once they left the auction house, Ling Xiao would become a fish in his palm, and he could do whatever he wanted to him. Everyone, please continue. I'll take my leave first. The young master glanced at the crowd and finally looked at Ling Xiao with a cold gaze. Did he really think that he didn't want to teach Ling Xiao a lesson? Ling Xiao had beaten up his people. Even if he was in the right, he wouldn't let Ling Xiao have an easy time. However, he was smart. Ling Xiao had offended the Blood Skull and Yan Peng, So how could he have a good ending? If these two people couldn't teach Ling Xiao a lesson, it wouldn't be too late for him to make a move. After experiencing some turbulence, the auction finally got on the right track. The auction items appeared one after another. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the other auction items. Although many of the rare races from various places looked very beautiful, Ling Xiao didn't forget his goal. He was here for the slaves. Finally, when the curtain of the auction house was lifted again, a man in handcuffs walked out from inside. He was tall and powerful, about 2 meters tall. Among the humans, he was considered to be very strong. Ling Xiao noticed that the slave under Yan Peng's but was obviously excited and unwilling when he saw this man come out. They should be related. Ling Xiao guessed silently. However, now was not the time to guess. This tall and powerful man should be one of the slaves. Until now, he was still wearing his blood-stained battle robe, but his hands and feet were shackled, and his forehead and limbs were sealed with arrays. His battle robe was definitely the battle robe of the Sacred Dynasty. Ling Xiao had seen it in Lin Zai's place before. There were 2 words branded on the man's cheek with a branding iron. One was the word slave that represented his identity. The other was his name or surname, Hua. His messy hair was still stained with blood. The 2 words looked so conspicuous, so chilling. Ling Xiao was very clear that this man was once a general of the Sacred Dynasty. He was the leader of the captured army that Feng Yanran said. Even if he was being sold as a slave, even if he was sold at the auction, this general, he still held his head high and didn't lower his head. He was going to live. Even if he died, he had to die. At this time, no one knew what he was thinking. But Ling Xiao had already decided that he must save this person. Seeing this former general, countless guests showed their interest. This is Qin Hua, the one known as General Fei in the Sky Dragon continent, right? That's him. 10 Heavens Realm. 10 Heaven Realm. It was rumored that he had killed a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist from the true demonic empire. Without waiting for the auctioneer on the stage to announce, the people below the stage had already started discussing. The auctioneer smiled, knowing that he could get a good price this time. This was a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist. Even in Divine Phoenix continent, he was considered an expert. If he could subdue this kind of person, it would definitely be a good deal. What was frightening was that Qin Hua, the flying general, could actually kill a Heaven Realm expert. Although this was just a rumor and might not be true, this person must have fought with a Heaven Realm martial artist and survived. Just this point alone was enough to arouse the interest of countless people. What's more, he was a general who led an army in battle. He had once led 1,000 men to fight against an army of tens of thousands from True Devil Empire. In the end, not only did he kill the enemy's general, he also completely annihilated the army of tens of thousands. Although because of this battle, they also lost hundreds of men. But this terrifying battle-loss ratio still made Qin Hua dazzled. Looks like everyone knows this Qin Hua, the flying general. Since that's the case, I won't explain any more. The starting price of the auction is 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 100,000. The auction starts now. As the host's voice fell, the atmosphere on the stage instantly became fiery. A 10 Directions Heaven Realm expert was comparable to Divine Phoenix Continent's 10 Phoenix Sons. Judging from age, this Qin Hua was merely 5 years older than the oldest of the 10 Phoenixes. Such a young age with such strength, even a Heaven Realm martial artist would want to bid for him as a slave. Qin Hua raised his head and looked at the surrounding guests in disdain. Although his heavenly essence energy was sealed and he was unable to attack. But his soul power was unable to be sealed. Because once one's soul power was sealed, he would become a fool. The auction house caught Qin Hua to sell him for money. If he became a fool, no one would want him. An ice-cold aura gushed out from his body. It was as if a terrifying war god had descended. Behind Qin Hua was an enormous figure wearing battle armor and holding a huge axe. Xingtian martial spirit. Heavens, that's the war god of the ancient era. Although he belonged to the human race, he went against the human king and was beheaded by the human king in the end. Right, even without his head, Xingtian's soul was not extinguished. And in this battle, the human king was also heavily injured. He had to recuperate for 10 years before recovering. No wonder this Xianxia's battle strength is so powerful. This is the war god martial spirit. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions, causing many guests to tremble. Some even fainted. This aura also enveloped Ling Xiao. But at this moment, the human king's aura within Ling Xiao's body came in handy. Xianxia's gaze was fixed on Ling Xiao. It was somewhat inconceivable and also somewhat excited. Pa! A whip ruthlessly lashed on Xianxia's body, causing the furious Xianxia to withdraw his berserk will. That whip is strange. Ling Xiao noticed that there were many small arrays on the whip. The layout was very exquisite. Logically speaking, Divine Phoenix Continent should not have such a powerful array master. Could it be that an expert from 5 Immortal Island helped to refine it? 6 million low-grade spirit stones. Someone had already started to bid. After being lashed by the whip, Xianxia no longer released his will. He only used his eyes to stare at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only faintly smiled at him. Then he said via secret sound transmission, "General has worked hard. I will rescue you." Hearing this, Xianxia was clearly stunned for a moment. After a long while, he nodded, "Many thanks." He did not necessarily trust Ling Xiao. But as long as there is a trace of opportunity, he wants to escape from this damned place. Therefore, he must grab this opportunity. 6,500,000. The auction continued and the bid continued to rise. 7 million. In just a short moment, the bid had actually risen to 7 million. The bidders seemed to have forgotten that the minimum bid was 100,000 USD. Although they were frightened by Xianxia's aura and martial spirit, the more they liked him, the more they liked him. However, the more powerful Xianxia was, the more they liked him. After all, only such a powerful Xianxia was worthy of their high price. Although there were many generals captured by the True Devil Empire, Xianxia was the only one who refused to surrender and had a powerful martial spirit and battle power. Moreover, many people were not interested in Xianxia, but his heaven-punishing martial spirit, which could also be said to be the immemorial war god martial spirit. Although transferring the immemorial martial soul through the current method was very dangerous and had a high possibility of failure, it was still very dangerous. But it did not exclude those rich people who would do such a crazy thing for themselves or their descendants. Martial artists had a price, but the value of an immemorial martial spirit was even higher. Even a half-demon of the Divine Phoenix Continent could implant a martial spirit. When the bloodline and martial spirit fused, the power born would be even more powerful. Actually, Ling Xiao was a very good example. He had the immemorial golden dragon bloodline and also had the mountain river martial spirit. With the two combined, not only would his cultivation speed increase greatly, but more importantly, his battle power would be much higher than martial artists of the same cultivation. 7,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Another person bid an even higher price. This made Ling Xiao somewhat nervous. He took a deep breath. Luckily, he still had a large amount of heavenly spirit pills that he had not used. If he really did not have enough spirit stones, he might as well use the heavenly spirit pills to pay off the debt. He must obtain Xianxia. However, Ling Xiao naturally did not do it for the martial spirit, but purely wanted to obtain such a capable helper. He wanted to rebuild the human empire, so he could not do without a helper. Including the heavenly spirit pills, he believed that among the martial artists here, there was absolutely no one who was richer than him. This included the people sitting in the VIP area. 8 million. The bids continued. Many people acted as if the spirit stones were not spirit stones and were simply crazily bidding. 10 million. Suddenly, a voice attracted everyone's gaze. The bidding price directly increased from 8 million to 10 million. This made many people helplessly shake their heads and give up the hope of continuing to bid. Ling Xiao did not need to look to know who this person was. It was that Yanpeng. This guy had already bought a general as a slave. Although he was not as good as Xianxia, he was also at the 9th layer of Heaven Realm. He was actually still not satisfied. Did a lowly human martial artist make him so excited? Some of the people below did not have enough spirit stones and could not continue to compete with Yanpeng. Some were purely afraid of Yanpeng and didn't dare to compete with him. For a moment, the auction house became silent. The host looked at Yan Peng and said with a smile, young Master Yan is truly bold. This Qin Hua will likely break through to the grotto heaven realm soon. With him by your side, you will have a very good fighter. You're wrong. Yan Peng shook his head and smiled, I just like to play with these humans. After saying that, he actually chopped off the head of the slave under his buttocks. Ah. This scene caused Qin Hua to let out a hysterical roar. Evidently, Qin Hua was acquainted with that slave. What are you shouting for? I know that he is your blood brother, but so what? If you don't listen to me, you will end up like him. Yan Peng sneered and ordered his subordinates to carry away the body of the slain slave. He chuckled and said, I'm tired of playing with this human slave. Let's exchange for a stronger one, ha 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 ha. Bastard. Ling Xiao clenched his fists. He felt as if his heart is bleeding. Although the person who was killed is not someone related to him. However, in a situation where there is no enmity between them, to kill the younger brother in front of the older brother, this kind of cruelty is not something that an ordinary person can understand. Angry? Hee hee, too bad it's useless. If you have the money, buy him. Ha ha ha. Yan Peng looked at Ling Xiao and laughed. Right now, he is eager for Ling Xiao to make a move. As long as Ling Xiao makes a move, he will have the opportunity to make a move here. 1 million. Ling Xiao tried his best to calm down. He absolutely cannot allow Qin Hua to be bought by this bastard Yan Peng. If that happens, Qin Hua will really be crippled. The majestic great general of the sacred dynasty, General Fei who possesses war god martial spirit, should not fall like this, absolutely not. What is money? At worst, he can just refine more pills. Brat, this is more than 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Do you have that many? Yan Peng was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually dare to bid with him. Does this guy want to fight with him to the end? Ling Xiao did not say anything and directly took out a gourd containing 100 heavenly spirit pills and said, here are 100 heavenly spirit pills. I spent 20 million low-grade spirit stones to buy them from the Heavenly Dragon auction house. Do you think I have that much money? Damn it. It was you who stole the heavenly spirit pills. Yan Peng was so angry that his teeth itched. He was not at the auction house. When he heard about it from his family, he regretted it. If he was there, even if he had to spend more low-grade spirit stones, he would still want to get the heavenly spirit pills, 11 million low-grade spirit stones. Yan Peng gritted his teeth and shouted. 1 million. Ling Xiao said indifferently as if these spirit stones are nothing. 12 million. Yan Peng's face became more gloomy and his voice became louder. It's useless to be loud. 1 million. Ling Xiao continued to raise the price. Yan Peng didn't call out a price. He stared at Ling Xiao for a while, then suddenly chuckled. You win. This slave is yours. He did not give up, but he felt that if he continued to raise the price, it would be a bit of a waste. Anyway, after leaving the auction house, it would be Ling Xiao's time to die. Why should he waste his spirit stones? If he wanted something, no one else could take it away. Are you thinking of snatching this general from me after leaving the auction house? Ling Xiao seemed to be able to see through Yan Peng's thoughts and sneered, I hope you don't get killed by him. Don't forget what you just did. He really wants to cut your head off and kick it like a ball. Humph, you are only good at talking. Yan Peng snorted coldly and did not seem to be afraid. Wrong, I'm even richer than you, a so-called aristocrat. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the auctioneer. According to the 50% discount, I only need to pay you 6,050,000 low-grade spirit stones, right? Yes, that's right. F*CK, how could I forget this? Yan Peng patted his head gloomily. Just now, he was only focused on fighting with Ling Xiao and completely forgot about the 50% discount. Ling Xiao ignored his mad and unhappy expression and sat down. The transaction would only start after the auction ended, so he was not in a hurry. Next up is the Dark Ice Lion. Let's begin. It was reasonable to say that the Dark Ice Lion's final transaction price should not be higher than Qin Hua's. But unlike human slaves, this Dark Ice Lion was a good thing to show off. Rich martial artists would not mind spending a bit more to bid for this thing. However, since Yanpeng knew that the Dark Ice Lion was Ling Zhao's, he would probably interfere. The starting price of the Profound Ice Lion is 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Similarly, each bid must not be less than 100,000. Let the auction begin. In the eyes of the host, the Profound Ice Lion's value was about the same as Qin Hua's. This was truly somewhat helpless. The wealthier the noble class was now, the more they seemed to be neglecting their proper business. If this went on, they would probably gradually lose their competitive edge. No wonder dynasties would always change. After all, the flowers in the greenhouse would never be able to experience too cruel an experience. 5. 1 million low-grade spirit stones, who dares to compete with me? The auction for the Profound Ice Lion had just begun when Yanpeng suddenly stood up and roared. His roar made many people who were about to bid swallow their words back down. This guy is indeed planning to scam me. The killing intent in Ling Zhao's heart became even stronger. Not only was this Yanpeng's character extremely low, he was also constantly finding trouble with him. No matter who it was, they would probably be unable to tolerate this guy's actions. Young Master Yan, this isn't too good. Someone frowned. This was someone from the VIP area. However, just as this person finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. It was done by Yanpeng's subordinate. That guy was really strong and terrifying. Ling Xiao indifferently watched all of this happen, but he wasn't anxious. He didn't believe that Yanpeng could cover the sky with one hand. In the end, Yanpeng was only a small noble of the Great Rock clan. There were definitely many people who weren't afraid of him. Yanpeng hoped to see anger and unwillingness on Ling Zhao's face, but he was disappointed. Ling Zhao's calmness was completely out of his expectations. Pretend. Continue pretending, this young master wants to see how long you can pretend for. Yanpeng angrily said in his heart. I bid 2 million. Young Master Yan, I also like this Profound Ice Lion. Finally, someone from the VIP area bid again. Seeing this person, Yanpeng couldn't help but frown. The one competing with him was also a noble of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and he was also learning martial arts at the Phoenix Academy. So it's Ming Ling from the Dark Phoenix clan. Can you give me some face? As long as you give me, Yanpeng, some face today, I'll definitely repay you in the future. When Yanpeng saw this person, he didn't dare to be too ruthless, so he said softly. Hee, I'm just joking with you. In fact, Ming Ling had no interest in the Dark Ice Lion. As one of the 10 great Phoenix Sons, the Dark Phoenix Sun, if placed in the past, he would be the crown prince. The reason why he insisted on bidding was because of his reputation. He couldn't let others think that he was afraid of Yanpeng. However, since Yanpeng's attitude was so good, there was no need for him to continue fighting. Many thanks, Dark Phoenix Sun. Yanpeng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. In a moment of impulse, he actually forgot about the crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this auction house. He had almost offended a big shot. But after this, there shouldn't be anyone who would fight with him, right? Yanpeng breathed a sigh of relief and said, 3 million, this thing is mine. Hee, young Master Yan, you sure talk big. I like this thing very much. I'll buy it for 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Just when Yanpeng thought that he could finally buy this Dark Ice Lion at a cheap price, a voice rang out, and it even carried a bit of ridicule. Who the hell dares to compete with this young master? Yanpeng was about to go crazy with anger. It was fine if Ming Ling didn't give him face. After all, that was one of the 10 great Phoenix Sons, the Dark Phoenix Sun. But he had just carefully looked around. In the VIP seats, there was no one stronger than him, nor was there anyone with a bigger family background than him. More importantly, this voice came from below. He didn't know which reckless lowlife actually dared to compete with him. His eyes revealed a strong killing intent. He really wanted to find that guy right now and then cut him into pieces. What, is young Master Yan planning to deal with me? A cold unpleasant voice came from a certain direction. Ling Xiao also looked down. After seeing that person, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This person was wearing a fiery red dress and was very beautiful. Although she wasn't the top beauty, she was definitely an outstanding woman. It was none other than Feng Yanran. Ling Xiao asked Feng Yanran to go back and cultivate, but Feng Yanran was not at ease. She sneaked into the commoner area and prepared to help at any time. At this moment, seeing that Yanpeng shamelessly wanted to lower the price, plus she was also interested in the dark ice lion, she opened her mouth and bid. Previously, she borrowed some spirit stones from Feng Qingyan and received some rewards from Ling Xiao. She already had 15 million low-rank spirit stones, so she should be able to compete. It's you. Seeing that it was Feng Yanran, Yanpeng couldn't help but feel discouraged. Everyone knew that the crown prince, Feng Yinshan, was very protective of Feng Yanran. Yanpeng's power was not small, but compared to the crown prince, it was like heaven and earth. What? Young Master Yan doesn't allow me to compete? Feng Yanran sneered. Of course you can. Yanpeng knew that Feng Yanran would not give him face and give up the competition because everyone knew that Feng Yanran was a rare disciple of the imperial family who joined Xianxia College. Moreover, she had a very good relationship with Ling Xiao. How could such a person listen to him and give him, Yanpeng, face? But Miss Yanran, if you want to bid for this dark ice lion, it depends on who has more money. Yanpeng gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to cheat Ling Xiao and buy the dark ice lion at a low price. But now it seemed that it was impossible to lower the price, so he could only compete with Feng Yanran. Then we can try. Feng Yanran smiled and jumped into the VIP seat. Of course, she also knew that the VIP area had a half-price discount. With her identity, of course, she was qualified. 1 million. In the end, Yanpeng still didn't want to spend too much money, so he kept increasing the price. Young Master Yan, you are too stingy. Increasing the price so little at a time? I will pay 20 million low-rank spirit stones. Because it was a 50% discount, Feng Yanran was of course not afraid that she couldn't afford so many spirit stones. Facing Feng Yanran, Yanpeng couldn't go out and rob, so if he wanted, he could only continue to bid. Gritting his teeth, after a moment of silence, Yanpeng shouted, 20. 1 million. Well, it's yours. What? Yanpeng was stunned for a moment. His brain didn't understand. How could Feng Yanran, who was determined to compete until the end, give up bidding now? You tricked me. After a long while, he finally came back to his senses. Feng Yanran smiled and said, Young Master Yan, you can't say that. I really don't have that many low-grade spirit stones. Alas, there's no other way. Who can be as rich as you, Young Master Yan? A profound ice lion that is only worth 6 or 7 million low-grade spirit stones, you actually paid more than 20 million. I'm convinced. Ha 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 ha. Unrestrained laughter rang out in the auction hall. Perhaps it was because the auction hall was too quiet at this moment, causing the laughter to sound so loud and ear-piercing. Yanpeng stared at Ling Xiao, who was still laughing. His whole body was trembling with anger. You dare to laugh at me? Why wouldn't I dare to laugh at you? You're just an idiot, yet you still want to lower the price. Think about it, the mysterious ice lion is such a good thing. Even if Yanran doesn't bid, will no one bid against you? Great Rock Clan's young master? You think too highly of yourself. Ling Xiao was even more disdainful of Yanpeng. This person was too self-righteous, as if there was no one else in the imperial city other than the Great Rock Clan. He didn't know that there were many people in the imperial city who dared to not give face to the aristocrats. These people weren't weak. They had the courage and confidence to not give face to the imperial family. However, the price of the item had risen to more than 20 million, which was a bit too high. They felt that it wasn't worth it, so they stopped bidding. Yanran, let's go. Leaving behind an embarrassed Yanpeng, Ling Xiao called Feng Yanran, and the two returned to the backstage. Ling Xiao paid more than 6 million low-grade spirit stones for Qinhua, and he actually made a profit. He originally thought that he would need to use the heavenly spirit pill, but he didn't use it this time. Can the seal on this person be removed? Ling Xiao looked at the white-haired old man, who was still limping after being beaten by him, and asked. Young Master Ling, it's not that we don't want to remove it, but after the seal is removed, with his strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to control him. If something happens to you in the auction house, we won't be able to answer to Xianxia College. The white-haired old man replied. Hee hee, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Ling Xiao sneered and no longer spoke. He left the auction house with Feng Yanran and Qin Hua. At this moment, Qin Hua was still under the control of the seal, so he was no different from a strong ordinary person. As long as a warrior was slightly stronger, he could be subdued. Although Qin Hua didn't really trust Ling Xiao, he could only leave the auction house by following Ling Xiao. Hence, he didn't say anything. When they walked out of the door, Yan Peng suddenly appeared behind the white-haired old man. He patted the white-haired old man's shoulder and said, "Manager Bai, well done. Otherwise, if Qin Hua were to break the seal, my men might not be his match." "Young Master Yan, you flatter me. That Ling Xiao actually dared to make a move on me. I want to see him die right now." Old Bai laughed ferociously. "Ha ha ha, don't worry, you'll see that kid's living specimen very soon." Yan Peng laughed wildly. On the way to Qingshu College, there were few people. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and casually unlocked Qin Hua's shackles. Then, he said, "General Qin, next, I will release your seal. Do not resist." Qin Hua was stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and nodded repeatedly. He didn't know if Ling Xiao's words were true or not, but as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. "Yanran, I'll have to trouble you to stand guard. It might take some time to release the seal." Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yanran and said, "Why don't you do it after we go back?" Feng Yanran glanced at Qin Hua. It was obvious that she didn't trust Qin Hua. With Qin Hua's strength, it would be easy for him to deal with the two of them. "Because it's too late. Do you think Yan Peng will let me go?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I'll give him a surprise." After saying that, he didn't waste any more time. He took out some materials from his storage ring and began the process of releasing the seal. Ling Xiao's attainments in the art of refining formations weren't any worse than his alchemy skills. Although the formation that sealed Qin Hua's Yuan Qi was powerful, it was far inferior to the immemorial formation. It could only be considered as ordinary. He estimated that it would only take 15 minutes to completely release it. Now, he only hoped that there wouldn't be any trouble in this 15 minutes. After all, in the process of releasing the seal, it required both soul power and heaven's Yuan Qi. Once it was affected, it would be very dangerous. However, 15 minutes was still too long. In around 10 minutes, danger arrived. It was the assassin. The assassin beside Yan Peng. He was also a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist. No wonder Yan Peng would stop the Divine Phoenix auction house from releasing Qin Hua's seal. Although this assassin was powerful, Qin Hua wasn't afraid of him. "Stop." Feng Yanran blocked the assassin's path. "Move, or I'll kill you too." The assassin frowned. He knew Feng Yanran's identity and didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Imperial City. "How much did Yan Peng give you?" "I can double it." Feng Yanran knew that her identity and position wouldn't be able to scare this person. Hence, she used the method of bribing him with money. "You think I'll fall for it?" The assassin sneered and stopped talking nonsense. He could tell that Feng Yanran was stalling for time. Suddenly, he turned into an afterimage. Then, Feng Yanran fell to the ground. The assassin didn't dare to be ruthless. However, it wasn't a problem to knock Feng Yanran unconscious. "Die." After dealing with Feng Yanran, the assassin's remaining targets were Ling Xiao and Qin Hua. As long as he killed these two, he would be able to get a large sum of money from Yan Peng. From then on, he would be free and unfettered. He could have whatever he wanted. At the critical moment, the heaven-punishing martial spirit appeared behind Qin Hua's back again. His fighting spirit pounced towards the assassin, attempting to use his martial spirit to temporarily block the assassin. "Insignificant skill." The assassin sneered. Similarly, his martial spirit appeared behind him. It was a blurry blood shadow. It was hard to tell what it was. However, after that thing appeared, the assassin's aura suddenly surged. At the same time, a powerful will collided with Qin Hua's fighting spirit. Boom, both of their wills disappeared at the same time. The assassin revealed a sinister smile. The sharp blade pierced through the void and pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. However, at that moment, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't know when, but a huge eye appeared in the sky and stared at him. That terrifying will was actually much stronger than Xianxia's. How is this possible? The assassin's entire body was covered in cold sweat. His spiritual sea was in a state of chaos. He couldn't even use the move he was about to use. Soul power was the key to controlling martial skills. Inner strength was the key to the power of martial skills. He couldn't lack any of them. He discovered that he had underestimated Xianxia. This young man was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Blood destruction art. The assassin suddenly roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. His originally chaotic eyes gradually returned to normal. By using this self-harming method, he had broken Xianxia's eye of the world. You must die. After being plotted against by Xianxia, the assassin felt that Xianxia deserved to die. This wasn't only because of Yan Peng's order. It was also because he felt a huge threat. Blood destruction, spitting out another mouthful of blood, the two daggers in the assassin's hands turned blood red. He used a terrifying move and attacked Xianxia. Very fast, very powerful, his moves were also very crafty. The assassin couldn't give Xianxia any chance to escape, he wanted to kill Xianxia with a single strike. However, he had forgotten the time. Or perhaps, he had never thought that Xianxia would be able to undo Xianxia's seal. In the next instant, a huge fist appeared in his field of vision. It was Xianxia. That fist was like a huge hammer. By the time he reacted and wanted to block it, it was already too late. His body flew out like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before coming to a stop. Run, the assassin didn't dare hesitate. After being ambushed by Xianxia, he was already heavily injured. Only death awaited him if he stayed. He was confident that if he wanted to run, Xianxia wouldn't be able to catch up. However, he didn't expect that the moment he thought of running, a hole would appear in his chest. It was as if something had pierced through it. The coldness was filled with terrifying killing intent. Shadow drill. Xianxia slowly stood up and looked coldly at the assassin. He didn't want such a dangerous person to escape. Otherwise, he would definitely be a huge threat to him. Therefore, this person had to die. Only at the moment of his death did the assassin realize that he had made a wrong judgment from the beginning. The biggest threat wasn't Xianxia, but that Xianxia whose cultivation didn't seem to be much. Not only was this kid extremely cunning, but his methods were also extremely ruthless. General Qin, what are your plans from now on? Xianxia looked at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia sighed and said, thank you for saving me, young hero. However, I still have some brothers who haven't come out of the auction house. I have to think of a way to save them. As for the future, let's talk about it later. At this moment, Xianxia's trust in Xianxia increased by a lot. Because Xianxia was actually able to undo his seal. Just this point alone was enough to make him feel endless admiration. I will think of a way to save your brothers. Let me introduce myself. I am Xianxia. Xianxia knew that it was impossible to force someone with such a stubborn character to do anything. After all, Xianxia didn't have that kind of strength right now. Therefore, he didn't force it. He just tried his best to do what he could. Once this kind of person had trust in you, they would trust you for a lifetime and be loyal to you forever. Xianxia? Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Could it be that you are the chosen one, Xianxia? Not bad. Xianxia did not deny it. Hearing this, Xianxia directly knelt on the ground and cupped his hands as he said, this subordinate pays respect to heaven's chosen son. If it's you, then this subordinate is willing to follow you. Faced with Xianxia's pledge of loyalty, Xianxia did not immediately express his stance. Instead, he said coldly, what I hate the most is betrayal. So, you still have the chance to regret it now. If you follow me, you will be loyal to me for the rest of your life. Once you betray me, I will use all means to kill you. So, if you can't do it, then leave. I can introduce you to a good place to go. I guarantee that you will be able to display your ability. Xianxia shook his head and said, this subordinate has heard about what happened in the holy city. The chosen one relied on his own strength to save the remaining cultivators of the sacred dynasty. From that moment onwards, this subordinate believed that you are the true ruler that can rebuild the human dynasty, just like the mortal king from all those years ago. Not to mention that I, Xianxia, am not an ungrateful person. If it wasn't for the chosen one, then I, Xianxia, would probably have suffered the same fate as my younger brother and be at the mercy of others. Alright. Since you have such thoughts, then follow me. But I will say the same thing. I hate betrayal. Since you have chosen to follow me, then don't have any other thoughts. Xiao walked forward, helped Xianxia up, and said, General Qin, get up. I will be staying in Xingshu College for the time being. You can stay there with me for now. When there is news about your brothers, I will think of a way to rescue them. Originally, Xiao had planned to rescue those people today. But unfortunately, he didn't get to see them. When the auction ended, he only saw Xianxia, and the whereabouts of the others were unknown. This subordinate obeys. Xianxia cupped his hands and said. From this moment onwards, his life belonged to Xiao. He also wanted to take a gamble to see if Xiao was a true dragon among men or a bug pretending to be a dragon. But with his character, no matter if Xiao was a dragon or a bug, he would still be loyal to him until his death. If it was a dragon, then he would be lucky. If it was a bug, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Bring Yanran, let's go. After dealing with the assassin, Xiao still had some worries in his heart. That Yan Peng probably hated him to the bone and wouldn't only place his hopes on a mere Heaven Realm 10 Directions Heaven assassin. There would definitely be a backup plan. Yes. Xianxia carried Feng Yanran on his back and followed Xiao into the distance. Not long after they left, a figure appeared at the location of the battle. Seeing the assassin's corpse, the figure shook his head. I didn't expect that the young master of the auction house to be right. This Xiao is really not simple. Looks like he has already undone Xianxia's seal. Otherwise, this person wouldn't have died. Ignoring the corpse, the figure sped up in the direction Xiao left. Although there were few people on the road, there were still martial artists passing by. Seeing this person, they all hid on the side of the road, not daring to move. Oh my, a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, what is he doing? They swallowed their saliva, terrified. Even in the Divine Phoenix continent, Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were still a minority. It was considered good if there were 300 to 400 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists on the entire continent. This number was much more than the Heavenly Dragon continent, but it was still very small. The figure ignored them and continued to follow the footprints. However, after a moment, he stopped. Come out, hiding is useless. The figure coldly looked in a direction in the forest and shouted, Don't make me do it, or I'll kill Feng Yanran too. In the bushes, Xiao felt somewhat helpless. If he was alone, he could naturally avoid this person's pursuit. Unfortunately, he had Feng Yanran, who had been knocked unconscious because of him. He definitely couldn't leave Feng Yanran alone. Suddenly, a black figure scuttled out from the bushes. It was Xianxia. A long spear had appeared in his hand at an unknown time, and where the spear pointed, energy exploded. Humph, your seal was indeed undone, but it's useless. The Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist coldly snorted. Without using a weapon, he met the long spear with his palms and actually blocked the long spear across the air. Then, energy exploded and sent Xianxia flying. General Fei's name is indeed extraordinary. Your battle strength is indeed at the level of a martial artist who has just entered the Grotto Heaven Realm. Unfortunately, you're not my match. The Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was obviously surprised by Xianxia's strength. If an ordinary Heaven Realm or 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist were to fight him, they would definitely die. However, this Xianxia could calmly retreat. He was really not simple. You shouldn't have chased me. Xianxia shook his head. Those who come must die. With just you? The Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was disdainful. What if I join in? Xiao slowly walked out of the bushes. The eye of the world hung above his head, emitting a strange light. You're not even worth mentioning. Although the Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist felt that Xiao was fierce, he was also a Grotto Heaven Realm master, so how could he fear him? Really? Xiao revealed a cold smile and said, Soul Judgment, Immortal Flask. The soul die had undergone evolution and modification. In the end, it had been modified by Ling Xiao according to his will and the guidance of the mountain and river martial spirit into the current soul judgment. This was a long process. During this process, Ling Xiao didn't use the soul die to fight again. Fentian, Divine Tomb, now, it was the immortal pot. Soul adjudication had evolved from the two skills in the past, and had finally evolved into a third ability. The burning heavens could burn everything. It was the burning of the soul fire, from the inside out. The Tomb of the Gods could summon all the dead creatures in the Tomb of the Gods. As for the immortal pot, it could store the souls of all objects and turn them into spiritual liquid, which could be used by martial artists to increase their soul power. The gigantic gourd floated in the air, its powerful suction force seemingly able to pull out the soul of a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Of course, the other party was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist after all. Although he was only at the second stage of the Grotto Heaven Realm, he had a clear sky cultivation. In the Grotto Heaven Realm, one had to form 10 Grotto Heavens above their heavenly veins. First, Wangwu Mountain Cave, nicknamed Little Clear Void Heaven. Second, Weiyu Cave, nicknamed Plenty of Time for Tomorrow. Third, the Western City Cave, known as Taixian Total True Heaven. Fourth, Xixian Mountain Cave, known as 3 Xian Extreme Heaven. Fifth, Qingqing Cave, known as Treasure Immortal's 9 Chambers. Sixth, the Crimson Castle Cave, nicknamed Shangqing Yuping Mountain. Seventh, Mount Luofu's Heavenly Abode, known as Zhu Mingyao's True Heaven. Eighth, Jutsu Cave, Golden Altar Huayong Sky. Ninth, Forest Cave, Dragon God Nether Void Sky. 10th, Quokang Mountain Cave, known as Hidden Heaven of Virtue. Although his opponent had just condensed his second Grotto Heaven, but his strength was equally powerful. Ling Xiao's immortal pot alone was not enough to punish him. This was the benefit of Qin Hua's existence. Taking this opportunity, Qin Hua suddenly burst forth. The long spear turned into a terrifying force, condensing all the heavenly essence energy in his body, and pierced towards the Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. This stab was like a warrior rushing to his death. Qin Hua had no distracting thoughts in his heart. He only wanted to defeat that Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Because either this person died, or they died. He had no other choice. Boom, the ferocious attack pierced through the Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist's protective heavenly essence energy, and his chest was pierced through. It wasn't that this person was too weak. The key was that Ling Xiao was there to pin him down. With the two of them working together, it would be relatively easy for them to kill a second-stage Ascendant Void Realm martial artist. No. His body was pierced, and his soul let out a sorrowful cry. The terrifying suction force of the immortal pot seized the opportunity and directly sucked this person's soul in. Withdraw. Ling Xiao kept the immortal pot. He could feel that the soul within the immortal pot was constantly resisting. Unfortunately, it was useless. It was only a soul, and it couldn't escape the restraints of the immortal pot. Pretend that you didn't see what happened today. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. The cold voice woke those martial artists hiding in the dark and trembling with fear from their shock. They felt their mouths and tongues go dry, and terror engulfed their entire body. The scene just now was too shocking. 2 Heaven Realm martial artists working together had actually killed a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist so easily. The most terrifying thing was that they actually sucked away the other party's soul. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't have the intention to silence them. He wasn't that kind of person. Moreover, even if this matter spread out, others would only think that he had some treasure in his hands. They probably wouldn't be able to link it to the existence of soul judgment. After all, soul judgment evolved from soul dice. Even the soul race probably wouldn't be able to recognize it. The key was that this change was a little too big. Are the two of you looking for those imprisoned human slaves? Just as Ling Xiao and Qin Hua were about to leave with Feng Yanran, a person flashed out from the forest and asked respectfully. You know? That's right. As far as I know, those slaves were all sold to the military and escorted to the border to build the city wall. The person answered. Which direction? North, in the direction adjacent to the Black Crow Empire. This is for you. Ling Xiao casually threw 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to the person and said, "If what you said is true, these are yours. If you dare to deceive us, you've seen what happened to that person just now. I'm also a human. Although I don't dare to offend the divine phoenix race, I'm still duty-bound to help with such a small matter." The person cupped his hands and said, "Qinhua, you go north first. I'll catch up after sending Yanran back to Qingshu College." Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "There's a slave trading base at the border. The military slaves are probably sent there to be sold. Very few of them are sent to the northern border." He learned about this from Jining's letter. In these years, the imperial court basically didn't give Jining new sources of soldiers. Instead, they wanted him to guard the northern desert. They wanted to use the Black Crow Empire to kill him. This slave trading base was relatively far from the northern desert city. It was guarded by another general of the Ice Phoenix race. The slaves sold there wouldn't have a good ending. After saying this, Ling Xiao tapped Qinhua's forehead, and a clear map appeared in Qinhua's mind. This caused Qinhua to be extremely shocked. "Got it, chosen one. I'll go first." Qinhua leaped into the air and left. Ling Xiao didn't dare to waste time. He directly returned to Qingshu College. After handing Feng Yanran over to Feng Qingyan, he set off to catch up with Qinhua. After 2 hours, Ling Xiao caught up with Qinhua. This made General Qinhua very shocked. The reason why he was called General Qinhua was because of his amazing body movement. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao could catch up with him so easily. Qinhua smiled bitterly, but he was more confident. Following such a person, he wouldn't regret it in the future. "Chosen one, I've just asked the people here." A group of slaves was indeed sent here. However, they were sent out to sea a day ago. They said they were going to Piping Island, one of the 7 great martial guru islands. Qinhua said helplessly. "Piping Island? That's an interesting name." Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't expect that even after chasing after them, he still had to watch those people get sent away. "Chosen one, that's interesting. It's said that Pisho only goes in and doesn't go out. I've also inquired about it. Those who went to Piping Island, whether they were slaves or other martial artists, never came back." Qinhua said worriedly. "Well, first of all, don't call me Chosen One. Just call me Ling Xiao or Brother Ling in the future to avoid suspicion. Secondly, I want to know why there are martial artists willing to go to Piping Island." Ling Xiao asked. "I've also asked about this. Rumor has it that Piping Island is rich in treasures, especially heaven essence crystals that can be used by Heaven Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators." Qinhua replied, "This heaven essence crystal isn't a spirit stone, nor is it an elixir. It's a very special crystal formed by condensing heaven essence energy. The manufacturing method is unknown, but it's very effective in increasing cultivation. That's why so many cultivators go there. Of course I know about heaven essence crystals. It's also recorded in the Eternal Divine Pill scripture. It's said that even Yinyang realm cultivators can't refine this kind of crystal. How did Piping Island do it?" Ling Xiao frowned and pondered for a while. He still couldn't figure it out, so he asked, "Those people who went there never came back?" "Some came back, but those people were only a few. Moreover, their cultivations were greatly improved, and they also obtained many treasures." Qinhua replied. Before Ling Xiao arrived, he had already asked about the situation here. He originally wanted to go to Piping Island himself, but who knew that Ling Xiao would come so quickly? "Looks like we have to go to Piping Island. Let's go to the dock." Although Piping Island wasn't too far from Divine Phoenix Continent, it was almost impossible to fly there unless they took a ship. Ling Xiao had the Moonlight treasured ship, but he didn't want to take it out so easily. If he really couldn't rent a ship, it wouldn't be too late to use it then. Yes. The two went to the nearby dock and found that it was very bustling. It was like a market in a medium-sized town. Not only were there a large number of merchants selling their goods here, but there were also many cultivators waiting for a ship to open. A huge puppet ship was docked at the dock. It probably wouldn't be a problem to hold thousands of people. There was a flag hanging on this huge ship, and the picture of a Pisho was drawn on it. There was no need to ask. This was definitely Piping Island's ship. Here, What shocked Ling Xiao was that almost all the cultivators were above the celestial realm, and there were even a few grotto heaven realm cultivators mixed in. It seemed that although Piping Island was dangerous, it was also very attractive. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people wanting to go there. Brother Ling, look over there, there's heaven essence crystal for sale. Xianxia pointed at one of the stalls and said. It's actually a real heaven essence crystal. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that these so-called Tianyuan crystals were all made up to deceive people. However, after he appraised them, he discovered that these things were actually real. How many low-grade spirit stones is this heaven essence crystal worth? Ling Xiao asked. In any case, the giant ship had not been activated yet, so there was no point in them being anxious. They might as well inquire about the situation. The stall owner smiled and said, the two of you shouldn't have been here before, right? It's no wonder. The preciousness of the heaven essence crystal, I'm sure the two of you should have heard of it. A piece of low-grade heaven essence crystal is 100,000 times more effective than a piece of low-grade spirit stone. If he wanted to buy a mid-grade heaven essence crystal, he would need 10 million low-grade spirit stones. A high-grade heavenly essence crystal requires 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Even Ling Xiao couldn't afford such a terrifying price, let alone ordinary people. However, the heaven essence crystal was indeed precious. Although it could only be used by Heaven Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, it required a Rebirth Realm martial artist to create a low-grade heaven essence crystal. As for mid-grade and high-grade heaven essence crystals, they couldn't be created purely by manpower. They needed to rely on a special environment. Thank you for the information. Give me a piece of low-grade heaven essence crystal. Ling Xiao didn't want to buy more. He only wanted to buy one to study it. Xianxia, let's go buy a ticket. I want to see what secrets there are on Piping Island. The moment Ling Xiao touched the heaven essence crystal, he made up his mind. Not to mention that he was going to save those slaves, even if he didn't have this goal, he would still give it a try for the sake of the heaven essence crystal. Cultivation was too important to him right now. Seeing humans being humiliated and bullied by those people, he didn't know when he would become like them. He didn't want that to happen and could only do his best to change everything. And that required strength. The two of you want to go to Piping Island? The captain of the giant ship looked at Ling Xiao and Xianxia and asked. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists can go for free. Half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists need to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as the ship fare. The fee will double for each lower level of cultivation. The captain said coldly, can you accept it? Isn't this looting a burning house? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. If it was like this, Xianxia didn't need much. He only needed 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, he was only a one-line Sky Realm martial artist. He needed a lot. It was more than 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Don't go if you don't have spirit stones. The captain said indifferently. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Xianxia, you go. I'll think of a way. Ling Xiao couldn't accept this kind of looting a burning house. He had a way to sneak in. Xianxia bought a ticket and boarded the ship. Ling Xiao found a secluded place and used the shadow armor. He then concealed his aura and sneaked into the crowd to board the ship. As long as he boarded the ship, the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After boarding the ship, Ling Xiao asked around and found out that as long as one was a Heaven Realm martial artist, they only needed to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones as the ship fare to Piping Island. The captain saw that he was an unfamiliar face, so he did that. It was purely a rip-off. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. You have a scheme, I have a clever move. You want to take advantage of me? No way. After chatting for a while, Ling Xiao found a secluded place on the ship and began to refine the Heaven Essence Crystal. Heaven Essence Crystal, to put it bluntly, was Heaven Essence energy compressed into a crystal shape. Therefore, it was the purest energy crystal, purer than spirit stones. Unfortunately, this kind of crystal didn't exist in nature. Generally speaking, only after the death of a powerful martial artist would there be a very small chance of producing Heaven Essence Crystal. Then, Rebirth Realm martial artists could create low-grade Heaven Essence Crystal. pure heaven essence crystal didn't need to be refined. It could be directly integrated into the heaven veins for use. It was precisely so that it was so expensive. Ling Xiao only used a piece of low-grade heaven essence crystal and let his cultivation advance from one-line heaven late stage to one-line heaven peak. This speed made him flabbergasted. Even if he cultivated inside the heaven essence treasure pagoda, even if he used heaven essence divine pills, it was also impossible to have such a fast speed. It didn't even take a quarter of an hour. Looks like this trip to Piping Island was really the right choice. He was now a little regretful that he didn't buy more heaven essence crystal just now. At this time, the ship already started, splitting the stormy ocean, heading towards Piping Island. Although the ship was huge, its speed was very fast. It was said that it could reach in 2 hours. Ling Xiao could not help being somewhat expectant. How many heaven essence crystal would there be on Piping Island? It really made people very excited. After refining the heaven essence crystal, Ling Xiao was really bored, so he wandered around the ship. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of him, which gave him a big shock. Cold Plum. He was a little afraid to recognize her. Today's Cold Plum had a cold and noble aura, just like a goddess of death, a female assassin who walked on the edge of a knife. Her pretty face was more mature than before. The girl leaned against the corner of the wall, fiddling with the dagger in her hand. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her and casually looked up. She was full of surprise and excitement, and the dagger in her hand almost fell to the ground. Master! Hearing this shout, many people widened their eyes. This woman sat there, and although she was pretty and refined, she was like a goddess of death, and no one dared to approach her. Many martial artists who thought they were noble went up to strike up a conversation, but the woman automatically ignored them. They were not angry at all, and felt that even if this kind of beauty was angry, even if she scolded them, it was fine. However, they had never imagined that such a noble and cold woman would actually rush to the front of a seemingly insignificant person and call him master. This simply angered them to death. They felt that they had been insulted. Whether it was strength or appearance, which part of them was inferior to that kid, however, Ling Xiao did not care about their feelings, and hugged Cold Plum tightly in his arms. It really is you. How have you been in the past year? Ling Xiao was a little emotional. He had originally planned to wait until his cultivation was stronger, then go to the Yuehua School's Death Canyon to find Cold Plum. But he did not expect that so many things would happen, so he had no choice but to come to the Divine Phoenix continent to improve his cultivation. Although the two continents were not too far apart, they were separated by the stormy ocean. He thought that he might not see Cold Plum for a long time. He did not expect to meet her here. Fortunately, I have been cultivating all this time. But when I came out, I found out that a lot had happened outside. I heard that Master had come to the Divine Phoenix continent, so I chased after you. The two of them let go, and Cold Plum said with tears in her eyes. Sit down and talk. Ling Xiao found a clean place and pulled Cold Plum's hand to sit down. You should have gone to the Imperial City to find me. Why are you here? On the way here, I met a friend who helped me a lot. He said he wanted to go to Piping Island. I heard that it was very dangerous there, so I wanted to return the favor. After that, I will go to the Imperial City to find Master. Cold Plum explained. Oh? What about your friend? I should thank him properly. Ling Xiao smiled. Shiman, this is the master I told you about, Ling Xiao. Cold Plum looked at the crowd, and a young man walked out. He looked about 35 or 36 years old, and his cultivation was at the peak of 4 symbols. To be able to reach such a level in his 30s, he could be considered a genius, but there was no way he could be considered a super genius. After all, a monster like Ling Xiao, who had reached the peak of one-line sky before the age of 16, would soon catch up to him. I thought he was very powerful, but he's just SOSO. Cold Plum, how could you treat such a person as your master? Shiman Bo sneered. I won't allow you to insult my master. Cold Plum's expression was a little ugly. It's okay, Cold Plum. My current cultivation is indeed a little low, but you have already surpassed me by a lot. If Shiman Bo was someone else, Ling Xiao would have slapped him long ago. However, this person had helped Cold Plum before, and he was a grateful person, so he just pretended not to hear the previous words. Master, I had some fortuitous encounters in the canyon, but even so, my cultivation is only at the mid-stage of 4 symbols. Cold Plum said modestly. Through the eyes of the world, Ling Xiao could see that there was a very powerful energy hidden in Cold Plum's body. This energy was exactly the same as the aura in the Yuehua School's Death Canyon. It seemed that Cold Plum should have received the power of a certain expert, which was why her cultivation improved so quickly. Among martial artists, there was indeed a way to increase one's cultivation in a short period of time. That was, another martial artist would sincerely transfer all of his inner strength to another person through enlightenment. However, this process was very dangerous. It couldn't be said that there was a 90% chance of death, but the success rate was only 30% to 40%, so under normal circumstances, no one dared to do this. Moreover, most of the inner strength after enlightenment would be sealed. After all, it was very difficult for the martial artist's body to withstand it. If Cold Plum wanted to completely convert this person's inner strength into her own, it would take a long time to accumulate. However, Ling Xiao was very happy for her. She was really lucky to have succeeded in the enlightenment. He was also happy for himself. It was considered lucky to have such a confidant. Shiman, is this the Cold Plum you mentioned? Her cultivation isn't bad, but why is she so cold? The person who spoke was a girl with a rather outstanding appearance. However, compared to Cold Plum, there was still a big gap. She probably had some kind of intimate relationship with Shiman Bo, otherwise, she wouldn't be jealous. Wei, Cold Plum is my friend. You can't say that. Shiman Bo seemed to be interested in Cold Plum, which was why he was hostile to Ling Xiao. At the same time, when Wei scolded Cold Plum, he stood up to protect her. It's a pity that the falling flowers have feelings, but the flowing water has no feelings. Even if you put all your thoughts on her, she might not care about you. Kai Wei snorted coldly and said unhappily. It's none of your business. Shiman Bo said coldly, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, you're Cold Plum's friend, so I'll give you a piece of advice. Reaching one-line heaven peak cultivation at the age of 15 or 16 is indeed very impressive and can be considered a super genius. However, a genius only has potential after all. With your strength, going to Piping Island is courting death. It's even more impossible to protect Cold Plum well. His words were very direct, mocking Ling Xiao for wanting to eat swan meat even though his strength was not enough. Many thanks for Brother Shiman's good intentions. However, I'm not afraid of death. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. Although he was still not a match for the current 4 symbols heaven martial artists, don't forget that he still had the power of an 8-cauldron human king in his body. There was also the butterfly girl. He even had Qin Hua, a 10 directions heaven realm martial artist, by his side. Shiman Bo, who was merely at the peak of 4 symbols heaven cultivation, was really not taken seriously by him. You don't know what's good for you. Shiman Bo originally wanted to drive away Ling Xiao so that he could take the opportunity to pursue Cold Plum. He had used all kinds of methods to curry favor along the way. However, it was a pity that Cold Plum always kept him at arm's length, which made him very unhappy. Finally having a chance to be alone with her again, he was still thinking about how to make Cold Plum like him. Who knew that Ling Xiao would appear out of nowhere? This made him very unhappy. That brat, my big brother Shiman is right. Your strength is too weak. You'll be a burden if you go. Why don't you be a follower by my side? Perhaps I can protect you. Kai Wei shouted as if she was angry. Kai Wei was about 25 or 26 years old, and her cultivation was at the early stage of 4 symbols. Although she was not as good as Cold Plum and Shiman Bo, she was much stronger than Ling Xiao. The meaning of her words was too obvious. If Cold Plum wanted to snatch her man, then she would snatch Cold Plum's man. Of course, her purpose in doing this was to pursue Shiman Bo. Because in her opinion, Shiman Bo was better than Ling Xiao in every aspect. This was the standard husband in her heart. Thank you for your kindness, but unfortunately, I've always been stubborn and don't like to listen to others' advice. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, can the 2 of you leave for a while? I have some private matters to discuss with Cold Plum. It's inconvenient for you to be here. Sorry to trouble you, Brother Shiman. Cold Plum also said. Although Shimin Bo was very dissatisfied, he had no choice. He did not want Cold Plum's impression of him to worsen. Walking to the side, Kai Weiwei said with some jealousy, "Brother Shimin, how long has it been since you met her? You actually fell in love with that woman." Shimin Bo suddenly pulled Kai Weiwei into his arms and said with a smile, "Silly, you and I were betrothed when we were young. How could I bear to abandon you? That woman is just a target for me to hunt. There's a power in her body that moves my heart." "Really?" Kai Weiwei asked doubtfully. "Of course it's true. With that power, I, Shimin Bo, might also break through to the Grotto Heaven realm and even the Yin-Yang realm. At that time I'll be able to command the mystic world. Weiwei, you'll be my most beloved woman," Shimin Bo said excitedly. "Brother Shimin, you can definitely do what you want to do. I've never seen you fail since you were young." Kai Weiwei's eyes were glowing, and her heart was completely filled with love. A woman would doll herself up for her lover. And all women hoped to see their man standing at the peak, spreading his name far and wide, and even leaving his name in history. This was a man's glory, and it was also their glory. Kai Weiwei was no exception. "But big brother Shimin, that woman's cultivation is not much weaker than yours. She also has that man protecting her. It won't be easy to succeed." Knowing Shimin Bo's true objective, Kai Weiwei naturally would not be jealous anymore. "Who does that brat think he is? He's not even worth mentioning. As for Cold Plum, although her cultivation isn't much different from mine, her foundation is too weak. It's obvious that she's been imparted to her by someone else. This kind of cultivation is nothing in front of me." Shimin Bo was full of confidence. Kai Weiwei nodded repeatedly. "Big brother Shimin's plans are indeed flawless, you're too amazing. If there's anything you need Weiwei's help with, don't hesitate to ask." Weiwei really wants to see big brother Shimin climb to the top of the profound world one day. "Thank you, Weiwei." Shimin Bo hugged Kai Weiwei even more tightly, but his face revealed a malevolent expression. He thought to himself, "This idiot woman, it's true that I want the power in Cold Plum's body, but in terms of beauty and temperament, you can't compare to Cold Plum at all. Not only do I want that woman's power, I also want her body. As for you, if you're obedient, you can stay by my side as a servant girl. Otherwise, don't even think about living." Kai Weiwei naturally couldn't know what Shimin Bo was thinking. This simple and vicious girl was still having her own sweet dreams. "Everyone get ready to disembark." About 2 hours later, the sound of a bugle horn rang out on the ship, followed by the captain's shout. Ling Xiao and the others walked out of the cabin. From here, they could see the full view of Piping Island. This island was really not small, and it was hard to forget at a glance. It was no wonder that it was qualified to be one of the 7 major Martial Grandmaster Islands. Its status was equivalent to the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. "Listen up, Piping Island is an important place, so you can't enter without permission. Practitioners with a cultivation level of Avalon of 5 elements and above can enter with an identity token. The rest can only enter through the smuggling tunnel at the bottom of the sea. If anyone is unwilling, you can leave now. Once you enter the sea, you have to listen to my orders." The one who spoke was the first officer standing beside the captain. This person's cultivation level wasn't too high, only comparable to Shimin Bo's. He belonged to the 4 Symbols Heaven Peak. The few people following him were all at the Heaven Peak of 3 talents. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. Even though they didn't know the reason behind this, practitioners with a cultivation level of Avalon of 5 elements and above had already obtained their identity tokens and entered the island. Qin Hua also left under Ling Zhao's hint. Splitting up was a good choice. This would help them find the soldiers who were sold here as slaves faster. It would also help them find out the secret of the Sky Essence Crystal. They've all left. It's our turn next, right? It's not a problem even if it's a smuggling tunnel, as long as you don't kill us. Otherwise, even if we die, we'll drag you down with us. The one who spoke was a 4 Symbols Heaven Peak practitioner. Among the remaining practitioners, only this person and Shimin Bo had reached the 4 Symbols Heaven Peak. The rest of them were inferior to the 2 of them. "Of course you won't die, provided that you don't do anything stupid." The first officer said coldly, "Let's go, it's getting late." The smuggling tunnel is much more dangerous than the official one. It's safer to enter Piping Island as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, the first officer turned and left the ship, flying in the other direction of Piping Island. Even though it was still difficult for practitioners of the Heaven Realm to fly, gliding for tens of meters or even hundreds of meters was no longer a problem. Let's go too. Ling Xiao glanced at Cold Plum and followed. A moment later, everyone arrived near a shore. The first officer pointed below and said, "The water flow here leads directly to the interior of Piping Island. However, we might encounter some trouble along the way. As long as everyone doesn't run around and follows the team closely, there won't be any major problems. Otherwise, don't come looking for me even if you die. We don't want to court death." Everyone who came this time wanted to obtain the Sky Essence Crystal. No one was willing to die in vain. They would naturally listen to the first officer's words. Ximen Bo glanced at Cold Plum and said, "Cold Plum, your master's strength isn't up to par. Why don't you stay with us? I can guarantee that he can reach the destination safely." At this moment, Ximen Bo's attitude toward Ling Xiao was slightly better. It was not that he had changed his mind about Ling Xiao. He just wanted to use Ling Xiao and Cold Plum to further improve their friendship. "I appreciate Brother Ximen's good intentions, but danger is the same for everyone. Brother Ximen, just take care of yourself. I'll be fine," Ling Xiao said lightly. "Why are you so ungrateful? Can't you see that Brother Ximen wants to help you?" Kai Weiwei said with some displeasure. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and did not speak. He understood Ximen Bo's thoughts better than anyone else. After all, in terms of experience, although he was young, he had experienced a lot of things. Ximen Bo was not a kind person. Although he did not know what this guy wanted to do, it was not wrong to be cautious. "Ximen, I'll protect Master well," Cold Plum interjected. She naturally had to side with Ling Xiao. It's better to be safe than sorry. If something really happens, it'll be troublesome. Ximen Bo was unwilling in his heart, but it was not good to show too much. What he was looking forward to the most now was that after entering the shallow sea, some danger would really happen. That way, his opportunity to perform meritorious deeds would come. At that time, who was the grandson and who was the hero would be clear at a glance. Could it be that he was still afraid that Cold Plum would not develop feelings of admiration for him? Wasn't there such a saying, "Beauties love heroes"? Ling Xiao glanced indifferently at Ximen Bo, thinking in his heart that this guy better not do anything excessive. Otherwise, he would definitely let this person know what was called fear. Even without Qin Hua by his side, he still had many methods to make Ximen Bo die without a burial ground. Enter the water. The first mate and the two people beside him took the lead and jumped into the sea. The rest followed one after another. After entering the water, Ling Xiao discovered that this place actually seemed to have been artificially chiseled out a very large passageway. Even if a ship entered, there would be no problem at all. People walking over was even less of a problem. The danger that the first mate mentioned appeared very quickly. Even though this place was shallow sea, there would still be quite a number of ferocious sea creatures residing here. With so many martial artists swimming through the sea at the same time, it immediately startled the shallow sea monitor lizards residing here. Even though these monitor lizards did not have high intelligence, they possessed powerful electric discharge abilities. The greatest power of their attacks was enough to easily electrocute a 3 talents Heavenly Realm martial artist to death. Even a Peak 4 symbols Heavenly Realm martial artist would also be injured. Let alone that there was more than one monitor lizard. Generally, both male and female would appear at the same time. If a Peak 4 symbols Heavenly Realm martial artist encountered it, it would also be 9 out of 10 chances to survive. Be careful, try your best to circle around. Don't provoke this guy. It's not good for us, the first mate said calmly. After all, seawater could conduct electricity. Once the monitor lizard released electric current, then all the martial artists in the vicinity would suffer a calamity. What's there to be afraid of? Just kill it. This shallow sea monitor lizard's skin is a first-rate material for making leather armor. Its beast core is even a good material for refining medicinal pills. If you guys are afraid, then hide to one side. The opportunity to display his strength had finally arrived, so how could Ximen Bo miss it? Although the two shallow sea monitor lizards were very dangerous and ordinary peak 4 symbols martialists would be killed easily if they encountered them, they were still very powerful. However, Shimin Bo was no ordinary peak 4 symbols martialist. His strength was much more formidable than many people imagined. He wanted to show it now. Before the first officer could stop him, Shimin Bo had already rushed out. Idiot! Someone cursed under his breath. Even if he had the strength, there was no need to waste it here. Although it was impossible to completely avoid the electric current, the further away they were, the weaker the electric current would be. At the very least, they could protect themselves from being seriously injured. Sizzle! The two huge lizards discovered Shimin Bo pouncing towards them, and their huge eyes suddenly erupted with formidable and terrifying aura. An ominous glint flashed. They were sleeping comfortably here, but this stupid human had to come and disturb them, which made them very angry. You two bastards, how dare you disrespect me? Be obedient and accept your death. Shimin Bo sneered. He raised his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It should be an immortal-grade artifact. This sword emitted a strange icy aura that seemed to be able to freeze the nearby seawater. Using an ice attribute weapon in the sea? What is he thinking? Someone looked at this scene in confusion. Everyone knew that ice attribute weapons could easily freeze seawater. In this way, martial arts techniques would definitely not be able to be executed smoothly. However, Shimin Bo dared to do this, which was indeed puzzling. Of course, they did not know that Shimin Bo was purely putting on a show. He wanted to show Cold Plum that he could still easily kill two shallow sea monitor lizards in the most difficult situation. Sizzle! Sizzle, boom, crackle, the two shallow sea monitor lizards were clearly angered when they saw Shimin Bo draw his sword. Hence, they opened their huge mouths at the same time and spat out terrifying lightning. The lightning moved rapidly in the seawater and blasted towards Shimin Bo, who was rushing over. The remaining electric current flowed out, causing many martial artists with lower cultivation to look pale. The electric current that flowed out is already so terrifying. How powerful is the electric current that attacked Shimin Bo? A martial artist of two forms Heaven Cultivation sighed with emotion. His face was a little pale because he could feel that if he were to fight against one of the shallow sea monitor lizards, even if it was only one, he would definitely die. However, Shimin Bo's performance was very strong. Be obedient and accept your death. In the face of the thick lightning, Shimin Bo did not stop at all. He brandished the ice attribute long sword in his hand and formed a huge ice shield in front of him. The ice shield blocked the lightning attack. Just as everyone was surprised by his beautiful move, an even more surprising scene appeared. Beside the ice shield, in the seawater, a tiny ice mark suddenly appeared and then darted towards one of the monitor lizards at lightning speed. Ice snake sting. Like a real long snake, the ice spike ruthlessly pierced into the head of the monitor lizard. The seawater was instantly dyed blood red. The female monitor lizard was killed by Shimin Bo in just one move. The remaining male monitor lizards attacked angrily. It was a pity that it, with its low intelligence, had completely lost its rationality. It attacked randomly but could not find Shimin Bo's figure at all. When Shimin Bo reappeared, he was standing on the head of the monitor lizard and stabbed his long sword directly. The male monitor lizard let out a sorrowful roar and finally convulsed and died. Interesting. This kid is very strong. Among the crowd, another 4 symbols heaven martial artist secretly laughed. Among these people, his cultivation is similar to mine. I didn't expect his combat strength to be no worse than mine. He's really young and promising. This person was much older than Shimin Bo and was estimated to be over 100 years old. He looked a little wretched and belonged to the kind of guy who was obviously not a good person. Seeing that Shimin Bo easily defeated the 2 monitor lizards, Kai Weiwei looked at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum proudly and said, "See, this is my brother Shimin's strength. Don't be fooled by brother Shimin's 4 symbols heaven cultivation. Even if he meets a martial artist from the Avalon of 5 elements, he's not afraid at all. Follow him and you don't have to worry about anything." "It's okay," Ling Xiao said faintly. In his opinion, Shimin Bo was indeed stronger than the average 4 symbols heaven martial artist. However, compared to some of the geniuses he had seen, Shimin Bo was still not good enough. For example, the blood skull who had a life and death duel with him. Although Ling Xiao was very unhappy with that guy, at the same cultivation level, that guy's performance was definitely much stronger than Shimin Bo's. Did I hear wrongly? You're just a pinnacle martial artist in one-line sky. Who gave you the confidence to evaluate my big brother Shimin like that? Kai Weiwei was very displeased. This brat called Ling Xiao was truly overestimating his own capabilities. I've said it before. They're just shallow sea lizards. Why are you so afraid? Just kill them. Shimin Bo said proudly as he sheathed his sword. Although this person's actions are displeasing, his strength is not to be underestimated. That's right. He fought 2 shallow sea lizards head-on with a pinnacle 4 symbols cultivation base and defeated them so easily. I'm afraid it's very difficult for others of the same cultivation base to do so. There are too many factors that affect combat strength at the same cultivation base, including the soul, the strength of the body, the level of martial arts, and so on. This Shimin Bo is definitely one of the best. Although most of the crowd was displeased with Shimin Bo's provocation of the shallow sea lizards, they all praised Shimin Bo's strength. Powerhouses were powerhouses. Wherever they went, they would receive the respect of others. There were many pretty girls in the crowd. They all looked at Shimin Bo with infatuation, as if they wished that this man was their boyfriend. Since this brother has already cleaned up the shallow sea lizards, let's continue on our journey. The first mate only glanced at Shimin Bo indifferently, and the corners of his mouth seemed to curl up into a sneer. However, it was fleeting and no one noticed. The team continued on, and the tense atmosphere in the crowd seemed to have been washed away by the previous battle. Shimin Bo became the subject of everyone's discussion. He was simply like a hero. He was only in his 30s, but his cultivation base and strength were at the top of this group. Naturally, he would receive the attention of countless people. Shimin Bo looked at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum, as if he wanted to find an expression of admiration on their faces. However, he was disappointed. Although Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were talking, the topic of their discussion seemed to have nothing to do with him. Moreover, the two of them were very close to each other, as if they were discussing something private. This made him even more unhappy. He couldn't understand why Cold Plum would take a fancy to Ling Xiao when his performance was so dazzling. Originally, he had planned to use Ling Xiao to get closer to Cold Plum, but now he suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was definitely a problem between him and Cold Plum. If he didn't get rid of Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have the chance to be alone with Cold Plum. Everyone, be careful. After walking for a while, they were about to reach their destination. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. At first, everyone thought that it was a light, but when they heard the first mate shout, they realized that it was the fear leech. The difference between fear leeches and normal leeches was that they were larger in size. Each of them was the size of an adult mouse, and their ability to suck blood was terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that it could almost completely penetrate a heaven realm martial artist's protective heaven elemental energy in an instant, and then enter the martial artist's body, sucking the martial artist's internal energy and blood dry. Of course, if it were just 1 or 2 fear leeches, it wouldn't pose too much of a threat. The key was that it wasn't just 1 or 2, but a group of thousands, densely packed with a strange metallic luster. This scale was simply a disaster for martial artists below 4 symbols heaven realm cultivation. Even 4 symbols heaven realm martial artists might die tragically on the spot. Chance. Shimin Bo saw these fear leeches and couldn't help but be surprised. With his strength, he was still fearful of this group of fear leeches, let alone Ling Xiao who was only a one-line heaven martial artist. Although the fear leeches' bodies were very soft and could be crushed easily, this kind of creature had a great characteristic, and that was that it was very difficult to kill. As long as there was still a part of its body, it would quickly split into many smaller fear leeches, which were equally terrifying. Hence, under normal circumstances, heaven realm martial artists would try their best to avoid this kind of creature. However, Shimin Bo took the initiative to rush forward and blocked in front of Cold Plum. He said righteously, "Cold Plum, I'm here. You don't have to worry." The leading first mate anxiously took out an item from his storage ring and threw it out. It seemed to be a piece of refining array stone. Ling Xiao was very familiar with this kind of thing. After the refining array stone. was thrown out, it formed a strange whirlpool. Most of the fear leeches were directly sucked into this whirlpool. However, there were still too many fear leeches. There were still many that bypassed the whirlpool and charged towards the crowd. Ah! In just a blink of an eye, dozens of the hundreds of martial artists died. These dead martial artists' bodies were shriveled up like raisins that were dried under the sun. Xianxia blocked in front of Cold Plum. When the fear leeches came over, he suddenly dodged and grabbed at Cold Plum, preparing to escape with Cold Plum. He wanted to let the large number of fear leeches kill Xianxia. Hurry up and leave. I can't block it anymore. Luckily, he didn't forget to put on an act at this time. He pretended to be in a difficult position. Brother Ling, you should run too. However, the sneer at the corner of his mouth completely betrayed him. This guy really couldn't wait for Xianxia to die. That was why he thought of such a vicious method. However, what made him furious was, Cold Plum didn't leave. She would rather die with Xianxia than live an ignoble life. Behind her, the beautiful plum blossom bloomed and turned into countless petals that shot out. A large number of fear leeches fell under the attack of the plum blossom. Moreover, once attacked by the petals, the fear leeches would instantly rot and die. There was no way for them to regenerate. Seeing this, Xianxia was both furious and surprised. He was furious that Cold Plum was already in such a state and still wanted to die with Xianxia. He was surprised that Cold Plum's strength was really more powerful than he imagined. However, this was nothing. With Cold Plum's strength, it was better if she didn't die. It was fine as long as Xianxia died. It was a pity that when he looked at Xianxia, his jaw almost dropped from his mouth. Xianxia stood there and didn't move at all. His body actually emitted a strange red sunlight. Any fear leeches that touched this light would be instantly roasted and turned into ashes. In just a short moment, hundreds of fear leeches had died under the net. It was like moths flying into a flame, seeking their own destruction. Damn it, I really underestimated this kid. Xianxia's vicious plan that he made while risking being hated by Cold Plum actually failed instantly. This made him gnash his teeth in hatred. Brother Xianxia, that Xianxia seems to be more powerful than we imagined. The light on his body is strange. Kai Weiwei said nervously. I'm not blind. Xianxia said coldly, however, it's fine. It's just some strange tricks. In terms of cultivation, there's a huge difference between us. He's not my match at all. With his defense, although he can block the fear leeches, in front of me, he can't even withstand a single blow. The whirlpool created by the alchemy formation stone grew larger and larger, eventually swallowing all the fear leeches. In addition to the fear leeches killed by the other warriors, the mighty army of fear leeches was completely annihilated. Was that an alchemy formation stone? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Oh? You're an expert. You can actually recognize the alchemy formation stone. That's right, it's specially used to deal with the fear leeches. We often take this route. If we didn't have such a thing to protect ourselves, we would have been killed by these monsters long ago. The alchemy formation stone smiled and explained, but don't worry, everyone. After this, there won't be any other danger. We can reach the inner part of Piping Island. Whether or not we can get the Heaven Essence Crystal will depend on your own abilities. Everyone was originally discouraged and had low morale. After all, they had lost close to 100 people in this battle. They were all warriors of the Celestial Realm. In the Heavenly Dragon Continent, warriors of the Celestial Realm were inner sect elders of a sect. Even though the Celestial Realm warriors of the Divine Phoenix Continent weren't that valuable, losing so many of them in one go still made one's heart ache. It was also quite frightening. But after hearing the alchemy formation stone, everyone became excited again. After going through so many difficulties, there was finally a reward. Master, something doesn't seem right. Cold Plum whispered to Xianxia when they were about to set off again. Yes, according to common sense, the alchemy formation stone shouldn't be taken out by the first mate. With his ability, he could have escaped with his life. If these people died here, they would have completed their mission. There's no need to bring everyone in safely. After all, it's normal for people to die in the smuggling process. Xianxia nodded and said, I suspect that there's something strange about this. They separated the warriors of the Avalon of 5 elements from us in order to weaken our abilities. Then what should we do? Should we continue to follow? Cold Plum asked. Let's follow. Even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we still have to go. After all, we're just speculating. We can't prove that this is a trap. Follow me closely later. If anything happens, I'll think of a solution. Ling Xiao replied. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not as good as Cold Plum's, Cold Plum felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reliable. She felt that following Ling Xiao would be very safe. Yes, master. Cold Plum nodded. And that Ximen Bo, he's not a good person. You won't object to me killing him, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The reason why he didn't make a move when Ximen Bo plotted against him was because he wanted to give face to Cold Plum. It's true that Ximen Bo helped me, but I've already repaid all the favors that I owed him. If he wants to harm you, I'll definitely kill him with my own hands. If you want to do it yourself, I naturally won't object. Cold Plum said solemnly. With your words, it's fine. Let's continue. I'll let him go this time. If he continues to be stubborn, I'll definitely kill him. Ling Xiao didn't want to make things difficult for Cold Plum, so he didn't make a move. After a while, the team in front stopped. We've reached our destination. The first mate said happily. From here, they could clearly see that there was a man-made canal in front of them. Through this canal, they should be able to enter a building. As for whether it was Piping Island or not, they didn't know. Follow closely, don't get separated. The first mate walked into the canal first. Although the people behind were a little hesitant, they had already come this far. Thinking about the fear leeches that they had encountered before, it wasn't very possible for them to turn back. They might as well accept their fate. Most of the people followed in. However, there were some who were more cunning. They were afraid that something unexpected would happen, so they walked to the back of the team. For example, Ling Xiao and that wretched old man. The moment they entered the canal, Ling Xiao knew that his guess was right. This was definitely a trap, a huge trap. Because he sensed that the entrance to the canal was actually the entrance to a large-scale formation. Once they entered, they would definitely not be able to return along the original path. Not only that, inside this building that was filled with ancient aura, there were actually countless terrifying formations and formations that even Ling Xiao couldn't see through. It was really too difficult to get out of this place. This wasn't Piping Island at all. They were afraid that they had really been deceived. Cold Plum, be careful. Something's not right here. Ling Xiao grabbed Cold Plum's hand. He was prepared to immediately escape if there was any unforeseen event. He definitely wouldn't take the risk. After all, their lives were the most important. Cold Plum's pretty face was slightly red. She silently nodded and followed beside Ling Xiao. Ximen Bo's veins were popping out. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha, well done. This is your commission. After walking for a while, an ancient martial art practitioner wearing metal armor suddenly appeared. This person's ability wasn't too strong. He was also at the peak of 4 symbols heaven. However, he was considered the top among this group of ancient martial art practitioners. His words were directed at the first mate and the other 2. He also transferred some spirit stones from his storage ring. The people of Piping Island are indeed straightforward. We will continue to send ancient martial art practitioners over in the future. Goodbye. The first mate and the other 2 sneered as they looked at the ancient martial art practitioners behind them. They revealed a mocking expression. What's going on? Some people still didn't understand the meaning of this scene. Still don't understand? We have been sold, just like those slaves. Ling Xiao said coldly. What? After Ling Xiao's reminder, everyone came to their senses. No wonder they felt that something was wrong. They had actually been sold to do manual labor. They couldn't control the ancient martial art practitioners with a higher level of cultivation in the Avalon of 5 elements. Hence, they had specially selected the ancient martial art practitioners with a lower level of cultivation. What smuggling channel? They had simply been sold. Ha ha ha, you have guessed correctly. From now on, you are all slaves of Piping Island. If you work hard, you can still live. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving alive. The ancient martial art practitioner in armor laughed heartily. Goodbye, a bunch of idiots. The first mate smiled at everyone and turned to leave. Where are you going? Leave your life behind. Although the wretched old man looked wretched, his ability wasn't weak among these ancient martial art practitioners. When he heard this, he immediately pounced forward, wanting to make the first mate stay behind. No matter what the outcome was, he had to drag someone down with him. He couldn't suffer for nothing. Bang! Unexpectedly, when he pounced forward, he was punched down by the ancient martial art practitioner in metal armor. Although they had the same level of cultivation, he was beaten up badly. That armor is strange. It shouldn't have been made by modern ancient martial art practitioners. There are divine writings from the primordial era on it. It should be able to strengthen one's combat power. After all, Xianxia was a formation master. He was very familiar with formations and magic formations. Damn it, I don't believe in heresy. Let's attack together and kill this bastard. The rest of the ancient martial art practitioners were furious. Although they weren't as powerful as the wretched old man, they had the advantage in numbers. They couldn't possibly be frightened by a mere 4 symbols peak ancient martial art practitioner. The angry warriors wanted to rely on their numbers to defeat the armored man. However, no matter how many of them jumped out, they were blasted back. One by one, they fell to the ground, groaning. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and could not understand. Even if the armor had the effect of increasing combat power, it could not be so heaven-defying. Hundreds of Heaven Realm practitioners attacked at the same time without any effect. Instead, they were injured? Don't waste your energy. That armor is not an ordinary magic treasure. It is a part of this enormous primordial formation. Don't look down on this person's low cultivation. He can borrow the power of the entire primordial formation. If you are of the same cultivation, no matter how many of you come, you will not be able to defeat him. Xianxia said loudly, unless you are a practitioner with a higher cultivation than him, you will be able to break this trap. Otherwise, you will be able to break the primordial formation and steal his armor. No wonder these fellows did not allow the practitioners of the Avalon of 5 elements to come. They were already on guard against our resistance. Damn it. Ha ha ha, a bunch of idiots. You guys can enjoy yourselves here. We will take our leave first. The first mate did not leave just now. Instead, he stood there and watched them make a fool of themselves. You really like to see these people in pain and helplessness. You have a dark heart. The armored man laughed. That's right. I like to see them struggle to no avail. The first mate did not evade his thoughts. Is that so? Perhaps you have done all the bad things today. You should be punished. Xianxia revealed a cold smile. Playing formations with him was no different from showing off in front of an expert. Even though the primordial formation here was very powerful, the people here did not fully understand it. Therefore, Xianxia could still find loopholes in it. Even though these loopholes were not enough for him to escape, he could still kill the first mate who had framed them. You? Before he could finish his sentence, the first mate suddenly found a beautiful plum blossom mark on his throat. Then, with an expression of disbelief, he lay on the ground facing the sky. This was a joint attack by Xianxia and Cold Plum. Cold Plum's strength and Xiao's knowledge were a perfect combination. One was searching for loopholes in the array formation while the other was attacking. Cold Plum was a late-stage 4 phenomenon celestial being, while the first mate was a peak stage 4 phenomenon celestial being. Both of them were killed when they were caught off guard. It was only logical. As for the first mate's 2 helpers, they didn't escape the fate of death either. Both of their chests had a strange hole that looked like it had been drilled by a large awl, and blood was flowing out. It was naturally Xiao's shadow awl. Coming without a shadow, leaving without a trace, killing 2 martial artists with 3 talents heaven cultivation was still very easy. The armored man stared at Xiao for a moment before bursting into laughter. It seems like I have underestimated you all. Especially you, little brat, he said. Did you leave a mark on them from the beginning? That's right. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Since he suspected that the first mate was up to something, he had to make some preparations. Therefore, he engraved his soul imprint on the first mate and the other two. This was also one of the reasons why his attack could reach its target in one go. Pa pa pa. The armored man clapped his hands and said, "How did you sense that there was something wrong with him?" It's very simple. From the moment we entered the canal, I knew that we couldn't get out and were trapped here. There's a special ancient formation confining us here. I guess the way to leave should be in the hands of your piping island, right? Ling Xiao asked back. Amazing. Really amazing. If it wasn't for your weak cultivation, I would have thought that you were some great senior disguised as an expert. The armored man really admired Ling Xiao. You flatter me. In the end, I still found out too late. If I had known about your plan earlier, I'm afraid it wouldn't be like this. Fortunately, at least I dragged someone down with me. It was worth it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Oh? You knew about our plan? The armored man was even more surprised. It's actually nothing much. As far as I know, the production of heaven essence crystals is extremely difficult. It requires a special environment to produce them. From the moment I entered this place, I understood. You need so many heaven realm martial artists as slaves in us. You want us to produce heaven essence crystals for you, right? Ling Xiao said coldly. Ha 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 ha, what a pity. What a pity. You're an outsider and not a member of our piping island. Otherwise, I would really want to be friends with you. You're right, but so what? Once you enter here, you don't even have the right to die. You have to become our slaves. The armored man laughed and said, no, to be precise, you'll become our livestock. However, the livestock will produce eggs and the livestock will produce meat. You have to use your own Tian Yuan Qi to produce Tian Yuan crystal stone for us. Bastard. The warriors were furious, but they couldn't do anything about it. Facing the armored man, they couldn't do anything. Hee, you still have the strength to curse now. Later, you'll become our livestock obediently. Ha 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 ha. After the armored man finished speaking, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and waited there. After a while, a group of people arrived. They were all wearing armor and their strength was much weaker than the armored man. They were only in the 3 talents heaven realm. Take them away. The armored man ordered. Yes, Captain. As they walked, the armored man said, in fact, our piping island is very open-minded. This is a land of treasures. Because of the ancient array formation, Heaven Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists can create their own heaven essence crystals. As long as you create enough heaven essence crystals and give them to Piping Island, you can leave. We can leave? Someone asked in surprise. Yes, when you produce at least 100,000 lower-grade Tian Yuan crystal stone or the same amount of middle-grade Tian Yuan crystal stone, you can leave safely. When the armored man said this, his face was full of ridicule. How many heaven essence crystal stones can martial artists with our cultivation level produce in a month? Ling Xiao asked. A one-line heaven realm warrior can produce 1 Tian Yuan crystal stone a month. Although your cultivation is not very good, I feel that your Tian Yuan crystal stone is very rich. You should be able to produce 10 Tian Yuan crystal stone a month. The armored man thought for a while and said. 10 Tian Yuan crystal stone a month. That's more than 3,000 Tian Yuan crystal stone a year. Even if I don't hand it over to you, I won't be able to reach the goal in 30 years. Ling Xiao frowned and said, are you playing with us? Yes, I am playing with you. So what? I just want to tell you that once you're here, don't think about leaving because there's no chance. The armored man looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said. Hateful, this piping island is actually so sinister. Who asked us to be so stupid to be fooled? Damn it, this is ruined. The martial artists were furious, but when they recalled the scene of the armored man attacking them, they wilted. Especially Shiman Bo. He was so high-spirited and proud before, but after knowing that he was fooled, he became completely listless. During this time, he did not harass Ling Xiao. Let me tell you, all the heaven essence crystals produced every month must be handed over. Whoever dares to hide a piece will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Lock them up in the second circle. Remember, don't starve, or else they won't have the energy to create wealth for us." Finished speaking, the armored man turned and left. Here, everyone was raised like livestock in the human circle. Although they definitely wouldn't starve, they ate things that only livestock would eat. Even so, they still had to work hard. If they dared to slack off, they would receive the most severe punishment. The so-called being able to leave before was simply bullshit. If you had to hand over all the heaven essence crystals, it was simply impossible to gather enough to leave. Not to mention 30 years, you could forget about leaving for your entire life. This was really like keeping people in captivity like livestock. Clang, the door to the second circle was opened. The martial artists were roughly pushed in, not giving them a chance to protest at all. While the other martial artists were cursing, Ling Xiao grabbed Cold Plum's hand and observed the surrounding situation. The second circle was much larger than imagined. It occupied a total of several tens of thousands of acres. The slaves here were also close to several tens of thousands. All of them were martial artists from 1-line heaven to 4 symbols heaven realm. It seemed like this was pre-selected. What made Ling Xiao feel strange was that other than the majority of the slaves painstakingly producing heaven essence crystals, there was actually a small group of people chatting and eating. He suddenly thought of those prison bullies in the prison. How similar were they to these people? Piping Island probably, in order to be able to rule over each circle, specially selected a portion of the slaves to be the leaders, letting them help manage the rest of the slaves and giving them special treatment. Of course, it was also possible that they weren't selected, but that these slaves finally stood out after internal competition and elimination. After all, the cultivation of these privileged slaves wasn't weak. At the very least, they were slightly stronger than the other slaves. Haha, another bunch of idiots. Don't say that. Weren't we also tricked by those guys from Piping Island? Not only Piping Island, it's said that this place is jointly managed by Piping Island and Divine Phoenix Empire. Otherwise, do you think Divine Phoenix Empire would let them do as they please? That's right, that's right. I've heard about this as well. F***ck. 2 Empire-level forces joining hands to trick us heaven-tier martial artists, aren't they giving us too much face? Many slaves in the second circle stopped what they were doing and looked at Ling Xiao and the others who had just entered the second circle. His tone was filled with anger and helplessness. Of course, there was also a trace of schadenfreude. After all, if he was unlucky, he hoped that others would be unlucky as well. Master, this Divine Phoenix Empire and Piping Island really don't look as open and aboveboard as they do on the surface. Cold Plum said in a low voice, with the alliance of the 2 great forces, the martial artists here can forget about leaving. When I just came in, I already observed. There are a total of 5 human circles here. According to the calculation of over 10,000 martial artists in each human circle, 5 human circles would be over 50,000 people. These are all heaven-tier martial artists. 50,000, that's too terrifying. Ling Xiao lamented, back then, if the Sacred Dynasty had 50,000 heaven-tier martial artists joining forces, the true Devil Empire wouldn't have been able to annex so much territory so easily. I wonder how long they've been here. Do we really have to stay here forever? Cold Plum said worriedly, this servant doesn't care, but master, you have to establish a grand undertaking. If we want to go out, we must go out together. If we can't even overcome this little difficulty, what grand undertaking is there to talk about? The reason why Ling Xiao was confident in his heart was because he had grasped the method of refining arrays, which was a huge advantage. What's more, he discovered that many martial artists in the second circle seemed to have been here for a long time. Perhaps it was a few years, decades, or even hundreds of years. These people all had numb faces and no longer cared about anything else. Their pupils had lost focus, as if they were walking corpses. That was because they were desperate. They knew that they couldn't go out and fight against Piping Island. However, once Ling Xiao gave them hope, these people would probably turn into ferocious beasts and devour Piping Island. Ling Xiao was not a person who would suffer losses. Since Piping Island dared to treat him like this, he naturally had to let them know how powerful he was. However, he still had to plan carefully on how to do it. Of course, before that, he had to make good use of this place. Because of the immemorial array, this place could produce Tianyuan crystals. This array was so complex that even the current mountain river marshal Soul could not analyze it thoroughly. Therefore, it was basically impossible for Ling Xiao to imitate it. Therefore, he had to seize the time to stay here and use the Tianyuan crystals to improve his cultivation. In this way, he would be more confident in the life and death battle with the Blood Skull in a month's time. Hey, all of you, come over here and stand properly. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about what to do next, a rough voice suddenly rang out. Ling Xiao found that the speaker was one of the people who had just been eating and drinking. This person looked righteous, but one could not judge a book by its cover. It was too naive and stupid to judge a person based on his appearance. The warriors who had entered the second circle all came over. Although this person's attitude was not very good, it was not a bad thing to listen to what he had to say. Hee, you're all quite obedient. That's good. Listen, there are no supervisors here, but it doesn't mean that you can be lazy. Piping Island has a rule that warriors with one-line heaven cultivation have to hand in at least 1 Tianyuan crystal every month. Yinyang heaven warriors have to hand in 2 Tianyuan crystals. If you can't reach this number, you'll be punished. This punishment will definitely make you wish you were dead, but you wish you were dead. Of course, if you make enough Tianyuan crystals, you can't keep them for yourself. You have to hand them all over. When the time comes, our boss will send people to collect all the Tianyuan crystals. Don't forget to calculate according to the natural month. You're lucky. Today is the second day of the month. You still have a long time to prepare. If you came at the end of the month, you'd be in trouble. You'll be punished. Piping Island doesn't care if you're a newcomer. You have to hand in the Tianyuan crystals at the end of the month. Also, the management here is a little humane. If you perform well enough, you can live in a better place and eat human food. By the way, there's a very important point that I almost forgot to mention. Don't even think about using the Tianyuan crystals you made yourself. Once you refine the Tianyuan crystals here, you'll be detected by the manager. Naturally, you'll be punished and have all the Tianyuan crystals deducted. That's all. Hurry up and go make more Tianyuan crystals. Those caves are where you live. The method to make Tianyuan crystals is written on the walls. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at the densely packed cave. The entrance of the cave was not big, and the cave was very shallow. Moreover, it was very dirty. Almost all eating, drinking, and defecating had to be done here. This was really exactly the same as the management of livestock. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum simply opened up 2 caves and cleaned them up before settling down. No one cared about this matter. It seemed that the manager and the leader of the second circle were more concerned about the Heaven Essence crystal. They did not care about anything else at all. Since no one cared, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were happy to be free. The 2 of them took out the things they needed to sleep in from their storage rings. Then, they decorated the cave and learned the method of making Heaven Essence crystal according to the wall. It would be a pity if they did not try to make Heaven Essence crystal here. However, a one-line heaven cultivator could only make 1 Heaven Essence crystal in a month under normal circumstances. Martial artists with 4 symbols cultivation could produce 4 pieces of Heavenly Essence crystal stones in a month. Cold Plum was considered to be more outstanding. She spent 3 days to make 1 Heaven Essence crystal. According to this calculation, she could make about 10 Heaven Essence crystals in a month, which was 6 more than an ordinary 4 symbols heaven cultivator. Master, I wonder if what that person said a few days ago was true. Is it true that we can't use Heaven Essence crystals here? Cold Plum asked. He's right. I've already observed. There's a special array here. Once we use Heaven Essence crystals, there will be energy fluctuations. The people outside will know very soon. Ling Xiao nodded. Do we have to hand over all the extra Heaven Essence crystals? What a pity. Cold Plum was a little unwilling. Haha, Cold Plum, you've been missing for so long. I'm afraid you don't know that I've mastered the method of refining arrays. A few days ago, when I was cleaning up the cave, I've already set up a small array here. It can avoid detection. So, there's no problem for the 2 of us to use Heaven Essence crystals here. Ling Xiao smiled. As expected of master, you're really amazing. Those people probably wouldn't even dream of it. Cold Plum was really surprised, and she admired Ling Xiao even more. That's right, master. I'll definitely be able to produce 6 more heaven essence crystals in a month. I'll give them all to you. You're only at 1 line sky now, so you won't be able to produce too many heaven essence crystals. Hee hee. Hearing this, Ling Xiao chuckled and opened his hand. 3 heaven essence crystals appeared in his hand. Heavens, master, how did you do it? A 1 line sky martial artist can actually produce 3 heaven essence crystals in 3 days. Cold Plum couldn't help but be surprised. Most importantly, Ling Xiao's performance was simply too shocking. One had to know that an ordinary 1 line sky martial artist could only produce 1 heaven essence crystal every month. Ling Xiao was actually able to produce 30 times more than them. Just how terrifying was his heavenly essence energy? Hee hee, this is just a small matter. Let's cultivate first. When my cultivation rises to 2 elements heaven, I'll go out and take a look. Ling Xiao smiled and picked up a heaven essence crystal and began cultivating. Speaking of which, this heaven essence crystal was indeed miraculous. Although it was made by martial artists, the heaven essence crystal contained within was much more than the heaven essence crystal that martial artists could cultivate in the same amount of time. Ling Xiao guessed that this might have something to do with the special environment, causing the spiritual energy from the outside world to mix in and condense into heaven essence crystal. However, he wasn't very clear about what was going on. Fortunately, this question wasn't important. He just needed to concentrate on cultivating now. On the other side, Cold Plum also began cultivating. The 2 of them didn't plan to keep the heaven essence crystal because Ling Xiao had a way to get out. He just needed to raise his cultivation a little more. About 2 hours later, Ling Xiao realized that the heaven essence crystal in the 2nd cauldron of his 9 cauldrons heaven vein had appeared. This was the sign of breaking through to the early stage of 2 elements heaven. And at this time, he had only used 2 heaven essence crystals. Cold Plum was still cultivating and didn't stop. Ling Xiao originally planned to continue cultivating for a while, but suddenly heard an intense commotion outside. He opened his eyes of the world and looked over. He discovered that outside a cave not far from his cave, there was a group of people shouting about something. Inside the cave was a late-stage Heaven Tier 3 talents martial artist. At this time, his face was filled with dejection and despair. There's still a lot of time left in this month. I've worked so hard for so many days and only managed to make 1 heaven essence crystal. If I give it to you now, how am I going to report to the administrator? I don't want to be punished. That hell-like feeling is something I don't want to experience again. Cut the crap. Don't think that we don't know. You tried to use the heaven essence crystal to cultivate just now, right? There's already an energy fluctuation coming out. Since you have such an idea, you must hand over all the heaven essence crystals. Otherwise, you'll still be punished. The one who spoke was actually the righteous-looking middle-aged man from the other day. At this time, this person simply looked like a bandit. Other than him, the martial artists who ate and drank with him that day were all behind him. When these people joined forces, their strength wasn't weak. You guys are simply too much of a bully. Although I had such an idea, I didn't use the heaven essence crystal to cultivate in the end. It's not a violation at all. The administrator didn't say anything. Bully? I'm bullying idiots like you. To tell you the truth, the administrator has to manage you idiots through us. We're the bosses here. We're the kings. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. After speaking, he directly ordered his subordinates to snatch the heaven essence crystal. Just a single heaven essence crystal was snatched away by this group of people. The celestial realm martial artist in the cave cried out loud. It wasn't that he was weak. But if he couldn't use the heaven essence crystal to cultivate in this place, his cultivation couldn't increase. Then, he would forever be a subordinate and live a cowardly life. It was better to die. Just as Ling Xiao was about to retract his gaze, that person actually placed his hand on his forehead, and then laughed maniacally as he passed away from this world. Sigh. Ling Xiao sighed. This martial artist's psychological quality was a little too weak. A bad life was better than a good death. Who knew when there would be a chance to escape? It really wasn't worth it to die just like that. This scene also made Ling Xiao confirm his thoughts. Inciting the slaves to riot here was definitely a promising future. The boss of the second circle was Heavenly Venerable Leech. It was said that his martial soul was the fearsome leech. His cultivation had already reached the peak of 4 divisions and was only a step away from breaking through to the Avalon of 5 elements. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Leech hadn't appeared these days. He was in seclusion to cultivate. The slaves here hated and feared Heavenly Venerable Leech. As long as Ling Xiao got rid of this guy, he would definitely rally to his call. Therefore, in the following days, Ling Xiao did 3 things. First, he used the Eye of the World to observe the magic arrays and formations here and analyze how to break them. Second, he made Heaven Essence crystals. Third, he raised his cultivation. These last 2 things actually complemented each other. Heaven Essence crystals were very helpful in raising one's cultivation. There was no doubt about this. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through from the heaven of 2 elements to the heaven of Tri-Talent. Cold Plum's cultivation had also broken through to the Avalon of 5 elements. Heaven Essence crystals were indeed powerful. Even low-grade Heaven Essence crystals could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. However, after reaching 4 divisions, the improvement would be slower. This was also why Cold Plum had only broken through to the Avalon of 5 elements after cultivating for so many days. As for Ling Xiao, this fellow was a monster. Compared to him, it was infuriating. Today is the 22nd. There's not much time left until the end of this month. I have to return to the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City before the end of the month. Otherwise, the Blood Skull will laugh at me for not daring to accept the challenge. Ling Xiao had already used up all the Heaven Essence crystals in his possession. He did not want to continue staying here. After his cultivation had reached the heaven of Tri-Talent, the effects of low-grade Heaven Essence crystals had become almost negligible. Even his breakthrough from the heaven of 2 elements to the heaven of Tri-Talent was successful because of the Heaven Spirit Elixir. It was obvious that the difficulty of breaking through each realm was higher than others. Since the effects of low-grade Heaven Essence crystals had become weaker and the time was almost up, there was no need for him to continue staying here. It was time to leave. Cold Plum had also used up all her Heaven Essence crystals. The 2 of them had no intention of handing over Heaven Essence crystals to Piping Island. After 20 days of observation, Ling Xiao had already found the loophole in the formation here. If he wanted to leave now, there would definitely be no problem. However, before he left, he had to let Piping Island have a taste of its own medicine. Moreover, Qinhua's subordinates had not been found yet. The 2 of them walked out of the cave and prepared to act according to plan. They would first start a riot in Circle 2 and get rid of Heavenly Venerable Leech. Outside the cave, the same story was playing out. Heavenly Venerable Leech's subordinates were forcing Shimin Bo and Kai Weiwei to hand over the Heaven Essence crystals. Shimin Bo, at this moment, was no longer as high-spirited as before. His hair was a mess, and he looked no different from a pitiful beggar. I beg you, I will hand over the Heaven Essence crystals after this month, okay? We really don't have much left. Shimin Bo even knelt on the ground to beg the other party. And this Empyrean Leech's subordinate's cultivation was even lower than his. He was only at the early stage of 4 symbols heaven. Kai Weiwei was also kneeling at the side, crying and begging for mercy. She didn't know if her man was still so wise and mighty in her heart. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this matter. He didn't have the slightest sympathy for Shimin Bo. If it wasn't for Cold Plum, he would have already killed this guy. How could he have allowed this guy to live until now? Bang! Heavenly Venerate Leech's subordinate kicked Shimin Bo's face and scolded, "Idiot, listen carefully. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and hand over all the Heaven Origin crystals you've produced so far. Shimin Bo, isn't your dignity too worthless? You're being bullied by someone with a lower cultivation than you, and you don't even dare to resist?" Cold Plum could not help but shout. After all, Shimin Bo had helped her before. She really didn't want to see him like this. What do you know? A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Heavenly Venerate Leech's strength is definitely not something you can imagine. Bo shrieked. Don't laugh at me. In a while, you will obediently hand over the heaven origin crystals like me. No one dares to be violent in front of Heavenly Venerate Leech. He's an expert from the Avalon of 5 Elements. Avalon of 5 Elements? Haha, I thought it was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. You're so scared that you've lost your knees. Do you still have balls? Are you still a man? Ling Xiao frowned. When this Bo bullied the weak, he was completely high and mighty. Why was it that when he encountered a slightly stronger opponent, he would directly become scared like a dog? He's not a man, but neither are you. Heavenly Venerate Leech's subordinate said to Ling Xiao and Cold Plum after snatching all the heaven origin crystals from Bo and Kai Weiwei. I'm not a man to begin with. Cold Plum muttered. Cough, cough. I'm talking about him. Heavenly Venerate Leech's subordinate pointed at Ling Xiao and said, no matter what, hurry up and hand over all the heaven origin crystals. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. Are you even worthy of speaking to me? Get your Heavenly Venerate Leech to come out and answer me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you get nothing. Ling Xiao said coldly. He was looking for trouble now. Naturally, he wouldn't give Heavenly Venerate Leech any face. You're crazy. Bo jumped in fright when he heard Ling Xiao's words. He pulled Kai Weiwei and ran far away, as if afraid that Ling Xiao's madness would infect them. Many other experts also hid in caves or in the dark, not daring to show their faces. It seemed like they all thought that Ling Xiao was crazy. If he wasn't crazy, he wouldn't have rashly provoked Heavenly Venerate Leech. Ha 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 ha. It's not like I haven't seen an arrogant brat like you. Once our Heavenly Venerate Leech comes, you'll have to talk to King Yama. Heavenly Venerate Leech's subordinate sneered. Hurry up and hand over the heaven origin crystals obediently. Perhaps you can keep your life. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Many of Heavenly Venerate Leech's subordinates came over and surrounded Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. It's over. Those two idiots. I knew it would be like this. Do you think it's fun to play the hero? What a brainless idiot. Bo, who was hiding in the dark, muttered. He was as timid as a mouse, but he blamed others for standing up for him. This was really a weird jealousy. What? You really won't cry until you see the coffin? It's not easy for you small fries to make a living. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Hurry up and call Heavenly Venerate Leech. I only want to talk to him. I'm giving you a chance now. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the surrounding martial artists. The strongest among them was actually at the peak of 4 symbols. It was that wretched old man from before. This fellow was actually Heavenly Venerate Leech's lackey. Kid, this old man still advises you to be obedient. Heavenly Venerate Leech won't treat you unfairly. That wretched old man said. You talk too much. Do you really want me to make a move? Ling Xiao was a little impatient. He originally didn't want to deal with these people. However, it seemed that if he didn't make a move now, these fellows wouldn't know how powerful he was and wouldn't do as he said. Brat, it seems like you're really courting death. The wretched old man had just joined Heavenly Venerate Leech's camp and definitely wanted to be the first to gain merit. Therefore, he didn't wait for the others to make a move and directly pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't make a move at all. A plum blossom imprinted on that wretched old man's shoulder. That old man was sent flying on the spot. Even his shoulder blade was penetrated. It was Cold Plum's move. Stinking woman, you dare to hurt me? I'll definitely strip you of your clothes and let all the slaves here enjoy you to their heart's content. The wretched old man roared. This old man will definitely let you have a good time. There are many slaves in this second circle. I reckon they are all drooling over a delicate little beauty like you. The wretched old man was so angry that he started spouting nonsense. However, he didn't expect his words to offend Cold Plum. Cold Plum originally didn't want to kill him, but at that moment, a black shadow appeared and the old man's head fell from his neck. What an idiot. I spared your life and you still dare to provoke me. Can't you tell who's stronger and who's weaker? Ling Xiao looked at the wretched old man's corpse and shook his head. There were many smart people these days, but there were also many people like him who liked to court death. So powerful. This lady looks so cold, but I didn't expect her strength to be so terrifying. These bastard subordinates of Empyrean Leech have kicked an iron plate today. Kill them. Those who were secretly watching the show were actually holding back their anger. They really hated Empyrean Leech and his subordinates. They just didn't have the guts to make a move. How dare they kill our people? Everyone, attack together and get rid of these two. Otherwise, our Empyrean Leech will have no place to put his face. Shouted one of Empyrean Leech's subordinates. Attack. There's only two of them. There's nothing special about them. Kill them. Perhaps they were used to being arrogant, or perhaps it was because they weren't weak themselves. After all, to become Empyrean Leech's subordinate, one had to be at least a triple talent genius. Not to mention that there were a few 4 symbols heaven cultivators among them. With dozens of people attacking together, they believed that they should be able to take down Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. Cold Plum, don't make a move first. Leave it to me. I haven't had the time to try out the unique skill I just learned. In the past 20 days, Ling Xiao's cultivation had advanced to the triple talent heaven early stage. More importantly, his light profound and shadow profound had both reached the 3rd step and obtained new abilities. The first step was defense. The second step was single target attacks. The third step was group attacks. Facing dozens of powerful opponents, Ling Xiao smiled as the golden crow sword appeared in his hand. The third ultimate move of the Profound of Light was related to the golden crow sword. Golden Crow Rising Sun. Ling Xiao raised the golden crow sword high up in the air. Suddenly, the sword light transformed into a huge golden crow and swooped down on the crowd. It was as if the golden crow had come to life. It blossomed with dazzling light, emitted blazing heat, and released a terrifying sword light. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people rushed over. Dozens of people vomited blood and flew back, falling to the ground and unable to move. This move is not bad. It's similar to the Rising Sun sword light, but its power and effect are much stronger. Not bad. Ling Xiao acted as if he was trying out a move. He simply did not look at those who were sent flying. Instead, he held the sword in his hand and muttered to himself. He discovered a phenomenon. Although he hadn't awakened a profound meaning and the moves produced were basically fixed, he could still interfere and influence them to make these moves more suitable for him. Go to hell. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to modify his ultimate move, the leader suddenly pounced on him from the side. The sharp blade in his hand directly pierced toward the back of Ling Xiao's heart. This person's cultivation was relatively strong and had reached the late stage of the 4 symbols celestial realm. He was only slightly weaker than the wretched old man and Shiman Bo from before. Master, be careful. Cold Plum wanted to go forward and stop him. After all, the opponent's attack was too sudden and very fast. He was already close to Ling Xiao. Don't worry. He really shouldn't have attacked me at this time because I still have a move that I haven't tried yet. Ling Xiao smiled and casually swung his sword. No one saw anything appear. Suddenly, the leader who was pouncing over was bitten in half by something in midair. This frightening scene left everyone dumbfounded. Void Shadow Crocodile. What an appropriate name for the move. Ling Xiao nodded. The moves of the Shadow Profound meaning had always been very hidden. It was no wonder that others couldn't discover it. Look, what's that? Finally, someone noticed something strange. It looks like the shadow of a crocodile? But I don't see a crocodile? And why does this crocodile shadow seem to have wings? I just saw it. I saw it. The crocodile's shadow bit that guy's shadow in half, and then that guy died. His body was broken. A cultivator sat on the ground in horror and shouted loudly. Bull****. How can a bitten shadow hurt the main body? Don't doubt me. What I said is true. I saw it with my own eyes. That person was indeed right. The most terrifying thing about the Void Shadow Crocodile was that it didn't attack the opponent's body, but the opponent's shadow. Any part of the shadow that was attacked would hurt the main body. Even a cultivator with a higher cultivation base than Ling Xiao would find it very difficult to deal with this kind of hidden and special attack. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't explain anything. He glanced at Heavenly Venerate Leech's subordinates, who were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. Go and get your Heavenly Venerate Leech to see me now. Don't think that I can't kill you. I just don't want to. You will definitely regret it, kid. You will die a horrible death after offending Heavenly Venerate Leech. There were still a few unyielding people among Heavenly Venerate Leech's subordinates. Before they left, they even threatened Ling Xiao. I've heard a lot of nonsense like this. However, I'm afraid that your leader doesn't have the ability to do so. Even though Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the Three Talents Heaven stage, it was still very easy for him to deal with ordinary martialists from the Avalon of 5 elements. Perhaps it would be a little difficult to face the Blood Skull. After all, the Blood Skull was also a genius. Therefore, Ling Xiao wanted to increase his strength before returning to the Imperial City. Fighting with experts and snatching Heaven Essence crystals was the best way to do so. Heavenly Venerate Leech wasn't a good person anyway. Therefore, he didn't feel the slightest bit of psychological pressure when doing this. Empyrean Leech's subordinates left one after another, heading towards the place where Empyrean Leech was cultivating. They were both slaves and lived in caves. However, Empyrean Leech's cave was decorated to look like a magnificent palace. There were even a few female attendants accompanying him, all of them wearing very revealing clothes. Having his mood disturbed, Empyrean Leech seemed to be very unhappy. What's going on? Why are all of you acting like this? Could it be that they have encountered a powerful resistance? As the boss of this place, it was normal to encounter resistance. Heavenly Venerate Leech had encountered similar situations in the past. His method was to thoroughly kill those who dared to resist him. Even though Pipa Island didn't like dead people. However, killing 1 or 2 people was not a problem. If Piping Island wanted to rely on him to manage these slaves, they had to give him some face. Reporting to the Heavenly Venerable, this fellow is a little difficult to deal with. Not only did he kill our leader, but he also killed the old man who just surrendered. He said that he wants you to go over and give him a reply. He doesn't respect you at all. The subordinate's words weren't exaggerated. After all, the meaning was similar to what Ling Xiao had said. Bastard! Heavenly Venerate Leech smashed the tea table in front of him and roared furiously, I've been in circle number 2 for more than 10 years. I've seen many idiots who wanted to resist, but none of them had a good ending. Today, I'd like to see where this kid got the guts to provoke me. Heavenly Venerable, you will definitely succeed. That fellow is merely at the early heaven stage. He is no match for you. The subordinates tried their best to curry favor. Bring me over. Don't let that fellow escape. Yes. Although Circle 2 occupied a large area, Heavenly Venerable Leech was able to reach it in an instant with his Avalon of 5 elements cultivation. If not for his subordinates leading the way, he might have reached even faster. Heavenly Venerable Leech was very thin, as if his entire body had been hollowed out. There were many moles on his face, making him look very ugly. However, the sinister aura that he released caused all the surrounding martial artists to be endlessly alarmed. Hee, that idiot Ling Xiao actually dared to provoke Heavenly Venerable Leech. Now that you are here, I want to see how long he can be smug for. Shiman Bo naturally felt very uncomfortable when he saw Ling Xiao showing off his might. Now that Heavenly Venerable Leech had arrived, he really wished that Heavenly Venerable Leech could slap Ling Xiao to death. In that case, he could stand there and mock him. Perhaps Lin Mei would also become his woman at that time. That young man is in danger. Although he helped us vent our anger, his cultivation is still too weak. Heavenly Venerable Leech has just broken through to the Avalon of 5 elements and is looking for someone to cause trouble for. Isn't he sending himself to his doorstep? Yeah, that young man's cultivation seems to be at the early heaven stage. This is bad. Empyrean Leech is completely different from those good-for-nothings from before. Sigh, I guess he's a young master from some big faction outside. Relying on his reputation as a genius, he's always high and mighty, so he's unwilling to endure the humiliation here. Now it's troublesome. A bad life is better than a good death. Why must you seek death? The other martial artists weren't very optimistic about Ling Xiao either. Although they weren't as bad as Shimin Bo, they didn't have much confidence in Ling Xiao. "Brat, where are you from? Tell me your name. If I know who you are, I can spare your life." Heavenly Venerate Leech wanted to make a move as soon as he arrived, but he suddenly saw Cold Plum. Although Cold Plum had obviously suppressed her cultivation, ordinary concealment would not escape the eyes of those with good eyesight. Empyrean Leech clearly sensed that Cold Plum's strength was not inferior to his. Therefore, he did not dare to attack directly. Instead, he probed. "Nameless Ling Xiao, a disciple of a small sect on the Heavenly Dragon continent. You must be Empyrean Leech, right?" Ling Xiao said coolly. "Humph, since you know this Empyrean's great name, then you should understand what the outcome of offending this Empyrean is, right?" Empyrean Leech gave a cold snort and said, "I'll give you a chance. Pledge allegiance to this Empyrean right now, and you can avoid death." Perhaps in this Empyrean's view, if Ling Xiao became his subordinate, then that woman beside Ling Xiao naturally became his subordinate too. This way, his strength could be said to have increased greatly. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said, "You're not worthy of making me your subordinate yet." Insolence. Behind Empyrean Leech, countless subordinates cursed Ling Xiao loudly. In their hearts, Empyrean Leech's dignity was not to be provoked. "Empyrean, please give this subordinate a chance to exterminate this brat and vent your anger for you." The one snuggling up beside Empyrean Leech was an enchanting woman. Her clothes were thin and seductive to the bone. But her cultivation was not weak either. Peak 4 Symbol's Heavenly Realm cultivation, this strength was already as powerful as Shimin Bo. "Alright, baby, you teach this brat a lesson for this Empyrean." Empyrean Leech really did not have much interest in Ling Xiao. What he cared more about was Cold Plum instead. The reason why he did not make a move was also to guard against Cold Plum. In his view, a mere 3 talents Heaven initial stage cultivation martial artist could not gain any advantage at all when facing a Peak 4 Symbol's Heavenly Realm martial artist. He was absolutely bound to lose without a doubt. "This servant obeys your orders." That woman smiled slightly, a fox appearing behind her. Indeed, a fox spirit. Ling Xiao could not help secretly sighing. What this woman possessed was not a fox martial soul, but a fox spirit martial soul. Although she was just a nameless fox spirit, she absorbed this martial soul's seductive characteristics to the fullest. "Little big brother, this servant will be very gentle. You mustn't be afraid of pain." The fox spirit let out a coquettish laugh, making many martial artists' bones almost turn soft. Shimin Bo even drooled when he saw. At the side, Kai Weiwei shook her head repeatedly. Initially, she revered and worshipped Shimin Bo, but now, she looked down on this man more and more. She was really like a flying sword that experienced a rapid decline from the highest to the lowest. Now that Shimin Bo was staring at that coquettish fox spirit like a pig, she actually did not feel angry. Instead, she felt helpless and sorrowful. How could she fall in love with such a man? She was too blind. "You better not make a move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen." Ling Xiao looked at the fox spirit indifferently and said with a smile. "Hee, this servant is not scared. This servant has once defeated an initial stage martial artist of the Avalon of 5 elements. Little big brother, you are simply not enough." The fox spirit smiled coquettishly, but her eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. "Is that so? Then you can try." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He could even imagine how exactly this woman defeated the martial artist of the Avalon of 5 elements. This woman's martial soul probably had an extremely powerful seductive effect. Martial artists with insufficient soul power would really have to admit defeat in front of her. But would he? In terms of soul power, he believed that no one in the celestial realm could match up to him. Why is this guy so calm? What exactly is he relying on? The fox spirit was somewhat puzzled. Ling Xiao was obviously only at the initial stage of the heaven realm, but he was completely fearless in front of her. It was really strange. "Humph, no matter what you rely on, it is useless in front of me." The fox spirit snorted coldly, thinking that Ling Xiao's performance was just deliberately mystifying to make her suspicious. Heart of charm. The martial soul behind her flickered with a strange red light. The fox spirit threw a flying kiss at Ling Xiao. A red heart formed by soul power and heavenly elemental energy actually appeared and flew towards Ling Xiao. She is indeed good at soul attacks. Ling Xiao secretly nodded and suddenly opened his eye of the world. Under the alternating night and day, fear descended upon this world. The strange black and white lights brought immense mental pressure to the fox spirit. The fox spirit actually screamed and fainted on the spot. She can't even withstand a single blow. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He had defeated his opponent so easily just by relying on the pressure of the mountain river will. This battle was a little too easy. How did she lose? The onlookers couldn't understand the situation at all. It was clearly the fox spirit attacking Ling Xiao. Why was it the fox spirit screaming and fainting as if she had lost control? What's going on? Not to mention the onlookers, even Heavenly Venerate Leech didn't understand what was going on. Even if he was caught off guard, he would still fall for this vixen's trick. Although he wouldn't lose, it shouldn't be so easy to defeat this woman. Could it be a soul secret technique? Empyrean Leech was experienced and knowledgeable. He instantly thought that Ling Xiao might have a soul secret technique stronger than the fox spirits. In terms of soul force, once it was restrained, it would be easy to lose. It wasn't like internal force. Even if one's internal force was less than the opponent's, they wouldn't lose instantly. There would always be a chance to escape or turn the tables. Thinking of this, Empyrean Leech put on a strange collar. Kid, I didn't expect you to be a soul force expert. No wonder you could defeat my subordinate so easily. However, your good days are coming to an end. The collar he wore was specifically used to resist soul force. Although it couldn't completely block it, it had no problem weakening the power of soul force. The way he saw it, Ling Xiao's strength was nothing more than his soul force. As long as he could solve this problem, defeating Ling Xiao would be as easy as flipping his hand. Too much nonsense. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if you don't make a move, I'll make a move first. You're courting death. Empyrean Leech coldly snorted and pounced towards Ling Xiao. He was actually wearing strange gloves on his hands. Those gloves were neither gold nor silver. They were a heart-palpitating blood-red color. They looked very terrifying. Of course, what was even more terrifying was that Empyrean Leech's grab was like an eagle spreading its wings and pouncing on its prey. It gave off a strong sense of threat. Cold Plum, stand to the side and don't do anything. Watch out for those bastard sneak attacks. Leave this guy to me. Ling Xiao's next opponent, Blood Skull, was also at the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. He was exactly the same as Celestial Master Leech. Therefore, he wanted to practice on Empyrean Leech and see what kind of standard this early stage practitioner of the Avalon of 5 elements had. Bang! The crimson sun all tore through the air and collided with Heavenly Venerate Leech's bloody claw in midair. The resulting violent air currents blew the nearby rocks apart. What? He had actually blocked it, the spectators gulped, appearing extremely nervous. They originally thought that Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of hope against Empyrean Leech. But now, it seemed like they had underestimated this human youth. He had easily intercepted Heavenly Venerate Leech's attack. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Shiman Bo gnashed his teeth in anger. He had originally wanted to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself, but instead, he saw Ling Xiao displaying his invincible might. This was definitely not a scene he wanted to see. To him, this was even more unbearable than eating a needle. Kid, you have some skills. But that was just a test. Let's see if you can still block my next attack. Empyrean Leech was also extremely surprised. In his anger, the bloody claw shadows began to attack Ling Xiao repeatedly. Moreover, each attack was stronger and more ruthless than the last. It was as if countless bloody claws had condensed in the air. He didn't believe that a mere early-stage practitioner of the 3-talent stage could block so many of his attacks. Bang 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 bang, the sound of energy colliding rang out continuously. Deep pits continuously appeared on the ground due to the explosions. However, Empyrean Leech was actually unable to get within 3 meters of Ling Xiao. Every time, the crimson sun all would block it. Every time, it would return without any success. Humph, really unworthy of the name. Just the likes of you are also fit to be the second circle's boss? Done playing, it's my turn to take action. Ling Xiao gave a cold snort, both hands swinging out at the same time. The Crimson Sun all and Dark Shadow all shot towards Empyrean Leech at the same time. So what if you take action? This Empyrean can't do anything to you. You can't do anything to this Empyrean either. Empyrean Leech could only see the Crimson Sun all's existence, but could not see the Dark Shadow all. Therefore, he felt that Ling Xiao could not hurt him. He waved his sharp bloody claws confidently and smashed towards that Crimson Sun all. The repeated attacks previously already gave him an understanding of this Crimson Sun all. He had to block it. Otherwise, this Crimson Sun all could absolutely break through his protective heavenly essence energy and then pierce through his body. Bang, a fierce collision sounded out once more. Empyrean Leech blocked the Crimson Sun all very easily. Ha 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 ha, kid, you, the smug Empyrean Leech had yet to finish talking when his chest suddenly hurt. Lowering his head to look, he discovered that there was an additional bloody fist-sized hole in his chest. This is impossible. He did not understand. He had clearly blocked the Crimson Sun all's attack. How could he still be injured? Nothing is impossible. People tend to only pay attention to what's in front of them, but they forget that dangerous things are often hidden in unseen places. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, appearing very calm. However, he was very shocked in his heart. After combining light and shadow profound meanings, it was truly too terrifying. This was not only reflected in power, but it could also catch the enemy off guard. I didn't expect that Empyrean Leech would actually be defeated. Just where did this kid come from? Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let him hear you. Those who dare to attack Empyrean Leech are definitely not ordinary characters. Don't get targeted by him. The second circle's martial artists had seen many people provoking Empyrean Leech. Some of them had even done so before. However, without exception, all of them ended in defeat. Some of them died horrible deaths. Some fell under Empyrean Leech's hands obediently. But Ling Xiao's appearance shattered Empyrean Leech's undefeatable legend, thoroughly changing the second circle's situation. Shiman Bo was already kneeling on the ground. He felt that his mouth was very parched. Facing Empyrean Leech, he and Ling Xiao chose two completely different ways of doing things. He groveled and groveled, paying heaven essence crystals. But Ling Xiao defeated Empyrean Leech and became the new boss of the second circle. This up and down simply made him feel heartburning jealousy and unwillingness. The second circle's situation is really going to change. I just don't know what this youth will do after defeating Empyrean Leech. Will he become even worse like Empyrean Leech? Although the martial artists saw that Empyrean Leech was defeated, they were still apprehensive in their hearts. They were not clear what kind of person Ling Xiao was. Now, hand over all of your storage rings to me, and I can spare you all from death. After killing Empyrean Leech, Ling Xiao did not forget about the heaven essence crystals on their bodies. Low-grade heaven essence crystals were no longer as effective to him as before. However, quantity could still make up for quality. Although the low-grade heaven essence crystal wasn't very effective now, the quantity could still make up for the quality. If 100 wasn't enough, then 1,000, 10,000. Don't go overboard. Even if you defeated Empyrean Leech, you haven't obtained the administrator's approval. You're still not the boss here. We have no reason to listen to you. Empyrean Leech's subordinates were still stubbornly resisting. They were huddled together, appearing to be tough on the outside but weak on the inside. If you want to die, you can insist on not giving it to me. Anyway, it won't take me too long to kill trash like you. Ling Xiao said coldly. Master, leave the matter of killing them to me so as not to dirty your hands. Cold Plum said with a smile. You guys are crazy. If you kill so many people at once, Piping Island won't let you off. Empyrean Leech's subordinates shouted. Is that so? Then I'd like to give it a try. Ling Xiao wanted to start a riot here. Why would he care about Piping Island's wrath? What a joke. After saying that, Ling Xiao pointed his finger and all of Empyrean Leech's subordinates fell to the ground. These guys ate people without spitting out the bones. They should have died long ago. Ling Xiao wanted to leave them a way out so that they could help resist Piping Island. But now, it seemed that leaving these fellows alive would cause endless trouble. If they were to turn on him during the riot, it would be troublesome. Cold Plum, collect all the storage rings. Ling Xiao said. Cold Plum nodded and collected the storage rings of Empyrean Leech's subordinates as well as Empyrean Leech himself. Young master, it's very troublesome to monopolize the Heaven Essence crystal. You killed Empyrean Leech. The administrator might be angry, but he wants to use you, so he won't do anything. But if you want the Heaven Essence crystal, then it's different. An old man walked out from the crowd and said with a trembling voice. Do you guys plan to live in fear and muddle-headedness for the rest of your lives? To be exploited like livestock? Ling Xiao asked. We want to resist, but it's useless. Empyrean Leech is just the slave boss of the second circle. It's nothing to kill him. The key is Piping Island's administrator. The old man said while shaking his head. So what? Ling Xiao asked. So what? The old man was stunned. Every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Do you think I'm doing this just to kill Empyrean Leech? What a joke. All of you, think about it carefully. If you are willing to go against me, be prepared. I will go to all the human circles in this underground factory. I will kill the lackeys of Piping Island first, and then Piping Island will be the last. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Because even if no one told on him, all of his actions were probably under the surveillance of Piping Island. It was impossible for him to be completely undiscovered. He wanted Piping Island to treat him as an arrogant madman. It was best if they ignored him. Piping Island nurtured these people to be the boss of their circle. They were not useless. They definitely hoped that these people would be able to deal with Ling Xiao. As the saying goes, cook according to the ingredients. How could Piping Island place a mere 3 talents early-stage martial artist in their eyes? After saying that, Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to those martial artists. He and Cold Plum began to count the Heaven Essence crystals. The harvest this time could be said to be bountiful. Even for a super genius like Ling Xiao, he could at most produce 30 pieces of low-grade Heaven Essence crystal stones in a month too. But Empyrean Leech and his subordinates had more than 1,000 Heaven Essence crystals, according to the exchange rate of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for 1 low-grade Heaven Essence crystal. More than 1,000 Heaven Essence crystals would be more than 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Looking at Ling Xiao counting the Heaven Essence crystals, Shimin Bo's eyes turned red. It was a red of jealousy and anger. He really wanted to report to Piping Island's administrator and bring Ling Xiao to justice. But he didn't dare to move. Ling Xiao's terrifying strength almost scared him out of his wits. The Avalon of 5 Elements Empyrean Leech was actually not worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. He was easily defeated. Under such circumstances, if Shimin Bo cherished his life, he definitely wouldn't dare to rashly offend Ling Xiao. These 1,000 pieces of low-grade Heaven Essence crystals that Ling Xiao obtained were accumulated by Empyrean Leech after exploiting them for over a decade. After all, the strongest person in circle number 2 was Empyrean Leech himself. The rest were 4 symbols Empyrean martial artists and below. In other words, one person could produce 4 low-grade Heaven Essence crystals in a month at most. 90% of these Heaven Essence crystals had to be handed over to Piping Island. Empyrean Leech could only keep 10%, which was actually not much. In addition, he had used up quite a lot of it for his cultivation. After more than 10 years of accumulation, he only had this little bit. In the end, because he was blind, it was all taken away by Ling Xiao. More than 1,000 pieces is still too little. After returning to the cave, Ling Xiao said. Still too little? Cold Plum was stunned. That's right, it's still too little. Since we're going to start a riot here, we might as well go all the way and rob the bosses of the other circles as well. After all, those guys have ill-gotten gains in their hands. Ling Xiao said. Agreed. But will Piping Island find trouble with us? Cold Plum frowned and asked. It shouldn't be for the time being. I just planted the seeds of rebellion in those slaves, but I didn't incite them. Piping Island doesn't have the time. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, so this is the best time. We have to finish what we need to do before Piping Island makes a move. This servant will listen to master. Cold Plum felt a little excited. Her master did things without following the rules. Piping Island's underground factory had existed for so many years, but there had never been anyone who dared to challenge the bosses of all the circles. At most, they would defeat the bosses of their own circles and replace them. More importantly, her master seemed to really want to destroy this place. She was originally a slave. She had the most direct experience of the pain of being a slave. Ling Xiao's way of doing things moved her and made her even more willing to serve. Before that, I need to continue increasing my strength. Ling Xiao was very clear that defeating Celestial Master Leech was not a big deal. Since he had obtained so many Sky Origin crystals, he would just use them. Anyway, it was only the 22nd and there were still 9 days to the end of the month. He planned to use 3 days to cultivate. This time, he would focus on cultivation. 3 days later, Ling Xiao used more than 1,000 Sky Origin crystals and the Heaven Spirit Elixir. His cultivation broke through to the pinnacle of 3 talents. It's time. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He could feel the power in his body gushing out continuously. He really wanted to find someone to fight now. Although Cold Plum's cultivation did not break through, her cultivation in the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements had stabilized. Let's go. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum headed to Circle 1, which was the closest to Circle 2. The door of the human circle was always closed, but it could not stop these warriors. The reason why no one dared to go out was because of the fear in their hearts. They had set up a cage for themselves. Ling Xiao did not have a cage in his heart, so he could go out if he wanted to. Fortunately, Ling Xiao found nearly 300 warriors from the Sky Dragon continent who were imprisoned here. When Qinhua was mentioned, these people were very excited. Ling Xiao showed them Qinhua's soul telepathy and gained their trust. The boss of Circle 1 is Celestial Venerable Flying Rat. He broke through to the Avalon of 5 elements earlier than Celestial Venerable Leech. Although he is also in the early stage, his fighting power should be stronger. Be careful, young Master Ling, don't make any moves for now. After I kill Celestial Venerable Flying Rat, you will take over this place. When things get out of hand, meet me and we will escape together. After making an agreement with these 300 people, Ling Xiao went to find Celestial Venerable Flying Rat. Celestial Venerable Flying Rat was slightly stronger than Celestial Venerable Leech. However, Ling Xiao's cultivation was much stronger than 3 days ago. After finding Celestial Venerable Flying Rat, he did not waste any time and directly threw out the red sun all. The all, which was like a red sun, tore through the void and crashed into Celestial Venerable Flying Rat. Bang, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. Celestial Venerable Flying Rat did not even know who he had encountered before his body was pierced and he died. At the moment of his death, Celestial Venerable Flying Rat had many subordinates protecting him. However, they only realized what had happened when Celestial Venerable Flying Rat was completely dead. Then, they clamored to avenge Celestial Venerable Flying Rat. In the end, they were killed by the dancing plum blossoms in the sky. Of course, it was Cold Plum who attacked. Who are these 2 fellows? How dare they kill someone in the underground factory? Aren't they afraid of Piping Island's investigation? Humph. Do they look like people who are afraid of trouble? Black Rat Celestial Lord has been tyrannical here for so many years. Many experts have died in his hands. But, he was killed by that young man in one move. My goodness! If I had such strength, I would have resisted. Daughter, someone has finally avenged you. Father has been waiting for this for decades. Father, Mother, Celestial Demonic Rat is dead. Do you know that he's dead? Now you can rest in peace in the 9 springs. Ling Xiao and Ling Mei came in a hurry and left in a hurry. After killing the people, they took the storage rings and turned to leave, not stopping at all. The slaves in Circle 1 were dumbfounded by this scene. But... Hee, Empyrean Black Rat has even more heavenly origin crystals than Empyrean Leech. How many did you get from his subordinates? Ling Mei replied. I have a total of 1,500 here. Ling Xiao smiled and said, these fellows are really ruthless. I really don't know how they got so many Celestial Venerable Flying Rat. Master, you can have these too. Cold Plum said. No need. I will take the leaders next. The subordinate Celestial Venerable Flying Rat will be yours. I can't let you work for nothing. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't decline. This is an order." Although he needed the celestial venerable flying rat, he wasn't shameless enough to compete with his own people. There were a total of 5 circles in the underground factory. Circle number 5 was the strongest. The leaders of the other 4 circles were similar in strength. After Ling Xiao dealt with circle number 1, he went to circle number 3 and circle number 4. He obtained a total of 4,000 low-grade celestial venerable flying rat. Only circle number 5 is left. It is said that the celestial venerable earth fire there is a little tricky. Cold Plum looked in the direction of circle number 5 and said. After counting the celestial venerable flying rat, Ling Xiao didn't choose to go into seclusion to cultivate. Time was running out. It was the 25th and there were only 6 days left. In these 6 days, he had too many things to do. If it wasn't for the urgent need to raise his cultivation, he wouldn't have wasted that time. It was just that the leader of the slaves in circle number 5 was a little strong. It was said that this person came here 50 years ago and his cultivation was at the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. It was hard to say what level his cultivation had reached. According to some slaves, Piping Island didn't like a leader of the slaves ruling all 5 circles. That would weaken their ruling position. Otherwise, the celestial venerable earth fire would have become the real leader of the underground factory. How do we know if we don't try? If we really can't defeat him, let's work together. Ling Xiao had other plans. If the 2 of them couldn't defeat the celestial venerable earth fire, then he could only give up on starting a riot and escape with the 300 soldiers. Actually, even if the celestial venerable earth fire was at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements, Ling Xiao could still win with his current strength. It would just be a little more troublesome. If Cold Plum was included, it would be easy to win. He just hoped that this guy's cultivation wasn't higher than 7 stars heaven. That would be troublesome. Where's the celestial venerable earth fire? In circle number 5, Cold Plum's dagger was pressed against the neck of a 4 symbols heaven expert. She was interrogating him about the whereabouts of the celestial venerable earth fire. Goo, in that direction. The expert nervously pointed in a direction and said. He's not lying. Ling Xiao condensed his soul power into a line and released it in a direction. This way, he could detect further. Sure enough, in the direction that the expert pointed, he felt a strong force. Such a strong force was undoubtedly the celestial venerable earth fire. Many thanks. Cold Plum dropped the expert and followed Ling Xiao in that direction. It seems that no matter where it is, the law of the jungle has never changed. Looking at those experts who were trembling in fear and hiding at the side, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. In the mystic world, strength is indeed the most important. If you're not strong enough, you can only be controlled by others and do what others allow you to do. If you're strong enough, you can become the person who sets the laws and rules the laws. In Ling Xiao's personality, there had always been an innate desire to control. He hated being oppressed and controlled by others. If he had to live like a marionette, that would be the greatest punishment for him. That was why he desperately wanted to become stronger, hoping to be able to control the laws in his own hands. Cold Plum was willing to follow Ling Xiao. Apart from the fact that Ling Xiao saved her, there was probably another very important reason, which was Ling Xiao's innate temperament. Only this kind of person could reach the peak of the mystic world and become its master. Tenacious, brave, full of adventurous spirit, and also good at scheming. He would never be soft-hearted, but he would not kill the innocent. Such a person was really the most standard king in Cold Plum's heart. No matter where Ling Xiao was, he would always be the most dazzling. In Sky Peak City, he made those geniuses flabbergasted. In Sky Cloud City, he made those experts dumbfounded. In Yuehua School, he took less than a year to become the #1 disciple. In Sacred Dynasty's Sacred City, he defeated the Holy Sun who was invincible under the age of 20 and obtained the glory of Heaven's chosen son. He even defeated the terrifying Yin-Yang Demon King and Lightning Demon King. In Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, he once again became the focus of attention. And here, he was still doing things that were different from others. Why would a person succeed? This question was very difficult to answer. But if one blindly followed behind others and followed the rules, then one would definitely not succeed. Stop right there. Cold Plum was examining her master when a sudden loud shout woke her up from her thoughts. Circle number 5 was indeed the strongest circle among the 5. Xianxia and Cold Plum had just entered circle number 5 when they were discovered by Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire's men. Moreover, most of the people in circle number 5 seemed to have been recruited by Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire. They were all dressed in the same uniform and looked majestic. It was as if they had become an independent kingdom. "Get Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire out here!" Xianxia shouted loudly. Courting death. Faced with such provocation, how could Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire's men let them off? Dozens of experts moved out and pounced towards Xianxia and Cold Plum. Cold Plum glanced at Xianxia and said, "Master, leave these people to me." After obtaining Xiao's permission, Cold Plum flew up and the plum blossom martial spirit behind her changed. What appeared was a blurry black shadow which emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Swoosh, just a black shadow flashed past and dozens of Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire's men all fell to the ground dead. The most terrifying thing was that when they died, there was a red mark on their necks and there were no other injuries on the rest of their bodies. What a fast sword! But you dare to kill our people? You're courting death. The one who attacked was a martial artist holding a long spear. His cultivation had actually reached the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements, comparable to Cold Plum. Heavenly Empyrean Earthly Fire's top subordinate had strength that was on par with the leaders of the other 4 circles. It was enough to show that Heavenly Empyrean Earthly Fire's strength was extraordinary. "We don't know who's courting death yet." Cold Plum did not back down. The 2 martial souls behind him exerted force at the same time, and his speed was extremely fast. The long and short swords in his hands exploded with plum blossom sword chi that filled the sky, enveloping the long spear martial artist. Boom, energy chi danced in the air, and the surrounding walls were shattered. The 2 of them had a solid head-on collision. The spear-wielding martial artist flew back more than 10 meters, while Cold Plum only retreated 2 or 3 steps before standing firm. What a strong woman! The spear-wielding warrior believed that even if he were to encounter the bosses of the other 4 circles, he would absolutely not be afraid. It was precisely because of this that he had become Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire's right-hand man. Under normal circumstances, Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire would not appear, and would wholeheartedly cultivate. Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire was indeed the boss of circle number 5, but the actual management was carried out by him. Originally, he thought that there would be no problem in dealing with this woman who came looking for trouble, but after one move, he realized that he had made a serious error in judgment. The woman in front of him was stronger than him. And much stronger. After all, even the leaders of the other 4 circles couldn't defeat him in one move. "Xian, what's the matter?" A loud and clear voice came from all directions, making it impossible to determine his exact location. This person's voice revealed a strong earthly fire aura, which was eerily cold and made one's hair stand on end. "Boss, trouble has come knocking. I can't settle it alone." Xian did not look at Xianxia because he did not care about Xianxia at all. He only felt that it was not possible for him to defeat Cold Plum alone, which was why he told Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire the truth. Compared to his face, of course his life was more important. "There's actually someone that you can't handle." "Alright, then I'll come out and meet you." Before his voice landed, a eerie white figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia and Cold Plum. The speed was so fast that Cold Plum felt ashamed of her inferiority. Xiao's expression did not change. He examined Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire in front of him and heaved a sigh of relief. Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire was very strong, but he was still much weaker than he had imagined. He did not even need Cold Plum to intervene. He could take care of this guy alone. "You don't seem like the bosses of the other 4 circles. What do you 2 want to do?" Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire glanced at Xianxia and Cold Plum indifferently and asked sternly, "Do you dare to come out of the underground factory with us?" Xianxia felt that he could still rope in Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire. This guy's strength was not bad. If he was willing to join them, he would definitely be a great help. The eye of the world operated. Xianxia could clearly see that Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire's cultivation had already reached the advanced stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. The total amount of heavenly elemental energy in his body was more than 4 times that of heavenly venerable black rat. In other words, heavenly venerable earthly fire was much stronger than heavenly venerable black rat in terms of cultivation and heavenly elemental energy. Of course, it took 50 years to cultivate from the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements to the advanced stage. This kind of aptitude could not be compared to a genius like Blood Skull. This person's strength was ultimately inferior to Blood Skull. In fact, he was much weaker than Blood Skull. This was the difference between an ordinary warrior and a genius warrior. Go out? Ha 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 ha, I have no intention of going out. It won't be too late to go out after I cultivate to the Grotto Heaven realm. When heavenly venerate earthly fire heard Ling Xiao's words, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's more, who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of speaking to me? If it were the woman beside you, she might have some qualifications. So there's no room for discussion? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. What's there to talk about? The 2 of you actually dared to barge into my 5th circle and kill so many of my subordinates. I'll give the 2 of you a chance now. Do you choose to be my subordinates or die? Heavenly venerable earthly fire's attitude was very overbearing. Of course, he looked down on Ling Xiao. However, he could still rope in Cold Plum. You're overestimating yourself. Previously, Heavenly Venerable Leech also wanted us to be his subordinates. However, he's now lying in hell and dreaming. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Kid, you're very arrogant. However, arrogant people usually don't have good endings. Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire squinted his eyes and said, I really can't see what qualifications a mere peak heaven of 3 talents expert like you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Could it be that you're stronger than the woman beside you? Perhaps not as strong as her, but it's enough to kill you. Ling Xiao really hoped that Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire would let him enjoy himself to the fullest. The previous few Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire had been dealt with in 1 move. Those that could not be dealt with in 1 move were dealt with in 2 moves. Therefore, he had not been able to properly experience his strength after his cultivation had increased. Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire was much stronger than those few Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire. Perhaps he would be a good training partner. Ha 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 ha. Kid, you have successfully infuriated me. However, I don't appreciate you. You can die now. Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire laughed maniacally. From his words, one could tell that he was furious. Furthermore, he was burning with rage. Boss, don't underestimate this person. I've received news that this person has consecutively defeated 4 bosses from Circle 1 to Circle 4. His strength is not to be underestimated. He must have some ultimate move. Xian reminded from the side. How can those people be compared to me? Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire said with disdain, Xian, your cultivation has increased, but why is your guts getting smaller? Xian shook his head helplessly. He didn't know if his premonition was right. However, he felt that something was amiss with Ling Xiao. His cultivation wasn't great, but he always made people wary. Previously, when he was fighting with Cold Plum, although he didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes, he didn't want his boss to fail miserably. Because if his boss died, he wouldn't have a good life. You are indeed very strong. You are worthy of my sword. Ling Xiao touched his storage ring gently, and the golden crow sword appeared in his hand. It was as bright as the sun, glaring and special. When the surrounding air came into contact with the sword blade, it was burned until it was deformed. Take one of my moves first. Ling Xiao thrust his sword forward. It seemed ordinary and didn't use any moves. He just condensed some light profound. He wanted to test his opponent's strength. Ordinary attacks were easy to adapt to. Once a big move was used, it wouldn't be easy to withdraw it. Woo woo woo, the reddish-gold golden crow sword tore through the sky and the ground, forming a golden light that charged towards Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire. Sizzle sizzle, the ground and air were emitting heat as if they were about to evaporate. The power is not bad, but it's not enough to deal with me. Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire sneered. A huge axe appeared in his hand, and it was burning with a reddish-white flame. Behind him, there was an ice-cold earth fire that was constantly rising. This guy's martial soul should be earth fire, which belonged to a type of ordinary flame that was stronger than ordinary flames but weaker than sacred flames. Ding ding dang dang, the continuous exchange of blows unfolded in the ravine between the fifth circle. Their moves were endless, and the ground was constantly bombarded by white flames and golden light, creating deep craters. The surrounding area became full of potholes in an instant. Interesting. You can use the earth-fire martial spirit to create the feeling of the explosion. Profound meaning. It seems that you are not completely useless in martial arts. You still have some specialties. As Xianxia fought, he observed his opponent and gained a deeper understanding of heavenly venerate earthly fire. The more heavenly venerable earth fire fought Xianxia, the more astonished he became. Until now, he still didn't know what kind of martial soul Xianxia had. If they didn't know this, they wouldn't be able to target it. No, I must force him to reveal his martial spirit. Heavenly venerable earthly fire felt an immense threat as he prepared to intensify his attacks. Earthly fire 9 heavens. He brandished the giant axe in his hand as the white flames burned even more fiercely. Then, the giant axe furiously hacked out. The 9 attacks continued to bombard Xianxia, forming a tidal wave of earth fire and raging flames. Boom, 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 the flames were burning. The space was distorting. The ground was constantly cracking. The terrifying power of heavenly venerable earthly fire's attacks made cold plum sweat. At the very least, if it were her, she definitely wouldn't be a match for heavenly venerable earthly fire. Xianxia kept retreating, but he was able to block his opponent's attacks every time, preventing himself from being injured. Ha ha ha, interesting. As he fought and retreated, Xianxia could feel the damage caused by the terrifying energy that impacted his body. However, it was this damage that allowed him to constantly adapt to the combat power of his cultivation. This was the effect he wanted. Anyway, such a small injury would at most cause him to lose a few mouthfuls of blood. It wouldn't cause too much of a problem. The instant the 9 attacks ended, Xianxia grinned and said, "Heavenly venerable earthly fire, you have had enough fun with your attacks. Now, it's my turn." He brandished the golden crow sword in his hand and actually condensed a crimson sun all that was 4 to 5 times larger than usual. He usually used the crimson sun all without using a sword. Today, when facing heavenly venerable earthly fire, he felt quite a bit of pressure. If he didn't use a sword, it would definitely be impossible. The crimson sun all was even larger. Naturally, its power was also greater. It was like a strangely shaped crimson sun was condensed. Go. The tip of the sword trembled as the crimson sun all instantly pierced through the air. In an instant, the entire space seemed to have turned golden as it was completely enveloped by the blazing heat. Heavenly venerable earthly fire even felt that he had been blinded at that moment. He couldn't see anything. He displayed 90% of his strength in fear as he ruthlessly hacked out with his giant axe. Earthly explosive strike, boom, the giant axe collided with the crimson sun all, creating a loud sound that resembled an earthquake. Everyone in the underground factory was stunned for a moment. Heavenly venerable earthly fire spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated more than 10 steps. Xianxia, on the other hand, stood there steadily without moving. "Good lad, I have really underestimated you. You are really worthy of me going all out." Although heavenly venerable earthly fire spat out blood, he didn't suffer much damage. After all, he was an advanced stage Avalon of 5 elements practitioner. His body's defense was relatively strong. "You are not bad yourself. Your defense is stronger than I expected," Xianxia said indifferently. "Lad, you are really arrogant. Unfortunately, your arrogance won't last long." Earthly fire /9 returned to Yang. Heavenly venerable earthly fire's attack came again amidst his furious roar. This fellow's strength was really not a bluff. Previously, there were only 9 attacks. This time, however, when he brandished his giant axe, there were 81 attacks. It was more concentrated than before. However, the power did not decrease in the slightest. The speed of every attack increased by a notch. If it were the leaders of the other 4 circles, they would have knelt down and begged for mercy, admitting defeat. However, Xianxia only laughed excitedly and said, "Come on." Then, he held the sword in his right hand. And the speed of the golden crow sword in his hand became faster and faster. Bang, 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 the spectating practitioners could only see Ling Xiao's figure flickering amidst the attacks. Every time he flickered, a beautiful flower would bloom. Those flowers were naturally the flowers that exploded after the collision. His speed and accuracy had reached the pinnacle. Ling Xiao did not seem to be blocking the attacks, but more like he was dancing gracefully. However, his dance was more graceful and free, and also more masculine. 81 attacks, Ling Xiao used a total of 81 swords to block them all. Although there were some small scratches on his body, he did not spit out any blood. He seemed to be more relaxed than when he blocked the 9 attacks. This was not because Ling Xiao's strength had increased. More importantly, it was because Ling Xiao was becoming more familiar with heavenly venerable earthly fire. Once he was familiar with the opponent, he would be able to find the opponent's weakness. Then, he would be able to grasp it more accurately when defending. You're pissing me off. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Xian, get lost. I can't guarantee your safety from this attack. It seemed like heavenly venerable earthly fire was very confident in his attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his right-hand man leave. Xian nodded and ran off into the distance. Heavenly venerable earthly fire sneered and started to spin the axe in his hand. The speed became faster and faster, forming a terrifying flaming tornado. Earthly fire / explosive fire. The power of this terrifying attack was almost at the peak of what heavenly venerable earthly fire could release. Countless cultivators from the Avalon of 5 Elements had died under this move. There was even an Avalon of 5 Elements practitioner who was killed by this move. Not even his bones could be seen. Heavenly venerable earthly fire's aptitude wasn't great, but he created this move at the risk of serious injuries. He wanted to kill his opponent when he couldn't. As long as he could kill his opponent, it didn't matter if he was injured. Rumble, the terrifying power covered a range of tens of meters. Everywhere it went, nothing was left. The ground cracked and huge rocks were turned into dust. Ling Xiao threw Cold Plum out of the attack range and was surrounded by this terrifying attack. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. Even if you don't die, you'll be seriously injured and on the verge of death under this attack. Now, you know how powerful I am. Heavenly venerable earthly fire was very satisfied with the effect of his attack. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have used this move. In his opinion, the possibility of Ling Xiao being killed was higher. Unless he had a defensive treasure on him, and it had to be an immortal grade treasure or above. Only then could he save his life. But no matter what, he would be injured. And he would definitely be seriously injured. Ling Xiao did have a defensive armor on him that had reached the level of an immortal grade treasure. It was a treasure that he had snatched from the sea race. He had modified it and embedded it with the heart of the ocean. But facing this attack, he didn't activate the armor's power. Because there was no need. Heavenly venerate earthly fire's attack was very powerful and could even break through his protective heavenly essence energy. However, they were helpless against his scarlet sun feather raiment. Not to mention that his body's defense was already ridiculously strong, which was now comparable to a divine-grade artifact. With the heavenly venerate earthly fire's strength, it was only possible to injure him with a divine-grade artifact. It was only a possibility. Boom, when the flaming storm dissipated, Ling Xiao stood there unscathed. TSK. As expected of heavenly venerate earthly fire. This attack is indeed terrifying. It's a pity that my defense isn't that easy to break through. I've really disappointed you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Impossible. Why aren't you injured? It shouldn't have happened. Heavenly venerable earth fire was clearly frightened. He thought that his strongest attack had no effect on Ling Xiao's defense. That meant that he had already lost in front of Ling Xiao. What do you think? Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and deliberately moved his arms and legs. Heavenly venerate earthly fire's attack had broken through his protective heavenly essence energy and hit the scarlet sun feather raiment. It had almost broken through the scarlet sun feather raiment. However, it didn't succeed in the end. He admired the power of heavenly venerate earthly fire's attack. However, the final victor could only be him. Looks like my premonition came true. What kind of martial arts did this kid cultivate? He was actually unscathed when facing boss's sure kill attack? Xian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was extremely nervous. He was really glad that he was facing Cold Plum and not Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would have been killed on the spot by this young man. He had followed Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire for more than 10 years and had seen many warriors challenge him. There were even managers who came to spar with Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire. However, no one had ever been able to suppress Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire to such an extent. The slaves in Circle 5 were also scared out of their wits. Under Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire's cruel rule, they were worse than livestock. They finally saw hope, but they didn't dare to shout. This was because they didn't dare to say that someone could defeat Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire until the very last moment. After all, Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire was too terrifying. It had been more than 50 years. Many people had already lost the courage to resist. Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire, I'll give you one last chance. Follow me and destroy this underground factory. Then, we'll escape together. Ling Xiao cherished talent. If it were any other time, he would have killed this guy. What a joke. My strongest point isn't my attack, but my defense. Although I can't break through your defense, don't even think about hurting me. Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire wasn't willing to admit defeat. He was even more unwilling to be under Ling Xiao. You have wasted the best opportunity. Now, let's end everything. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and pointed the golden crow sword at Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire. As the sword trembled, 2 rays of light, one black and one white, alternated. Do you know what the horror of death is? It's this. Light Shadow Divine All. It was the product of the combination of Crimson Sun All and Dark Shadow All. Furthermore, it was executed with the golden crow sword. It was so powerful that it made Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire tremble. Not good. Seeing the strange black and white all shooting over, Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire's hair stood on end. An aura of death spread out, causing him to feel extreme fear. No. After a blood-curdling scream, the Light Shadow Divine All had already hit Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire. Boom, the sound of an explosion rang out. The effect of the attack wasn't as simple as a bloody hole. Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire was blasted into pieces. He was blown away by the wind. Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire was dead with just one sword. Damn, this is my first time using it. I didn't expect this move to be so powerful. I have to be more careful in the future. Actually, Ling Xiao only wanted to use Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire to test the power of his move. He also wanted to leave him with a complete corpse. Unfortunately, because the power of the move was too terrifying, it directly blasted Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire into pieces. Heavenly Venerate Earthly Fire was an advanced stage practitioner of the Avalon of 5 elements. Even if his innate talent was lacking, his cultivation wasn't fake. Ling Xiao believed that if he used this move to attack Blood Skeleton, it would be difficult for him to escape death if he didn't have any special defensive techniques. The power of the Light Shadow Divine All after the fusion of the Crimson Sun All and the Dark Shadow All was so amazing. What would it feel like after the fusion of the Golden Crow Soaring Sun and the Void Shadow Crocodile? Ling Xiao revealed a thoughtful expression. He was rather interested. Boss has actually been killed. Xian stared blankly at the tattered clothes. He couldn't understand how a teenager who wasn't even 16 years old could launch such a terrifying attack. Did this guy start cultivating when he was in his mother's womb? Xian Zhen was shocked by Ling Xiao's strength. Well done. Well done. Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire is finally dead. We don't have to live in a nightmare anymore. Countless slaves cheered. Even some of Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire's subordinates were cheering. It was unknown what kind of life they used to live. Their boss was killed, yet they were so excited. It seemed like they weren't living happily. Cold Plum, go get the Heaven Essence Crystal. Ling Xiao said to Cold Plum. Then, he looked at the cheering crowd and shouted, "Are you satisfied?" What did he mean? The slaves looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. They didn't know what this young man was trying to say. Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire is dead, but there will be a second Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire. You will still have to suffer. Isn't that right? Ling Xiao continued, if you want to break free from despair, there is only one thing you can do. That is to escape from here. Escape? Impossible. How can we escape? That's right. Piping Island's caretakers are here. More importantly, there is a primordial array here. Even if we kill all the caretakers, we won't be able to escape. I have already cracked the primordial array. Otherwise, do you think I would be stupid enough to cause such a huge commotion? Ling Xiao sneered. Now, what you need to do is to start a riot and kill all the caretakers here. Don't let them inform the Piping Island headquarters. That way, I can bring you out of here. Really? Can this kid be trusted? It shouldn't be fake. He is so strong that he even killed Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire. But is the primordial array so easy to crack? The group of slaves was still skeptical. You all know that the Heaven Essence crystal is not allowed here. Once it is used, the primordial array will activate and send the message to the caretakers, right? If Ling Xiao wanted to incite these people to riot, he had to let them see hope. Therefore, he took out a piece of Heaven Essence crystal and set up a simple array to refine the Heaven Essence crystal. The alarm that should have sounded did not ring. The slaves widened their eyes in disbelief. Don't be so surprised. To tell you the truth, when I first came here, my cultivation base was only at the pinnacle of one line sky. The reason why I was able to advance to my current cultivation base is because I used a large number of heavenly origin crystals. Do you think I'm lying? Ling Xiao said with a smile. They're rebelling. That's right. I can't stay here and be treated like livestock for the rest of my life. Kill all the administrators. Escape from the crystal factory. Humans are like this. When there is no hope, they will be completely hopeless. They will be numb, just like the Walking Dead. But as long as there was hope, they would have a strong desire to fight. Xian also joined the frenzied riot. Because he didn't want to stay in this dark place. He also wanted to go out. In the past, he didn't have a choice. Now that he had a chance, he wouldn't choose to stay here. The riot finally began. There were people inciting the first, second, third, fourth and fifth circles at the same time. A mighty riot had completely begun. Perhaps because the slaves couldn't escape due to the primordial formation, although Piping Island had arranged guards and administrators here, their abilities were generally mediocre. The strongest were only warriors with Avalon of 5 Elements cultivation base. It was just that all of them had special armor. It was a pity that the riot army had Ling Xiao, so their special armor wouldn't have any effect. After putting away the tens of thousands of heavenly origin crystals from Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum rushed to the administrator's control room. There, not only could he prevent the administrator from sending the news out, but he could also break the effect of the special armor. That lunatic. The warrior mixed in with the crowd was Shimin Bo. When he saw Ling Xiao actually inciting the riot, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. He didn't want to wallow in the mire with this lunatic. But now that the general trend was irresistible, he couldn't do anything. When he first met Ling Xiao, he thought that Ling Xiao was just a little rabbit that could be bullied. But as the incident continued to develop, Ling Xiao continued to display amazing abilities. Now he understood. How was this a little rabbit? This was a tiger disguised as a rabbit. Brother Shimin, what should we do? Should we go out with him? I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place forever. Kai Weiwei looked at Shimin Bo and said in fear. Idiot, you'll only die if you follow him. Do you really think that Piping Island is easy to deal with? Also, do you dare to believe that kid's words? Do you really think that he has a way to break the formation here? Don't be ridiculous, he's just trying to incite people. Shimin Bo scolded. But I feel that what he said is true. Kai Weiwei said hurriedly. Humph, do you believe me or him? Shimin Bo snorted. Of course I believe you, brother Shimin. Kai Weiwei had no choice now. She offended Ling Xiao and felt that she couldn't get Ling Zhao's protection, so she could only follow Shimin Bo. Since you believe me, then listen to me. Now go and report to the manager that Ling Xiao wants to rebel. Maybe we can make a contribution and become the boss here. Shimin Bo said coldly. But the boss is also a slave. Kai Weiwei said with a frown. What do you know? Wait until our cultivation breaks through to the Grotto Heaven realm, then Piping Island will naturally be willing to accept us. That is equivalent to an Empire-level force. If we join Piping Island, we can do whatever we want in the Divine Phoenix continent. Xianxia scolded. But. No buts, either you follow those idiots to die, or you follow me to find the manager. You choose. Xianxia roared. I'll follow Brother Xianxia. Let's go. At the same time, the crystal factory was rioting. At the exit of the factory, there was a building. This was where the manager and guards of Piping Island lived. Although the building was simple, the defense was good. At this time, there was a fierce argument going on in the management room. Bastard, such a small thing and you want to report it to the sect. When the time comes, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The one who spoke was the person in charge of the crystal factory, the Great Deacon here. But Great Deacon, the slaves in the 5 circles are all rioting. Moreover, they are coming aggressively. We have so few people, we can't stop them at all. The person who reported said anxiously. Don't we still have those slave bosses? Usually, we let them eat and drink until they are full. Could it be that they are not willing to help at the critical moment? Reporting to Great Deacon, it's not that they are unwilling to help, but because they have all been killed, and they all died in the hands of the same person. What? Hearing that Xianxia had killed 5 leaders of the slave circles, the deacon started to panic. Who could be so terrifying that he could take care of the leaders of the slave circles? What about Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire? That guy is at the late stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. Even I am only slightly stronger than him. Is he dead? Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire is dead too. He was blown to pieces by some unknown technique. Not even his corpse is left. Hearing this, the deacon's expression turned ugly. Warriors who could kill Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire were definitely not ordinary. Even he had to be careful when dealing with them. He wanted to call for reinforcements, but if he had to alarm the sect over such a small matter, he would lose his position as the deacon. Just as the Great Deacon was thinking about how to deal with this chaos, someone suddenly came to report, Great Deacon, it's not good. That man and woman are here. What? They are simply going too far. The deacon did not expect that this kid would dare to come to him directly after inciting the riot. Did he really think that he did not exist? Follow me. This kid is the main culprit of the riot. As long as we kill him, the others will not dare to act recklessly. The deacon's idea was correct, but unfortunately, he did not weigh the pros and cons. When he left, 2 people were escorted over. Deacon, these 2 people said that they were here to deliver a message. We have captured them. What message? Deacon, the kid who incited the riot is called Xianxia. He is a disciple of the Yuehua school from the Sky Dragon continent. He is not worth mentioning. We know his purpose and hope that you will let us join Piping Island. The informants were naturally Xianxia and Kai Weiwei. So he is a human from the Sky Dragon continent. No wonder. The sacred dynasty has ruled the mystic world for too long. Humans are used to being arrogant. The deacon sneered and said, Tell me quickly. What is his purpose? If you tell me, I will spare your lives. Otherwise, I will feed you to the dogs. But Deacon, Xianxia was unwilling to accept this. What he wanted was the official status of a disciple of Piping Island, not just his life. You talk too much nonsense. Take that woman away. Her looks are not bad. Maybe she can become the top hostess of Piping Island's Red House. As for this brat, chop him up and feed him to the dogs. How could the Great Deacon have the time to talk nonsense with Xianxia? He was completely unreasonable. I'll talk. Please, Great Deacon, let us go. At this time, Xianxia was really panicking. He hurriedly explained in detail, Xiao's goal is to block the exit so that you can't inform Piping Island. So that's how it is. Since you've spoken the truth, I'll leave your corpses intact. The Great Deacon casually sent out a palm strike, and a black palm print appeared on Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia then fell to the ground, his expression still filled with fear and unwillingness. If he had followed Xianxia, with his strength, he would have had no problem keeping his life. However, he chose to come to Piping Island to inform them, but the ending was so tragic. Lock that woman in the cage first and send her to Red House with the rest of the women. The Great Deacon glanced at Kai Weiwei. After giving the order, he soared into the sky and rushed out. The experts behind him also followed one after another. When they were about to reach the exit, the Great Deacon was surprised to find that not only was the terrain destroyed, but even the formation at the entrance was changed. Unless one was a formation expert, it was impossible to get out. Good boy, he really doesn't put our Piping Island in his eyes. Does he want to wrap us up like dumplings? Seeing this scene, the Great Deacon was a little shocked in his heart. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond his expectation. The key point was that not only was this guy's martial strength high, but he also knew about formations. Which idiot let this kind of person in? This was simply throwing a huge worm into his body. Great Deacon, why do you care? In the past few hundred years, there have been more than 10 riots in the Crystal Stone Factory. Moreover, people who challenged our Piping Island are not uncommon. However, in the end, all of them ended miserably. This person will not have a good ending. The warrior next to him said disdainfully. Idiot, even a lion will use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Don't underestimate this man and woman. Yes, there have been many riots in the past few hundred years. However, there has never been a person who could defeat the leaders of the 5 circles at the same time. They are the only one. Even so, you still dare to underestimate them? The Great Deacon scolded. This subordinate knows his mistake. We will definitely do our best. We will definitely not hold back. That's more like it. The Great Deacon took a deep breath. This might be the most difficult battle since he became the Great Deacon here. However, they must win. Otherwise, they would not even be able to ask for reinforcements. Then, they would all die here. After the exit was sealed and the formation connected to the special armor was removed, the riot in the Crystal Stone Factory became even more intense. Although the slaves were thin, the resentment in their hearts was too great. With today's opportunity to vent, they could not wait to use all the strength in their bodies. They vowed to fight to the death with Piping Island. Furthermore, seeing that the manager's armor had lost its effect, they became even more confident. They felt that they would definitely be able to get out if they followed Ling Xiao. Even if it was not for Ling Xiao, they had to fight for themselves. Under such circumstances, the managers of Piping Island were retreating step by step. They had no choice. They had fewer people and did not have much of an advantage in terms of strength. Originally, they had relied on the special armor. Now that the armor had lost its effect, they were no different from the slaves. If this battle continued on like this, it would definitely end with them being completely annihilated. The Great Deacon did not have the time to care about the lives of these people. All his thoughts were now on Ling Xiao. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he could change the situation. This was his idea. Ling Xiao also saw the Great Deacon and the experts beside him and could not help but smile. Cold Plum, don't bother about those bastards. Let the slaves deal with them. Our opponents are coming. These fellows don't look weak. All 5 of them are actually at the Avalon of 5 elements. 4 of them are at the early stage, and 1 is at the peak. How do we deal with them? Cold Plum asked. Simple. Let me deal with the peak Avalon of 5 elements. As for the other 4, I'll give 1 to Xian and you deal with 1. The remaining 2 will be handed over to Meng Tong. He is Qin Hua's deputy and has reached the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements. He has been holding back all this while, waiting for this opportunity. Ling Xiao laughed. Master, you are so calculating. Actually, it doesn't matter even if you don't have these calculations. We have more people than them and there are many 4 symbols heaven experts among the slaves. You have to know that ants can kill an elephant with enough numbers. No matter what, we will definitely win this time. Ling Xiao said faintly, of course, unless I am killed. But that is obviously impossible. Brat, you're Ling Xiao? The Great Deacon and the other 4 experts from the Avalon of 5 elements came before Ling Xiao and Cold Plum and shouted. I'm Ling Xiao. You're from Piping Island? Ling Xiao asked back. The Great Deacon said coldly, since you know we're from Piping Island, why don't you surrender? Are you waiting for us to attack? Surrender without a fight? What an arrogant tone. It seems like you haven't figured out the situation yet. Without external support, you have no way to survive. If you're obedient, I can spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you're killed by the enraged slaves. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Brat, you're really arrogant. Do you really think that you can overthrow our Piping Islands rule with just your motley crew? As long as we kill you, they'll naturally be defeated. The great deacon said again. Yes, you're right. But the problem is, which one of you can do anything to me? Not to mention, all of you have gone against the law and are utterly devoid of conscience. Even death can't wipe out your crimes. Today, you can be considered to have received your retribution. Ling Xiao said faintly. Ha ha ha, only idiots believe in reaping what you sow. You should know that the law of the mysterious world is the strong preys on the weak. The great deacon laughed loudly. So you also know about the law of the jungle. Since that's the case, why are we still talking nonsense? You want to kill me, and I want to kill you too. Let's see who's the real deal. Whatever bullshit reason, it's all just excuses. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Good brat, it seems like you are a sensible person. Unfortunately, understanding is one thing, but you are extremely stupid in this matter. You really shouldn't have provoked our Piping Island. This will cause you to die without knowing why. The great deacon sneered and waved his hand. All of you, go. Don't care about the righteousness of the Jianghu. Kill that Ling Xiao with all your might. Ignore the others for now. At his command, dozens of four-symbol celestial practitioners pounced on Ling Xiao, while the Avalon of Five Elements practitioners hid in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Since they knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, they definitely wouldn't give Ling Xiao a chance to fight head-on. If they could sneak attack, they would try their best to do so. A motley crew. You're all dead. Scram. Golden Crow Rising Sun, Ling Xiao coldly snorted and shook the Golden Crow sword in his hand. A huge golden crow descended from the sky and rushed into the crowd. The raging fire was boiling. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Screams rang out one after another. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, dozens of four-symbol celestial realm cultivators actually did not put up any resistance and were all sent flying. Those who were unlucky were burned to ashes on the spot. Those who were slightly luckier still had their corpses intact. Those with the worst luck were probably those who were half dead and could only let out miserable screams. Cold Plum, Meng Tong, and Xian also took action at this time. They were full of admiration for Ling Xiao's bravery and naturally wanted to show off their own abilities. The three of them were up against four practitioners from the Avalon of Five Elements, and the battle was extremely intense. Grand Deacon, it's better if you don't send your men to their deaths. It's meaningless. If you really want to capture me, then do it yourself. Ling Xiao looked at the Grand Deacon calmly and said. Anyway, the slave army had the absolute advantage now and the news couldn't be sent out. He could totally spend some time here. This Grand Deacon seemed to have a higher cultivation level than Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire and was slightly stronger as well. He should be a more suitable sparring partner. The rest of you, step back and take care of those slaves. Leave this brat to me. The Grand Deacon could also see that four-symbol celestial realm cultivators couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. There were only 4 Avalon of 5 Elements practitioners and they were all stopped by Ling Xiao's subordinates. As such, he could only take action himself. A two-handed long saber appeared in his hand. With a furious roar, the Grand Deacon brandished both sabers and directly slashed at Ling Xiao across the air. The ferocious saber chi was released in a frenzy. It seemed as if it was going to split the sky into 2 halves. Immortal-grade treasure? No, there should be a special formation on it. Ling Xiao opened his Eye of the World and began to analyze the opponent's attack. He didn't rashly attack but chose to retreat instead. The Golden Crow sword in his hand was placed horizontally in front of him, ready to defend at any time. Clang, amidst the sound of metal clashing, Ling Xiao felt his chi and blood churning. The Grand Deacon's strength was indeed more valiant than Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire. More importantly, the saber in his hand wasn't ordinary either. Just as Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and was about to counterattack, he suddenly saw a strange inscription on the saber body emitting a golden light. Phoenix Shadow Flash Strike. The attack released by the inscription actually presented a saber aura that resembled a phoenix's wings. As the distance was too close, Ling Xiao couldn't avoid it. Fortunately, he still had the ability to wield both weapons. His left palm struck out and a strong wind bombarded the phoenix's wings. It slowed down the speed and allowed him to avoid the attack. However, he had no choice but to retreat a few steps. Great! The Grand Deacon is indeed the Grand Deacon. That brat can't hold on any longer. As long as we kill him, the riot will naturally subside. Piping Island's side was actually very nervous. If the Grand Deacon lost to Ling Xiao, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Now that they saw the Grand Deacon suppressing Ling Xiao, they were wild with joy. I already said that the brat couldn't possibly be the Grand Deacon's match. Don't forget that the Grand Deacon's cultivation is already at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements. The brat's current cultivation is only at the peak of the 3 talents heaven. That's right. The Grand Deacon's cultivation is stronger than the brat's. Furthermore, the phoenix feather saber in his hand has been strengthened by our array master. Warriors of the same cultivation are no match for the Grand Deacon, let alone the brat. Is it really a weapon that has been strengthened by an array? Although Ling Xiao was in the middle of a battle, he wasn't under much pressure. The scene just now seemed dangerous, but in fact, it wasn't a threat to him. This was because even if the Grand Deacon had really slashed his body with the saber, it wouldn't have caused any substantial damage. He had also thought of using an array to strengthen a weapon and had tried it before. However, he hadn't been able to find a suitable array blueprint, so he hadn't been able to do it. Now that he saw the phoenix feather saber, he was suddenly tempted. Although he didn't need it, he could seize it and study it to see if it could be used to strengthen his weapon. Brat, it's time for you to die. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about this problem, the Grand Deacon's attack didn't stop. The Grand Deacon once again brandished the saber in his hand and slashed at Ling Xiao. Every move was ruthless. Every slash was fatal. I haven't lived long enough, why should I die? Is it because you have a broken saber that isn't even as good as a divine treasure? Ling Xiao was somewhat disdainful. Although a celestial-grade artifact with an array was much stronger than an ordinary celestial-grade artifact, it was still inferior to a divine-grade artifact. His body's defense had already reached the level of a divine-grade artifact. How could he be afraid of an attack from a mere celestial-grade artifact? Moreover, other than his cultivation, his opponent was not stronger than him in any other aspect. How could he pose a threat to him? You will die even if you don't want to. The Grand Deacon's saber moved faster and faster, and Ling Xiao kept retreating. Is that so? Do you really think you're all that after I let you make 2 moves? Shadow All. Suddenly, Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword as he retreated. The Shadow All, which was hard to see with the naked eye, pierced through the air. At first, the Grand Deacon did not notice anything wrong at all. It was only when the Shadow All was less than 1 meter away from him that he realized something was wrong. Phoenix Feather Armor. In a panic, the Grand Deacon used his life-saving magic treasure. It was a celestial-grade armor that was also supported by an array. Bang! The Shadow All hit the Phoenix Feather Armor and was completely blocked. However, the Grand Deacon was sent flying more than 10 meters away by the terrifying impact. Brat, you used this move to kill those Slade bosses, right? You are indeed sinister. If I was not wearing the Phoenix Feather Armor, I would have been injured by you. The Grand Deacon was really frightened by the near-death experience, so he did not dare to continue approaching. Instead, he gathered all his heavenly origin energy into his saber from afar, trying to kill Ling Xiao with 1 strike. Phoenix Feather Ultimate Kill. With a roar, the saber chi covered Ling Xiao with an earth-shattering aura. The surrounding martial artists could not help but retreat, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying attack. Divine Olive Light and Shadow. Ling Xiao sneered. The golden crow sword in his hand flashed with black and white light, forming a terrifying olive light that pierced through the void in front of him. Boom! The terrifying divine olive light and shadow shattered the Grand Deacon's attack. Then, without losing any momentum, it pierced a large hole in the Grand Deacon's body before exploding. Although the Grand Deacon wasn't completely obliterated like heavenly venerate earthly fire, his corpse was still incomplete. Even a Zenith Heaven immortal wouldn't be able to revive him. After putting away the golden crow sword, Ling Xiao sneered and said loudly, "Listen up, I've already killed the manager of the crystal factory. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Destroy the factory and get ready to escape. Kill. Kill, kill, kill." These words were a huge boost to the morale of the troops. The Great Deacon was the strongest martial artist in this crystal stone factory, and even he was killed by Ling Xiao. Who else could be a match for Ling Xiao? As their morale wavered, their combat prowess would naturally change as well. Cold Plum, Meng Tong, and Xian finished off their opponents one after another and returned to Ling Xiao's side. "Meng Tong, lead your men and follow me. Xian, you follow me too. As long as you're loyal, I'll let bygones be bygones." After Ling Xiao killed the Grand Deacon, Cold Plum and the rest finished off the remaining martial artists of the Avalon of Five Elements. The battle in the crystal factory was basically left to the slaves to clean up. What he needed to do next was to find the place where the Heaven Origin crystals were stored on Piping Island. Since he was going to leave, how could he not make a huge profit? Xian is willing to follow Master and never leave. It's one thing to say nice things, but it's another. Time will reveal a person's heart. You'd better not make me attack you. If that happens, it won't look good for either of us. Ling Xiao took a look at Xian and didn't say anything else. Instead, he leaped forward. That was where the caretakers lived. If there really was a place where the Heaven Origin crystals were stored, it would definitely be there. It should be there. With the eye of the world, Ling Xiao was definitely an expert at finding things. In a short while, he found the place where the Heaven Origin crystals were stored. There should be quite a lot. Ling Xiao raised his hand and blasted the heavy iron door open with just the strength of his physical body. After all, he had already broken the magic array here. The rest of the matter would be left to his strength. The moment the iron door was broken open, rays of light shot out in all directions. This place actually stored a large amount of Heaven Origin crystals. They were all neatly stacked there and clearly marked with the quantity. We only got a total of about 10,000 Heaven Origin crystals from the slave bosses. Even if we include the Grand Deacon, it's only about 20,000 pieces. I didn't expect there to be more than 200,000 pieces here. No wonder people say that Piping Island is ruthless. This is really ruthless. Cold Plum was speechless. She was dumbstruck by the terrifying amount. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Who cares if they're ruthless or not? In any case, we're benefiting now." Finished speaking, he casually waved his hand and threw all the Heaven Origin crystals into the Mountain River world. With these 200,000 low-grade Heaven Origin crystals, he could cultivate properly for a period of time after returning to Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City. Catching up to the 10 Great Phoenixes was not an impossible thing. Alright, we've plundered everything clean. It's enough to make those guys from Piping Island feel heartache for a while. Let's go. Ling Xiao took the Heaven Origin crystals and achieved his goal. He prepared to leave. He was not afraid that something would happen to Xianxia. Xianxia was a 10 Directions Heaven martial artist. Even if he came to Piping Island, no one would take the initiative to provoke him. After leaving, he would think of a way to contact Xianxia. Right at this moment, the entire crystal factory suddenly shook violently. Then, a golden light appeared in the center of the factory. This golden light quickly transformed into a human figure. It was actually a young man wearing a golden crown and a python robe. Looking at his age, he was estimated to be around 30 to 40 years old. He was much older than Ling Xiao, but younger than the majority of martial artists. Perhaps because this human figure was too big, when that imposing aura was released, it actually made many slaves who were in the middle of battle kneel down one after another. Young Island Master. Spare us, Young Island Master. We didn't do it on purpose. Someone instigated us, that's why we muddle-headedly started the riot. We won't dare to do it again. Please spare us. A bunch of idiots, daring to start a riot. If this young master doesn't punish you severely, how can I face the disciples of Piping Island who died? That human figure of light roared. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. It actually made many slave martial artists tremble in fear and panic. pretending to be mysterious. A mere soul body actually dares to put on airs here. Ling Xiao appeared in front of the human figure of light and sneered. Not to mention you're just a soul body, even if your young island master is here today, what can he do to me? Bastard, you dare to rob our piping island of heaven origin crystals and destroy our crystal factory. You will definitely regret it. The human figure of light roared. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. This place that harms people should be destroyed as soon as possible. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered and began to condense heaven origin energy. Ling Xiao sneered. He condensed a light shadow divine all and smashed it towards the center of the immemorial formation. Although this immemorial formation was powerful, it relied on the special terrain here to activate its effect. Ling Xiao couldn't destroy the formation, but he could completely change the terrain here. This way, the immemorial formation would completely lose its effect. This was easy to say, but it was very difficult to do. Because for most cultivators, the difficult thing was not to destroy, but to find. Apart from Ling Xiao, there was probably no other person in the world who could find the core topography of the primordial formation. After all, Ling Xiao was the only one who had the mountain river martial spirit. Rumble, a huge explosion sounded again. The terrain of the crystal factory completely changed. In order to prevent Piping Island from restoring the terrain here, Ling Xiao even took out the immortal gourd and took away the soul of this terrain. According to the laws of the mystic world, everything had a soul. It was just that some souls often existed outside, and some souls were always in deep sleep and couldn't be detected. However, these souls played a very important role at all times. A land without souls was a land of death. It could never be restored. Bastard, I, Chu Mu, will not let you go, definitely. No matter where you run, it's useless. The human-shaped light pillar roared again. Hee, I'm already tired of hearing these words. I don't know when it started, but it seems that many people like to use these words to scare me. Do they really think that I, Ling Xiao, can be scared? Ling Xiao smiled and said, when the real Chu Mu comes, help me tell him that if he wants to find me, I'll accompany him at any time. However, I don't know if he has the ability. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to the human-shaped light pillar. He brought Cold Plum and the others to break the formation and left the crystal factory. As for the slaves, in any case, the formation had been broken. If they wanted to leave, they could leave. If they didn't dare to leave because they were afraid of revenge, then Ling Xiao couldn't help them. Ling Xiao and the others returned to the shore along the original path. They didn't expect that the ship that had tricked them was still docked there. What was even more unexpected was that all the crew members on the ship, including the captain, were controlled by Xianxia. After Xianxia went ashore and could not sense Ling Xiao's aura, he knew that something was wrong. Thus, he found an opportunity to return and take control of the ship. He had been waiting here for almost a month. Fortunately, this place was well hidden. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the people of Piping Island found them. General. Brothers, thank you for your hard work. Alright, General Qin, now is not the time to talk. Turn the ship around, let's return to the Divine Phoenix continent. If Piping Island discovers that something happened to the crystal factory, then we will really have to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao estimated that it wouldn't be long before the riot at the crystal factory was discovered. Therefore, they had to hurry back to the Divine Phoenix continent before that happened. As long as they reached the Divine Phoenix continent, they wouldn't have to worry even if the situation here turned upside down. In fact, his worries were not unfounded. After about an hour, Piping Island sensed the situation at the crystal factory. After figuring out everything, another hour had passed. Ling Xiao's ship had already arrived at the Divine Phoenix continent. Then, the group of people rushed towards the Imperial City. At this time, there was already no meaning for Piping Island's experts to chase after them. On the surface of the sea, a ship was speeding up. Standing at the bow of the ship was Piping Island's young island master, Chu Mu. Ling Xiao. Just you wait, even if you return to the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City, this young master will still collect this debt. 200,000 Heaven Essence crystals. How long would it take to gather all of them? Ling Xiao actually took all of them away in one go. Moreover, if you took it away, then take it away. you actually destroyed the crystal factory. This made Piping Island unable to tolerate. Chumu also swore that he would definitely kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would really be hard to dispel the hatred in his heart. Outside the imperial city, Ling Xiao spent money to buy a residence. This place was very secluded, and the environment was also not bad. As long as some formations were set up, it could become a cultivation ground that was not inferior to many other places. He arranged for Xianxia, Xian, and those 300 soldiers to stay here. I only have one sentence. I let you eat and drink for free, not for you to enjoy. Now that you eat and drink my food, in the future, you will have to throw your heads down for me and shed your blood. Before leaving, Ling Xiao decided to say the ugly words up front. I am determined to rebuild the glory of humanity and rebuild the human empire. If you are willing to follow me, then cultivate here with all your might. I will not be stingy with all kinds of resources and martial arts. If you are unwilling, or feel that the days are too boring, then you can leave now. I will not stop you. But you only have this one chance to choose. If you choose now, whether you want to leave or return in the future, it is not very possible. If you attempt to leave in the future, it will be regarded as betrayal and will be killed without mercy. If you attempt to return, you must complete the trial I give you. It will definitely be a narrow escape. Speaking until here, Ling Xiao looked around at everyone, waiting for someone to express their opinion. We are willing to pledge our lives to follow the chosen one. Their voices were orderly and loud. This was not surprising. After all, among these people, other than Xian, the rest were all soldiers. Soldiers were afraid of hardship, unless they were trash who did not know how to fight normally. And the people led by Xianxia were naturally not trash. Someone provided them with cultivation resources and a place to cultivate. How could they not cultivate properly? After experiencing the pain of their country being destroyed, they were very clear what strength meant. Without strength, they would be beaten, bullied, humiliated, and stepped on. They would even be treated like livestock. Good. I have heard your answer. I hope you do not regret it. When you are in pain, when you are tired, take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Look at the tattoos on your face. That is a disgrace. If you do not want to experience the same disgrace again, then cultivate to the point of death. After saying these stirring words, Ling Xiao directly threw 100,000 low-grade heaven essence crystals and a large number of copies of martial arts manuals to Xianxia. You can distribute these things. In short, the words I gave you only have one meaning. As long as you are not dead, cultivate with all your might. Don't find any excuses. I am not giving you resources because I owe you. I want you to risk your lives on the battlefield. This general obeys. Xianxia solemnly received the storage ring. His hands were trembling. This gift that Ling Xiao gave was too great. If they could not cultivate with all their might, then they would be worse than pigs and dogs. Cold Plum, let's go. Ling Xiao turned and left this secret place. Whether he could achieve great things in the future or not, this would be the beginning of everything. Although the Heaven's Chosen Academy was also considered his faction, they were all martial artists after all. They were different from soldiers. Everyone here was a soldier. They were true soldiers who would obey orders. After leaving, Ling Xiao did not return to Qingshu College directly. Instead, he went to the Heaven Essence Pagoda. There were only 5 days left before the life and death battle with the Blood Skull. He planned to use these few days to break through to 4 divisions heaven. As a matter of fact, he didn't care about the Blood Skull at all. After all, the Blood Skull was just an insignificant stumbling block in his path. What he wanted to accomplish was too grand and too important. The enemies he was about to face were also very strong. Even though he was at the pinnacle of the 3 talents heaven, he still had a long way to go. Compared to the 10 great phoenixes, he was not even worth mentioning. After returning from the Divine Phoenix auction house, if he had not joined forces with Xianxia, he would not have been able to successfully kill the expert who was chasing him. He could not always rely on others to protect him. Therefore, increasing his own strength was the most important thing. It was still the same saying that this world spoke with one's fists. The harder your fist is, the more people will trust you, and the more people will follow you. If Ling Xiao hadn't caused such a ruckus in the crystal factory on Piping Island, Would the 300 warriors under Xianxia's command have followed him so wholeheartedly? No, the title of Heaven's chosen son was just an empty title. In the end, it still depended on one's strength. The last time Ling Xiao entered the 3rd level of the Heaven Essence Pagoda, he went straight to the 5th level with a huge increase in his cultivation level. The 5th level was basically where the practitioners of the Avalon of 5 Elements trained. Cold Plum was at the early stage of the Avalon of 5 Elements. Although Ling Xiao was at the pinnacle of the 3 Talents Heaven, his fighting strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary pinnacle of the Avalon of 5 Elements. The fact that he could easily kill the great deacon of the crystal factory was an example. Halt! When the two of them reached the 5th level, they were stopped by the guard. What's the matter? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. She is not a disciple of the Phoenix Academy or Xianxia College. She is not allowed to train in the Heaven Essence Pagoda. The guard replied. Ling Xiao said indifferently, why haven't I seen such a rule? Previously, he had indeed heard someone say that this Heavenly Essence Pagoda only allowed the disciples of Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College to cultivate. However, he had inquired about it before. In fact, there was no such rule in the Heavenly Essence Pagoda. In other words, this was simply a false rumor. There isn't such a rule, but this has already become a tradition. You can't break it. The guard said coldly. I haven't asked yet. Who are you? Ling Xiao looked at the guard in bewilderment. I'm a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. I'm responsible for guarding the 5th floor. Like I said, how could there be guards without such rules? Move aside, I won't make things difficult for you. Ling Xiao didn't want to cause any trouble. Even if the other party was a disciple of the Phoenix Academy, he didn't want to cause any trouble. Right now, he only wanted to cultivate. Impossible. The guard said righteously. I told you to get lost. Ling Xiao frowned. His massacre sword intent rushed towards the other party as if it was real. The guard's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly dodged to the side and said, Ling Xiao, I know you're powerful. However, you'll definitely regret doing this. This rule is tacitly agreed upon by both Xianxia College and Phoenix Academy. If you break it, you'll be breaking the tacit agreement between the 2 academies. What happened? At this moment, a man and woman walked up from below. When they saw the situation, they couldn't help but ask. The man was wearing the Phoenix Academy's uniform. Although the woman was dressed extravagantly, she wasn't wearing a uniform. She probably wasn't a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. Senior Ku, this person intends to break the rules. He brought a disciple who doesn't belong to the 2 academies into the Heavenly Essence Pagoda to cultivate. The guard seemed to have seen reinforcements and hurried forward to report. Then why are you still talking to him? Just chase him away. Kulong looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and then continued, by the way, this is my master's cousin from Piping Island. She wants to come to the Heavenly Essence Pagoda to have some fun. Are there any single rooms on the 5th floor? Don't worry, Senior Ku. The single rooms on the 5th floor are prepared for you. As long as it's you, no matter who you bring, you can come and go as you wish. The guard's attitude towards Ling Xiao changed. He suddenly became like a pug as he giggled. Here's your reward. Kulong casually threw 10 low-grade spiritual stones to the guard and said, we'll go up first. Hurry up and chase this Xianxia College trash away. Don't disturb my mood. Yes, yes, yes. Senior Ku, please. The guard bowed respectfully and made way for him. Let's go. Ling Xiao sneered. He grabbed Cold Plum's hand and went up to the 5th floor first. Kid, stop right there. Just as they were about to enter the single rooms on the 5th floor, Kulong shouted. The woman beside him twisted her snake-like waist and shook Kulong's arm as she said, Big brother Kulong, didn't you say that no one on the 5th floor would dare to disobey you? Why is this person not giving you any face, a seductress? Ling Xiao only took one look at the woman and came to this conclusion. In terms of appearance, this woman was quite different from Cold Plum. However, her figure was quite hot. Coupled with her innately seductive voice, it wasn't an exaggeration to call her a seductress. That voice would probably make any ordinary man's body go numb and their blood boil. Ling Xiao had seen many women, and he had even seen such seductive women before. Therefore, he had never had a good impression of such women. "What's the matter?" Ling Xiao looked back at Kolong and asked. "Kid, the remaining 2 single rooms on the 5th floor have been reserved by me. Hurry up and scram." Perhaps he had been instigated by the woman beside him, but Kolong acted even more overbearing and rude. His tone was filled with a strong sense of bossiness. Perhaps to him, chasing away Ling Xiao and Cold Plum was as simple as chasing away 2 flies. He definitely couldn't embarrass himself in front of his cousin. "Hee, you reserved them? Who did you reserve them for? How much did you pay as a deposit?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Kolong became even more unsettled when he heard this. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. "Kid, it's already against the rules for you to bring outsiders to the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. Now you want to snatch a single room from me? Are you tired of living? It's against the rules for me to bring outsiders. What about you?" Ling Xiao pointed at the woman beside Kolong and asked. Who do you think I am? Who do you think you are? Since when can a mere human like you be compared to the divine phoenix tribe? Furthermore, I am a noble of the peacock tribe. Even if I brought a team of people here, it wouldn't be considered breaking the rules." Kolong said disdainfully. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "In other words, only the officials are allowed to set fires and not the common people. Then what's the point of having such rules? It's better to just break them." "Brother Kolong, this fellow said that I'm an outsider. Hurry up and teach him a lesson to show off your power." The woman started to instigate Kolong again. Once again, the woman used her seductive technique and coiled around Kolong's body like a water snake. When she spoke, her mouth was directly in front of Kolong's ear. Kolong felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his dantian. When the guard saw this scene, his mouth went dry and his body seemed to be filled with energy. He was, after all, a practitioner of the Avalon of 5 elements. Even though he was only at the initial stage, he was actually scared to the point that his legs turned to jelly in front of a practitioner at the pinnacle of the 3 talents heaven stage. At this moment, he was so mesmerized by the woman's seductive posture that he seemed to have forgotten what fear was. "I've long heard that young Master Kolong's cousin is extremely flirtatious. Now that I've seen her today, she's indeed extraordinary. If I can defeat that Ling Xiao on the spot, I might be able to get close to her. I might even be able to taste her exquisite body on that soft bed." The guard swallowed his saliva and said loudly, "Young Master Kolong, Miss Lin, you don't have to do anything to deal with this kind of brat. Just leave it to me." Ling Xiao stood there, and when he saw the sudden burst of intense fighting spirit from the guard, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. A guy who thinks with the lower half of his body. Just a few words from that woman and he actually completely forgot his earlier fear. He was using his life to curry favor with a beauty. Can you do it? Even though this Ling Xiao is just a useless human who doesn't know what's good for him and will die at the hands of the blood skull sooner or later, your performance just now wasn't very good," Kolong said with a smile. Although these words were directed at the guard, he was actually mocking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was definitely a famous person in the imperial city now. However, his reputation wasn't very good. When people talked about him, they would say things like, "That reckless fellow, pitiful wretch, the useless human who is destined to be killed by the blood skull," and so on. Most people didn't think that Ling Xiao would win. Even though Ling Xiao's friends wouldn't say such nasty things, they still felt that Ling Xiao's rash decision to accept the challenge from the blood skull was too impulsive. The guard cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Kolong, don't worry. This lowly human who doesn't know the rules isn't worth mentioning. I was careless just now and allowed him to take advantage of the loophole. Acting recklessly, didn't know the rules, useless human, lowly human, the 2 of them really dared to speak. In order to show off in front of that seductive woman, they really used all kinds of malicious names." Chu Lin covered her mouth and smiled, Brother Ku." After she finished speaking, she deliberately threw a flirtatious glance at the guard. This coquettish glance completely made the guard lose his mind, and his entire person was immersed in excessive reverie. She was indeed a slut. He might really be able to get his hands on her. The guard's heart began to beat more and more violently. It was as if a rabbit had been thrown into his heart. Alright. Since Sister Lin said so, you deal with that kid. I'll take care of that woman. Kulong licked his lips and revealed a wicked smile. He had actually had his eyes on Cold Plum for a long time. Whether it was in terms of beauty or temperament, Cold Plum was superior to Chu Lin. Of course, she wasn't as flirtatious as Chu Lin, so it could only be said that each had their own merits. Kulong liked women. He liked all kinds of women. Like many young masters of noble families, he also had the habit of collecting all kinds of beauties. If he could get such a top-grade woman by his side, he would have a lot of face when he went out in the future. Cold Plum, you go in and cultivate first. Leave this to me. Ling Xiao didn't want Cold Plum to become the center of attention. Anyway, he already had enough troubles. He didn't care about adding one more. No. Cold Plum shook her head and refused to leave. You don't trust me? Ling Xiao asked faintly. I don't dare. Since you don't dare, go in and cultivate obediently. My cultivation is almost catching up to yours. You can't stay stagnant. Ling Xiao patted Cold Plum's shoulder and laughed. Alright, I'll do as you say. Thinking about Ling Xiao's performance in the crystal factory, Cold Plum couldn't help but shake her head and laugh bitterly. Yes, Ling Xiao could easily defeat the great deacon of the Avalon of 5 elements. The 3 people in front of her were only at the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. What was there to be afraid of? That's good. Ling Xiao touched Cold Plum's face and seemed to dote on her. To him, Cold Plum was really like a sister. But in the eyes of the guard and Kulong, they were gnashing their teeth in hatred. The guard felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. He knew that he was going to attack, but he still flirted with the woman beside him. As for Kulong, he was jealous that Ling Xiao had such a good relationship with Cold Plum. Why would such a cold and arrogant woman be so obedient to this trash? Kid, show me your weapon. Otherwise, people will say that I bullied you. The guard shouted loudly. In order to show off his heroic spirit, he felt that it was better to defeat Ling Xiao fair and square. Ling Xiao stood there and couldn't help but laugh. Are you sure you want to attack me? It's hard to leave my subordinates alive, especially the practitioners of Phoenix Academy. Shameless boasting. If you can kill me, pigs will be able to climb trees. The guard said disdainfully. Perhaps Chu Lin made him lose his mind, but the guard had forgotten the fear that Ling Xiao brought to him. If that's the case, make your move. Ling Xiao gestured with his finger. He didn't want to make the first move, lest the Phoenix Academy use this as an excuse to find trouble with him. Not only did he have to be stronger than his opponent, but he also had to be more reasonable. You're courting death. A long spear appeared in the guard's hand, and he stabbed it at Ling Xiao. The moves of an early-stage practitioner of the Avalon of 5 elements were indeed magnificent. His attack power wasn't weak either, but it was much weaker than that of heavenly venerable earthly fire, let alone the great deacon. This guard's cultivation level was similar to that of the blood skeleton, but his aura and fighting power were too weak. They weren't even on the same level. I've said that if you attack me, you'll be courting death. Why don't you believe me? Ling Xiao laughed coldly, and a murderous aura gushed out. The whole space was filled with a biting cold murderous aura. It was terrifying, eerie, and frightening. This aura gave the guard a fright, and his body stiffened. It was as if he recalled the terrifying aura that Ling Xiao had previously emitted. I don't want to kill anyone, so don't be so stubborn. Having just returned from the crystal factory, Ling Xiao really didn't want to cause any more trouble. Therefore, he didn't kill the guard this time. He only used his murderous aura and terrifying sword consciousness to intimidate the other party. TSK, you piece of trash. Let me do it. The guard's fighting spirit had already dissipated, but Kulong's voice suddenly rang in his ears. That's right. How disappointing. Cousin, you should do it, you piece of trash. Chu Lin's disappointed voice followed. Fight. When the guard heard Kulong's sarcasm and Chu Lin's disappointed voice, he could no longer control his emotions. A dazzling spear radiance condensed on the spear in his hand. With the courage of a brave warrior, he stabbed towards Ling Xiao. You really want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, a radiance lit up. A crimson sun all, as dazzling as the sun, suddenly condensed in front of Ling Xiao. This crimson sun all was actually infused with a terrifying small success sword essence. A terrifying aura of death began to spread, as if a hand had grabbed the guard's heart. Oh no! At this moment, the guard finally understood that his opponent was not joking. Everything he said was true. If he had retreated earlier and given up earlier, he would not have faced such a terrifying attack. But how could Ling Xiao, who was merely at the peak of the three talents heaven, be so strong? He did not understand. He began to retreat rapidly, no longer caring about Chu Lin and Ko Long's instigation. After all, compared to his life was more important. Even Ko Long furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao's move was beyond his expectations. Although he was not afraid, he was still shocked. If a warrior at the peak of the three talents heaven could release such a terrifying attack, how terrifying would his strength be once he advanced to the four divisions heaven, Avalon of 5 elements, or even higher realms? No wonder the Blood Skull wanted to kill this guy. They probably also felt his terrifying potential. The guard jumped towards the bottom of the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. He would rather fall to his death than take Ling Xiao's attack. This was because he could feel that falling from the 5th level was only a distance of about 20 meters. With his lightness skill, although he could not say that he would not be injured, he would not die. However, once he was hit by Ling Xiao's attack, he would definitely die. He was now filled with regret. Why did he have to stand out? Why did he have to offend Ling Xiao? Why, if he had not done that stupid thing just now, he would not have to run for his life in such a sorry state. He only wanted to live, even if he had to lose face. However, it was a pity. In the end, he was still one step too slow. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill someone, he would not let them escape so easily. The crimson sun all finally pierced the guard's body. In the final moments of his life, the only thing the guard was thinking about was regret, boundless regret. He could have lived. Ling Xiao had given him many chances. Bang! The corpse fell from the sky and smashed heavily on the ground of the first floor. It was already deformed from the fall. Ko Long and Chu Lin's hearts clenched as they looked at the corpse's miserable appearance in horror. They were so agitated that they began to tremble. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao was just a piece of trash who overestimated himself. In the end, they discovered that this trash was a demon king who could take their lives at any time. Ling Xiao, you sure have guts. You actually dared to kill Divine Phoenix Academy's guards inside the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Ko Long roared. Ling Xiao looked at Ko Long with disdain. What? Could it be that only he is allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to retaliate? Are all the people of the Phoenix Academy so shameless? The Blood Skull is like this, but you are even more despicable than them. You dare to scold me? Although Ko Long was shocked by the scene of Ling Xiao killing the guard, he still felt that he was much stronger than that guard. He would definitely not end up like that guard. So what if I scold you? I still want to kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, no. Get out of my sight immediately, and I will forget everything that just happened. I hope you don't follow that guard's example and court death. You want me to get out? Ko Long was a noble of the peacock race. Although he was only a branch of the peacock race, he was still considered a noble young master. He was also one of the top 100 disciples of the Phoenix Academy. Now, he was being scolded by a human. His pride could not take it. Cousin, let's work together. At this time, Chu Lin no longer had the seductive look from before. Her eyes now revealed only fear and nervousness. No need. I alone am enough to deal with this trash. Ko Long was very confident. Sigh. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. Why bother? I don't want to kill anyone, but you guys insist on sending yourselves to your deaths. It seems that I am not ruthless enough. Cut the crap. Ko Long said angrily. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you killed a guard that is not worth mentioning. Although he is also at the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements, he is not even ranked in the Phoenix Academy. However, I am one of the top 100 disciples. The difference between us is like the difference between the sun and the moon. So what? Ling Xiao said calmly. If you want to die, then come. If you want to live, then get out of my sight before I change my mind. Cousin, this guy is too arrogant. But for safety's sake, let's work together to prevent him from plotting against us. Chu Lin was more rational than Kolong. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation was not strong, he had dared to face the blood skull of the Avalon of 5 elements head-on when he was at the peak of One-Line Sky. Although he had relied on his exquisite body movements, that was not something that an ordinary person could do. Now that Ling Zhao's cultivation had advanced to the peak of tri-elemental heaven within a month, there was no doubt that his potential was terrifying. Geniuses really could not be judged based on their cultivation level. Therefore, Chu Lin wanted to work together with Kolong. This way, it would be safer. I said no need, so there is no need. I alone am enough to deal with this kind of trash. Kolong snorted coldly. His body began to change, and he quickly entered the half-demon state. His body gained some peacock characteristics, and his fighting strength had obviously increased by a lot. On the feathers behind his back, the beautiful patterns that resembled eyes began to flicker with multicolored light. Today, I will show you the innate gift of the peacock race. Kolong took a deep breath. He knew that Ling Xiao was not easy to deal with, but he was very confident in the innate gift of the peacock race. It seems like you are really looking for death. Since that is the case, I will fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao did not know what innate gift the peacock race's bloodline had, but he felt that there was no need to know. The mystic world was so vast, and there were many strange things. Martial souls and bloodlines belonged to 2 special power inheritances. Moreover, they formed their own systems and complemented each other. The closer one was to the gate of heaven's chosen, the closer the fusion between the power of the bloodline and the martial soul. Kolong only had the power of the bloodline and did not have a martial soul, so it was not that difficult to deal with him. Red Sun All. Ling Zhao's right hand shook slightly, preparing to test out his opponent's so-called innate gift. Against an unknown enemy, he naturally could not use his ultimate move at once. Otherwise, if his attack failed, it would be disastrous. After all, ultimate moves usually consumed a lot of energy. Looking at Ling Zhao's Red Sun All, a disdainful smile appeared on Kolong's face. Following Ling Zhao's attack, the feathers on Kolong's back flickered with a resplendent light. Surprisingly, the Crimson Sun All actually disappeared. Could it be the profound of space? That's not right. Kolong shouldn't have comprehended the profound of space. He couldn't even use the power of space. But what was this? Was this the innate ability of the peacock race? Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the moment his Crimson Sun All flew over, it was sucked away by a force from another dimension. He couldn't tell where it went because the Crimson Sun All couldn't sense it anymore. Ha 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 ha, now you see, idiot. You can't show off in front of the peacock race. After gaining the upper hand with one move, Kolong was pleased with himself and laughed heartily. Blood Skull, I'm sorry, but I'll take Ling Zhao's life first. Cousin, you're too powerful. No wonder you didn't let me interfere. The peacock race has such talent. No wonder. Chu Lin, who was originally frowning, jumped up excitedly. Kill his cousin. I want his life. Don't worry, cousin. Soon, I'll cut off this kid's head and let you kick it like a ball. Kolong's confidence was greatly boosted. Ling Zhao's Crimson Sun All was indeed powerful, but it was meaningless if it couldn't touch him. He only needed to rely on the peacock race's divine light to be invincible. You're very proud? Ling Xiao smiled. Kid, stop bluffing. You're actually so scared that you're about to piss your pants, right? Yes, I'm so scared. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste his breath on this idiot. The peacock race's divine light was indeed magical. It seemed to be able to absorb the energy of attacks. But what if he couldn't see it? The eye of the world opened. He saw everything that was happening around him. I'm so scared that I want to end this battle as soon as possible. A sword appeared in Ling Zhao's hand. The golden crow sword, the Crimson Sun All condensed at the tip of the sword. Then, a fiery aura began to spread, causing waves of heat to rise around him. End this battle? Don't even think about it. At some point in time, Kolong had completely infused his heavenly essence energy into his blood vessels. It seemed like he was planning to use the peacock race's divine light to deal with Ling Xiao, so he didn't plan on using any martial skills. After all, the divine light was effective. Whoosh, the blazing crimson sun all was once again sucked away by the divine light and disappeared. However, Kulong's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. Ling Xiao's attack was too strong. His divine light consumed even more heavenly essence energy. If this continued, it would be a battle to see whose heavenly essence energy was denser. Pa pa pa. Ling Xiao suddenly put away the golden crow sword and smiled at Kulong. Well done, your peacock race's divine light is indeed formidable. Humph, do you think that I will let you off just because you put away your sword? When Kulong saw Ling Xiao put away the golden crow sword, he mistakenly thought that Ling Xiao knew that he was no match for him, so he gave up on attacking. Kulong's nervous mood suddenly relaxed. Defense turned into attack. Kulong had two short knives in his hands, and he charged at Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Bang, his charging body came to an abrupt stop. Kulong looked at his body in horror. There was an obvious circular hole in the middle of his back. What? How is this possible? Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Go in peace. I will send your cousin Chu Lin down to find you. You won't be alone. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He didn't look at the regretful Kulong anymore, and instead turned his gaze to Chu Lin. At the end of the day, everything seemed to have happened because of this woman. If it wasn't for this woman's instigation, perhaps the battle wouldn't have happened. At the very least, the guard wouldn't have attacked. No. I don't want to die. Seeing Kulong's body gradually stop moving, Chu Lin was terrified to the extreme. She kept retreating, and her body was already leaning against the guardrail of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Are you scared now? I just told you to scram. Why didn't you scram? Although Ling Xiao killing the guard was surprising, the guard was just an ordinary person, not worth mentioning. However, Ling Xiao had now killed Kulong. Moreover, he had killed Kulong face to face, fair and square. The most terrifying thing was that Chu Lin still couldn't figure out how Ling Xiao did it until Kulong was killed. What was the divine light of the Peacock clan that could absorb anything and everything was restrained by? Chu Lin wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the cultivators cultivating on the 5th floor were somewhat dumbfounded. The previous battle here didn't attract their attention. In any case, Kulong bullied people here every day, and they were already used to it. However, they couldn't help but be surprised that Kulong was killed. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao, who made a life and death pact with the Blood Skull, was only at the peak of one line sky? He's obviously at the peak of 3 talents heaven. Yeah, I also heard that he ran away more than 20 days ago because he was afraid of being challenged. Why is he here again? Idiot, he must have gone somewhere to cultivate. Now that he has successfully cultivated and even killed Kulong, I wonder if the Blood Skull is still a match for him. Idiot, trash like Kulong can't even last one move against the Blood Skull. Many people in the crowd knew about the Blood Skull. He used to be one of the top 10 experts of the Phoenix Academy. Although his ranking had dropped, and he was pushed to the top 20 by some new geniuses, he was still a genius without a doubt. Haha, that's not necessarily true. If the Blood Skull hasn't made a breakthrough, it's hard to say who will win if he fights with this Ling Xiao. The group of people didn't intervene in the battle. They just wanted to watch from the sidelines. After all, a warrior who couldn't even enter a public cultivation room didn't have a high status and strength. They didn't want to throw their lives away. Hearing these people's discussion, Chu Lin's heart sank even more. Originally, she had seen many Phoenix Academy warriors sitting cross-legged in the corridor and thought that some of them would come forward to help her. In this way, Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But now, she was really desperate. If Ling Xiao could easily kill Kulong, then killing her would be as easy as flipping his hand. She had no chance of winning. Are you scared? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded, startling Chu Lin. Young hero Ling, you and I don't know each other. Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. You've already killed Kulong, so please don't make things difficult for a little girl like me, okay? Chu Lin tried her best to show off her coquettishness. She wanted to use her beauty to attract Ling Xiao, so that Ling Xiao would let her go and even become her servant. What a joke. Ling Xiao said indifferently, you and I don't know each other. but just now, you instigated that guard and Kolong to kill me. Don't you think that I'm just a stranger? If I were a little weaker, the one lying on the ground right now would be me. Would you have any pity or sympathy for me, now you're telling me that we don't know each other? You want me to let you go, don't you think that your words are a little too shameless and ridiculous? I can compensate you. You can have anything you want. Even if you want my body, I'm willing. In order to survive, Chu Lin was willing to pay any price. Moreover, Ling Xiao's performance was so valiant that she was a little tempted. She wanted to turn Ling Xiao into her servant and order him around as she pleased. Is that so? Then I won't kill you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Humph, men are all lecherous indeed. You convinced me just like that. You really scared me. Wait until we're in bed. I promise I'll make you submit completely. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Chu Lin snorted coldly in her heart. She couldn't help but feel proud of herself. She was glad that her mother gave her such a seductive body. Only then would she be able to use it at such a crucial moment. However, her complacency only lasted for a moment before her face turned deathly pale. I've killed enough people. I won't kill you anymore, but I must destroy your cultivation and veins of heaven so that you won't continue to harm others. Ling Xiao's cold and firm voice stunned Chu Lin. Destroy her cultivation, destroy her veins of heaven? No, no, she had worked so hard to reach the Avalon of 5 elements. How could she allow it to be destroyed so easily? Can't we discuss this further? I'm a disciple of Piping Island. You should know what Piping Island represents. The power of a sect is comparable to an empire. You won't have a good ending if you offend me. Chu Lin said. What did you say? You're a disciple of Piping Island? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. He was captured by Piping Island as a slave and treated like an animal. Although he managed to escape in the end, he did not suffer much and even benefited greatly. However, that was because he had the ability, not because Piping Island was merciful. If he did not have those abilities, he would be a numb walking corpse now and would be treated like an animal for the rest of his life. His resentment towards Piping Island was not shallow. Are you afraid? Chu Lin smiled. Perhaps she felt that there was hope for her. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, You should feel regret for being a disciple of Piping Island. I have a deep grudge against Piping Island. I can't let you go now. Chu Lin was stunned for a moment, and a look of despair appeared on her face. She knew she was done for. If there was no miracle, she would definitely be crippled by this despicable human, and her heavenly veins would be crippled. She would never be able to cultivate again. Miracles seemed to favor her. At this moment, a single room on the 5th floor opened and a person walked out. His hair was tied up in a white robe, and he held a fan made of white jade in his hand. He looked elegant and refined. And he gave off the vibe of a martial scholar. Brother Ling, why don't you stop now? Chu Lin is only a weak girl. Even if you have a grudge against Piping Island, it won't implicate her. As soon as this person came out, he stood between Ling Xiao and Chu Lin. He chuckled and said, Just now, she might have instigated Kolong to kill you, but that was just for fun. Anyway, you're fine. For my sake, let's stop here. Brother you. When Chu Lin saw this person, it was as if she saw her savior. She excitedly pounced on him and said, Brother you, save me. That person is so fierce. Sister Lin, why don't you apologize to him? Just now, you were indeed in the wrong. Kuyu said with a smile. I've already apologized, but he didn't appreciate it and insisted on crippling my cultivation. Chu Lin hid behind Kuyu, and seemed to come alive again. Brother Ling, you've already killed my cousin Kolong. Could it be that you still want to kill more? Sister Lin has already apologized to you. How about we let this go? Kuyu looked at Ling Xiao and said. Apologize? Not to mention that she didn't apologize to me, even if she did, do you think it's useful? If I kill you and apologize to you, will your cook clan let me go? Ling Xiao asked back, moreover, who do you think you are? I don't know you, so why should I give you face? Ha ha ha, Kuyu, you can't do it. He didn't give you face at all. Laughter rang out. Another single room on the 5th floor opened, and another martial artist walked out. It was a martial artist from Xianxia College. Boy, get out of here. You've already taken advantage of killing Ko Long. Don't embarrass our Xianxia College here. Otherwise, people will say that our Xianxia College's disciples don't know what's good for them. As soon as this person came out, he laughed and mocked Kuyu. Then, he quickly changed the topic and glared at Ling Xiao, asking him to get out of here. Since you're a senior from Xianxia College, I won't touch you. Apologize now and get out of here. I'm afraid you know better than me who's the one who's embarrassing Xianxia College. Ling Xiao looked at this person indifferently and said coldly. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? I don't care who you are. I'm talking to you with my mouth now, but I'll attack you later. Ling Xiao was very unhappy. He was besieged, and now he wanted to take revenge, but he was stopped by these so-called masters. Did they all want to play the hero in front of that woman? He really had to admit that that woman's charm was really great. But the more she was charming, the more he wanted to destroy her. If he let her live, he would not be able to live in peace in the future. What did you say? The senior from Xianxia College frowned and stared at Ling Xiao coldly. You're a newcomer to Xianxia College, right? How dare you not give me face? I don't care if you're Ningku or an idiot. You'd better not interfere in this matter, or Ko Long will be your example. As Ling Xiao spoke, his momentum exploded and his sword essence condensed. It was like an unsheathed sword, and the piercing coldness pressed on Ningku. Ningku was stunned for a moment, but then he laughed. Ha 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 ha, I thought you were so arrogant, but it turns out that you're just a piece of trash at the peak of the three talents heaven level. I really don't know why Xianxia College likes someone like you. Ningku said disdainfully, you're at the peak of the three talents heaven level and have mastered small success sword essence. That's not bad. You can defeat trash like Ko Long, but look carefully, I'm at the late stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. Don't treat me like that kind of trash. As he spoke, Ningku's momentum exploded. The momentum of the late stage of the Avalon of 5 elements rushed towards Ling Xiao. It felt that Ningku was slightly weaker than Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire. Their cultivations were similar, but Heavenly Venerable Earthly Fire's momentum was obviously stronger. It was probably because he participated in more battles on a daily basis. Are you done with your nonsense? Ling Xiao indifferently looked at Ningku. Originally, he really didn't want to fight against a senior brother from the Clear Void Academy, but seeing Ningku protect Chu Lin, he knew that this fellow's relationship with the disciples of the Divine Phoenix Academy was even better. He no longer had any scruples. What? Ningku was stunned. He had thought that Qin Haodong would back down after he showed his cultivation. He had never expected that this new student of Xianxia College would not give him any face. You can get out of here if you're done talking. You have no right to be a hero here. Get out of here. Ling Xiao was still holding back. He did not want to kill anyone from Xianxia College unless he had no other choice. You're courting death. Ningku was enraged. His angry face turned red and then white. Ling Xiao ignored him. He looked at Kuyu and said, Ningku is my senior. I don't want to kill him. But if you don't get out of my way, don't blame me for being merciless. Ningku, get out of the way. Leave him to me. Kuyu cared a lot about his reputation. He would not protect someone easily. But if he was willing to do it, he had to do it. If someone dared to disrespect him, he would kill that person. Humph, if it weren't for the school's rule against killing each other, I would have killed you today. Ningku snorted and got out of the way. Kuyu held Chu Lin gently in his arms and said, Sister Lin, I feel a little empty these days. Would you like to stay with me for a few days? As long as brother you can kill that guy, I'll do whatever you want. Chu Lin looked at Ling Xiao with a ferocious expression. She hated Ling Xiao so much that she wanted Ling Xiao to die right now. Okay, that's what I want. Kuyu would not do a losing deal. Since he wanted to protect Chu Lin, he naturally wanted to enjoy her soft and charming body. He took a step forward and opened the fan in his hand. He said coldly, Today, I'll let you know the real rules of the Heaven Essence Pagoda. Rules? Don't make it sound so dignified. If you want to be a hero in front of that woman, just say it. Why do you have to make yourself sound so great? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You're right. I want that woman. But you have to understand the rules. That's strength. Kuyu smiled faintly and said, you're not young anymore. You can't be so stupid as to think that there's reason in the pugilistic world, right? Everything is just the law of the jungle. The reason why I wasn't angry when Kolong was killed was because he was too weak. He was trash. Even if he died, we wouldn't feel any pity. For example, if I kill you, Xianxia College won't do anything, because no one will make a big fuss over a piece of trash. So that's how it is. This rule is easy to understand. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly waved his hand. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Before Kuyu had time to make a move, a fiery red light appeared in her pupils. He sneered and waved the fan in his hand to block the attack. However, the action was done, but unfortunately, the fan did not have any effect. The power of the red sun all, which contained the small success destruction sword intent, was even more terrifying. It directly drilled through Kuyu's defenses, broke through Kuyu's protective heavenly essence energy, and finally pierced through Kuyu's body. It was all done in one go. All Kuyu could do was open the fan. His body did not have time to condense heavenly essence energy. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if he did not die. Kuyu, who thought that he could control Ling Xiao's life and death, was killed by Ling Xiao in one move. His death was even more straightforward than Kolong's. Since Ling Xiao knew that Kuyu was also from the Peacock clan, why would he give him a chance to use the Peacock Divine Light? Naturally, he had to make the first move. The strong preys on the weak. You're right. This rule is really suitable for you. When Kuyu's body fell to the ground, Ling Xiao's voice echoed in the air. It was cold and full of sarcasm. Too strong. Yeah, Kuyu did not even have the slightest reaction. How fast is that? Seeing Kuyu's body on top of Kolong's, the spectating warriors were all frightened. Ling Xiao's attack was too fast. All they could see was a blinding light. Then, Kuyu fell to the ground. They couldn't even see Ling Xiao's moves clearly, because with their eyesight, it was impossible for them to reach that level. Ning Ke swallowed a mouthful of saliva and retreated a few steps. He almost fell off the Heaven Essence Pagoda. In his heart, he was inexplicably shocked. How could this newcomer be so terrifying? He had been in seclusion for almost a year and had finally broken through to the advanced stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. Did he miss something? If Ling Xiao's attack had not been aimed at Kuyu, but at him, what would have happened to him? He did not dare to think about it. The result was obvious. In terms of cultivation, he was not as good as Kuyu. In terms of combat power, he was not as good as Kuyu. This was the reason why he was willing to be Kuyu's lackey. Ling Xiao looked at Ning Ke with a smile that was not a smile. It was a very ordinary look, but Ning Ke felt as if the blood in his body had frozen in an instant. Senior Ning Ke, do you still want to meddle in this? Ling Xiao asked faintly. Junior Ling, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'll leave right now. Ning Ke was a man who knew when to yield. This could be seen from the fact that he had been following Kuyu, a disciple of Phoenix Academy. It was said that Ning Ke used to be high-spirited and was willing to fight for the Academy's honor, just like Ling Xiao. But later, Ning Ke met Kuyu and was defeated in one move. From then on, it was as if he had become a different person and had become Kuyu's lackey. Many disciples of the Xianxia Academy despised this person very much. Now you want to leave? Ling Xiao revealed a mocking smile as he said, if I remember correctly, just now you seem to have been clamoring about wanting to deal with me, right? Since you've said it, why don't you stand up like a man? I'm not a man. I'm shameless. Junior Ling, please spare my life. Ning Ke directly slapped his own face twice. It seemed that face meant nothing to him. I'll spare your life, but you have to do one thing for me. Ling Xiao didn't like Ning Ke, but he didn't want to break the rule of Xianxia College, which forbade disciples from killing each other. However, he didn't feel comfortable letting this guy go so easily, so he planned to ask for some compensation first. Junior Ling, just say it. Even if it's 100 or 1,000 things, I'll agree. Ning Ke was completely shameless. As long as he could live, he would give up everything. I want you to destroy your own cultivation. Are you willing? Ling Xiao said with a half-smile. What, destroy my own cultivation? Ning Ku was completely dumbfounded. Destroying his own cultivation was better than destroying his heavenly meridians because he could cultivate again. However, he had offended too many people in the past. If he destroyed his cultivation now, his enemies would definitely not let him go. By then, he might die a miserable death. Ruthless. Yeah, I've heard that Ling Xiao is ruthless, but I didn't expect him to treat his fellow disciples the same way. Well, that Ning Ku offended him. Serves him right. Please, junior brother Ling, let me destroy my own cultivation. I'll die if I do that. Ning Ku knelt down before Ling Xiao. It's easy if you don't want to destroy your own cultivation. Kill the woman next to you, and I'll let you go. Ling Xiao smiled evilly. He wanted to drag Ning Ku down with him. In this way, Ning Ku would offend Piping Island and the Phoenix Academy. He would have no choice but to follow Ling Xiao in the future. No. Chu Lin looked at Ning Ku in fright. She shook her head and wept like a weeping beauty. She was really desperate now. She thought that Kuyu could help her kill Ling Xiao after coming out of seclusion. But now, Ling Xiao couldn't even be bothered to cripple her cultivation. Instead, he wanted to kill her. This was retribution. Senior brother Ning, you only have one chance. Make your choice. My patience is limited. Ling Xiao said lightly. I'm sorry, Chu Lin. Blame yourself for offending junior brother Ling because you were blind. How could a person like Ning Ku pity Chu Lin? As long as he could save his own life and cultivation, he didn't care if he killed Chu Lin now. If Piping Island came to seek revenge, he could just hide in Xianxia College. Anyway, even Piping Island couldn't break into Xianxia College to make trouble. While speaking, he started to attack. Facing Ning Ku, who was much stronger than her, Chu Lin's face was extremely pale. She suddenly recalled the scene when she instigated Ko Long and the guard to attack Ling Xiao. She regretted it. From that moment on, her tragic ending was already set in stone. Ah! With a scream, Chu Lin's head was cut off by Ning Ku. In order to show his loyalty to Ling Xiao, Ning Ku did everything he could. However, Ling Xiao didn't look happy. In fact, he hated people like Ning Ku. In order to survive, he could abandon anyone. Scram! You better not offend me in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for finding an excuse to kill you. Ling Xiao waved his hand and told Ning Ku to get out. Ning Ku actually rolled down the stairs. Scum! Cursing in disdain, Ling Xiao turned around and entered a single cultivation room. As for the corpses outside, someone would naturally take care of them. There was no need for him to worry at all. He was not a domineering person. Although this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, he had never used his strength to bully the weak. Unless someone offended him. As for the remaining single room, whoever has the ability can go and use it. The moment the stone door fell, Ling Xiao said faintly. Thank you, young hero Ling. Ling Xiao didn't care about their gratitude. He was just following his heart. Sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room, he took out the heavenly essence crystal and the heavenly spirit elixir. Then, he opened the eyes of the world and began the final sprint of cultivation. The mountain river martial soul started to operate. The energy from the heavenly essence crystal and the heavenly spirit elixir began to flow into Ling Xiao's limbs and bones. It constantly condensed, strengthened, and became purer. At the same time, he still didn't stop comprehending the light and shadow ultimacy. Cultivation was one thing, but he couldn't stop comprehending the light and shadow ultimacy. Cultivation was the most boring thing, and time passed the fastest. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The corpses outside had already been taken care of. Ling Zhao's deeds had also spread throughout the imperial city. Now, almost all the martial artists who were interested in this matter knew that Ling Zhao's cultivation had increased greatly after he came back from a trip. They had originally thought that the battle between Ling Xiao and the Blood Skull would be boring, but now, they couldn't help but be a little more interested. On the last day of the month, many people gathered in the busiest square in the imperial city. This was originally the place where the imperial court issued orders. The common people could also come here to listen to the imperial edicts. The place was very big and spacious, and the protective measures were also very good. At this time, the square, which was originally bustling with people, was directly surrounded by a ring. A whole fighting stage made of special materials stood there. The flags of Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College were placed on both sides of the stage. In the middle was the flag of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Could it be that Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College are going to have a disciple duel here? Otherwise, why would they make such a big scene? Seeing that even the palace guards were nearby to maintain order, someone couldn't help but ask. It's a disciple duel, but it's only a duel between the Blood Skull and Ling Xiao. The person next to him explained, but I'm also a little surprised. This is only a duel between two disciples. Why is it so noisy? The publicity work started at the beginning of this month, and it was still going on until yesterday. You only know one thing, but you don't know the other. Someone in the know laughed and said, this matter is no longer just a conflict between the two people. It involves the secret competition between the two great academies. What do you mean? You really don't know? When Ling Xiao first came to the Imperial City, he humiliated the Phoenix Academy in front of so many people. He even crippled the Phoenix Academy's Ling Chan and Feng Mingbo. Do you think the Phoenix Academy can tolerate this? Of course not. That's right. But the problem is that the Phoenix Academy is in the wrong. In terms of overall strength, they may not be able to compete with Xianxia College. Later on, Ling Xiao offended the Blood Skull, so the Phoenix Academy placed their hopes of revenge on the Blood Skull. No wonder. I heard that the Blood Skull was given the right to cultivate by the Phoenix Academy this month. Whether it was resources or martial arts, they were given whatever they wanted. They even received personal guidance from the Vice Dean. I guess they broke through their cultivation again. That's for sure. But Ling Xiao is also not easy to deal with. What do you mean? You've been cultivating in seclusion all this time. How come you don't know anything? The person who spoke proudly continued, more than 20 days ago, Ling Xiao caused a ruckus at the Divine Phoenix auction house. He didn't give face to Yanpeng of the rock race and stole the slave that Yanpeng wanted. It's said that someone saw an expert trying to kill Ling Xiao halfway. He was a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, but he was actually killed by Ling Xiao and the slave. That's amazing. The amazing part is yet to come. Ling Xiao didn't return for more than 20 days. Everyone thought that he had escaped. But the moment he returned, he killed Kulong and Kuyu of the Peacock race. Both of them were disciples of the Phoenix Academy. That can't be. Kulong and Kuyu are both practitioners of the Avalon of 5 elements. How can this Ling Xiao be so powerful? Amazing. Of course he's amazing. According to the memories of those who were present, Kulong used the Peacock race's divine light, but was defeated by Ling Xiao's secret weapon. Kuyu was even more miserable. He was killed in one move and didn't even have the chance to make a move. Tisk tsk, if that's the case, then today's competition will be interesting to watch. It's hard to say who will emerge victorious. That's right. The stage is already set up today. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. We can't miss it. Phoenix Academy, Xianxia College, Peacock Tribe, Great Rock Tribe, Piping Island. This duel between Ling Xiao and Blood Skull was no longer a duel between two individuals. It had completely become a secret contest between the various major powers. It would be too shabby if there wasn't such an ostentatious stage for such an important duel. The next morning, the red sun hung high in the sky. A large crowd had already gathered in the square. Perhaps it was because the early publicity for this duel had been done very well, so it was very sensational. Banners for the duel were hung all over the streets and alleys. There were even huge portraits of Ling Xiao and Blood Skull. This duel had become a grand occasion in the Imperial City. Back then, Ling Xiao and Blood Skull had agreed to duel 1 month later, but the specific time had not been set. It could be morning, afternoon, or even night. Even if these people had to waste time waiting here, they didn't want to miss such a meaningful duel. When the red sun shed its red dress and replaced it with a golden armor, Blood Skull arrived. Dressed in a blood-red robe, coupled with his frightening aura of death, many cultivators couldn't help but feel apprehensive. I haven't seen him for a month, but he's already broken through 2 stages and reached the advanced stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. Bloodskull sneered when he heard the discussions. His strong self-confidence made him walk with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He looked very energetic. For the sake of today's battle, he had been cultivating with all his might for the past month. He had gone through hellish training. It could be said that he was better off dead than alive. All of this was caused by Ling Xiao. He wanted to vent all the suffering he had suffered over the past month on Ling Xiao and completely trample Ling Xiao under his feet. Bloodskull cupped his hands towards Divine Phoenix Academy's vice principal, Feng Ming Wanchong, as well as Sikong Zun and the others. Then, he directly stepped onto the martial stage and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and rested, no longer paying attention to anything happening in the outside world. The unique and righteous, perhaps this was the only word that could describe Bloodskull now. Although there were countless experts scrutinizing him, he didn't show any signs of nervousness. He was completely calm and composed. This was a true expert. A month ago, the Bloodskull was ranked 20th in the Phoenix Academy. At that time, he was only at the peak of the 4 divisions and had just broken through to the Avalon of 5 elements. He hadn't had the time to participate in the ranking battle. Now, his cultivation was at the late stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. Furthermore, he had completely consolidated his cultivation at this stage. Many people felt that his current ranking was no longer 20th, and that he might have advanced by a few places. In the past, the Bloodskull had been extremely dangerous. The Bloodskull was even more terrifying today. After the Bloodskull sat down, a few more groups of people arrived one after another. When these people arrived, they all sat in the VIP seats. One of the groups was led by a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. His attire was very different from the Divine Phoenix Empire's practitioners. If Ling Xiao was here, he would be able to recognize that this middle-aged man was the young lord of Piping Island, Chu Mu. He had originally come to Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial city to hunt down Ling Xiao, but he never thought that the first thing he would hear upon arriving here would be that his own sister, Chu Lin, had been killed. Even though Chu Lin wasn't killed by Ling Xiao, it had a lot to do with Ling Xiao. He didn't care who had provoked whom or who had made the first move. In any case, his sister was dead, so he wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao. On the other side, the Peacock Phoenix son, Kong He, led a group of elites from the Peacock race to sit there. His gaze was extremely cold. Ling Xiao had killed Kolong and Kuyu. Even though these two were only branch families of the Peacock race, it was a serious matter of face. Sitting beside Kong He was an elder. He should be an expert from the Peacock race, but no one knew what he did. The Great Rock Phoenix son, Peng Yu, also came. Naturally, he was here because of Ling Xiao. At the Divine Phoenix auction house, Ling Xiao had actually dared to not give the Great Rock race any face. This made him very angry. Sitting beside him was Yan Peng. Yan Peng was the son-in-law of the Great Rock race. He was also the brother-in-law of the Heavenly Rock Phoenix son, Peng Yu. Yan Peng had suffered a setback. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get back at Ling Xiao, so he specially invited Peng Yu to help. Sitting beside the Great Rock race was the young master of the Divine Phoenix auction house, Feng Ming Wushan. Feng Ming Wushan was the young master of the Divine Phoenix auction house. He was also the younger brother of the Crown Prince, Feng Ming Qishan. It was said that Feng Ming Qishan was a martial arts fanatic. Other than leading troops to war, he spent the rest of his time cultivating. Many of his matters were done by Feng Ming Wushan. Since they had arrived at the Divine Phoenix auction house, the people from the Heavenly Dragon auction house naturally couldn't not come. Yunya knew that Ling Xiao's identity was special. Naturally, she came to support Ling Xiao. At the same time, she wanted to see if Ling Xiao could be the person they wanted to nurture. A long time had passed, but no one from Xingshu College came. Ling Xiao didn't appear either. Damn it, Xingshu College's bunch. How arrogant. They actually made us wait here. Feng Ming Wanchong was impatient and cursed loudly. Brother Wanchong, why are you so anxious? There is no fixed time for today's duel. Even if Ling Xiao is delayed by something, you can still leave. No one forced you to come here to watch the duel. The person who spoke was the late Deputy Dean of Xingshu College, Feng Qingyan. Old Phoenix Qingyan, why did you come here alone? This is such a big matter, and Xianxia College doesn't seem to care at all? Feng Ming Wanchong shouted. Is this a big matter? At the end of the day, it is just a private duel between the students of the academy. Even I came here in my own name because I couldn't persuade that girl, Yanran. I don't represent Xianxia College. Feng Qingyan said casually. These words could be said to be of high standard. Xianxia College doesn't care about the duel at all, but Phoenix Academy treats it like a treasure. If we lose, it doesn't matter. We don't care anyway. If we were to win, then your divine Phoenix Academy would be utterly disgraced. You are only good at talking. Humph, at the end of the day, Xianxia College doesn't have confidence in Ling Xiao, so you don't dare to come here and embarrass yourselves. Si Kongzun interrupted. On the contrary. We don't care because we trust Ling Xiao. No matter what Phoenix Academy does, the Blood Skull will lose today's duel without a doubt. Feng Qingyan smiled and said, of course, the premise is that Phoenix Academy won't be as shameless as Electric Demon King and use such despicable means. Si Kongzun's mouth twitched a few times, but he didn't say anything. If they continued to bicker, it would only make him more passive. Feng Qingyan's mouth was almost as good as Ling Zhao's. They were both too talkative. Humph, I'm afraid that kid will be too scared to come today. Feng Ming Wanchong snorted coldly and stopped talking. He closed his eyes and continued to wait. Since he couldn't win the argument, he could only let the Blood Skull defeat Ling Xiao and counterattack. Feng Qingyan smiled and didn't say anything else. Ling Xiao will definitely come. With his understanding of the young man, he is definitely not someone who is afraid of trouble. Even if he knows he can't win, he will still come. Vice Principal, we are here. Not long after, Feng Yanran, Hai Miankeo, Lan Yuer and the others also arrived. Where is Ling Xiao? Feng Qingyan asked. He is still in seclusion. I heard from Cold Plum that he should be coming out soon. Dai Yuling knew Cold Plum. After all, both of them were once under Lin Zhe. Cold Plum? Oh, she is a girl that Ling Xiao saved before. Her strength is not bad. Dai Yuling explained. Hee, this kid's luck with women is really good. Yanran, if you don't work hard, I am afraid he will be taken away by others. Feng Qingyan chuckled. Vice Dean, what are you talking about? I've already said that I only have the heart to repay Ling Zhao's kindness. I have no other thoughts. Feng Yanran was anxious and quickly changed the topic. By the way, Uncle Qingyan, cousin said that he will come. I didn't see him. There, the seat over there is reserved for him. No one dares to take it. On the VIP stand, there were 2 chairs in the center. One was prepared for Feng Yinshan, and the other was prepared for Feng Mingqishan. Whether they come or not, the chairs have to be prepared. This is the rule. Ming Kong, you and you all, sit with me. The view is better here. Anyway, there are so many empty seats. Feng Yanran nodded and then turned to Hai Miankeo, Lan Yuer and the others. Okay. Although they were worried about Ling Xiao, they couldn't just stand there and wait. It was better to sit. Maybe Ling Xiao will be here soon. Stop. Just as Feng Yanran sat down, Hai Miankeo and the others wanted to sit there, but they were stopped by the guards of the Peacock clan and the Rock clan. What's wrong? Feng Yanran frowned. Miss Yanran, you can sit, but these lowly commoners can't. They are humans, lowly and lowly. How can they be fit to sit with our master? It's more appropriate to stand there. The Peacock Race's guard cupped his hands and said. Damn it. All right, Yanran, don't get angry over such a small matter. We'll just stand. We're all warriors, so we won't get tired. Lan Yuer didn't want to cause trouble, so she made the decision to keep the peace. Since she had said so, Hai Miankeo did not say anything else. Although the others were a little unhappy, they could only stand there. This was not a matter of tiredness. This was a classic example of discrimination and humiliation. If he didn't sit, it would be obvious that he was inferior. Of course, they didn't blame Lan Yuer. Lan Yuer's character was like a big sister. She hoped that everyone could be safe and sound. She didn't want to cause trouble. Humph, that's more like it, lowly commoner. The peacock races and rock races guards said disdainfully. Although they were just slaves of the two races, they felt good about themselves. They didn't even put humans in their eyes. No one knew where their confidence came from. Another 2 hours passed, and many people were getting impatient from waiting. Some people even took out their dry food and ate it. They looked at the sky and were a little unhappy. Feng Ming Wanchong opened his eyes and scolded, "Feng Qingyan, your Xianxia College's strength is not good, but your disciple is very arrogant. So many people are waiting for him here. Damn it, if he comes, I'll cripple him. If you can't wait, you can leave. No one is forcing you to wait here. I've already said that this is just a duel between two ordinary disciples. It's already a waste of money to make such a big scene. Brother Wanchong, you're busy. Why don't you go back?" Feng Qingyan said sarcastically. "Bastard. What do you mean? Isn't Ling Xiao a disciple of your Xianxia College? Do you want these people to come here for nothing?" Feng Ming Wanchong was even angrier. "What a joke. It's your Phoenix Academy who set up this stage and even collected spectator fees. Why? Are you afraid that this duel won't go on? Your Phoenix Academy will lose face? Serves you right." Feng Qingyan laughed. Feng Ming Wanchong gritted his teeth. He couldn't refute Feng Qingyan's words. For this duel, they spent a lot of spirit stones to advertise it. Therefore, they definitely hoped to earn back some of it through the spectator fees. If Ling Xiao really didn't come, then they really couldn't explain it to the cultivators present. "I've heard that Ling Xiao is the chosen one of the Sky Dragon continent. He's extremely arrogant and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. Today, it seems like it's true." "That's not necessarily true. Maybe he knows that he can't beat the Blood Skull and can't bear to lose in front of so many people, so he just killed himself." "Stop joking. If he's really that kind of person, he won't come back after leaving the Divine Phoenix Empire. He should really be cultivating." "That's true. Then let's wait a little longer." However, the longer we wait, the more losses the Phoenix Academy will suffer. "Why? You don't know?" After the Divine Phoenix Academy announced that they would be collecting a fee to watch the matches, they only said that they would be collecting a fee from morning till evening. If Ling Xiao were to come after evening, then the Divine Phoenix Academy wouldn't be able to collect a single spirit stone. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Ha ha ha, that's true. I'm now suspecting that Ling Xiao is deliberately stalling for time so that he can mess with the Phoenix Academy. That's really possible. Although they said that, the cultivators were still unwilling to leave. They still sat there and waited. At most, they would drink some water when they were thirsty and eat when they were hungry. On the stage, the Blood Skull was still sitting cross-legged, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. However, in reality, he was also very angry. He hated waiting for people the most. Not to mention waiting for a few hours. Even if he waited for a short while, he would be so irritable that he would want to kill someone. Ling Xiao must die. And it's going to be very miserable. The Blood Skull said viciously in his heart. Time continued to pass, and the sun set in the west. It was already evening. This brat is really daring. I'm now more and more certain that this brat is deliberately tricking the Phoenix Academy. Hee, although we have waited for so long, it's not bad to watch a free match. I think Ling Xiao should be here soon." In the crowd, many cultivators were distressed by the cost of the spectator fees. Most importantly, the Phoenix Academy was really too ruthless. They actually charged 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single spectator fee. For most cultivators, this was definitely not a small amount. Only a fool would not be happy to be able to save these spirit stones. They were happy, but the people from the Phoenix Academy were unhappy. "Feng Qingyan, you bastard. Are you still the vice dean of the Xianxia College? You can't even control a disciple." Feng Ming Wanchong stood up and roared furiously. Hee, brother Wanchong, why are you in such a hurry? It's not dark yet. If you don't want to wait, hurry up and go back. There's no need to waste your time here. Feng Qingyan joked. Although Feng Qingyan didn't know why Ling Xiao wasn't here yet, he was still very happy to see Feng Ming Wanchong's flustered and exasperated appearance. He had been fighting with Feng Ming Wanchong since young. Seeing Feng Ming Wanchong suffer, he was naturally happy. The disciples of the Phoenix Academy weren't happy. They were thinking that Ling Xiao was only a peak 3 talents heaven-realm martial artist. How could he be so arrogant? There were so many people here who were stronger than him. Did he really dare to stand everyone up? Young master, did we make a mistake? Is this Ling Xiao really the person who caused a ruckus in the crystal factory? An old man beside the young master of Piping Island, Chu Mu, asked in confusion. There shouldn't be a mistake. It doesn't matter. Anyway, doesn't Wei Wei know that Ling Xiao? When Ling Xiao appears later, we will know. Don't you think so, Wei Wei? Chu Mu looked at the woman on the other side. It was actually Kai Weiwei who was Shiman Bo's partner in the crystal factory. At this moment, Kai Weiwei had a collar around her neck. There was even a chain attached to it. She was kneeling there, and Chu Mu was stepping on her back. Yes, young master. Kai Weiwei's heart was filled with grief. She even wanted to die. Originally, when the crystal factory was in chaos, she could have taken the opportunity to escape. However, because she was recognized as the person who informed the manager, she was chased by the slaves and missed the best time to escape. In the end, she was found by Chu Mu. She thought that her luck had come. She thought that Chu Mu would like her and give her happiness. However, what Chu Mu did was even more beastly than Shiman Bo. He actually put a collar on her and treated her like a bitch that he could wantonly bully. She didn't dare to resist. If she resisted, she would be beaten half to death by Chu Mu and be covered in injuries. She could only numbly wait for her fate to decide. Let her continue to suffer. Or let her use death to relieve her pain. Yes, young master. I know that Ling Xiao. Thinking about Ling Xiao, Kai Weiwei's heart was filled with complex emotions. At that time, if she hadn't followed Shiman Bo to inform him, but had followed Ling Xiao and the others to rebel, perhaps she would have returned to her own sect by now. Even though his sect was not outstanding in the Divine Phoenix continent, he still ate and drank well, and lived a carefree life. Unlike now, he was worse than a pig or a dog. If he really is Ling Xiao, I will arrange for Peacock Phoenix to kill him. Chu Mu coldly smiled and said, that brat killed 2 people from the peacock race. Although they weren't people who could be seen in public, the peacock race is still a noble clan. They want to keep their face. It's impossible for them to give up. We just need to sow discord between them. He did not intend to do it himself. After all, he was the young master of Piping Island. If he were to kill a disciple of Qingshu College in the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial city, then this matter could really be big or small. It might even lead to a showdown between Piping Island and Divine Phoenix Empire. He's here. Right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. 2 figures broke through the air and arrived. It was Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao, that brat actually came in the evening. He couldn't have been waiting at the side since the beginning, right? Who cares so much? As long as he's here, then it's fine. Today's trip was not in vain. Ling Xiao was dressed in black, matching his long black hair. His entire person was filled with an unfathomable aura. When he landed at the bottom of the stage, the surrounding people naturally opened up a path for him, allowing him to ascend the stage. If someone were to observe carefully, they would realize that when Ling Xiao landed, the dust on the ground did not fly up at all. This was the performance of minute subtlety. Even if it was a martial artist whose cultivation was much higher than his, they might not be able to reach the state of minute subtlety. Minute subtlety allowed one to control their own body to the finest detail. If they wanted to be heavy, they could be heavy. If they wanted to be light, they could be light. When they were heavy, they would be like a boulder falling to the ground. When they were light, they would be like a flying goose feather. In the VIP seats, Kai Weiwei almost shouted when she saw that confident and handsome face through her messy hair. Because she felt that the only person who could save her now was Ling Xiao. She and Ling Xiao didn't have any deep hatred between them. Even if Ling Xiao didn't like her, he might still help her. But she still couldn't shout. That was because she was afraid. Afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't help her. At that time, she would definitely be beaten to death by Chu Mu. Thinking back to when they were on the ship, she was so disdainful of Ling Xiao. But now, Ling Xiao had become her life-saving straw. How ironic was this? On the stage, the blood skeleton suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura of death erupted from him as he roared at Ling Xiao, "Brat, how dare you make me wait for so long?" Ling Xiao ignored the blood skeleton's ferocious aura of death. Instead, he turned to Cold Plum and said, "Go sit on the stage. This battle will end soon." Damn, how arrogant. He actually doesn't put the blood skeleton in his eyes. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Ling Xiao. This brat really was as arrogant as the rumors said. But on the other hand, the fact that the blood skeleton's aura couldn't affect him meant that his soul was extremely powerful. Understood, master. Cold Plum went up the stage and saw Xianxia and the others standing there. She frowned, not knowing what to do. At this time, Ling Xiao also noticed the scene and couldn't help but ask, "Xianxia, why aren't you sitting?" "Humph, how can such a lowly commoner be qualified to sit with us?" The Peacock clan's guard snorted coldly. "Pa." As soon as he finished speaking, he was directly sent flying. Naturally, it was Ling Xiao who made the move. The guard flew dozens of meters away and fell to the ground. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, feeling wronged and disbelieving. Ling Xiao actually dared to hit him in front of so many people. You're crazy." The Great Rock Clan's guard shouted in a trembling voice. "Pa." Another slap and the Great Rock Clan's guard was also sent flying. "I'm crazy? This is really funny. Today is the battle between me, Ling Xiao, and the blood skeleton, but my friend can't sit. She's even being called a lowly commoner. You say I'm crazy?" Ling Xiao was not Lan. He had no intention of settling the matter peacefully. Ever since he was young, he had only understood that the strong preyed on the weak. The bigger the fist, the better the face. He would bully whoever bullied him. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. "Bastard! How dare you hit one of our men?" The Peacock Phoenix Sun and Sky Rock Phoenix Sun stood up at the same time and said to Ling Xiao at the same time. "Idiot, I even killed Kulong and Kuyu, so what if I hit them? There's also the Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun Pingyu. You better take good care of Yan Peng by your side. Don't let him be alone. Otherwise, he will definitely die." Ling Xiao didn't forget that Yan Peng had found someone to kill him halfway. If he hadn't joined forces with Qin Hui back then, he would probably have died. This kind of enmity was no joke. "Tu Huangzi, give me some face. Today is a duel between me and him. After the duel ends, we'll settle the matter between the both of you. How about that?" At this moment, the Blood Skull spoke. "Hee, that's true. Anyway, this Ling fellow won't be able to live. What's the point of arguing with a dead person?" Peacock Phoenix's son Kong he sneered and indeed sat down. He could endure until now when Kulong and Kuyu were killed. Why couldn't he endure when a mere guard was sent flying? "Brat, I'll let you live a little longer." Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun Pingyu also sneered and sat down. "Great, Ming Kong, you guys sit down." Feng Yanran hurriedly invited Lan Yuer and the rest to sit down. There weren't many people in the aristocratic seating area, so there were still many empty seats. Xianxia and the rest sat down. Only then did Ling Xiao jump onto the stage and look at the blood skull. "You've been waiting for your death here." After saying this, Ling Xiao's aura exploded and a ferocious sword consciousness pierced through the air towards Blood Skeleton. "You're the one who's here to die." Naturally, Blood Skeleton was not to be outdone. His death aura transformed into a skeleton and pounced on Ling Xiao. The two of them fought without giving the spectators any time to prepare themselves. The sword consciousness condensed into a solid form and pierced through the void, shocking many swordsmen. This is level 5 minor success. The rumors are true. Rumor has it that he has just comprehended level 1 minor success. It seems that his sword consciousness has improved again in the past month. Tisk tsk, no wonder he's so arrogant. Swordsmen are all unconventional. When the blood-red skeleton collided with the sword intent, it actually started to crack. This caused the blood skeleton's expression to change drastically. How could his soul power, which was at the late stage of the Avalon of 5 elements, be inferior to Ling Xiao's? he was actually suppressed. No wonder Ling Xiao did not react when he used his death aura to pressure Ling Xiao. Despicable, since his soul power was inferior, he could only fight. Blood Skeleton understood that if this continued, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. This was using his weakness to attack Ling Xiao's strength. It was extremely unwise. Great! Brilliant! The spectators cheered loudly because this was what they wanted to see the most. The weak had defeated the strong, and the underdog had defeated the powerful warrior of the Nether Fire Phoenix tribe. This was simply the most exciting script. Blood Skull, Nether Fire Phoenix tribe, and Divine Phoenix Empire's noble warriors. Ling Xiao, a human martial artist from the Sky Dragon continent. The difference between their statuses was too great. However, it was precisely because of this difference that it was even more exciting. For such a battle, not to mention waiting a day, even waiting until tomorrow would be worth it. Humph. At that moment, a cold shout suddenly rang out from the noble seating area. A powerful soul power instantly shattered the soul duel between Ling Xiao and the Blood Skull. Although his cold snort seemed to have affected both sides, it was actually a great help to the Blood Skull. As a result, the Blood Skull, which had been on the verge of being defeated in the soul power battle, was freed from its predicament. The person who had snorted was none other than the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy, Fengming Wanchong. Lad, why are you in such a hurry? You made me wait here for an entire day and caused the Phoenix Academy to lose a large amount of spiritual stones. You want to start the duel without giving me an explanation? Dream on. After disrupting the battle, Fengming Wanchong had no intention of stopping. Every word he said was infused with powerful soul power, which continuously bombarded Ling Xiao's spirit ocean. Even though Ling Xiao's soul was comparable to a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior's, it was still seriously injured by the attacks of a Yin Yang Realm expert. It was as if his spirit ocean had exploded. It was extremely uncomfortable. Ling Xiao immediately hugged his head. It was so painful that he felt as if tens of thousands of needles were pricking his brain. Not only that, but the Blood Skull also had no intention of stopping his attacks. Instead, he charged forward and heavily punched Ling Xiao's body. The punch broke through Ling Xiao's heavenly yuan energy protection and tore apart Ling Xiao's clothes. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's body's defensive power was extremely strong. Thus, he was able to avoid being heavily injured. Scram! At the critical moment, Ling Xiao's hidden human king's strength erupted. Not only did it repel Fengming Wanchong's soul power, but it also burrowed into Fengming Wanchong's spirit ocean like a worm, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Fengming Wanchong let out a miserable howl and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale and filled with fear. As for the blood skeleton, it was sent flying by the rebounding force. It fell off the stage and smashed a deep crater in the ground. His body was shining with golden light, and his hair had turned completely golden. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a god of war. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. This series of events happened too quickly. Many people didn't understand the situation at all. Even Feng Qingyan didn't have time to help Ling Xiao. His face was filled with astonishment and joy. Ling Xiao's performance had far exceeded his expectations. He was afraid that this kid's body was hiding an astonishing power. Ling Xiao wasn't very happy, because he only had 7 cauldrons of human king's strength left. This was a limited amount of strength. Once it was used up, it would be gone. If it wasn't for the fact that his life was in danger, he wouldn't have used it even if he was beaten to death. With his golden hair fluttering in the wind, Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Wanchong and coldly said, "Shameless old thing, you're the vice principal of the Phoenix Academy. You actually used such a despicable method to plot against a junior. No wonder the Phoenix Academy produced such shameless people. Now I completely understand. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Don't tell me you didn't do it. If you're still a man, stand up and admit it." Ling Xiao's words made everyone dumbstruck. This kid was too awesome. Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? He actually dared to insult the vice principal of the Phoenix Academy in front of so many people, and even revealed the despicable and filthy things that the other party had done. Fengming Wanchong's face was very ugly. He had really miscalculated today. He originally thought that if he secretly helped the Blood Skull and taught Ling Xiao a lesson, with his status and identity, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't dare to say anything. He had done such things before. In the end, the only one to suffer was Ling Xiao. He wouldn't lose a single hair. However, the outcome of the matter was far beyond his expectations. He was actually injured by Ling Xiao's soul power. Moreover, it was very serious. At this moment, he felt as if countless scorpions were continuously biting his brain. If that was all, he could still find an excuse to leave and treat his injuries. However, something even more unexpected happened. Ling Xiao was actually so arrogant. He actually dared to point out and insult him in front of so many people. If he left like this, he really wouldn't have the face to see others in the future. Cough, cough. You little bastard, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Of course, Fengming Wanchong couldn't admit that he had sneakily attacked Ling Xiao. Even if everyone knew that this was the truth, he still couldn't admit it. Once he admitted it, it would become an excuse for others. He was extremely angry. Even Feng Qingyan didn't dare to insult him like this. This kid, a mere human, an insignificant disciple, actually dared to treat him like this. You don't understand? It seems like the dignified vice president of the Phoenix Academy, Fengming Wanchong, is actually not a man. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "You said I made you wait for a day in vain? What a joke. The duel between me and the Blood Skull was originally a private agreement, and there was no time limit. If you like to wait, then that's your own choice. I, Ling Xiao, do not welcome a eunuch like you to watch the duel, lest you bring shame to this duel. You said I caused the Phoenix Academy to spend a large amount of spirit stones on publicity, then I can only say that you deserve it. Did you ask for my permission to do the publicity? Did you ask for my permission to charge the fees? What a joke. You used my name to make money, and now you're blaming me for your losses? Let me tell you the truth. I deliberately came at this time to make the Phoenix Academy go bankrupt." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Fengming Wanchong was extremely angry. His breathing became more and more rapid, and his heartbeat accelerated. His body began to tremble violently. He wanted nothing more than to go on stage and strangle Ling Xiao to death right now, so that this guy would shut his stinky mouth. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of stopping. He sneered and said, "The vice president of the Phoenix Academy, what a great style. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you're just a eunuch without a penis. You're just a coward who dares to do something but doesn't dare to admit it. You're just a despicable and shameless villain. The Phoenix Academy should be ashamed of having a vice president like you. They should be ashamed and unable to show their faces. If I was sitting there, I would have found a hole to hide in by now. How could I still have the face to live?" After hearing Ling Xiao's righteous words, most people understood the situation. No wonder Ling Xiao suddenly hugged his head and was in so much pain. No wonder the Blood Skull seized the opportunity to sneak attack him. So it was Fengming Wanchong who made things difficult for him. Fengming Wanchong was injured, and the Blood Skull was sent flying. There should be an expert secretly helping him. This Fengming Wanchong was really shameless. Just as Ling Xiao said, today's duel was originally a private duel, and no one asked the Phoenix Academy to do any publicity. However, the Phoenix Academy wanted to use this opportunity to make money, which was even more shameless. Now that they lost money, they're blaming others for not coming on time, simply shameless. It was a pity that everyone understood these principles, but no one dared to say them out loud in front of Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Ling Xiao was not only the first, but he was also the only one. Feng Qingyan took the opportunity to laugh and said, "Phoenix Cry Wanchong, I really feel ashamed to be on the same level as you. In the past, I didn't care how you treated me, but to use such a despicable method to deal with a junior, you really can do it." Fengming Wanchong's mouth was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. Every word was full of sarcasm, which made Fengming Wanchong want to jump up and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. But he still had not solved the problem in his spiritual sea, so he could not kill Ling Xiao. Not to mention, he still did not understand what had happened, and who helped Ling Xiao. Good. Very good. In terms of bickering, I, Fengming Wanchong, admit defeat. I am not Qingshu College's opponent. However, Ling Xiao, you better remember this. If you're lucky enough to survive the Blood Skull's attack today, I'll kill you too. I won't give you any chance to live. Feng Ming Wanchong was completely shameless. I am shameless, I am unreasonable, I am strong enough, and that is enough. His words made many martial artists secretly shake their heads. It could not be helped. This was the truth. No matter how reasonable or correct you were, it was useless. If someone was stronger than you, they would be able to control your life. If they wanted you to live, you would live. If they wanted you to die, you would die. This was Feng Ming Wanchong. This was Phoenix Academy. The Phoenix Academy had always been like this. Those who offended them, no matter how eloquent or reasonable they were, would not be able to avoid death. Ha 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 ha. Feng Ming Wanchong, you are shameless and overbearing. But don't forget, I, Feng Ming Yan, am not dead yet. Feng Qingyan suddenly laughed loudly and said, although I can only represent myself, I'll really put my words out here today. As long as your Phoenix Cry Wanzhong dares to make a move against Ling Xiao, I'll definitely make all the geniuses of your Phoenix Cry clan die. If you don't believe me, we can try. Old Phoenix Qingyan, do you know what you are saying? Feng Ming Wanchong said with a gloomy face, do you want to start a war between the Fire Phoenix clan and the Ice Phoenix clan? How dare you bully the weak and bully the young with your strength? Damn, Feng Ming Wanchong is really shameless. No wonder he dared to sneak an attack on Ling Xiao. This guy doesn't care about his face at all. That's right. In the crowd, many martial artists felt that Phoenix Cry Wanchong was truly too excessive. Only the magistrate was allowed to set fires, but the commoners were not allowed to light lamps. How could there be such a shameless request in this world? Feng Mingyan sneered and said, what a joke. You want to kill the benefactor of my Fire Phoenix clan. That is also bullying the weak. So what if I kill the younger generation of your Ice Phoenix clan? There should be a limit to how shameless you can be. Benefactor? How can he be the benefactor of your Fire Phoenix clan? Feng Ming Wanchong was stunned and asked. That is none of your business. Feng Ming Wanchong said indifferently. Feng Ming Wanchong said angrily, so what if he is your benefactor? Do you really want to make an enemy of our Ice Phoenix clan for an outsider? I have said that I only represent myself. I don't represent the Fire Phoenix clan or Xianxia College. Feng Ming Wanchong spoke cautiously. His identity was special, so he could only represent himself. Ha ha ha, representing yourself? You think too highly of Feng Ming Wanchong. If you leave the Fire Phoenix clan or Xianxia College, I guarantee that you won't live past tomorrow. Feng Ming Wanchong laughed loudly. Is that so? Then we can try. Feng Ming Wanchong was still calm and composed. He didn't look nervous at all. Humph, do you think you don't represent us just because you say so? If you offend our Ice Phoenix clan and Phoenix Academy, even Xianxia College and the Fire Phoenix clan will have to disappear from this world. Feng Ming Wanchong said in a cold voice. This really gave everyone a fright. It was originally a duel between two disciples. How did things develop to this point? Ice Phoenix clan against Fire Phoenix clan, or Phoenix Academy against Xianxia College, these were all important forces in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Once the war started, the Divine Phoenix Empire would be in a mess. I believe what Feng Ming Qishan said. But you don't have the right. A cold voice said slowly. An ordinary-looking young man stood up from the crowd. Of course, he only looked ordinary. A young man walked out of the crowd. This person stood in the crowd and restrained his aura. He looked like an ordinary spectator. But at this moment, when he released his aura, there was a calmness that encompassed everything. Ling Xiao didn't know this person, but it seemed that he was from the Fire Phoenix tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted Feng Ming Wanchong. Your Highness. Seeing this person, Feng Ming Wanchong was shocked and realized that he had misspoken. Although the secret conflict between the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fiery Phoenix clan was already an open secret, no one had ever dared to reveal it to the public. If they did so, they would become the sinner of the entire Divine Phoenix clan. The instigator of the internal conflict would become the public enemy of the entire clan. In the past, when the Divine Phoenix Nation was established, there was a rule that no internal strife was allowed. Although this rule was basically in name only now. But rules were rules. They didn't follow the rules secretly, but they still had to follow them on the surface. In the past, the Dark Phoenix tribe broke such a rule and was excluded from the election of the emperor. Now, they weren't doing well. Crown Prince, could this person be Feng Yinshan? Ling Xiao naturally thought of Feng Yinshan of the Fire Phoenix tribe. After all, Feng Mingqishan of the Ice Phoenix tribe wouldn't help him like this. Your Highness, I was angry just now, so I misspoke. I hope your Highness can forgive me. Feng Ming Wanchong added. You are from the Ice Phoenix tribe, so I don't dare to do anything to you. Otherwise, Qishan will come and fight me to the death. Sit down. No matter what, the Fire Phoenix tribe and the Ice Phoenix tribe must be united. Otherwise, it won't be good if the enemy takes advantage of the situation. Feng Yinshan smiled. His words were neither angry nor angry, but Feng Ming Wanchong couldn't refute it. What are you pretending for? If you really want to be united, why don't your Fire Phoenix tribe join our Ice Phoenix tribe? Feng Ming Wanchong didn't dare to say it out loud, but he felt disdain in his heart. Yinshan, when did you come? Feng Qingyan interjected at this moment. Uncle Qingyan, I've been here for a while. Everyone, sit down. The battle isn't over yet. We can't steal the limelight. Feng Yinshan glanced at Feng Qingyan and the others, smiled, and then took the lead to sit in the seat reserved for him. Peacock Phoenix's son, Kong He, greets the Crown Prince. Peng Yu, son of the heavenly Peng Yu, pays his respects to your highness. In terms of fame, the 10 great phoenixes were supposed to be equal. However, Feng Yinshan, who was also one of the 10 great phoenixes, was even more famous because he was the heir to the Fire Phoenix tribe. Furthermore, he was ranked second among the 10 great phoenix sons, second only to Phoenix Qishan, who was ranked first. He was also ranked higher than the Peacock Phoenix son and the Heavenly Rock Phoenix son. It was reasonable for the two of them to be respectful to him. You two don't have to be so polite. If you have time, you can spar with me. For now, let's just watch the competition. Feng Yinshan's attitude was very gentle. Aside from the initial intimidating display of his domineering aura towards Phoenix Wanchong, the rest of the time, he looked very calm and composed, giving off a good impression. Another member of the royal family? Ling Xiao smiled inwardly. Indeed, in the imperial city, one could often see some extraordinary people. In the past, he had only heard of Feng Yinshan's name, but he had never seen Feng Yinshan. Now that he had seen him today, he was quite shocked. It seemed that the difference in strength between the 10 great phoenixes of the Divine Phoenix Empire was quite large. If he guessed correctly, this Feng Yinshan only needed a move or two to easily deal with the Peacock Phoenix Sun and the Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun. Wait. Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand and said, Your Highness, I am naturally very happy that you are here to watch the battle between me and the Blood Skull. However, can you ask that piece of shit next to you to scram? He was naturally referring to Phoenix Wanchong. Brat, what did you say? Phoenix Wanchong said angrily. I said that you are a piece of shit, and a despicable piece of shit. What's wrong? Ling Xiao said coldly, scram. If you don't leave today, this battle will not be able to continue. Feng Yinshan frowned. He had heard of Ling Xiao's arrogance, but he did not expect it to be to this extent. He actually dared to ask Phoenix Wanchong to scram. At this moment, Phoenix Wanchong had become the target of public criticism. Everyone's eyes were on him. If he did not leave, the battle would not begin. However, if he left, then he would really be afraid of Ling Xiao. Brat, just you wait. In the end, Phoenix Wanchong could not stand the awkwardness of being stared at by so many people. More importantly, he had to hurry back to heal his injuries. In his spirit sea, the terrifying soul power had been tormenting him, making him feel very uncomfortable. Just scram. Seeing Phoenix Wanchong leave, Ling Xiao could not help but sneer. An inconspicuous butterfly flew out of his sleeve and sped up to leave the square, catching up to Phoenix Wanchong. Did he really think that he could safely return to the Phoenix Academy to heal his injuries after plotting against him? He, Ling Xiao, was not someone who would be easy to talk to. Blood Skull, how long are you going to lie there for? Just now, an outsider affected our battle. Next, let's fight fair and square. He knew that the Blood Skull was not injured. After all, most of the human king's power had been used to deal with Phoenix Wanchong. The only thing that had truly hit the blood skull was the residual energy. The blood skull returned to the arena and coldly looked at Ling Xiao. He suddenly asked, "Was that energy yours?" "No." "Then you will definitely lose." The blood skull sneered. If that energy had belonged to Ling Xiao, then the blood skull really had no confidence in today's battle. However, since that energy did not belong to Ling Xiao, he had nothing to fear. In front of him, Ling Xiao was not even worth mentioning. He wanted to let Ling Xiao understand how stupid it was to provoke the blood skull and kill his brother-in-law. Of course, the blood skull also carried the heavy responsibility of regaining face for the Phoenix Academy. Therefore, he could not afford to lose. The blood-red aura of death erupted once again, and the blood skull's eyes turned blood-red. Ling Xiao sensed that the blood skull's body seemed to have changed again. He seemed to be stronger than before. "I have to thank you. If not for that attack just now, my cultivation would not have broken through so quickly." The blood skull's face revealed a mocking smile. His cultivation had actually broken through to the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements. Previously, he had been unable to break through his shackles, but now, after being sent flying out of the arena by Ling Xiao, he had broken through. Because of this, his confidence grew even stronger. "Is that so? Then perhaps I will have more fun." A calm smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Under the shadow profound meaning, an ice-cold sword consciousness was released once again. Although he said that he did not care about his opponent, Ling Xiao would not underestimate him. Just like how a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit, he did not want to fail miserably. When others failed miserably, they still had help. If he failed miserably, he would never be able to stand up again. For Symbol Sky initial stage? You actually managed to break through again in just a few days? Looks like your talent is indeed outstanding. Combined with your level 5 lower tier sword essence, it might have been easy for you to kill Kolong and Kuyu, but it's not enough for me. It's not too late to admit defeat. Blood Skull looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. He was truly disdainful and contemptuous. He knew that Ling Xiao had killed Kolong and Kuyu, but at the same level of cultivation, the two of them couldn't even last one move against him. Furthermore, he was already at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements, so those two were not even worth mentioning. Kuyu said the same thing to me before he was killed. I wonder if you'll end up like him. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Humph, your mouth is indeed powerful, but I wonder if your strength is as good as yours. Blood Skull snorted. Next, I'll make sure that mouth of yours will never be able to speak again. Blood Skull didn't waste any more words. He took a step forward with his right foot, and his body suddenly moved forward. In an instant, he was right in front of Ling Xiao. 2 blood-red skulls emitted a strange light in his hands. They were aimed directly at Ling Xiao's vital points. Crimson Sun Feathered Raiment. Ling Xiao didn't move. He only channeled his heavenly elemental energy and activated the Crimson Sun Feathered Raiment. A blazing light enveloped his entire body. Boom, with a loud boom, the Crimson Sun Feathered Raiment exploded. Blood Skull's fists landed directly on Ling Xiao's body. However, the Crimson Sun Feathered Raiment had negated most of the attack, so the power wasn't that great. Ling Xiao didn't even move. Interesting. This is the first time someone has blasted my Crimson Sun Feathered Raiment apart. Ling Xiao looked at Blood Skull. The natural fist technique had a strange aura that could disintegrate the opponent's heavenly elemental energy. This was fatal to the Crimson Sun Feathered Raiment. Ling Xiao is too arrogant. His defensive technique can't defend against Blood Skull's attack at all. Yeah, but this guy's body is really tough. He took a punch from the Blood Skull just now, and now he's taken another punch. Yet, he's still fine. I think he's only fine on the surface, but he must have suffered some internal injuries. Don't you guys know about the Blood Skull's heavenly yuan energy? It's extremely soft and mysterious, and it can penetrate through any opening. If he touches it, he'll be in big trouble. Most of the spectators felt that Ling Xiao had underestimated his opponent. He actually dared to let the blood skeleton touch him, which was a huge taboo when fighting against the blood skeleton. Even if the 10 great phoenixes were to fight with the blood skeleton, they would not allow the blood skeleton to get close to them. Ling Xiao was simply spinning a cocoon around himself. Looks like you're really only good at talking. Your strength is really nothing much. The blood skull couldn't help but sneer as he realized that he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. With your punches that are like scratching an itch, it wouldn't be a problem for me to take 8 or 10 punches. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't care about the previous attack. Of course, he knew that the blood skull's attack was very dangerous. The reason why he did that was not to show off, but to absorb some of his opponent's heavenly yuan energy and then let his mountain river martial spirit analyze it. This way, he could quickly find a way to end the battle in one fell swoop. This blood skeleton was truly more powerful than any of the young experts he had met before. Even the great deacon from the crystal factory, who was at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements, was not worthy of carrying blood skeleton's shoes. Geniuses were indeed geniuses. At the same level of cultivation, their fighting strength was much higher. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Because he was a super genius. However, it was time for him to show his prowess in the upcoming battle. Gently stroking his storage ring, the golden crow sword appeared in his hand. Together with his golden hair, golden eyes, and golden body, he really gave off a dazzling feeling. Seeing the golden crow sword, Feng Yanran was a little excited. She was the one who had helped Ling Xiao win the golden crow sword. Although it was still Ling Xiao who had paid the price, she still had some credit. If Ling Xiao could defeat the blood skull with this sword, that would be great. Yunya nodded slightly when she saw the sword. Looks like my guess is correct. The person wearing the ghost mask is most likely closely related to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the golden crow sword wouldn't have ended up in his hands. Of course, she was also looking forward to Ling Xiao's victory. After all, this sword came from her heavenly dragon auction house. With the golden crow sword in hand, Ling Xiao's aura became even more powerful. An austere aura filled the entire arena, causing many people to shiver involuntarily. I've long heard that Ling Xiao is good at using swords. It seems that it's true. He didn't make a move just now, so he was at a disadvantage. What will happen next? What the spectators wanted was a lively scene, not a one-sided battle. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't be too weak. Otherwise, if the battle ended quickly, they would have come here in vain. Seeing Ling Xiao take out the golden crow sword, their interest was immediately piqued. Do you think you can defeat me with this lousy sword? The blood skull sneered. Then you can try. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and pointed the golden crow sword at the blood skull. The originally cold sword intent instantly became scorching hot. The blood skull felt as if his body was being melted by the scorching sword intent. He couldn't help but look at his chest. There was a burnt smell coming from his clothes. Although they weren't burned, he had never heard of a technique that could cause physical damage with just sword intent. It was true that sword intent could injure people, but it was usually aimed at the soul. Besides, it could also increase the power of one's moves. Ling Xiao could actually condense sword intent into a physical attack. What kind of sword intent was this? Humph. The blood skull snorted coldly. He knew that he couldn't give Ling Xiao a chance to condense a powerful sword intent. In terms of soul power, he was inferior to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he could only win with his moves. Bloodthirsty Demon Claw. With a roar, the blood skull charged forward once again. This time, it was filled with vigor and vigor. Not only did it break through the lock of Ling Xiao's sword intent, but it also directly hit Ling Xiao's ribs. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao's body could be tough. If the first time didn't work, then the second time, if the second time didn't work, then the third time, he firmly believed that his fist could break through Ling Xiao's defense. Red Sun All. Ling Xiao also made his move. The tip of his sword trembled, and a dazzling light instantly condensed into a red sun all. Then, with a whistling sound, it pierced through the air and pierced towards the blood skull like a lightning bolt. Break! The blood skull let out a wild roar, and a pale white bone armor gradually appeared on its fists. Then, blood-red flames started to burn on its fists. Boom! The two fists collided with the red sun all. After a short stalemate, the red sun all was shattered, and the remaining blood-red flames rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. Holding the sword in his right hand, he grabbed the flames with his left hand and absorbed them completely. This flame can affect a warrior's blood and chi. No wonder no one dares to take it head-on. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh inwardly as his mountain river martial spirit analyzed the characteristics of the blood-red flames. Perhaps the blood skull's bloody flames would be able to take advantage of any other cultivator. However, the blood skull couldn't take advantage of Nye Tian at all. The mountain river martial spirit contained everything. It contained everything in the boundless universe. After Nye Tian absorbed the energy, it was instantly sealed and couldn't cause him any harm. Huh? Upon seeing this, the blood skull's eyes widened in shock. However, he didn't stop after failing to kill Nye Tian. At this moment, the white bone armor on his hand had already covered him completely. White bone blood fiend fist. The blood skull punched out again. This time, the blood-red flames were even more vigorous. Nye Tian could even see some bone spikes in the flames. The bone spikes wouldn't be melted by the flames, but they could still pose a great threat to Ling Xiao. Shadow Cone. Ling Xiao shook the golden crow sword in his hand. It didn't seem like he was doing anything, but the shadow cone had already formed and pierced towards the blood skull's vital point from a very strange angle. What? The blood skull's reaction was much faster than Kuyu's. The moment the shadow all was formed, he felt threatened. Yusher's attack turned into a defense. Relying purely on his intuition, he punched the shadow cone's trajectory. Boom, the white bone blood fiend fist hit the shadow cone, but it didn't hit it directly. The shadow cone was too fast. Moreover, it came and went without a trace. The remaining power of the shadow cone bombarded the blood skull's body and sent him flying. Once again, the blood skull fell off the stage. However, his body was unharmed. His clothes were torn apart, revealing his body, which was covered by the white bone armor. This was a life-and-death battle. Even if the blood skull was knocked off the stage, it wouldn't be considered a victory. However, there was no doubt that Ling Xiao had gained the upper hand in this battle. The blood skull jumped back onto the stage. His expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, "It seems that I have underestimated you. You are stronger than those pieces of trash, but you are only qualified to carry my shoes. The battle has just begun." After saying this, the blood skull clasped his hands together. 13 skulls of the same size appeared behind his back. Each of the skulls exuded a destructive aura of death, as if they wanted to devour people's souls. 13 blood-red skulls. This was probably the origin of the blood skeleton's nickname. So much so that people had forgotten his real name. Skeleton Martial Spirit. Moreover, he has condensed 13 of them. It is said that the strength of this blood skull martial spirit depends on the number of skulls. It is very difficult for an ordinary martial artist to condense 1 or 2 skulls, but he has condensed 13 of them. He is indeed formidable. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao's attack has completely enraged the blood skull. That's why he's so angry. This battle is no longer a joke. It's a real battle. Can Ling Xiao still hold on? The spectators grew nervous. After all this time, the blood skull still hadn't shown their true strength. This was going to be interesting. You're just being stubborn. Unfortunately, I'm just playing around. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a gigantic eye peeked out from the void. The pupil of the eye was like a red sun. The rest of the eye was black, like the deep universe. It was filled with a strange and mysterious feeling. This was naturally the eye of the world. When Ling Xiao released the eye of the world, it meant that he was going to use the mountain and river martial spirit. The eye of the world was the external manifestation of the mountain and river martial spirit. It was the terminal of the mountain and river martial spirit's power. When the eye of the world opened, all of the blood skull's attacks had nowhere to hide. The ice-cold, deathly skeleton was completely reflected in the red sun-like pupil. The pupil reflected the slaughter sword intent, the destruction sword intent, and the mountain and river martial spirit. The martial artists, who were originally trembling because of the deathly aura of the skeleton martial spirit, felt much better at this moment. The aura released by the eye of the world neutralized the deathly aura. It is indeed a battle between 2 strong martial artists. This battle is going to be interesting. When the spectators saw this scene, they naturally became more excited. What they wanted to see the most was an exciting battle. Neither side could be too weak. Good boy, I was wrong. Your strength is enough to fight with me. However, it's just a battle. It's not enough for me to use my full strength. The Blood Skull was a little surprised by Ling Xiao's performance. However, it was just a little surprise. Although Ling Xiao's performance was a little surprising, it was still within his control. Therefore, he didn't care. Is that so? However, in my opinion, you are not even qualified to carry my shoes. If you are still not willing to use your full strength, I will end this battle. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The Blood Skull had been talking to him in a condescending manner, as if he, the Blood Skull, was very powerful. Ling Xiao found his words laughable. Alright, since you want to die quickly, I will fulfill your wish. The Blood Skull's face turned red when he heard Ling Xiao's words. He originally wanted to torture Ling Xiao for a while before killing Ling Xiao. Only in this way would he be able to completely eliminate the hatred in his heart. However, every time he attacked, he seemed to be unable to embarrass Ling Xiao. Coupled with Ling Xiao's words, the Blood Skull didn't want to wait any longer. He was really going to go all out. Skeleton Hell. As the Blood Skull's cold voice sounded, the 13 skulls behind him appeared in front of him and formed a blood-red ring of fire. The ring of fire grew larger and larger, causing the space within it to change. There was no longer any living thing in the space. Even the elements had been completely killed. The space had completely turned into a blood-red land of death. Then, the death space crashed toward Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. It wanted to envelop Ling Xiao, destroy him, and rob him of his life force. What kind of move is this? I have never seen the Blood Skull use it before. It is too scary. At this moment, a sparrow flew over from nowhere. The pitiful sparrow didn't know what kind of danger it was facing and directly passed through the death space. The sparrow reappeared in front of everyone. Its body was festering, its eyes were lifeless, and its movements were sluggish. It was as if it had become a real walking corpse. This was even more terrifying than killing it. What the hell is this? The spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the cultivators who were much stronger than the Blood Skull shook their heads. After seeing this scene, they wouldn't want to fight the Blood Skull even if they were beaten to death. The Blood Skull was simply a monster. How could its moves be so evil and dangerous? Dai Yuling, Lan Yuer, and the others were so nervous that they grabbed each other's hands, trembling with fear. Although they knew that Ling Xiao could neutralize this move, they were still very nervous. While the Blood Skull released the Skeleton Hell, Ling Xiao naturally didn't stay idle. A huge golden crow condensed from heavenly yuan energy hovered above the tip of his sword. It was growing bigger and hotter. Finally, when the Skeleton Hell was less than 3 meters away from him, Ling Xiao thrust his sword forward. Golden Crow ascends the sun. Although this move was a group attack, it could produce different effects depending on how it was used. Naturally, the Golden Crow was the best way to deal with such a space of death. A loud cry resounded in the air as the Golden Crow pounced on the Skeleton Hell without any hesitation. A golden light flickered as the terrifying temperature rose sharply. A moment later, the space of death was completely incinerated and vaporized. Although the Golden Crow had shrunk a lot, it didn't slow down and continued to pounce on the Blood Skull. The Blood Skull sneered as the white bone armor on his body started to burn with blood-red flames. At the same time, 13 skulls started to revolve around his body. What the Golden Crow had destroyed just now was only a single attack. It hadn't destroyed his martial soul. At this moment, the area around the Blood Skull was like a forbidden zone. Anything that came close to it, including energy and items, would dissipate and disappear completely. When the Golden Crow flew in front of the Blood Skull, its blood-red flames turned into a huge ghost claw and crushed the Golden Crow to death. Kid, don't think that you're the only one with amazing defense. My defense isn't any weaker than yours. The combination of the skeleton martial soul and the white bone armor is far more powerful than you can imagine. With your strength, you won't be able to break it. The Blood Skull sneered. Today, I'm invincible, so you'll die without a doubt. Ling Zhao's expression was still as indifferent as ever. The eye of the world flickered with strange inscriptions as it quickly analyzed the weaknesses of the white bone armor and the skeleton martial soul. Faced with the blood skull's smug smile, Ling Xiao said indifferently, even I don't dare to say that my defense is unbreakable. How dare you boast so shamelessly? It seems like you're very proud of your defense. Yes, I'm that confident. The blood skull said. Very good. Then let my attack destroy your defense and destroy your confidence. Ling Xiao's cold and mocking voice came out of his mouth. Then, a cone-shaped object formed by black and white appeared on Ling Xiao's golden crow sword. The light became even hotter. The darkness was even colder. Divine light shadow all, the golden crow sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the divine all of light and shadow pierced through the air, causing the air to emit a miserable wail. What? The blood skull was an expert. The eyes of experts were all very sharp. The moment the light and shadow divine all pierced through the air, he knew that his white bone armor and his skeleton martial spirit would not be able to withstand it. Boom, a crisp sound that was completely devoid of any stumbling resounded throughout the entire plaza. A skull was instantly smashed into pieces, and then, a crack appeared on the white bone armor. The blood skull tried to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only try his best to fuse his heaven essence energy into the white bone armor in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's terrifying attack. It's useless. Be destroyed. The cold voice sounded again, and his golden hair danced in the air. The light and shadow divine all was invincible. It was unstoppable, it pierced through the white bone armor, pierced through the blood skeleton's body, and went straight through. Rumble, after piercing through the blood skull's body, the light and shadow divine all hit the ground, creating a huge hole in the ground that was made of special materials. The spectators' hearts trembled when they saw this scene. The skeleton martial spirit was shattered, the white bone armor had actually cracked. Just how powerful was this attack? The blood skull was indescribably shocked when he saw the wound on his body that was bleeding profusely. Impossible. How can your attack be so powerful? Aren't you at the four-symbol celestial realm? The blood skull was not weak at all. One had to know that Ling Xiao had used this attack to kill the great deacon of the Avalon of 5 elements. At this time, the blood skeleton only had a hole in its body. For a celestial realm warrior, this was not a serious injury. It was just that the defense that he was so proud of had been destroyed. The blood skull's confidence had plummeted. He had been absolutely confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao, but now, he was afraid that Ling Xiao would follow up with another attack and kill him. The blood skull's perfect defense had been destroyed. This was a huge blow to him. I have to praise you for being able to survive my divine light and shadow all. You're the first person to have survived after this move was created. Ling Xiao praised from the bottom of his heart. He was very happy. He was happy that the blood skull would allow him to try out more powerful moves. Although he hadn't been able to comprehend the new light and shadow profound meaning in the Heaven Essence Pagoda, he had tried to combine the golden crow soaring sun and the void shadow crocodile and created a new move. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to use it today, but now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. He was very satisfied with the blood skull's performance. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Do you think that just because you've hurt me, you can boast so shamelessly without any fear? The blood skull's wound had gradually stopped bleeding. In order to stop the bleeding, he had used up one of his skulls. Out of the original 13 skulls, only 11 were left. One had been shattered by Ling Xiao, while the other had been used to heal his wound. I'm not arrogant. You are the arrogant one. You always thought that you could easily defeat me, but now you are the one who is injured, not me. Is that why you are angry? Ling Xiao mocked. Fine. You forced me to do this. Don't blame me. The next move was originally intended to be used against the 10 great Phoenix Suns. You should be honored to be able to enjoy such treatment in advance. The blood skull revealed a maniacal smile. It turns out that the blood skull still has a trump card. This is interesting. I wonder how terrifying he will be when he unleashes all of his strength. The spectators became excited again. They had thought that the battle would end here. They hadn't expected that there would be a twist. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ling Xiao didn't attack directly. He wanted to give the blood skull a chance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be satisfied if the battle ended just like this. Aren't you going to attack? The blood skull asked. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head. You will regret it. You will regret missing the best opportunity to win. The blood skull sneered. He opened his mouth and sucked the remaining 11 skulls into his body. Dong, dong, the blood skull's body began to make strange sounds. Moreover, his body was rapidly becoming louder. Skeleton battle body. As the blood skull roared, his entire body underwent a shocking change. He had originally looked somewhat human. Now, he looked like a monster wrapped in a blood-red skeleton. His body was covered in blood-red bones. Even his head had become a blood-red skull. Not only that, his body was at least 4 or 5 times larger than before. He had a tall body and 2 long bone spurs on his arms, which were constantly emitting blood-red flames. If transforming into a skeleton monster was only a change on the surface, then the increasing aura was an internal change. Boom, with a loud explosion, the blood skull's skeletal battle body finally took shape. This is 6th level Sky Realm, 6 Arts Sky Realm. What a terrifying aura. No wonder he said this move was meant to deal with the 10 great phoenixes. It can directly raise one's cultivation level. This trump card is indeed terrifying. It can actually devour the skeleton martial soul and combine it with the white bone armor to form a completely new skeletal battle body. How can Ling Xiao defeat him? Sigh, I'm afraid Ling Xiao is dead for sure. Everyone was shocked. They were shocked that the blood skull's strength had increased so much even after the battle had started. Did Ling Xiao have any countermeasures? This is your trump card? Ling Xiao also revealed a look of admiration. The blood skull was indeed a genius. He actually knew how to merge 2 martial arts into one. He thought he was the only one who knew how to do it. 6 Arts Sky Realm. Even if it was only the early stage, it was still troublesome. If the blood skull was an ordinary early stage 6 Arts Sky Realm martial artist, Ling Xiao wouldn't be afraid. With his early stage 4 symbol Sky Realm cultivation, he should be able to win. However, the blood skull wasn't an ordinary martial artist. He was a genius martial artist. A difference of 2 realms was really difficult to deal with. In the spectator stands, Chumu sneered and said, "It seems like we don't have to do anything. Ling Xiao will definitely die at the hands of the blood skull." However, the people from the Phoenix Academy weren't happy. Si Kongzun snorted and said, "I actually have to use the skeletal battle body to deal with Ling Xiao. The blood skull is too disappointing. Vice Principal, don't worry too much. It's good that you won." Beside him, Heavenly Venerable Miracle Hand Sun Shang said with a smile. "That's true. The most important thing now is to kill this kid. He actually made the Phoenix Academy lose so much face. If he doesn't die, we won't be able to rest in peace." Si Kongzun nodded. Actually, he was thinking more about the True Devil Empire. As the chosen one of the Sky Dragon continent, as long as this brat did not die, the Sky Dragon continent's martial warriors would not be able to completely submit to their True Devil Empire. After all, the chosen one was still alive, which meant that the Sky Dragon continent would recover one day. This meant that the human race could once again rule over the profound world. Therefore, Ling Xiao must die. Only when Ling Xiao was dead would everything return to normal. "Uncle Qingyan, is Ling Xiao alright?" Feng Yanran asked nervously. "Life and death are up to fate. Success and failure are up to the heavens. There's nothing we can do about it. This is a battle of life and death. It's not our place to interfere. Whether or not he can survive will depend on his own fortune." Feng Qingyan didn't have much confidence in Ling Xiao. This was because the strength that the blood skull had displayed was simply too powerful. Even Cold Plum began to worry. Cold Plum had seen Ling Xiao's light and shadow divine all before. She believed that it was Ling Xiao's strongest attack. However, today's light and shadow divine all only managed to break the blood skull's defense. The results were not satisfactory. Then, what other methods did Ling Xiao have to deal with the transformed blood skull? Almost everyone present felt that Ling Xiao's life was in danger. However, some people were happy, while others were worried. The blood skull stared at Ling Xiao with its huge blood-red eyes. It looked down at the little guy in front of it and said domineeringly, "I said that you will regret letting me use my skeleton battle body." However, you should be proud that you forced me to use this move. I can give you a chance to leave behind your last words. Because once I make my move, you may not have another chance. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Ling Xiao looked at the blood skull and lightly waved the golden crow sword in his hand. In the sky, the eyes of the world stared at the blood skull. With everything under his control, Ling Xiao finally made his move. The seemingly ordinary sword strike tore through the void and pierced towards the blood skull. Is this kid going to die? I don't understand. What kind of move is this? It has no special characteristics at all. Don't be so noisy. Why are you shouting if you don't understand? There must be some other purpose to this sword strike. The discussion in the crowd finally stopped. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golden crow sword in Ling Zhao's hand. They really wanted to know what kind of secret Ling Zhao's sword strike contained. Kid, are you courting death? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. The blood skull also couldn't understand Ling Zhao's sword strike. He felt that Ling Xiao was looking down on him. He furiously struck out with both hands. The slender bone spurs flickered with a blood-red light. Like a bloodthirsty beast, they pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ding, a crisp sound rang out. The blood skull easily blocked Ling Zhao's sword strike. As expected, it was just an ordinary sword strike. There was nothing special about it. Just as the spectators were about to curse Ling Xiao, the blood skull suddenly shuddered. At that moment, he seemed to have seen the prelude to his death. Something's wrong. The blood skull, as well as a few martial artists in the stands with good eyesight, noticed the strange and discordant scene in the fighting ring. A pitch-black shadow crocodile swam out of Ling Xiao's shadow. Void shadow crocodile. Why did Ling Xiao approach the blood skull? It wasn't for anything else. He just wanted to use his body to block the shadow crocodile's attack. It was only at this moment that the spectators realized how difficult it was to deal with Ling Xiao. When fighting with this guy, one really couldn't be careless at all. A moment of carelessness could lead to the misfortune of death. Crack, the crisp sound of something being bitten rang out. Even though the blood skull realized that something was wrong and tried to dodge, his arm was still bitten off by the shadow crocodile. After all, the shadow crocodile was biting his opponent's shadow. It wasn't easy to dodge. Seeing the left half of the blood skull's body covered in blood, the spectators were stunned. At that moment, their gazes seemed to freeze. They couldn't believe their eyes. What just happened? Ling Xiao actually managed to injure the blood skeleton again. What kind of terrifying move was this? When the blood skull used the skeleton battle body, his cultivation temporarily advanced to the early stage of the 6 arts heaven. Everyone present felt that Ling Xiao couldn't defeat the blood skull. He was destined to be killed by the blood skull. The only thing he could do was to struggle for as long as possible. However, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He used a stunning move to shatter everyone's doubts and easily cripple one of the blood skull's arms. If the blood skull had dodged a little slower, he would have died on the spot. Chumu was stunned, Peacock Phoenix Sun was stunned, Skyrock Phoenix Sun was dumbfounded, Sikong Zun's gaze was also fixed on the spot. He didn't move. Ling Xiao actually managed to injure the blood skull in such a situation. This kid was really difficult to deal with. No. The one who cried out was the blood skull's woman, who was also a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. Previously, she had been smiling to avenge her brother. However, at this moment, her smile seemed to be filled with mockery. Ah! Amidst the excruciating pain, Blood Skull seemed to have lost his mind. He started to attack wildly, and countless white bones pierced out from the ground. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but these white bones had implicated the innocent. Many martial artists near the stage were caught off guard and were pierced by the white bones. They were instantly burned to ashes by the blood-red flames. Die! 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 The white bones continued to pierce out crazily, and countless martial artists fled in panic, leaving the stage. However, Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, was unharmed. His black and white wings spread out behind him, and he flew into the air, dodging all the white bones. So what if you can fly? In the past month, I've already found a way to restrain your movement skill. Half of Blood Skull's body was still bleeding, but he seemed to have regained his consciousness. He stopped wasting his heavenly yuan qi and took out a strange bone from his pocket. This is a magical treasure that I spent a lot of money to refine, the bone cage. After he finished speaking, he threw the white bone into the air. In an instant, the entire stage was enveloped by the white bone cage. Moreover, the white bone cage was still shrinking, and it was almost flat. It was only about 4 meters high, just enough for Blood Skull to stand on. Ling Xiao wanted to use his movement skill to move, but he couldn't. Die. In the bone cage, you have no freedom. You can only be killed by me. The blood on half of Blood Skull's body gradually coagulated, and the wound gradually healed. Although it was unlikely that the wound would grow back, it was unlikely that he would die from excessive bleeding. He now had control of the entire stage, and Ling Xiao was completely suppressed. This change is really fast. Ling Xiao had the upper hand a moment ago, and now Blood Skull has the upper hand. Yeah, if it weren't for the innocent people who died, today's battle would have been really enjoyable. Now I hope that Ling Xiao kills Blood Skull. You guys can fight among yourselves. How can you implicate the innocent? Hateful. That's right. Blood Skull is such a bastard. Among the spectators, the number of people supporting Ling Xiao gradually increased. Although this kind of support was temporarily useless and meaningless, as long as this voice could be spread, Ling Xiao could more easily realize his dream of human revival. Movement technique? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "If I told you that I don't have any movement techniques at all right now, and I'm just relying on the speed of my body, would you believe me?" Ever since his movement technique had been sealed, Ling Xiao had only relied on the speed of his physical body and the mutated black and white wings. To be misunderstood by others as having superior movement techniques was really a little helpless. He, I don't care if it's your movement technique or your own speed. You're going to die today. The Blood Skull let out a cold laugh as he manipulated the bones on the ground to form a huge bone spear. Then, he pointed it at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao tried to dodge, but his feet were entangled by soft bones, and he couldn't move at all. Master. Cold Plum got anxious and stood up from her seat. Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, Long Chen, Zhao Ji, and the others also stood up. Even if they had to break the rules, they couldn't just stand by and watch Ling Xiao get killed. This brat has made a group of good friends who value friendship and righteousness. However, it's a pity that he's still weaker than the Blood Skull in terms of strength. Although it's tragic to die like this, it's not worth it. With his potential, it should be easy for him to surpass the Blood Skull in the future. Below the stage, many experts shook their heads and sighed. They felt sad for Ling Xiao's fate. Sit down. Ling Xiao shouted loudly, "I know you care about me, but if I'm killed by such a shameless bastard, I don't deserve to be called the Heavenly Dragon Continent's chosen son." Everyone had to take responsibility for what they did. Naturally, Ling Xiao was the same. From the day he provoked the Blood Skull, he knew that this day would come. Therefore, even if he died here, he wouldn't regret it. He also wouldn't drag his friends down with him. Cold Plum and the others didn't sit down. They didn't care whether Ling Xiao had a backbone or not. They just wanted to see a living person. "I won't die." Ling Xiao's voice became indifferent. Although he was surrounded by the white bone cage and looked like he was in danger, he still stood there. However, his tiny figure suddenly looked so tall, so confident, and so majestic. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? I, Ling Xiao, will live as a hero, and die as a hero. There's nothing to sigh about. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with determination. Moreover, he doesn't have the ability to kill me. Good man. Live as a hero, and die as a hero. What courage! Perhaps only this kind of courage can make him do so many earth-shattering things. This battle was very difficult. The Light and Shadow Divine all couldn't kill his opponent. He couldn't use his speed and flying skills. Even the Void Shadow Crocodile couldn't completely defeat the Blood Skull. For Ling Xiao, this wasn't a good thing. Although he had a fusion skill, which was the combination of the Void Shadow Crocodile and the Golden Crow Soaring Sun, he hadn't used this skill in actual combat. In other words, even he didn't know what kind of effect it would have. If this move also failed, then he would really be at his wits' end. Unless he made another breakthrough at this critical moment, it was very likely that he would really be facing death. He took a deep breath. Ling Xiao retracted the eyes of the world. He wanted to use this last move with all his strength. There couldn't be any distraction. Whether he lived or died, it all depended on the power of this attack. In the mountain river world. In the boundless universe. A red sun hung high in the sky. A huge golden crow hovered in the universe, and a pitch-black shadow crocodile was nearby. The golden crow and the shadow crocodile confronted each other. Light and shadow began to partially merge. A blurry scene appeared in the universe. What was that? Ling Xiao tried his best to use his soul force to take a look, but all he saw was an illusory image that couldn't be seen clearly. It was something produced after the fusion of the golden crow and the shadow crocodile. Although he couldn't see it clearly, Ling Xiao could feel the terrifying power of this illusory image. Domineering, ferocious, noble, supreme, this was a real beast. This newly born thing was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. Just like the power of the divine all of light and shadow far exceeded that of the crimson sun all and the shadow all. This new thing was more powerful than the golden crow and the shadow crocodile, and more terrifying than the two moves. A will to destroy everything? Was this the upgraded version of the destructive will? Ling Xiao didn't know, and it was hard to describe, but he could see that this illusory image had a terrifying power and will that could destroy everything. This was very similar to his destruction sword intent, but it was more domineering. Destruction and destruction had similar meanings, but the degree was completely different. Ling Xiao originally only wanted to fuse a new move, but he didn't expect that an invisible beast illusory image would be able to give him such a huge upgrade. It actually directly upgraded the destruction sword intent to destruction sword intent. This ferocious beast was born from destruction, and it fought to destroy everything. What kind of monster was this? Now, I just have to do my best to defend against the opponent's attacks and execute this move perfectly. If I can truly comprehend this move, I will definitely be able to control the power of destruction. Then, dealing with the blood skull will be as easy as flipping my hand. Ling Xiao's previous fusion moves were only superficial. Although they were powerful, they might not be able to defeat Blood Skull's skeleton battle body. Therefore, he didn't plan to attack rashly. He wanted to perfect this move. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took a moment, just a thought from Ling Xiao. He suddenly swallowed a handful of heavenly spirit divine pills. These were pills that others would pay a high price for, but he ate them like they were beans. Then, Ling Xiao stood there motionless. A layer of perfect armor gradually appeared on his body. After the fusion of the Scarlet Sun feather coat and the shadow armor, the light shadow battle armor was born. After all, this was the first skill of the light shadow profound art, so it was relatively easy to fuse them. Ling Xiao had already done it perfectly. The Scarlet Sun feather coat certainly couldn't block Blood Skull's attacks, but the light shadow battle armor could at least buy some time. Is that a new move? It's useless. I can see that Ling Xiao has already displayed all his offensive abilities. All he can do now is buy time. How do you know it's useless? He hasn't given up yet. Yes, he hasn't given up, so it's not over yet. This is a life or death battle. As long as he doesn't die, it's not over yet. Boom, a powerful fighting spirit suddenly burst out from Ling Xiao's body, almost piercing the sky and breaking the darkness of the night. The originally dim square was lit up again. Although cultivators didn't care much about the night, let alone Heaven Realm cultivators, even Transcendent Realm cultivators could use their internal force to enhance their vision. However, light was something that all living beings liked. What a powerful fighting spirit. This Ling Xiao is really not to be trifled with. I think he's just putting up a desperate struggle and overestimating himself. Is that so? How about we make a bet? One of them was the young master of the Divine Phoenix Auction House, Feng Mingwushen, and the other was the female boss of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, Xianxia. Xianxia naturally supported Ling Xiao. Phoenix Cry Wushan was more optimistic about the Blood Skull. Okay, let's bet. How would you like to bet, Princess Xianxia? It's very simple. If I win, your Divine Phoenix Auction House will give up on the public auction of human slaves. Xianxia said with a smile. That won't do. Are you scared? I'm not afraid. I'm only the young master of the Divine Phoenix auction house, not the person in charge. Whether this matter is valid or not, it's up to the emperor to decide. Therefore, Princess Xianxia should raise other conditions. Feng Ming Wushan shook his head. Alright, then I'll take a step back. If I win, all the human slaves in the Divine Phoenix auction house will belong to me. How about that? Xianxia said again, don't say that you can't make the decision. If you don't dare to bet, you can say so. Anyway, we're just playing. It shows that you still don't have much confidence in the blood skull. Haha, Princess Xianxia's provocation is really good. Well, I can promise you this. What if you lose, Princess Xianxia? Feng Ming Wushan asked with a smile. Brother Wushan, what do you think? Xianxia asked back. Then I won't be polite. If you lose, you have to accompany me for a month. You have to do whatever I ask you to do, including offering your body. Feng Ming Wushan narrowed his eyes and said. Xianxia's beauty had long captivated him. He had dreamed countless times of pressing Xianxia down on the bed and king her. Today's dream might really come true. Haha, I promise you, but except for myself, don't think about anything else. Xianxia smiled faintly. You agree? Feng Ming Wushan was stunned for a moment, then he was ecstatic. He originally thought that Xianxia would refuse. Who knew that she would agree without hesitation? Why don't you agree? I'm very optimistic about Ling Xiao. Xianxia smiled and said. Ha 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 ha, I really don't know what's so good about Ling Xiao that you are willing to bet with yourself. This time, you will lose. Feng Ming Wushan laughed loudly. Because he knew that Ling Xiao would lose today, even if the blood skull was no match for Ling Xiao would still lose. From the day Ling Xiao offended the Phoenix Academy, his tragic fate had been doomed. I'm afraid he will disappoint you. Xianxia was not the kind of person who would bet with others easily. The reason why she made the bet today was that she believed in Ling Xiao. Idiot, blood skull, why don't you attack? What kind of move is Ling Xiao comprehending? Don't give him the chance. Seeing that the blood skull was not attacking, Si Kongzun couldn't help but curse. This is a life and death duel, not a friendly competition. Take the opportunity to kill him. What are you waiting for? These words were truly like a wake-up call for a dreamer. The blood skull was originally wondering why Ling Xiao suddenly stopped moving and closed his eyes, as if he was doing something. He thought that Ling Xiao had given up. Now, he suddenly understood that Ling Xiao was trying to comprehend some kind of move during the battle. How could this be? Ling Xiao's move had almost killed him. If he allowed him to comprehend something, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? Kill. There was nothing to hesitate about. The blood skull didn't care if others called him shameless or not. After all, this was a life and death duel. The dead couldn't speak. The huge bone spike pierced through the air and directly pierced Ling Xiao's light armor. So hard. What shocked the blood skull was that the strange black and white armor on Ling Xiao's body was unimaginably tough. This move of his was actually unable to pierce through it. Don't dawdle. Use everything you can. If he achieves a breakthrough or comprehends a new move, we'll be in trouble. Si Kongzun roared. The blood skull hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still took out a blood-red pill from his storage ring. This was naturally given to him by the higher-ups of the Phoenix Academy. In order to kill Ling Xiao, the Phoenix Academy was willing to do anything. This berserker pill was personally refined by the dean of the Divine Phoenix Medical School, Sun Shang. It could increase a cultivator's attack power by nearly 2 times for a short period of time. Of course, the more powerful the pill, the greater the side effects. Because of this, the blood skull didn't want to use it. After using this pill, he would be unable to move. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he would be completely at the mercy of others. However, at this moment, he had no other choice. He swallowed the berserker pill. Berserk power instantly spread throughout his body. The blood-red glow on the huge bone spike was even brighter than before. Crack! It's broken. There seems to be a crack on the armor. Ling Xiao's defense has been broken. Many people cried out in alarm. They didn't care what the blood skull ate. In any case, there weren't any strict rules in this duel. As long as they could kill their opponent without relying on the power of others, it was fine. Boom. The moment the luster armor cracked, a terrifying energy burst forth from Ling Zhao's body. The supreme, all-destroying intent had already merged with Ling Zhao's aura. Behind Ling Xiao, a faint shadow of a monster appeared. Others couldn't see it clearly, but Ling Xiao understood. He had succeeded. After the perfect fusion of the golden crow-soaring sun and the void shadow crocodile, the terrifying heaven-devouring titanic beast was born, Tao Tai. His golden hair danced in the wind. Light radiated in all directions. The roar of a giant beast came from behind him. At this moment, Ling Xiao had not only defeated the blood skeleton's attack, he had also raised his cultivation to a terrifying level, the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. He had broken through from the early stage of the 4 symbols to the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. He had completely skipped the process in between. What's going on? His cultivation level has broken through? And he has broken through to the Avalon of 5 elements? How is this possible? I've never seen anything like this. What is a genius? This is a genius. And what's with that heart-palpitating roar of the giant beast? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. This scene had given them too much shock. The aura that erupted from Ling Xiao's body was definitely that of the Avalon of 5 elements, not the 4 symbols heaven realm. What was even more frightening was that the strange giant beast's roar made everyone tremble in fear. What exactly did Ling Xiao do? How did he break through in the middle of a battle? No one could answer this question. Even Ling Xiao himself was puzzled. However, from ancient times until now, there had never been a single person who had thoroughly understood the concept of cultivation. No matter which race one was from, cultivation was like crossing the river by feeling the stones. What was right, what was wrong, what was the correct cultivation path? One could only rely on one's limited experience to judge. However, in reality, the correct experience might be completely wrong in another environment. The blood skeleton was pushed back by the violent force. If not for the white bone cage, he would have been blasted off the stage again. His face revealed an expression of extreme terror. No one could understand the fear in his heart at this moment. Standing in front of him was not a person, but a giant beast that could swallow the sky. It was said that in ancient times, the heaven-devouring titanic beast had passed by the mystic world. It could swallow an entire planet in one gulp. The ancients called it Tao Tai, but they had never seen its true appearance. But that fear was passed down from generation to generation. The Blood Skull had also read about it in a book, so he didn't take it seriously. He felt that the ancient people were exaggerating too much. How could such an existence exist in this world? However, at this very moment, he finally understood that the fear of the ancient people was not exaggerated. Instead, it was diluted because of the long history. Others couldn't see Tao Tai clearly. The Blood Skull couldn't see it clearly either. All he could see was a huge black hole that seemed capable of swallowing everything in its path. He could feel his soul trembling. Even with the effects of the Berserker pill, he still didn't dare to step forward to fight. He didn't even dare to stand up. Are you scared? Ling Xiao looked at the Blood Skull. With a light wave of his right hand, the white bone cage collapsed. Others couldn't see it, but the Blood Skull could see that his white bone cage had been swallowed by the giant beast. I admit defeat. The Blood Skull had completely lost the courage to fight. He didn't want to continue. He could even see the signs of his death. Admit defeat? Ling Xiao sneered. You're smart. You knew you couldn't win, so you chose to admit defeat. When I was at a disadvantage, you didn't think of sparing my life. Now you're trying to live by admitting defeat. Don't forget that this is a battle of life and death. Blood Skull, stand up. You're at the 6th heavenly arts realm now. Don't be scared by his aura. It's just on the surface. Si Kongzun shouted. The Blood Skull was stunned. His eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed completely. No, Vice President, you don't understand. You really don't understand. The Blood Skull shook his head. He couldn't use his cultivation to fight Ling Xiao now. His terrifying aura was even more terrifying than that of many Grotto Heaven Realm experts. When he faced Grotto Heaven Realm experts, he didn't feel so desperate. Even if he couldn't win, he could run away. But at this moment, he didn't even have the thought of running away. Humph, looks like I have to use my last resort. What a good-for-nothing. Si Kongzun snorted coldly and thought to himself. Then, a beam of light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. It was so fast that most people didn't notice it. The beam of light shot into the blood skull's forehead. At that moment, the blood skull lost his sense of self. His eyes glowed red. He was completely under Si Kongzun's control. Si Kongzun's actions naturally didn't escape Ling Xiao's eyes. This old thing is really shameless. Under Si Kongzun's control, the blood skull no longer had the slightest bit of fear. He attacked Ling Xiao crazily. Forget it. If you really didn't have the strength to fight back, I wouldn't have the heart to kill you. But now, I don't need to show any mercy to kill you. Ling Xiao sighed and didn't draw his sword. He could feel the terrifying power of his next move. Even if he only used his finger sword to execute it, he could easily kill the blood skull. The huge shadow moved from his back to the finger sword on his right hand. His heavenly elemental energy continued to gather, causing the image of the huge beast to become clearer. It was a huge beast that could destroy everything. A huge beast that could devour everything. Even though it wasn't real, it still had an incomparably ferocious aura. Tao Tai. Heaven-devouring titanic beast. Countless people cried out in alarm. They couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could control such a terrifying thing. It was rumored that even a human king couldn't fight against the Tao Tai titanic beast. How could Ling Xiao, a mere martial artist from the Avalon of 5 elements, fight against it? No, that's not the Tao Tai titanic beast. It should be a special martial technique that can condense the image and aura of the Tao Tai titanic beast. Martial artists with good eyesight finally saw through the clues. Even so, it feels too real. That extremely evil and terrifying aura is as if the real Tao Tai titanic beast has descended. What kind of martial technique does this brat practice? I'm not sure. It's strange. Until now, no one has seen him use his martial soul. What exactly is his martial soul? Isn't it that huge eye? Everyone was discussing fervently, but they still couldn't see through Ling Xiao's nature. Even those who were closest to Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of martial technique Ling Xiao had and what kind of martial soul he had. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Due to his low cultivation level, the Tao Tai titanic beast that he had condensed was only in its embryonic form. Whether in terms of aura or power, it was 108,000 times weaker than the real Tao Tai titanic beast. They weren't even on the same level. The fusion between the Golden Crow Dawn Sun and the Void Shadow Crocodile was only in its infancy, but it was still enough to become Ling Xiao's strongest killing move. It was too terrifying. He had yet to use the Golden Crow Sword. If he used the Golden Crow Sword, the power of this move would be greatly enhanced. The blood skeleton attacked frantically, but he could not touch Ling Xiao's body. The bone cage was broken, and Ling Xiao regained his freedom. He dodged the attacks with ease while condensing his sword. He did not feel any pressure at all. Success. Blood skeleton, take my move today, Doomsday of Tao Tai. At that moment, the giant beast roared. The light from Ling Xiao's fingertip pierced through the air. His finger was as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. No, the blood skeleton's soul, which was imprisoned in his body, screamed in fear. This move was not only magnificent, but also terrifying. The power was not something he could withstand. He did not even have the courage to resist. Bone purgatory. Amidst the extreme fear, the blood skull actually regained a trace of its consciousness. It frantically cast the strongest defense it could muster right now. All the bones that were originally used for attacks gathered together to form a sturdy line of defense. Although the blood skeleton knew it was useless, he still did it because he did not want to die. He did not want to watch his body get destroyed. Before the huge Tao Tai arrived, the white bone purgatory had already been shattered. It was useless, no defense was useful, the blood skeleton would definitely die under this move. He was in despair, he was in complete despair. Vice President, please save the blood skeleton. The blood skeleton's girlfriend cried for help. Even though she did not have good eyesight, she knew that the blood skeleton had no chance of surviving this move. Humph, we are from the Phoenix Academy. You can't kill us just because you want to. Si Kongzun was still considering whether to save the useless blood skeleton, but the peacock phoenix sun made a move first. He soared into the air and charged toward the arena with a terrifying aura. A divine light flashed behind him as if he wanted to suck Ling Xiao into the divine light. This is a battle of life and death. You are not allowed to interfere. Feng Qingyan was really annoyed. When the phoenix cry Wanchong ambushed Ling Xiao, he did not have time to defend himself, so that guy succeeded. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was fine. Now, the peacock phoenix sun, a junior, dared to ambush a student of Qingshu College in front of him. Did he think that Feng Qingyan did not have a temper? The phoenix cry Wanchong's body. How did that peacock and phoenix fly out, and how did they fly back? Bao Spawn, stop it. Just as Feng Qingyan blocked peacock phoenix sun, Si Kongzun made his move. Perhaps this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Although he did not pounce out like peacock Huangzi, his thunderous voice contained his terrifying inner strength. Ling Xiao, who had completely destroyed the blood skeleton's defenses, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he nearly fell to the ground. Feng Qingyan scolds. Si Kongzun pretended to be stupid and ignored him. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Si Kongzun. You want to stop me from killing him? I will kill him. If I, Ling Xiao, want to kill someone, no one will live. Ling Xiao, whose face was pale and his breath was weak, suddenly laughed crazily. It's useless. Whatever you do is useless. This move is not something you can easily resolve. Although he was injured, he had already released his move. Taotia's doomsday was unstoppable. The blood skeleton was dead. Under this move, he did not resist at all and completely disappeared from the battle stage. Not even a corpse was left behind. The square suddenly quieted down. He won. Ling Xiao actually won, and he won with the help of the two vice presidents of the Phoenix Academy. What kind of miracle was this? They were extremely excited. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! One person shouted. Then, 2 people, 3 people. Countless people shouted this name together. The whole square seemed to have become Ling Xiao's world. He was the winner. He was a warrior with indomitable will. After killing the blood skeleton, Ling Xiao swallowed a healing pill and looked at Si Kongzun with cold eyes. Your Divine Phoenix Academy is really one more shameless than the other, shameless old fogies. He wanted to kill Si Kongzun right now, but he knew that he could not do it. Even if he used the power of the human king, he could only counterattack when his opponent was not paying attention, like when he dealt with Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Unfortunately, Phoenix Cry Wanchong had already suffered a loss. Si Kongzun would not be so stupid as to not take any precautions. This was a world where the strong were respected. There was no reason to speak of. No matter how much reason you had, it was useless. The other party was stronger than you. They could even turn black into white. So what if they were shameless? These people did not care about other people's opinions because no one dared to talk nonsense in front of them. Even if they talked behind their backs, they could only talk about it carefully. Ling Xiao. Master. Senior brother. Brother Ling. Feng Yanran, Cold Plum, and the others all ran to Ling Xiao and supported the tottering youth, asking about his well-being with concern. Don't worry, I won't die yet. Although that shameless old man wanted to kill me, he did not succeed from the heavenly dragon continent to here. Ling Xiao felt a thick warmth in his heart. Although this world was filled with too much coldness and injustice, there was still warmth in it. These friends were Ling Xiao's greatest wealth. This brat is quite popular. Yes, and he is so tenacious. He will definitely become someone great in the future. In the crowd, many people admired Ling Xiao. The constant mention of Ling Xiao's name was the best proof. Most importantly, Ling Xiao's performance today was too eye-catching and too shocking. It was impossible not to admire him. With his early stage 4 symbols Sky Cultivation, he suppressed the late stage 5 elements Sky Cultivation to the point that the blood skeleton had no choice but to use the skeletal battle form and fight with all his strength, temporarily raising his cultivation to the early stage 6 arts Sky Cultivation. He even used the forbidden medicine Berserker pill to forcibly raise his battle power. Faced with the threat of death, Ling Xiao did not let his friends interfere. Instead, he said the bold words of living as a hero, dying as a hero. In the face of death, he was not afraid. everyone was proud of him, but also felt that it was a pity. However, just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die, he had an epiphany. He had comprehended a shocking ultimate move and forcibly made a breakthrough from the early stage 4 symbol sky cultivation to the early stage 5 element sky cultivation. The most terrifying thing was that the shameless Yinyang realm warrior Si Kongzun had interfered, injuring Ling Xiao to the point of vomiting blood and turning pale. However, Ling Xiao still killed the blood skeleton in front of the Si Kongzun and everyone, winning the battle. Tenacity, valiance, bravery, not fearing power, Ling Xiao used his legendary battle to make everyone stand up and cheer for him. At this time, all the cultivators of the Phoenix Academy were looking at Ling Xiao with anger and embarrassment. They were angry because Ling Xiao had killed the blood skeleton in front of them. They were embarrassed because Ling Xiao had defeated the blood skeleton in front of him. He had resisted all the interference and destroyed the blood skeleton. The top 20 experts of the Phoenix Academy had been easily killed by a lowly human from the Heavenly Dragon continent. They found it hard to accept. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about their reactions. At this time, Ling Xiao only had eyes for the Lightning Demon King, Si Kongzun. This bastard had destroyed his homeland, and had even chased him all the way to the Divine Phoenix continent. If not for the fact that his body was strong enough today, that one attack would have been enough to scatter his soul. He had always insisted on cultivating his martial arts, body, and soul. It seemed that he had taken the right step. Brat, what did you just say? Si Kongzun was the Lightning Demon King. He was one of the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire that had almost unified the mystic world. However, because of Ling Xiao, his plan in the Heavenly Dragon continent was ultimately unable to succeed. After coming to the Divine Phoenix continent, his identity was still exposed because of Ling Xiao. As a result, many of his plans couldn't be carried out smoothly. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was someone he must kill. He didn't think that what he had just done was wrong. So what if he was shameless? I can do it, but you can't say it. I said you're a despicable old dog. Ling Xiao enunciated each word clearly and loudly in front of everyone. Bastard, I'll kill you. Si Kongzun's face turned green with anger. He was so angry that he wanted to attack. One of the Phoenix Academy's vice principals had already been chased away by Ling Xiao. If he didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao, it would be a disgrace to the Phoenix Academy. Humph, Lightning Demon King, do you really think this is the mystic world from tens of thousands of years ago? Your true devil empire is no longer the same as before. With me here, you can forget about harming him. Feng Qingyan coldly snorted and directly went to Ling Xiao's side to protect Ling Xiao. He felt very guilty for not being able to protect Ling Xiao before. Now, he would rather use his old life to protect the descendants of his benefactor. Haha, there's no need for the two of you to get angry. Both of you are the pillars of our Divine Phoenix Empire. No matter who gets injured, I'm afraid that the one who will be the happiest would be the Black Crow Empire. What's more, this duel has already ended, so there's no need to continue arguing over such a small matter. If it was someone else who said this, they would probably be scolded to death. However, when these words came out of Feng Yinshan's mouth, no one dared to say anything. He wanted to smooth things over so that the situation wouldn't worsen. Although Phoenix Academy and Qingshu College had always been competing with each other, they had never fought each other head-on. After all, these were the 2 best academies in Divine Phoenix Empire. If they were to cause a ruckus, then they would really be thrown into disarray. With his position, there wasn't anything wrong with smoothing things over like this. However, he didn't accuse Si Kongzun of interfering with the duel. Although this was the best choice for him, he didn't ask for Ling Xiao's opinion. This meant that in his eyes, Ling Xiao was just an insignificant person. Even if he was the descendant of his benefactor, he was still insignificant. If he could help, then he would. If he couldn't, then so be it. This was the heir to the imperial family. As a politician, he was definitely qualified because he didn't have any personal feelings in his eyes. However, he didn't know that because of this, he would lose the respect and admiration that Ling Xiao had for him. Feng Qingyan also didn't want to blow things up. Of course, his considerations were different from Feng Yinshan's. He was only worried that if things got out of hand, with his strength alone, he wouldn't be able to protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, it was best for this duel to end like this. In any case, the result was already out. Why should they pursue the crime of Si Kongzun's sneak attack? Moreover, even if they pursued the matter, who could punish Si Kongzun? This was something that even Feng Yinshan couldn't do. After all, Si Kongzun was a member of Phoenix Cry Mountain. Forget it. I'll listen to the heir to the hidden mountain. We can ignore the matter of Si Kongzun interfering with the duel. We can pretend that the incident of Ling Xiao didn't happen. Feng Qingyan sighed. In the end, he wasn't strong enough. He wasn't strong enough to completely suppress the Phoenix Academy. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't have given in so easily. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that Feng Qingyan was doing this for his own good. Naturally, he wouldn't refute Feng Qingyan without knowing what was good for him. Although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything. It could be considered that he tacitly agreed with Feng Qingyan's opinion. The other spectators also felt that this was the best course of action. However, at this moment, Si Kongzun sneered and said, "You said that I launched a sneak attack, but you don't have any evidence." However, everyone saw Ling Xiao killing a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. Don't you want to pursue the matter? I want to pursue the matter. Today, Ling Xiao must be handed over to the Phoenix Academy to be dealt with. His attitude suddenly became unyielding. Feng Yinshan frowned slightly. He turned his head and saw a figure flash by the side of the square. Phoenix Cry Mountain? No wonder. With the support of Phoenix Cry Mountain, Si Kongzun wouldn't even give him face. Si Kongzun, you're really shameless. You know best whether or not you launched a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. As for the matter of Ling Xiao killing Blood Skull, the two of them signed a life and death agreement. What right do you have to pursue Ling Xiao's responsibility? Feng Qingyan was instantly enraged. He had originally planned to take a step back and swallow his anger. However, who would have thought that not only would Si Kongzun not appreciate his kindness, but he would also distort the truth and bite back? How could he tolerate this? Ha 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 ha, life and death agreement? Si Kongzun laughed loudly and said, "Did the Phoenix Academy agree to that life and death agreement? Did it have the signature of the dean or the deputy dean, or even a teacher?" Feng Qingyan was stunned. How could someone be so shameless? There was no signature, right? Si Kongzun continued, "Since there was no signature, it means that their life and death duel wasn't agreed to by the Phoenix Academy. Blood Skull was a student of the Phoenix Academy. His life belonged to the Phoenix Academy. Now that Ling Xiao killed him, don't you think we should pursue the matter? F***CK, how can this be?" The spectators were also dumbfounded. Si Kongzun's level of unreasonable pestering was unparalleled. Since you said that the life and death duel couldn't be carried out without the signature, why didn't the two deputy deans stop it? Wasn't that tacit agreement? Oh, now that Blood Skull is dead, you're saying that the life and death agreement is invalid? What if Ling Xiao died? You'll definitely say that he deserved it, right? No one else would say such a shameless thing. In fact, everyone understood that there was only one reason for Si Kongzun to do this, and that was to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. Otherwise, how could the Phoenix Academy put its face? In order to kill Ling Xiao, Si Kongzun was willing to disregard the crown prince, Feng Yinshan. Feng Qingyan wanted to say something, but he suddenly heard a cold voice. Si Kongzun, you old dog, you said that our life and death agreement doesn't count. You said that you didn't have evidence to prove that you attacked me? That's strange. Do you have evidence that I killed the blood skeleton? The person who spoke was naturally Ling Xiao. Since the other party was so shameless, why should he reason with him? Didn't you say that the life and death agreement didn't count? Then I'll be even more shameless than you. What a joke. So many people here saw you kill the blood skeleton. How dare you say that you don't have evidence? Si Kongzun sneered. Did you see it? Ling Xiao asked the crowd below the stage. No one uttered a word. They didn't want to offend the Phoenix Academy or Qingshu College, so they simply kept quiet. Moreover, the scene just now had developed too quickly. They only saw the blood skeleton disappear, but they didn't know if the blood skeleton was really dead or not. If the blood skeleton came back alive, it would be a big joke. I saw it. I saw it too. We all saw it clearly. The people who spoke were all from the Phoenix Academy and Piping Island. Ling Xiao looked at them disdainfully and said, "The Phoenix Academy's words are like farts. They can even refuse to acknowledge the life and death agreement that they signed. Do you think your words count? What a joke. As for the people from Piping Island, that is the young master of Piping Island, Chu Mu, right? You should worry about your own matters. You captured so many cultivators to be your slaves and trapped them for such a long time. Do you really think they are pushovers?" The people from Piping Island didn't say anything, and Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk about it. However, since they were on the Phoenix Academy's side, there was no need for him to hide it. "Ladies and gentlemen, have any of your disciples or relatives suddenly disappeared? I have a list here. All of them are people who were captured by Piping Island to make Tianyuan crystal stone in the crystal stone factory. You can see if there are any of your lost relatives or disciples." After speaking, Ling Xiao raised his hand. A strange formation appeared in the sky. On top of the spirit formation, there were vivid names, and there were even images of those people beside them. "That's my son. That's my most promising disciple. Daughter. My grandson." Originally, Ling Xiao had only intended to give it a try. Who would have thought that when the name was announced, there would be continuous exclamations from below the stage? The young master of Piping Island, Chu Mu, turned pale in an instant. "Let's go." Seeing that the situation was not good, he turned around and wanted to escape. "Where are you going?" There was no lack of experts in the crowd. A huge hand that covered the sky easily smacked Chu Mu down. "Father, save me." In the stands, Kai Weiwei let out a shrill cry for help. "Weiwei? Weiwei, is that you?" Kai Weiwei's father was only the sect master of a small sect. However, his cultivation was at the Grotto Heaven realm. If it were any other time, he would not have offended Piping Island. However, at this moment, when he saw his daughter being tortured to such a state, one could imagine how furious he was. What was the point of a sect master who could not even protect his own daughter? "I'll kill you." Kai Weiwei's father was completely enraged. He wanted to kill Chu Mu on the spot. "Brother Kai, please wait." Someone stopped Kai Weiwei's father and said, "This thief must be killed. However, the most important thing is to find out the whereabouts of those who were lost." "Weiwei, where is Shimin Bo?" This was Shimin Bo's father. "He was killed by the people of Piping Island," Kai Weiwei said as she cried. That was true. Although Shimin Bo was not on good terms with Ling Xiao, the people who killed Shimin Bo were from Piping Island. "Damn it. Weiwei, don't be afraid. If you have anything to say it all. With so many people supporting you, even if it's Piping Island, we'll destroy him." There were simply too many experts present. Ling Xiao had poked a hornet's nest. However, the one to suffer was not him, but Piping Island. If these people worked together, they could definitely destroy an empire. For example, Shimin Bo's grandfather. Although he was in seclusion, he was still a Yin-Yang realm expert. There was also a grand elder of Kai Weiwei's sect who was also a Yin-Yang realm expert. As for the other Grotto Heaven realm experts, they were countless. When Piping Island captured the people, they did not think that these people would be able to escape, so they did not pay much attention to them. However, today, they were really in trouble. Because of Chu Mu's words, Piping Island might be removed from the 7 Martial Ancestor Islands. Kai Weiwei described the entire process in detail. Perhaps because he was grateful to Ling Xiao, he did not mention that Ling Xiao had killed the slaves inside. Instead, he said that Ling Xiao had killed the managers and deacons, and then helped most of the slaves escape. Now, Ling Xiao had become the benefactor of these experts. Si Kongzun's expression became extremely ugly. Because if they wanted to forcefully take Ling Xiao away, they would have to become enemies with these people. Even Phoenix Cry Mountain and Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor would not dare to do so. Otherwise, Divine Phoenix Empire would become the next Piping Island. "Thank you, Benefactor Ling Xiao." "Thank you." Countless experts cupped their hands and bowed to Ling Xiao. "Everyone, there is no need to be like this. I was only trying to save myself and those people," Ling Xiao said indifferently. The more he said this, the more these people admired him, and the more they felt that they owed him. "No matter what, Benefactor still saved our loved ones." This favor must be repaid. Kai Weiwei's father said loudly. That's right. Countless people chimed in. If you want to repay the favor, it is not impossible. Then I will have to trouble everyone to help me kill this Si Kongzun. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Of course, he knew that this was not possible. These people would not offend the Phoenix Academy just to repay a favor. However, he was just saying it to scare Si Kongzun and let this old dog know how to be afraid. Ling Xiao, you dare to kill me? Si Kongzun was really panicking. Although he knew that these people might not dare to attack him, there might be lunatics among them. What, the vice president of the Phoenix Academy knows how to be afraid? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Forget it, I was just teasing you. After all, you are the vice president of the Phoenix Academy. I won't go so far as to kill you. However, today, you will cripple one of your arms as atonement. When he said this, the people below the stage heaved a sigh of relief. It would be difficult to kill Si Kongzun. However, if it was just crippling one of Si Kongzun's arms, they would really dare to do it. Impossible. Si Kongzun roared. Is that so? Ling Xiao looked at Si Kongzun with a faint smile. Then, he looked at the people below the stage and did not say anything. Si Kongzun, do you really want to die? Below the stage, a Yinyang realm expert shouted angrily, don't make it difficult for us. That's right. If you are not willing to cripple your arm, then we will attack. Another expert shouted. You. Do you want to become enemies with the Phoenix Academy? Si Kongzun was dumbfounded. He thought that killing Ling Xiao would be as easy as killing an ant. With the support of Phoenix Crychishan, he could do whatever he wanted. But now, he suddenly realized that Ling Xiao, a lowly human, could take his life at any time. Ling Xiao, remember this. I, Si Kongzun, will never forget this grudge. Facing the people below the stage, Si Kongzun angrily removed one of his arms. What a disgrace, one arm might not be much, but in front of so many people, he wanted to harm Ling Xiao, but in the end, he was forced to remove one of his arms by Ling Xiao. He had lost all his face. Feng Yinshan frowned slightly. He wanted Ling Xiao to owe him a favor, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao could suppress Si Kongzun without his help. It seems that I have underestimated you. Feng Yinshan sighed in his heart. This won't do. I have to change my strategy. I have to rope this person in at all costs. At this moment, two arms suddenly fell from the sky. They were wrapped in the Phoenix Academy's clothes, and even the vice president's special pattern was on them. Isn't that Phoenix Crywanchong's clothes? Feng Qingyan jumped in fright. The vice president has good eyes. Did Phoenix Crywanchong think that he would be fine after sneaking an attack on me? I just asked someone to remove both of his arms, so Si Kongzun, you are lucky that you only lost one arm. In fact, Ling Xiao wanted to let the butterfly lady kill Phoenix Crywanchong. Unfortunately, that guy was too strong. Even if his spiritual Si was severely injured, he still managed to escape from the butterfly lady, leaving only two arms and the clothes wrapped around them. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Feng Yinshan's jaw almost dropped. What was going on with Ling Xiao? Could it be that there was an incomparably powerful expert behind him? Fortunately, he didn't offend this guy. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for him. The people below the stage couldn't help but sigh. So it turns out that Ling Xiao didn't ask us to cut off Si Kongzun's arm to take advantage of us. He just didn't want us to owe him a favor. He was thinking of us old guys. To think that I misunderstood him. I'm really gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. This young man is really not bad. He probably has a Yin-Yang realm expert protecting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with Phoenix Cry 10,000 layers. I'm definitely going to be your friend. Me too. Nowadays, it's really rare to see such a young man. These discussions caused Feng Yinshan to exclaim inwardly, what a powerful person. His methods are truly terrifying. He was able to obtain the support of so many people so easily. In the future, the people from the Phoenix Academy will have to think twice before making a move on him. He suddenly thought of Ji Furing and Yu Xianxia, who had come to the Divine Phoenix continent before. Ling Zhao's performance was truly stronger than those two. He was indeed worthy of being the son of those two. Feng Yinshan smiled slightly. He felt that there was no need for him to appear today, so he chose to leave. His purpose for coming here was to make Ling Xiao owe him a favor. However, it was clear that Ling Xiao didn't need to owe him a favor. Instead, he had helped him suppress those idiots from the Ice Phoenix clan. He should be thanking this person. Feng Yinshan quickly returned to his private courtyard and asked a white-bearded old man, "Master, you saw what happened today. What do you think?" The white-bearded old man stroked his beard and smiled as he drank tea. "There's nothing wrong with your highness' way of thinking and doing things. You're also very good at judging people. You're much better than Phoenix," cried Qishan. "This time, not only did you take the opportunity to suppress the Phoenix Academy and the Ice Phoenix clan, but you also made many people have a good impression of you. It's just that Ling Xiao was a little unexpected, which caused some discrepancies in your highness' plan. Master, you're really amazing. You guessed all this without even being there? Master, what do you think of this Ling Xiao?" Feng Yinshan said in admiration. "I can't see through him." The white-bearded old man shook his head. "This person is a mystery. Even Ji Furing and Yu Xianyue can't see through this little guy." The Phoenix Academy set up this duel today for a very clear purpose. First, they wanted to suppress Xingshu College and use the Blood Skull to ruin Xingshu College's reputation. This plan fell through because of Ling Zhao's victory. Second, they wanted to take the opportunity to make Xingshu College and Your Highness the Crown Prince fall out with the Dark Phoenix clan. This point was resolved because of Your Highness' wit. You were right not to side with Ling Xiao. At the very least, you were right to destroy the other party's plan. The Dark Phoenix clan won't blame you. Of course, Your Highness has a choice. Do you want the support of the Dark Phoenix clan or Ling Xiao? You have to think carefully. As for the Phoenix Academy's third purpose, it was very clear. They wanted to establish a good relationship with Piping Island. After all, Ling Xiao killed Chu Lin of Piping Island. It would be best if the Blood Skull could kill Ling Xiao. But because Ling Xiao mentioned the Crystal Factory, this plan fell through. Do you think Ling Xiao did it on purpose or unintentionally? Feng Yinshan suddenly asked. What do you think, Your Highness? The white-bearded old man asked. This person, Ling Xiao, is extremely scheming. Although he's young, he's extremely mature and prudent. His thoughts are simply terrifying. From what I see, it should be intentional. From the very beginning, he had already guessed Divine Phoenix Academy's goal, so he basically targeted them. Feng Yinshan replied, he didn't think too much about offending the Dark Phoenix clan. Maybe it's because he doesn't care at all. Your Highness overlooked one point. The white-bearded old man sighed and said, Ling Xiao was actually testing Your Highness. This king has the same feeling. Feng Yinshan sighed and said, but I underestimated him. At that moment, he chose not to help either side. Then we can only slowly make up for it. The white-bearded old man said. That's the only way. Feng Yinshan sighed, and then a bright light flashed in his eyes. Master, let your people go to Piping Island. Last time, we found out that the Ice Phoenix clan was colluding with Piping Island, but there was no evidence. This time, Piping Island is probably finished. Take this opportunity to gather all the evidence. Don't worry, Your Highness. I have already sent people. The white-bearded old man nodded. Thank you, Master. You can go do your work. I should go back and deal with those stubborn old men in the clan. After saying this, Feng Yinshan left. Just like how he came in mysteriously, he also left in a hurry. Seeing Feng Yinshan leave, the white-bearded old man couldn't help but frown and sigh. I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you to join the fight for the Imperial Emperor. Alas, your talent is outstanding. If you focus on martial arts, you won't be worse than Feng Ming Qishan. Feng Ming Qishan, the heir apparent of the Ice Phoenix clan, ranked first among the 10 great phoenixes. His strength was unfathomable, but he rarely appeared to deal with these conspiracies. Most of the matters were left to the imperial tutor and Feng Ming Wushan, so he had enough time to cultivate. He was 1 or 2 years older than Feng Yinshan, but his cultivation level was higher than Feng Yinshan's. Feng Yinshan was ranked second among the 10 great phoenixes, but he had no reliable helpers by his side. He was always worried about other things, so his cultivation level naturally fell behind. However, he was still ranked second among the 10 great phoenixes. This was enough to show how terrifying his aptitude was. On the other side, after Feng Yinshan left, Si Kongzun also left the plaza in humiliation and returned to the Phoenix Academy. Within a day, 2 vice deans had lost 3 arms. This was definitely super big news. After all, both of them were Yin-Yang realm experts. To be able to enter the 2 of them, it was only a celestial realm practitioner of the Avalon of 5 elements. This was even more shocking. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not stop Si Kongzun, many Phoenix Academy disciples secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They were actually afraid that Ling Xiao would kill Si Kongzun. If this had happened yesterday, no one would have believed it. Ling Xiao did not kill Si Kongzun not because he did not want to, but because he could not. Wanting one of Si Kongzun's arms and killing Si Kongzun were 2 completely different concepts. Now that he and the Phoenix Academy were like fire and water, it was impossible to reconcile. In the future, he had to be more careful in his cultivation and life. If he was not careful, the Phoenix Academy might find a way to get rid of him. They did not dare to do it openly, but they still had many tricks up their sleeves. He had borrowed the prestige of countless pugilistic world experts for today's matter, but these people could not always help him. In the end, he still had to continuously increase his strength. It was more convenient to solve many things by himself. Fortunately, the butterfly girl had recovered. With such a trump card in hand, he was not afraid of being plotted against. As for Feng Yinshan, although he felt that this person was the same as Haim Miankeo in the past, there was only politics in her eyes and no human feelings. But at the very least, this person had no enmity towards him. This was somewhat similar to Ling Wuheng, the second master of the Ling family. He was definitely someone they could ally with. If he could join forces with Feng Yinshan, he would have another layer of protection. Benefactor, we have to go to Piping Island to settle accounts, so we have to leave. If Benefactor has any orders for us, just let us know. The experts below the stage hated Piping Island to death. Although they had captured Chu Mu, that didn't resolve the hatred in their hearts. The next thing to do was naturally to find his lost relatives and settle the score with Piping Island. Everyone, just mind your own business. Ling Xiao nodded. He knew very well that the words of these people were mostly just polite words. When it came to conflicts of interest, perhaps only a few masters would be willing to help him. Most of the others would just not cheat him, and that was enough. See you later. See you later. Most of them left hurriedly. Kai Weiwei also left with her father. Before she left, this girl didn't forget to respectfully bow and thank Ling Xiao. Although the person who saved her was not Ling Xiao, but if Ling Xiao didn't speak up for justice and scare Chimu away, she wouldn't have had the chance to speak. In the future, keep your eyes open and find a good man. Ling Xiao smiled and gave Kai Weiwei a sincere piece of advice. This Kai Weiwei had gone astray because she had followed the wrong man. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a disaster. Weiwei will remember Benefactor's words in her heart. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect our young hero Ling to be such a sentimental person. After Kai Weiwei and the rest left, the Phoenix Academy disciples who had been sitting there trembling in fear regained their prestige. The one who mocked Ling Xiao was the peacock phoenix, Kong He. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Kong He, and a murderous look appeared on his face. He didn't care if Kong He mocked him. But Kong He actually tried to sneak an attack on him. If Feng Qingyan hadn't stopped him, Kong He would have jumped onto the stage. He didn't forget this grudge. The peacock phoenix is so impressive. I, Ling Xiao, don't have such a bad memory. I remember a despicable person who tried to sneak an attack on me very clearly. Ling Xiao said coldly. So what if I sneak attacked you? Your backers have already left. Do you really think that's your prestige? If I want to kill you, it's as easy as killing someone. The peacock phoenix said coldly. The 10 great phoenixes weren't just the symbol of talent. They were the pride of the divine phoenix empire and also the symbol of strength. Those who could become the 10 great phoenixes were the true young experts. Kong He wasn't bragging. He really could do it. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was just an ant. He didn't dare to say anything just now because he was afraid of the pugilistic world experts. And not because he was afraid of Ling Xiao. There were always people who wanted the title of 10 Great Phoenixes. But they had to exchange it with blood, or even their lives. It could be said that such a title was made up of piles of bones. Senior Kong, you must avenge Blood Skull. As long as you can avenge him, I'm willing to do anything. Blood Skull's girlfriend said loudly. Kong he smiled proudly. He turned around to admire the woman's perfect figure. He thought to himself that Blood Skull had good taste. If he could get this woman on his bed, it would be a good thing. It was rare to see a young master from a noble family who wasn't lustful. After all, he grew up in that kind of environment. It was hard not to be affected. Don't worry, junior sister. This person has insulted our Phoenix Academy many times. He even killed Kolong and Kuyu from our Peacock clan. Even if Blood Skull wasn't involved, this Phoenix would still kill him. Kong He's words were very high class, but he was probably the only one who understood his own dirty thoughts the best. After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qingyan and said, Vice President Feng, our Phoenix Academy has indeed lost today's battle. In order to defend our Phoenix Academy's honor, this Phoenix is willing to challenge your Academy's young experts. You can choose anyone to fight with me. There's no need to fight to the death. Just a normal duel will do. So you don't have to worry about losing geniuses. How about it? Peacock Phoenix had just joined the Phoenix Academy. He hadn't done anything for the Phoenix Academy yet, so he felt a little uneasy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he publicly challenged Xianxia College's experts. He was really scheming. After all, he knew that among the 10 great phoenixes of the Divine Phoenix Empire, there were 4 in the Phoenix Academy. Xianxia College didn't even have one. So no matter who Feng Qingyan chose, they wouldn't be a match for him, Peacock Phoenix. This was the best way for Peacock Phoenix to regain his face. Defeating Ling Xiao would be too meaningless. There would probably be people who would say that he, the Peacock Phoenix son, was bullying the weak. So now, he was giving Xianxia College a chance to choose. He was letting Xianxia College choose the person to fight with him. There were still many people in the audience who had not left. After all, not everyone was related to the Piping Island incident. When they heard this, they were a little excited. To them, the livelier it was, the better. They couldn't wait to see such exciting battles every day. Without waiting for Feng Qingyan to speak, Kong He continued, What's wrong? Are the disciples of Xianxia College all cowards? Cowards, can't even afford to lose an ordinary battle? Or is your college fishing for fame and reputation? You don't live up to your reputation at all? These words were very unpleasant. Even with Feng Qingyan's calm personality, he couldn't stand it. But in his heart, it was really difficult. Because among the disciples of Xianxia College, there was really no one who was a match for the 10 great phoenixes. At most, they could exchange a few hundred blows, but in the end, they would still be defeated miserably. Once the young disciples, especially the arrogant geniuses, lost miserably to someone of the same generation, it would be a very serious blow to their self-confidence. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to do that. At this moment, Ling Zhao's voice suddenly rang out. Peacock Phoenix is so impressive. You want to fight, right? Then I'll play with you. But I don't like ordinary battles. Why don't we agree on a life and death battle? Of course, this time, not only do you have to sign the life and death agreement, but also the 2 vice deans of Phoenix Academy and the dean have to sign the life and death agreement. Haha, but I doubt that old dog Phoenix Cry Wanchong will sign it. Ling Zhao's words were extremely sarcastic. The disciples of Phoenix Academy were incomparably angry. But they couldn't refute. They didn't admit that the life and death agreement was made by Si Kongzun. If they refuted, it would be disrespectful to Si Kongzun. They didn't have the guts to do so. Why should I sign the life and death agreement with you? Kong He frowned. It was fine for him to play around, but in a battle of life and death, there were too many variables. He was a little afraid. What if Ling Xiao wanted to drag him down with him before he died? What if the mysterious expert behind Ling Xiao helped him? These were all variables, so he didn't want to sign it. If you don't dare to fight, then shut your mouth. Don't make a fool of yourself here. It's not up to a coward like you to judge the students of Xianxia College. Ling Xiao shouted. You. What about me? If you don't dare to fight, then scram. Do you think the Phoenix Academy hasn't lost enough face by staying here? Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. If you don't dare to fight, then I'll find a chance to fight at your Phoenix Academy. At that time, I hope you won't be a coward like today. The situation was instantly reversed. Originally, Peacock Huangzi wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Xianxia College and regain his face. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to completely rebuke him with just a few words. He was completely dumbfounded. In the crowd, many martial artists looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a monster. The person who said this was not a lunatic. It meant that he was really confident. Ling Xiao obviously didn't look like a lunatic. He could make Phoenix cry Wanchong and Si Kongzun lose 3 arms. It was enough to show how meticulous and terrifying his thoughts were. It was Phoenix Academy's misfortune to have provoked such a person. I'm afraid you won't live to see that day. Let's go. In the end, Kong He didn't have the guts to fight Ling Xiao to the death. Blood Skull's death was a huge shock to him. Although Blood Skull's cultivation was much lower than his, it was much higher than Ling Xiao's. In the end, he was still killed. Moreover, he died without knowing how. Until now, Kong He still couldn't figure out how Ling Xiao killed Blood Skull. Therefore, even before the battle had begun, he was already on the verge of collapsing. He knew this very well, so he didn't dare to fight. He would rather lose his face than lose his life. In fact, this was considered a smart choice. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was just holding on. The current Ling Xiao, unless he chose to die together with Kong He, was no match for him. However, he would never do something like perishing together with his enemy. Therefore, he was just scaring people. However, it was this kind of scaring that scared away Peacock Huangzi, one of the 10 great phoenixes. You're crazy. However, people like you won't live long. The next to leave was Sky Rock Huangzi, Peng Yu. His thoughts were basically the same as Peacock Huangzi's. They didn't want to fight now. The other disciples of Phoenix Academy looked at each other. Each of them had an obvious look of disappointment. They couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. They originally thought that they could use the strength of the 2 phoenixes to regain their dignity, but in the end, they ended up in an even more embarrassing state. One by one, they fled the square. Boring. Let's go too. We can't watch the show anymore. The spectators also chose to leave. In the entire square, only Ling Xiao, his friends, and Feng Qingyan were left. Feng Qingyan looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also looked at Feng Qingyan. Vice President, thank you so much for this time. Kid, you've really caused a lot of trouble for Xianxia College. However, I like it. Feng Qingyan had long felt that Ling Xiao was an extraordinary person, so he had been paying attention to him. However, today's incident still shocked him. Even he, Feng Qingyan, might not be able to do what Ling Xiao did. This kid was really too powerful. He was so powerful that he couldn't help but admire him. Vice President, you're flattering me. I just did what I should do. Ling Xiao felt very happy. However, he wouldn't get carried away because of this. This was because he knew that relying on external forces wasn't a long-term solution. The key was to raise his own cultivation. This was the most important step. From today onwards, your name will probably resound throughout the entire imperial city. However, this might not be a good thing. After all, martial artists are competitive. There are many winners. You must be careful. Feng Qingyan reminded him. Thank you, Vice President, for your reminder. I understand. Ling Xiao understood this principle when he was in the Sky Dragon continent. Although he had changed places after coming to the Divine Phoenix continent, the rules of the underworld were still the same. Let's go back. Feng Qingyan nodded and said with satisfaction. Everyone returned to Xianxia College. Feng Qingyan naturally went to report today's incident to the president. He said that he was representing himself to watch the battle. In fact, as the vice president, it wasn't very possible. After all, he was representing the entire Qingshu College. At this time, Ling Xiao finally couldn't pretend anymore. Being injured by the Sikong Zun made him very uncomfortable. He almost couldn't stand properly. Hai Myung-kyo and Cold Plum hurriedly supported him and sent him to his room to rest. Senior Sister Lan, don't worry about me. You should go and cultivate. Remember, strength is dignity. Without strength, you don't even have dignity. Ling Xiao didn't forget this important thing even though he was injured. Ling Xiao wasn't immersed in their concern. He didn't dare to forget how he had come so far. Only by cultivating and increasing his strength could he truly control his own destiny. Alright, Ming Kong, Cold Plum, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. The rest of you, follow me to the Heaven Essence Pagoda and continue cultivating. Lan Yuer was truly unwilling to leave. However, she knew very well that with her current cultivation, she wasn't even qualified to protect Ling Xiao. Therefore, she had to make the best use of her time to cultivate. Hai Myung-kyo and Cold Plum were the strongest among them. It was enough for them to stay here. Cold Plum, give Senior Lan some Heaven Essence crystals. I don't need that much. Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. Although the lower-grade Heaven Essence crystals were still effective, their effects were minimal. Therefore, it was useless to keep them by his side. It was better to let those who truly cared about him use them to increase their strength. I understand. Cold Plum gave the Heaven Essence crystals to Lan Yuer. As for how to distribute them, Lan Yuer would figure it out herself. Cold Plum didn't need to trouble herself. Are you really okay? Hai Myung-kyo looked at the man lying on the bed and felt that fate was a strange thing. In the past, she had almost become Ling Xiao's enemy. Now, she was guarding this man by his bedside. She didn't feel that anything was wrong. Instead, she felt that it was normal. What could have happened? I just killed a blood skeleton. It's just that old dog Sikong Zun is too strong and caused me to suffer some serious internal injuries. I need some time to recover. Ling Xiao didn't need to hide anything. After experiencing life and death from the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent, if he couldn't even trust Hai Myung-kyo and Cold Plum, who else could he trust? Humph, those people from the Phoenix Academy are really shameless. Cold Plum snorted coldly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Her second martial soul was originally a powerful assassin, so the current her really wanted to use this second martial soul to kill a few more Divine Phoenix Academy disciples. In terms of shamelessness, we are naturally inferior to them. However, in terms of strength, we are also inferior. Hai Myung-kyo sighed and said, the reason why they dared to do such shameless things is because we are not strong enough. If not for the help of those Jianghu people today, I'm afraid that Ling Xiao would have been doomed. It's rare for you to be able to see through this. Ling Xiao sighed and said, what happened today was very dangerous. However, it also taught us a lot of things. Without strength, everything is meaningless. So, the two of you shouldn't waste any more time. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda is a good place for cultivation. You must increase your cultivation as soon as possible. We understand. Hai Myung-kyo and Cold Plum nodded. Since you understand, let's not idle around. Bring me to the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Let's go straight to the 5th floor. I believe that after the Blood Skull was killed, no one will dare to provoke us. Although I'm injured, I still have the two of you as my bodyguards. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Okay. The three of them headed to the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda together. The Phoenix Academy disciples avoided them when they saw them. They were obviously very afraid. Now that everyone here knew that Ling Xiao had injured Phoenix Cry Wanchong and Sikong Zun, who would dare to provoke him, the three of them entered their respective rooms to cultivate. In Ling Xiao's room, a little butterfly flew out and revealed an innocent and cute expression. Thank you for today. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that those people from the Phoenix Academy wouldn't have been able to intimidate them. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll get it for you. He still didn't know much about the butterfly girl. The only thing he knew was that the butterfly girl was a foodie and her favorite food was spiritual stones. Although Ling Xiao had a huge burden because of this, he felt that it was worth it. With such a little girl by his side, not only would it bring him a lot of happiness, but it would also make him feel at ease. You want to eat high-grade spiritual stones? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You really dare to ask for it. But for you, I'll bear the pain and part with it. Ling Xiao had very few high-grade spiritual stones and he was basically saving them for future cultivation. But since the butterfly girl liked to eat, he couldn't be stingy. At this stage, the butterfly girl was his trump card. He gave the butterfly girl 1 high-grade spiritual stone, 2 middle-grade spiritual stones, and 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Ling Xiao began to recuperate at the side. Although he had a lot of questions in his heart. For example, who were his parents, why did Feng Yinshan, Feng Yanran, and Feng Qingyan treat him like a benefactor, could it be that his parents had helped them in some way? Many questions lingered in his heart, but he completely put them aside when he was cultivating. His greatest strength was that he was able to focus on doing one thing well. He wouldn't change his mind. Very quickly, he entered a state of cultivation. At first, he was just recovering from his injuries. This entire process took him nearly a week. A Yinyang realm expert was indeed a Yinyang realm expert. The damage he caused was really terrifying. Although Ling Xiao had always said that it was nothing. In reality, it was really serious. Fortunately, his recovery ability was outstanding and he had the help of the Mountain River Martial Soul. He only started cultivating after a week. Of course, the most important thing was to consolidate his cultivation in the early stage of the Avalon of 5 elements and to perfectly master the Doomsday Taotai move. When he used it to deal with the blood skeleton, that move wasn't particularly perfect. Next, he had to be more proficient in it. In the universe formed by black and white, a huge shadow occupied the void. At this moment, the Taotai beast was still in its infancy and couldn't be seen very clearly. However, that terrifying power was still constantly being released. A huge black beast. Heaven-devouring titanic beast, destruction titanic beast, it was rumored that it could easily swallow the mystic world. Although it wasn't real and was just a virtual image condensed by the light and shadow ultimacy of the Mountain River Martial Soul. However, as Ling Xiao's cultivation continued to increase, he believed that this huge beast would become stronger and stronger. At that time, the Doomsday Taotia's power would also continue to increase. This was already beyond the concept of traditional martial arts. Ling Xiao's soul merged into the huge beast's body and started to understand the terrifying will that could destroy everything. Time passed very quickly, especially when one was cultivating. The passage of time was almost imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. Ling Xiao's soul was still in the Taotai beast's body and was enveloped by the powerful will of destruction. It was constantly being tempered and strengthened. In the small cultivation room, the destruction sword essence was constantly being released. Many scratches appeared on the surrounding walls that were protected by the formation. The butterfly lady looked at Ling Xiao in shock. She seemed to be puzzled. How could the youth in front of her be so much stronger than he was a week ago? His cultivation had only increased by a small realm, reaching the middle stage of the Avalon of 5 elements. The terrifying destructive sword intent wreaked havoc in the entire cultivation room. However, this destructive sword intent wasn't released by Ling Xiao himself, but came from the Mountain River Martial Spirit. Ling Xiao was still in the beginning stages of excavating this treasury. Until now, he was just like a toddler. However, what was interesting was that even with such a powerful sword intent, the butterfly girl didn't seem to be afraid at all. All the sword intents that hit her body were easily dissolved, as if they couldn't cause any damage. If Ling Xiao were to see this special physique, he would definitely be very shocked. However, Ling Xiao was completely immersed in cultivation at this time and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The spring festival was getting closer and closer, but for many people, this spring festival might not be easy. For example, Piping Island. In the month that Ling Xiao was cultivating, Piping Island was besieged by experts from the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire, as well as many other islands. In the end, even the island sank to the bottom of the sea. Piping Island was completely destroyed. However, it was said that the young master of Piping Island, Chu Mu, was rescued by a mysterious person and disappeared. However, not many people cared about Chu Mu. After all, Piping Island was destroyed and these people were relieved. Other than a few people who were still looking for Chu Mu's whereabouts, the rest put this matter aside. For example, the Phoenix Academy wasn't doing well either. Ling Xiao broke the arms of the two vice deans, which seriously affected the Academy's reputation. In order to boost the Academy's reputation and take revenge on Xianxia College, under Emperor and Miraculous Hand Sun Shang's hard work, the Heaven Reversal Pill of good quality and cheap price was refined. The Heaven Reversal Pill was useful to every martial artist. It was mainly used to recover heavenly elemental energy. Of course, it could also be used to recover true elemental energy, true qi, and so on. As long as it was inner energy, it could be recovered. The effect was also very good. Coupled with the fact that it wasn't expensive, it became a hot pill in the Imperial City and even the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. Not to mention other places, just within the Imperial City, the Phoenix Academy basically took over Xianxia College's pill market by relying on the Heaven Reversal Pill. Without this market, Xianxia College would not only lose face and honor, but also a large amount of income. Without this income, many students left Xianxia College and joined Phoenix Academy. After all, academies were different from sections, one could choose to withdraw from them. Although it was morally despicable, there was nothing wrong with the rules. Because of this, the higher-ups of Xianxia College had a headache. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know about these things. After a month of cultivation, not only had his injuries healed, but his entire body's essence, energy, and spirit had also improved significantly. His cultivation had also risen to the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements. As for whether he could break through to the 6 arts realm, that would depend on fate. Just like the transcendent realm, the further one advanced in the heaven realm, the more difficult it became to break through. After all, the requirements for energy and comprehension would continue to accumulate. When he came out of seclusion, Haim Miankeo and the others were still cultivating. Therefore, he returned to Xianxia College alone. As soon as he returned, he saw a gloomy scene. The number of students in the college had decreased significantly. In the past, there were at least 30 to 40,000 students. Now, there were at most 10,000 students left. On the way, he met Feng Qingyan and was about to greet him, but he saw that Feng Qingyan didn't stop at all. It was as if he didn't see him and brushed past him with a frown. At that moment, Ling Xiao could clearly feel the anger and displeasure in Feng Qingyan's body. What happened? Even Vice Dean Qingyan, who is always open-minded about everything, is so impatient. Ling Xiao was stunned and puzzled. He wanted to chase after Feng Qingyan to ask, but he had already disappeared. Ling Xiao. You're out. At that moment, a slightly anxious voice sounded. Ling Xiao turned around and saw Feng Yanran, who was dressed in red. Oh, it's Miss Yanran. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Feng Yanran. Other than the time when they had just arrived at the Imperial City, Feng Yanran basically protected him no matter what happened. Just based on this, he had to be polite to Feng Yanran. This is the secret healing medicine of our fiery phoenix tribe. Take it. I wasn't able to help you last time. I've made you suffer. Feng Yanran sighed. At that moment, there were students passing by. When they saw that the dignified Princess Yanran of the Fire Phoenix tribe was giving something to an ordinary student, they were envious and jealous. The anxiety on their faces seemed to have lessened. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled as he took the healing medicine from her. Although he had recovered from his injuries, he couldn't refuse her. Seeing that Ling Xiao had accepted her gift, Feng Yanran was also in a good mood. On her pretty face, a blush actually floated. Cough cough, that, Miss Yanran, did something happen in the academy recently? Why do I feel that everyone is so worried and anxious? Ling Xiao coughed twice to resolve the ambiguous awkwardness and hurriedly changed the topic. Speaking of this, Feng Yanran shook her head helplessly. That's true. Since the Phoenix Academy lost face last time, their heavenly master Miraculous Hand Sun Shang refined the Crisis Reversal Elixir, which is a cheap and high-quality elixir. The key is that this elixir is not only affordable, but also effective. Moreover, it's produced in large quantities and is very popular among warriors. Feng Yanran continued, because of this, the elixir market of Xianxia College has almost been completely squeezed and shrunk. You also know that the economic foundation determines the superstructure. Without money, the academy can't do anything. Because of this, many students chose to leave Xianxia College. Under the coercion and temptation of the Phoenix Academy, they chose to join them. Alas, in just 1 month, many things have changed. Now we're having a hard time. No wonder I saw Vice Principal Qin Yan's face was so ugly. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh, taking advantage of the time when I was in seclusion to come up with so many things. Looks like this Divine Phoenix Academy is really indignant about the previous matter. It's just a mere Sun Shang, at most he's a yellow high-level alchemist, how could he overturn the heavens? A yellow-level advanced alchemist is not in your eyes? Feng Yanran looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. As everyone knew, after elixirs were graded, there were 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each grade was further divided into 5 small grades: low, medium, high, top, and super. Alchemists and alchemists were also divided according to the grade of elixirs they could refine. For example, those who could refine yellow-level advanced alchemists were called yellow-level advanced alchemists. Sun Shang was an alchemist of this level, and he was called the best in the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. It was said that no one was better than him. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Sun Shang was so high and mighty that it was astonishing. In the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, he was simply the only alchemist in demand. No one could be compared to him. However, Ling Xiao did not take him seriously. As long as Ling Xiao had enough materials, it would not be a problem for him to concoct a yellow-grade super pill. Therefore, he did not care about Sun Shang. Miss Yanran, go to Vice Dean Qin Yan and tell them not to worry. This matter is related to me. I will help you deal with it. Ling Xiao smiled. Anything that went against Divine Phoenix Academy, he was more than happy to do. After parting with Feng Yanran, Ling Xiao put on a simple disguise, left the Xianxia Academy, and ran towards the busiest elixir market in the Imperial City. As a student of Xianxia College, Ling Xiao did not want his college to be suppressed. Moreover, Feng Qingyan had helped him a lot last time. He had to return the favor. Moreover, they had escaped from the Sky Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent. Xianxia College had given them the right to be disciples. People should always have the heart to repay a debt of gratitude. This time, he had to help Xianxia College. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Sun Shang. He wanted to give this guy, who was fishing for fame, a heavy blow. However, he had not figured out how to do it. Therefore, he planned to wander around the market to understand the situation. Then, he would think about what to do. In the past, this market belonged to the Phoenix Academy. The other half belonged to Xianxia College. However, today, when Ling Xiao entered the market, he found that most of Xianxia College's market had been bought or leased by the Phoenix Academy. In the whole market, only a corner of Xianxia College's shop was left. There were almost no customers. Looking at the Phoenix Academy's shops and stalls, although there were many, they were overcrowded. The deafening noise made him shake his head. These guests were basically celestial realm martial artists. In the Divine Phoenix continent, heaven-tier martial artists were the mainstream. As long as one could grab hold of this market, they would basically be able to make a steady profit. When a martial artist was in the process of fighting or carrying out a mission, the easiest thing to consume was inner energy. If one were to use spirit stones to replenish it, not only would it be too slow, it would also not be easy to convert it. Other medicinal pills could also be used, but they were either too expensive or their effects were not very good. Until now, the Divine Phoenix continent didn't have any kind of pill that was specifically used to recover inner strength. It was precisely because of this that the appearance of the reverse pill completely became a hot-selling divine medicine, occupying the market in one fell swoop. Don't underestimate this heaven reversal pill. A single pill might be able to save a life. With inner strength, it didn't matter if it was escaping or healing, they could do it. Without inner strength, even if you weren't injured, you would become a target for others to slaughter. Line up, line up. Those behind, keep up. Those who bought something, don't just stand there. Quickly leave. The shouts of the Phoenix Academy staff came from inside. Although the weather was cold, they were sweating profusely and were in a good mood. I want 10 heaven reversal pills. Give me 100 pills. 50 pills. The martial artists who bought the heaven reversal pills hurriedly left in excitement. Those who didn't buy it anxiously waited there. In any case, the production of this heaven reversal pill was very high, so they weren't afraid of not being able to buy it. I'd like to see what kind of miraculous pill this heaven reversal pill of yours is, to actually be so popular. Ling Xiao also squeezed into the crowd and lined up to buy a bottle of 50 heaven reversal pills. The cost was really not much. One heaven reversal pill only cost 1 low-grade spirit stone, so 50 pills were only 50 spirit stones. For the majority of heaven realm martial artists, this was not a problem at all. It was just that the attitude of the staff selling medicine at the Phoenix Academy wasn't very good. Each and every one of them acted as if they were extremely arrogant. There was no one else with this kind of service attitude. Of course, this attitude was not only directed at him, but almost every martial artist was like this. Obviously, they felt that the heaven reversal pill had no competitors in the market, so naturally, they could flaunt their prowess. He even heard a shop assistant say something like, "Buy it if you don't want it. If you don't want to buy it, get lost." Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. With such an attitude, as long as Xianxia College had a pill with similar effects and their attitude was slightly better, they could quickly take back the market. There was no need to be afraid of the market here being bought. Anyway, the Imperial City was very big. At worst, they could just open another market. For things like pills, as long as the effect was good, there was no need to advertise at all. Naturally, there would be people to advertise for you. After finding a place with fewer people, Ling Xiao opened the bottle of the heaven reversal pill and gently sniffed it. Then, he swallowed a heaven reversal pill into his stomach and couldn't help but frown. This thing is not bad, but the medicinal effect is still too weak. Probably in order to reduce the cost, they didn't use any special medicinal materials. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. This Sun Shang was really black-hearted. He previously thought that this heaven reversal pill was good and cheap, but now his thoughts had completely changed. 100 of such pills actually cost 100 low-grade spirit stones. If he were to refine it, with the cost, he was afraid that he wouldn't even use a single low-grade spirit stone. Many of the things could even be bought with gold and silver from ordinary people. Huge profits, absolutely huge profits. This was the advantage of technology. If you still think that a pill that couldn't even be bought with a single low-grade spirit stone was cheap for 100 low-grade spirit stones, it was because you didn't know how to refine pills or medicine. Hehe, Sun Shang, you're so black-hearted. You've given me a good opportunity to turn the tables. Ling Xiao laughed. As long as his pills were slightly better, the price was slightly cheaper, and then a little publicity and hype, what could Sun Shang use to compete with him? Originally, he felt that this kind of low-grade pill was cheap when he refined it. However, for the sake of Xianxia College, in order to attack Sun Shang and Phoenix Academy, he would lower his price this time. It was also a merit to be able to benefit many martial artists. After killing so many people and occasionally doing good deeds, he felt much better in his heart. I might as well go to the Heavenly Dragon auction house to get the materials. Princess Xianxia is quite capable. There should be no problem at all if I go to her. This time, Ling Xiao simply didn't hide his true identity. Anyway, the smart Xianxia might have already guessed that the powerful alchemist was related to him. Although she might not know that it was him, she would definitely be polite to him. As he expected, when the people of the Heavenly Dragon auction house saw Ling Xiao, they immediately politely welcomed him into the VIP room and reported to Xianxia at the same time. Xianxia deliberately changed into a beautiful and enchanting dress to meet Ling Xiao. She was extremely interested in this mysterious young man, the chosen one of the Heavenly Dragon continent. Young hero Ling, what brings you here today? What happened in the square a month ago is still vivid in my mind. I can't get your heroic bearing out of my mind for a long time. This princess really knew how to talk. Her flattery was also very skillful. Princess Xianxia, you flatter me. I'm here this time for no other reason than to trouble you to help me find something. Ling Xiao didn't come here to flirt or bond with others, so he went straight to the point and took out the list he had prepared beforehand. In addition to the required medicinal materials, there was also a design drawing of the medicine's packaging. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. The packaging of the elixir was also important. A good packaging could immediately improve the quality of the elixir. Although it didn't have any practical use, warriors really liked it. In fact, the packaging was not worth much, but a good packaging could make the elixir sell better. Young hero Ling, do you want these things to refine elixirs? Yunya asked with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded and said, that's right. In fact, with your intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult to guess. During the time I was in seclusion, Phoenix Academy was aggressive and wanted to completely destroy Xianxia College. I didn't intend to bully them, but I couldn't stand it anymore. This time, if I don't completely squeeze Phoenix Academy out of the elixir market, I, Ling Xiao, will write my name backwards. Young hero Ling, you want to refine elixirs? Not that, old man? Yunya was stunned and asked. Why? Is there a difference? Ling Xiao's words were already very obvious. It was just that Yunya couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was actually such a powerful alchemist, so she didn't think in that direction at all. Now she still thought that Ling Xiao was apprenticed to that master. Ling Xiao didn't explain much. In fact, this kind of misunderstanding was not bad. It was actually very good to let others misunderstand that you had someone behind you. Haha, there's no difference. Since young hero Ling needs these things, we'll try our best to get them. Yunya said with a smile. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it's best if you can get it now. I can pay more. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't have the materials. Get a batch first and take your time. Young hero Ling, you must be joking. How can we let you pay more? According to our previous agreement, the items you purchase from the Heavenly Dragon auction house will be sold at the lowest discount. You only need to pay half the price. Yunya was really determined to help Ling Xiao. After all, the list that Ling Xiao gave involved more than 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Most importantly, they didn't have that many materials in stock, and they had been supplying the Phoenix Academy recently. Now that Ling Xiao wanted so much at once, it was actually very difficult for her. But she still agreed. In her opinion, she would rather abandon her partner, the Phoenix Academy, to capture Ling Xiao. It wasn't just because of the alchemist behind Ling Xiao. More importantly, the existence of the Heavenly Dragon auction house was actually to complete a major plan. Ling Xiao might be a key part of this plan. For this plan, it was worth it to make less money. Princess Yunya is really straightforward. How about this? Help me prepare 100 mid-grade Heavenly Spirit elixirs. Ling Xiao thought about it and said. The mid-grade Heavenly Spirit elixir was a high-grade yellow-grade elixir. Only a high-grade yellow-grade alchemist could refine it. This grade of elixir was the highest grade that Sun Sheng could refine. The materials for a high-grade yellow-grade elixir were very expensive. Compared to the materials on Ling Xiao's list, it was more than 1,000 times more expensive. All of a sudden, Yunya was enraged. I'm giving you some benefits, and you want to take advantage of me? Isn't this too much? Although she was furious, the expression on her face didn't change at all. This woman was really powerful. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally gritted her teeth and said, well, since young hero Ling has asked, Yunya will naturally do it for you. As the saying goes, you can't trap a wolf without sacrificing your child, and you can't trap a pervert without sacrificing your wife. Anyway, she had already given him so many benefits, so she didn't mind giving him more. It was better than Ling Xiao being taken away by others. But even so, she was still unhappy. Even looking at Ling Xiao's face, she didn't look so cute anymore. Princess Yunya, are you angry? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. How could I be? Yunya shook her head and said calmly. It's inevitable that I'm angry. If it were me, I would also be angry at people who want a yard. After taking an inch. But your highness probably misunderstood. Among these 100 mid-grade Heavenly Spirit elixirs, 50 of them are for the Heavenly Dragon auction house. You only need to provide the materials. The remaining 50 will be my service fee. That's not too much, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Not too much, not too much. It's more than not too much. It's simply too good. Yunya's expression finally went out of control at this moment. She was so happy that she couldn't control it. After all, she was only a human. Although she could control her emotions, how could she control herself when she encountered such a good thing? It should be known that in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, as far as she knew, Sun Shang was probably the only one who could refine high-grade heavenly spirit elixirs. She had also gone to find Sun Shang, hoping that he could help her refine some high-grade heavenly spirit elixirs. Sun Shang didn't refuse, but he demanded an exorbitant price. Moreover, it was a price that was simply unacceptable. The key was that the success rate of refining wasn't high. The utilization rate of the herbs was less than 40%, and the rest were all wasted. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Young hero Ling, how many times do you need to refine 100 high-grade heavenly spirit elixirs?" If he needed too many materials, this deal might not be worth it. If it was Sun Shang, he would need at least twice as many materials. She didn't know how much Ling Xiao would be able to do. What times? 100 high-grade heavenly spirit elixirs require as many materials as I need. Ling Xiao said, a little puzzled. Don't tell me that your success rate is 100%? Palace Master Yunya looked at Ling Xiao as if she had seen a ghost. Ling Xiao sighed and said, if the success rate of refining elixirs of this level can't reach 100%, then I've lived in vain. With the mountain and river martial spirit, if there were still a situation where materials were wasted, then Ling Xiao might as well find a pool and jump into it to commit suicide. That would be too embarrassing. Young hero Ling, you're not joking? Yunya found it hard to believe. If that was the case, then she would earn even more. Princess Xianxia, do I look like I'm joking? Alright, if you're willing, then go and get the materials. If you're not, then forget it. I'm still in a hurry. Ling Xiao said helplessly. He was obviously telling the truth, but why didn't anyone believe him? End of chapter 979. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.